now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The baseball world is remembering one of the game's greatest pitchers. Gaylord Perry died Thursday. He played 22 seasons for 8 teams in Major League Baseball, winning over 300 games and pitching a no-hitter in 1968. Perry was the first pitcher to win the Cy Young Award in both the American and National Leagues. He was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1991 as a member of the Giants. San Francisco tweeted that Perry was forever a Giant and forever in our hearts. Baseball Hall of Famer Gaylord Perry was 84 years old.
A group of World War II veterans received a special honor from French President Emmanuel Macron. They were bestowed France's highest honor, Knights in the French Legion of Honor. Darcy Spencer of WRC reports.
How are you? Good to meet you. I'm happy to be here.
They are nearly 100 years old, World War II veterans, and now Knights in the French Legion of Honor. Medals awarded to them by France's own president, Emmanuel Macron, a thanks for helping liberate his country during the war.
Thank you.
Samuel Davis, 98 years old. He says getting his medal was a wonderful experience.
Everything. It really means everything. I never talked about the war, but this is it.
Thank you so very much for everything, and it's a pleasure to be here.
And Carl Felton, 96 years old, keeping in mind those who never made it home.
It was a highlight. The honor of having that bestowed upon me was a very, 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 very humbling and very make me so aware of so many, many, many people lost their lives.
Monsieur Carl Felton.
Both men live in Frederick County, Maryland. They were among the veterans recognized at a ceremony at the French Embassy in D.C.
This is an honor which I feel is shared by all people, men and women, who served our country during the time of the war and thereafter.
Never had a medal in my life before. It's different. I'm proud of it, and I'm proud of Fred's.
And France's leader, clearly proud of them, bestowing the nation's highest honor to those who fought and risked their lives for freedom.
And our thanks to Darcy from WRC for that report and introducing us to them. They can't be honored enough.
Absolutely. SNL is back this weekend with more laughs coming to the Studio 8H stage. Actress Keke Palmer is gearing up for her hosting debut. She'll be joined by musical guest SZA. It airs tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC. Have a great weekend. See you Monday.
Bring on the glitz and glamour along with some French accents. And you have the makings of one of the hottest tickets in town as the stars came out at the White House State Dinner.
Rail strike averted, but no sick pay as Congress puts the hammer down on the union's labor demands. That as we are awaiting a very important jobs report out later this morning.
34-year-old former star NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown is a wanted man as police try to arrest him for alleged battery.
The Big Apple is looking for a somewhat bloodthirsty candidate with a general aura of badassery to take on the $170,000 a year job as rat czar.
I'm kind of jealous you got to say that. The same word, though, can be used to describe the miraculous rescue of a base jumper whose parachute catches a cliff in Utah. Welcome to Friday. Early Today starts right now. Thanks for ending your week with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. It was an elegant affair full of pomp and pageantry at the White House. President Biden hosting his first state dinner nearly 2 years into his term after a hiatus due to the COVID pandemic. The glamorous gala honored the U.S.'s oldest ally, France, as the Bidens welcomed President Emmanuel Macron and his wife.
Today, we're still united by the greatest of causes: democracy, liberty, equality, opportunity, and freedom. We stand together against oppression and injustice. We stick up for one another and our democratic values to which Washington and Lafayette dedicated their lives.
The dinner, set inside a pavilion on the South Lawn, was a chance for the leaders to toast each other and strengthen ties that have frayed due to trade and national security disputes. And on the menu, butter-poached Maine lobster, beef with shallot marmalade, and American artisanal cheeses. Grammy and Oscar-winning musician Jon Batiste performed for the crowd of more than 300 attendees. Some other notable guests included Jennifer Garner, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, John Legend, and his wife, Chrissy Teigen, Vogue editor-in-chief Anna Wintour, Late Show host Stephen Colbert, and Apple CEO Tim Cook.
President Biden spent the night celebrating after an important vote in the Senate. A bipartisan bill passed approving a deal to avoid a railroad strike. The White House warned a shutdown could single-handedly trigger a recession. Meanwhile, we are just hours away from the November's jobs report, the last one before the Fed decides on the next round of interest rate hikes. Our Tom Costello is tracking the numbers.
Just over 2 weeks till Hanukkah, 3 till Christmas, and the latest data suggests Americans are still spending, with 40-year high inflation continuing to ease. October consumer spending just out shows the biggest gain since June, even as families pay more for rent, food, and new cars. Retailers report nearly 200 million people flocked to stores from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday. In Atlanta, Whitney and Joe Novak own Kazoo toys and say shoppers are inflation sensitive but still buying.
We've had a good year. We're positive. I mean, we're keeping people employed. We're not concerned. Toy is one of those nice industries where we're not going to have the huge up and downs roller coaster of supply and demand. I mean, kids are always going to want toys.
Inflation in October running at 6%, slightly lower than September. Fed Chairman Jay Powell now says the Federal Reserve could soon slow the pace of its interest rate hikes aimed at taming inflation.
The time for moderating the pace of rate increases may come as soon as the December meeting.
That could mean a half-point rate hike in 2 weeks rather than another three-quarter-point hike. Meanwhile, gas prices are now averaging $3.47 a gallon, down 28 cents in a month. Third quarter GDP even stronger than first reported.
We're kind of like waiting for the recession like they were waiting for Godot. It hasn't happened yet. And each month that goes by, the economy proves itself to be more resilient. Consumers keep spending.
And now we wait on the November jobs report. 200,000 new jobs expected. And that's data that the Fed will use when deciding whether it really can slow the pace of rate hikes in December. Back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you.
New legal issues for former NFL star Antonio Brown. Tampa police tried to arrest Brown on Thursday on a misdemeanor charge stemming from an alleged domestic dispute. NBC's Sam Brock has the details.
Tampa police say they're trying to arrest former NFL player Antonio Brown, making multiple attempts outside this home to execute an arrest warrant for battery domestic violence. The department telling NBC News he's, quote, not communicating with police officers. It's the latest twist in the 34-year-old saga that's gone well beyond the gridiron. The charges stemming from an incident Monday involving Brown and the mother of 4 of his children. According to court documents, Brown threw a shoe at the woman, striking her in the ponytail. The victim had no injuries, but believed the shoe was meant for her head. In the same document, police describe learning Brown tossed the woman's belongings out of the house and then made threats via speakerphone, saying that if she got in the house, he would shoot her in front of police. It also says the kids did not want to go inside because they were afraid of their dad when he gets in these destructive moods. After the incident, a petition to remove Brown's guns and ammunition under a risk protection order was rejected by a Florida judge, citing lack of physical action.
How is it possible there wasn't enough evidence to take his guns away, but there is enough evidence to potentially prosecute him for domestic violence?
The judge got this one wrong. The Florida statute that allows for these risk protection orders gives a series of factors that can be considered by the court. He met a number of them. Antonio Brown is a risk to not only himself, but to the members of the community and obviously to the mother of his children.
According to the petition, he kept 2 firearms in the house, a handgun and a rifle. NBC News has not been able to reach Brown's legal team for comment. He remains a wanted man by Tampa police.
Tampa police tell me they're not going to risk officer safety for trying to execute a misdemeanor arrest warrant. Now, that said, if Brown's behavior escalates, so too could their response. As for the mother and her children, they have not returned to that home since the incident. Sam Brock, NBC News.
As Royals Will and Kate visit Boston, controversy brews back home. A top Palisades stepping down after a charity executive called her out for making racist comments. The accuser spoke to our Keir Simmons.
The Prince and Princess of Wales visited a Boston non-profit helping vulnerable young people.
I let my guard down.
British charity executive Ngozi Fulani speaking out about her treatment by Prince William's godmother at a Buckingham Palace event this week.
I'm in there 5 minutes when this lady comes up to me. And the first thing she does is take my hair and move it. I'm like, I don't know who she is, but she's felt already that she has the right to put her hand on me physically to move my hair so she can see my name badge.
Then she says she was questioned for 8 minutes about her ethnicity.
Lady, I'm bald ear and I'm British. Yes, but what's your nationality?
A spokesman for Prince William has said there's no place for racism in our society. Do you think that's what this was?
Do I think or do I know? I know what racism is.
Lady Susan Hussey, who was close to Queen Elizabeth, has resigned her role as aide to Camilla, Queen Consort.
Where am I safe from this? When are we going to confront this kind of behaviour instead of excusing it?
British newspapers calling it a royal disaster.
And now there's this.
No one sees what's happening behind closed doors.
Harry and Meghan releasing this trailer for their Netflix documentary.
I had to do everything I could to protect my family.
We reached out to Netflix and to the Duke and Duchess's representatives about the timing, with no response.
The Prince and Princess will meet the President, staying focused on their causes, not the controversy.
And our thanks to Keir for that report.
Former President Trump has suffered a stinging defeat after a federal court of appeals ended the so-called special master's review of the documents the FBI seized at Mar-a-Lago. Mr. Trump successfully sought the review back in September when a district court said an independent official should rule which confiscated documents the DOJ could see. A panel of judges now rejecting that decision, stating we cannot write a rule that allows any subject of a search warrant to block government investigations after the execution of the warrant. 2 of the judges on that panel were appointed by Mr. Trump himself. Neither he nor the DOJ have responded to requests for comment.
Now to a major rat race here in New York City. Mayor Eric Adams is hiring a director of rodent migration. According to the posting, applicants should have a virulent vehemence for vermin and the drive, determination, and killer instinct needed to fight the real enemy, New York City's relentless rat population. The gig, should one brave soul choose to accept it, pays between $120,000 and $170,000. And I know we love our city. I love it more than anything, especially this time of year with our Christmas tree right there in Rockefeller and all our decorations. But it's not a real visit to New York unless you really see one of these massive rats. And bonus points if you see one of these massive rats, like eating a pizza or dragging one.
As a tourist, I guess. But if you live here, your $170,000 is not enough to get them.
Absolutely right with you.
Out of the way. All right, let's talk about your Friday weather here and some winter weather alerts to let you know about. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman joining us as we kick off this Friday. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. So good to see you. And yeah, 6 million people waking up to winter alerts. It's stretching from the Northwest into the Pacific Northwest, the Intermountain West, the Northern Plains, and the Upper Midwest. We're looking at winter weather advisories, winter storm watches, and winter storm warnings. And we could see up to 2 feet of snow in some spots. Also looking at rain, looking at some wind as well. 30 million people impacted by wind alerts. That's through the Southwest, the Plains, also into the Ohio Valley. We could see winds gusting up to 85 miles per hour in some spots. Snowfall forecast, the highest amounts where you see the pinks and purples. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, big difference in terms of temperatures on this Friday. Look at the Northern Plains, 14 in Bismarck. Out ahead of the front, we're looking at temperatures in the 60s. It's mild, too, in the Southern Plains. Temperatures mainly in the 70s in Texas, 71 in Dallas. All right, we are starting out the weekend wet in the Northeast. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. NASA just got one step closer to putting humans back on the moon. As part of the historic Artemis 1 mission, the Orion spacecraft has officially exited its lunar orbit. The capsule was testing if the technology is ready to take astronauts on the galactic journey. It is expected to splash down off the coast of California on December 11th.
Amazing. All right, there is a new backlash this morning after Kanye West tells InfoWars' Alex Jones that he likes Hitler. And is Ye's deal to buy Parler DOA? We'll tell you that and much more when we continue on this Friday, early today.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Leading the news, the artist formerly known as Kanye West is receiving more backlash after praising Adolf Hitler and Nazis in an interview Thursday with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. The rapper appeared alongside white nationalist Nick Fuentes. The interview comes a week after Ye had dinner with Fuentes and former President Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Overnight, Elon Musk announced Ye's Twitter account had been suspended again after a post that violated Twitter's rule of inciting violence. And Parler will not be going into business with Ye. The rapper's deal to buy the conservative social media app was called off in mid-November, with Parler's parent company telling CNBC it was a mutual agreement to terminate the sale.
Two of Europe's best are already out of the World Cup. Germany needed a win and then some to advance. They would beat Costa Rica 4-2, but fall below Spain in the group on goal differential. And Belgium came into the World Cup ranked number 2 in the world, but after a scoreless draw, Croatia moves on and Belgium goes home. The last of the group stage kicks off later this morning. Then it's on a round of 16 on Saturday, where Team USA begins their knockout stage against the Netherlands. Our Megan Fitzgerald has more.
With the countdown on for Team USA's highest stakes game in years,
Superstar Christian Pulisic has a message for fans.
I will do everything in my power to work with this medical team and make sure that I can play.
Pulisic was injured during Tuesday's match against Iran as he scored the winning goal.
My opportunity was there to beat the defender to the ball, and I was just able to do that, and paid the price for it a bit.
That price, a pelvic injury, which kept him out of the second half. Pulisic later sharing this picture from the hospital where he anxiously watched the final minutes of the game on a phone.
They were checking my blood sugar and everything, and I was flying through the roof, but it wasn't because of anything. It was just me stressed watching the game.
Pulisic says he's on the mend, but Team USA says his status is still day to day.
I think Christian Pulisic will play in this game. This is what he's been looking forward to his entire life.
That fighting spirit is exactly what Team USA will need in the knockout round.
I hope people watching, especially back home in the States, can see, wow, these guys are really, giving everything for each other, for this country, and that's what really makes us special.
Team USA will be the underdogs in the game against the Netherlands on Saturday. If they win, it'll be the first time the team has advanced to the quarterfinals since 2002.
And our thanks to Megan for that report.
Excited to watch tomorrow morning. All right, BuzzFeed describes the new movie Violent Night as, quote, Die Hard meets Miracle on 34th Street. We've got a preview next.
Plus, if you haven't heard about Miss Rachel and Songs for Your Littles, you're in for a big treat. Stay with us.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training resume? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Santa?
No, my nice list.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
Time for some season's beatings.
You really don't want to be on Santa's naughty list in Violent Nights. Stranger Things' David Harbour stars as Saint Nick in the action comedy, which is a Universal film, one of our sister companies. It hits theaters today. And the 5th highest grossing movie this year, Top Gun Maverick, cruises back into the box office for another flight.
All right, you may have heard that Merriam-Webster's word of the year is gaslighting, which they define as the act of grossly misleading someone. And it has people wondering, is my partner a gaslighter? So CNBC asked the therapist for red flags to watch out for. Here they are. One sign, your partner's friends don't feel comfortable coming to them when they feel vulnerable. If people seem guarded around your partner, they may not be trusted. Next, is their language critical or sarcastic? Do they use blaming words? And the last one, have they been called a gaslighter in the past? So pay attention to the feedback from others, and you may have your answer right there.
All right, move over, Taylor Swift. There is a real songbird of the toddler generation. Her name is Miss Rachel, and she's here. If you've heard about her, if you have kids under the age of 2, she's a teacher that shares these learning videos on YouTube. My daughter is obsessed with her. This is a picture of me yesterday, actually. This is in my basement here on the left. You got Miss Rachel on the right, a couple of World Cup games, but never mind that. Look at her jamming out every single time, you know, she wakes up. One of the great joys of being a parent is watching her light up when she sees you in the morning, but no one makes her light up like this woman, Miss Rachel. She has 2 million followers on YouTube, and every parent that we speak with say they love what she does for kids. She's going to be featured on the Today Show later on today. Gotti Schwartz had a chance to sit down and be part of her channel, which is called Songs for Littles, and I gotta say, I'm pretty excited.
It is the best because it's the way that you speak to babies. It's baby speak, right? Everything is in an uptick. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, Philip, I think you and Sierra are living your best life. You've got 3 monitors in that awesome basement with your legs kicked up.
That's right.
That's awesome, but I think that does it, right?
And I'm right there with her. Yeah, all the little things we learn, and so no, we really appreciate what she's able to do for all of us. Anybody who's under the age of 2, as parents, we appreciate that.
And that basement, beyond, beyond. All right, Michelle's got your weekend forecast. That's next.
And there's a base jumper who crashes into a cliff. Details on what happened next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. back on this Friday. You'll need your umbrellas from New England throughout the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic into the Gulf Coast states. Also rain falling in California. Could see some flooding at the burn areas and much colder in the northern plains. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Who is this man?
I'm her godfather.
Related.
Get back.
The trailer for the 5th Indiana Jones movie, The Dial of Destiny, just dropped. Harrison Ford returns as the man himself. Digital de-aging effects allow the filmmakers here to show Ford as Indy taking on bad guys both in the early 40s and in the late 60s. It opens in June.
People are going to want that filter on their phones.
Yeah.
33 companies in the U.S., Ireland, and Australia tested a 4-day, 32-hour work week in a 6-month trial. So the result? None say they have plans to go back to a 5-day week. Employees cited improvements in stress, burnout, work-life balance, and physical health. It makes sense, right? When you go that way, just like work from home, it's so hard to go back.
It sure is. In Utah, witnesses there capturing the terrifying moments a base jumper slams into a cliff before his parachute snags on a ledge, leaving him suspended midair. Stephen Romo tells us what happened next.
Incredible video showing a base jumper crash into a cliff in the middle of his descent, with his parachute managing to get stuck on the rock face, leaving him dangling in the air.
Oh my goodness.
This happened at Cane Creek Canyon near Moab, Utah. Matt Lajeunesse, a member of the Moab Base Association, witnessing the terrifying accident on Saturday.
He's in a bad place. He definitely took a bit of a hit.
Oh no.
Oh my God, is he just hanging there?
Mitch Edwards watching it all. He and his 12-year-old son can be heard on the video, shocked at what they witnessed.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Oh my.
Telling our affiliate KSL it could have been much worse if the jumper's parachute hadn't snagged on a ledge, saving him from plummeting farther.
Somebody from Search and Rescue climbed up the cliff, but that was amazing because there was no crack, no obvious route to get there. And so they had to set pins to even get up there.
The family watched the Grand County Sheriff's Office search and rescue team work to get the jumper down, estimating that it took about 2 hours.
Somebody miraculously got up there and then, got the guy, but got him on another rope and lowered him. down to the ground.
He was able to say, hey, I'm okay. My leg really hurts.
The sheriff's office telling KSL their ropes team did manage to save the man and that he was airlifted to a hospital. La Jeunesse telling us the jumper now has a broken leg. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Well, thanks so much for ending your week with Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We hope you have a great weekend. Be safe. We hope to see you right back here on Monday. The Senate imposes a deal on rail unions a week before a likely strike was set to take place, but Congress is rejecting the paid sick leave that workers were demanding.
The stars were out for the first White House state dinner honoring the president of France, plus the big-name attendees and a little history on what these big nights mean for the U.S.
An appeals court delivers a major setback for former President Trump, ending the special master's review of seized Mar-a-Lago records.
World Cup highlights as the U.S. gears up for the knockout round of 16 in just about 30 hours from now.
And bringing 9 to 5 to your Friday in one of the best duets of the classic tune with the original American Idol and Dolly Parton herself. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. We are just a few hours away from a pivotal November jobs report in the wake of a wave of layoffs across the board in various industries as companies tighten bottom lines. This morning, Wall Street and Main Street are watching what's happening on the hiring front. NBC's Tom Costello joins us now to make sense of it all.
Good morning. This economy is a head scratcher for the PhDs. And I say that as we wait for the November jobs report due out later this morning. 200,000 new jobs expected. But we actually want to see a slowdown in hiring. Why? Because we've had, right now, more job openings than workers to fill them. That means wages are going up. That feeds into the inflationary cycle. So the Fed, the Federal Reserve, which sets interest rates, would like to see fewer new job openings, and they actually want to see the unemployment rate tick up because that would hopefully slow down the economy, slow down inflation. So sometimes it's not always good news for Main Street, what the Fed is hoping for, to have a bigger and broader impact on the economy. Again, November jobs report due out this morning. It comes as the economy is pretty strong. It's faster than expected in the third quarter. Unemployment still at a 50-year low, and that's despite 40-year high inflation and the Fed hiking rates. So a very complicated calculus here that even veteran economists are scratching their heads at as we wait for this November jobs report that will tell us if the Fed can maybe slow the pace of the interest rate hikes later in the month. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. The Senate has passed a bill to avert a major blow to the economy, imposing a labor contract to stop a threatened nationwide rail strike. But the agreement is leaving many union members disappointed. Here's Peter Alexander.
The Senate approving a deal to avoid a crippling railroad strike that the White House warned could have single-handedly triggered a recession.
The joint resolution is passed.
The bipartisan bill, the first time in 30 years Congress has intervened to stop a rail strike, will force rail union workers to accept an agreement brokered by the White House months ago, including a 24% pay raise over 5 years, but only a single paid sick day. Right now, workers get none. Some unions rejected the deal because of that. The president was pressed why he did not push for more paid sick time.
I negotiated a contract no one else could negotiate. The only thing that was left out was whether or not it was paid leave. You know, I've been trying to get paid leave, not just for rail workers, for everybody.
A Senate vote to include additional paid leave failed. Freight conductor Dan Banks in Ohio says rail crews deserve much more.
My brothers and sisters in the crew room with me, we're all just shark's teeth. One of us falls out, they shove another one right up into the place. They don't miss a beat.
On Ukraine, Presidents Biden and Macron showing a united front against Russian aggression. Mr. Biden saying he has no plans to contact Russian President Vladimir Putin, but opening the door to a face-to-face meeting.
I'm prepared to speak with Mr. Putin if, in fact, there is an interest in him deciding he's looking for a way to end the war. He hasn't done that yet.
Thanks to Peter for that report.
New legal issues for former NFL star Antonio Brown. Tampa police tried to arrest Brown Thursday on a misdemeanor charge stemming from an alleged domestic dispute. NBC's Sam Brock has the details.
Tampa police say they're trying to arrest former NFL player Antonio Brown, making multiple attempts outside this home to execute an arrest warrant for battery domestic violence. The department telling NBC News he's, quote, not communicating with police officers. It's the latest twist in the 34-year-old saga that's gone well beyond the gridiron. The charges stemming from an incident Monday involving Brown and the mother of 4 of his children. According to court documents, Brown threw a shoe at the woman, striking her in the ponytail. The victim had no injuries, but believed the shoe was meant for her head. In the same document, police describe learning Brown tossed the woman's belongings out of the house and then made threats via speakerphone, saying that if she got in the house, he would shoot her in front of police. It also says the kids did not want to go inside because they were afraid of their dad when he gets in these destructive moods. After the incident, a petition to remove Brown's guns and ammunition under a risk protection order was rejected by a Florida judge, citing lack of physical action.
How is it possible there wasn't enough evidence to take his guns away, but there is enough evidence to potentially prosecute him for domestic violence?
The judge got this one wrong. The Florida statute that allows for these risk protection orders gives a series of factors that can be considered by the court. He met a number of them. Antonio Brown is a risk to not only himself, but to the members of the community and obviously to the mother of his children.
According to the petition, he kept 2 firearms in the house, a handgun and a rifle. NBC News has not been able to reach Brown's legal team for comment. He remains a wanted man by Tampa police.
Tampa police tell me they're not going to risk officer safety for trying to execute a misdemeanor arrest warrant. Now, that said, if Brown's behavior escalates, so too could their response. As for the mother and her children, they have not returned to that home since the incident. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Federal judges dealing a major blow to former President Trump with the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals ending the so-called special master's review of the documents the FBI seized at Mar-a-Lago. Mr. Trump successfully sought that review back in September when a district court said an independent official should rule which confiscated documents the DOJ could see. A panel of judges now rejecting that decision, stating we cannot write a rule that allows any subject of a search warrant to block government investigations after the execution of the warrant. 2 of those judges on the panel were appointed by Mr. Trump himself. Neither he nor the DOJ have responded to requests for comment.
The ex-Florida tax collector whose arrest led to a federal investigation into Congressman Matt Gaetz was sentenced to 11 years in prison Thursday. Joel Greenberg, a former friend of Gaetz, pled guilty last year to 6 charges, including sex trafficking of a minor, identity theft, stalking, wire fraud, and conspiracy to bribe a public official. He also agreed to cooperate with federal investigators as part of his plea agreement. Greenberg apologized during his sentencing hearing and to residents of Seminole County, where he was a tax collector, and to his family. Gaetz has denied all allegations of wrongdoing and has not been charged.
2 of Europe's best are already out of the World Cup. Germany needed a win and then some to advance. They would beat Costa Rica 4-2, but fell below Spain in the group on goal differential. It's the 2nd straight tournament the Germans have exited in the group stage. And Belgium came into the World Cup ranked number 2 in the world, but after a scoreless draw, Croatia moves on and Belgium goes home. The last of the group stage kicks off later this morning. Brazil and Portugal are already in. They have advanced, but every other squad still has a chance to move on. And Team USA starts the knockout stage of the tournament tomorrow. The Americans play the Netherlands at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Now to the NFL, where the Bills and Patriots kick off December with a Thursday night showdown. Mac Jones and Marcus Jones connected on the game's first touchdown late in the first quarter. New England, in their red throwbacks, held the lead heading into the second, but it was all Bills from there. Josh Allen got away from the Pats defense, tossing a pair of touchdowns before halftime and putting the game out of reach. Buffalo wins 24-10.
Conference Championship Week in college football kicks off tonight with USC and Utah playing for the Pac-12 title in Las Vegas. Undefeated TCU tries to punch their ticket to the playoff against Kansas State, and top-ranked Georgia will try to do the same against LSU. Michigan takes on Purdue for the Big Ten championship in Indianapolis, and Clemson battles North Carolina for control of the ACC.
Okay, let's take a look now at your Friday weather with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Happy Friday, Michelle.
Happy Friday, guys. Great to see you. And we are looking at millions under winter alerts, wind alerts as well. We're going to see some rain as well into California. Could see some flooding rain there. So 6 million people impacted by a winter alert. We're looking at winter storm warnings, winter storm advisories, winter storm watches, and could see up to 2 feet of snow in some spots. 30 million impacted by a wind alert. We have high wind warnings. We could see winds gusting up to 85 miles per hour. And here's your snowfall forecast. It's stretching from the northwest into portions of California, into the plains, also the upper Midwest. It looks like we're not going to see a whole lot in the upper Midwest. The highest amounts where you see the pinks and purples, and that would be in California, Nevada. The highest elevations there could see up to 2 feet of snow. And then we're talking about rain as well. Another coastal storm is moving onshore today. That's going to bring more rain to California. So we could see some flooding possible, especially in the burn areas, and the highest amounts up to 2 inches in some spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at a big temperature divide in the northern plains. 14 in Bismarck. Out ahead of a front, we're looking at temperatures in the 50s, and then we are mild in the south. 68 degrees in Oklahoma City, 73 in San Antonio. All right, guys, we made it to Friday. That means we're going to take a look at that weekend forecast in just a bit.
We sure did. All right, we're looking forward to that, Michelle. Thanks. Coming up in 60 seconds, the pomp and circumstance behind President Biden's first state dinner.
And remembering the legendary baseball giant Gaylord Perry. Stay with us.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training regimen. How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
New this morning, President Biden hosting his first White House state dinner, welcoming French President Emmanuel Macron to the elegant affair. More than 300 VIPs were in attendance inside a pavilion on the South Lawn. The leaders toast each other and strengthen ties that have frayed due to trade and national security disputes. NBC's Hallie Jackson takes a look back on the history of these glamorous galas.
Pomp, pageantry, and politics, a glamorous black tie event and a long-standing White House tradition dating back to 1874, the first state dinner ever. That's when Ulysses S. Grant hosted King Kalakaua of Hawaii for more than 20 courses during dinner. The king, reportedly the first sitting monarch to ever visit the White House. Since then, hundreds of state dinners have been held with standouts along the way, like in 1976, when the Fords honored Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip during the bicentennial of the American Revolution. A few years later, the Carters invited the leaders of Israel and Egypt after the signing of the Camp David Accords. And in 1987, former President Ronald Reagan welcomed Soviet General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev after they signed a historic nuclear weapons agreement.
The more grandiose the dinner, the more important the relationship.
And that's kind of the point of a state dinner, for the White House to honor a longtime ally, to highlight an emerging democracy, or to celebrate a joint agreement. The hope that what happens now pays off later.
Macron is not going to turn around on some important issue just because Biden gives him a nice dinner. But the idea is it's going to put him in a better mood when the hard negotiation happens today and beyond.
Often, nights like these go beyond policy and beyond Washington to Hollywood. It doesn't have to be a formal state dinner either. In 1985, the Reagans hosted Prince Charles and Princess Diana, a moment that became a worldwide sensation when actor John Travolta danced with the princess.
I've got the world on a string.
And at other official state dinners, you had other celebs spotted too. Frank Sinatra, Beyonce, Elton John, Stevie Wonder, all performing for high-profile guests who often include lawmakers, ambassadors, corporate bigwigs, donors, and diplomats. And occasionally, celebrities with connections to the country being honored. But with any great party comes the perhaps inevitable party crasher, even at the White House. Back in 2009, two reality TV stars famously managed to bypass layers of security and get access to one of the most secure buildings in the world when they showed up and got into a state dinner hosted by the Obamas honoring the Prime Minister of India. The director of the Secret Service at the time testifying in front of Congress not long after the incident.
In this case, I fully acknowledge that proper procedures were not followed and human error occurred in the execution of our duties.
And our thanks to Hallie for all of that background info.
Yeah, didn't know a lot of that. All right, coming up next, a country hit gets a revival. The Kelly Clarkson, Dolly Parton duet that you need to hear.
And it's Jobs Day Friday. CNBC's Karen Show is on with a preview.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Tumble out of bed and I stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition, yawn and stretch and try to come to life. Jump in the shower and the blood starts pumping, out on the street the traffic's jumping, with folks like me on the job from 9 to 5. 9 to 5. Give it up for Dolly Parton! Working 9 to 5.
So good. They need to record that. The powerhouse duet by Kelly Clarkson and the legendary Dolly Parton on Kelly's show.
All right, we're about to find out how many more people are working a 9 to 5. That all-important November jobs report will be out soon. CNBC's Karen Cho joins us now with more on what to expect here. Morning, Karen.
Philip, Francis, good morning. Yes, we're all on the edge of our seats waiting it out to 8:30 Eastern time for that non-farm payrolls report. Now, the economy is expected to have added 200,000 positions in November. That is a slowdown from 261,000 in October. And when it comes to wages, and don't forget we've seen heat on that front, we're expecting the average wage growth to slow to 0.3% month over month from 0.4% in October. Now, the Fed Chair Jerome Powell out with a key speech this week, but he said the economy needed to create more like 100,000 jobs per month. Otherwise, risk contributing to further tightening in the labor market. We've already had layoffs that's happened in technology, media, real estate, but still not enough to bring that level back down. Powell this week said with the unemployment rate at 3.7%, near a 50-year low, the job openings have exceeded workers by about 4 million. Of course, the labor market has changed structurally with the pandemic. People left the workforce and there's been a sharp drop in immigration, all contributing to that change. Now, economists do anticipate that over coming months we will see a further contraction in payrolls, but certainly we're looking for a glimmer of hope for markets that have really been waiting for something else to unlock another rally. Back to you.
Yep, waiting for that Santa Claus rally to come to fruition. All right, Karen, thank you.
Michelle's got your weekend forecast. That's coming up next.
And ahead, 2 World War II vets who shaped history are given France's highest honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
A children's choir from Ukraine filled up New York's Grand Central Station with Christmas cheer. They are performing at Carnegie Hall on Sunday. Proceeds for the event will go to United 24, a donation platform launched by Ukraine's President Zelensky.
All right, let's get back to Michelle for a look at our weekend weather. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys, and if you do have holiday plans tomorrow, maybe seeing some Christmas lights, it's going to be wet from New England into the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, also portions of the Gulf Coast states. It's chilly in the Northern Plains, the Upper Midwest, temperatures in the 20s, the teens, and then we're watching another Pacific storm that's bringing higher elevation snow and some lower elevation rain. Could see some flash flooding or some flooding in portions of California through tomorrow. As we near Sunday, we're looking at brisk and cool conditions in the Northern Plains, the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, into the Northeast, and more heavy snow into portions of the West. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. World War II vets received France's highest honor for their service and valor in saving France.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The baseball world is remembering one of the game's greatest pitchers. Gaylord Perry died Thursday. He played 22 seasons for 8 teams in Major League Baseball, winning over 300 games and pitching a no-hitter in 1968. Perry was the first pitcher to win the Cy Young Award in both the American and National Leagues. He was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1991 as a member of the Giants. San Francisco tweeted that Perry was forever a Giant and forever in our hearts. Baseball Hall of Famer Gaylord Perry was 84 years old.
A group of World War II veterans received a special honor from French President Emmanuel Macron. They were bestowed France's highest honor, Knights in the French Legion of Honor. Darcy Spencer of WRC reports.
How are you? Good to meet you. I'm happy to be here.
They are nearly 100 years old, World War II veterans, and now Knights in the French Legion of Honor. Medals awarded to them by France's own president, Emmanuel Macron, a thanks for helping liberate his country during the war.
Thank you.
Samuel Davis, 98 years old. He says getting his medal was a wonderful experience.
Everything. It really means everything. I never talk about the war, but this is it.
Thank you so very much for everything, and it's a pleasure to be here.
And Carl Felton, 96 years old, keeping in mind those who never made it home.
It was a highlight. The honor of having that bestowed upon me was a very, 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 very humbling and very make me so aware of so many, many, many people lost their lives.
Monsieur Carl Felton.
Both men live in Frederick County, Maryland. They were among the veterans recognized at a ceremony at the French Embassy in D.C.
This is an honor which I feel is shared by all people, men and women, who served our country during the time of the war and thereafter.
Never had a medal in my life before. It's different. I'm proud of it, and I'm proud of Fred's.
And France's leader, clearly proud of them, bestowing the nation's highest honor to those who fought and risked their lives for freedom.
And thanks to Darcy from WRC for that report and introducing us to them. They can't be honored enough.
Absolutely. SNL is back this weekend with more laughs coming to the Studio 8H stage. Actress Keke Palmer is gearing up for her hosting debut. She'll be joined by musical guest SZA. It airs tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC. Have a great weekend. See you Monday.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. Right now on Morning News Now, pomp and pageantry at the White House as President Biden hosts his first state dinner with a foreign leader, French President Emmanuel Macron. We'll bring you the latest on what they had to say about the war in Ukraine. Plus, a possible primary shakeup that's putting some Democrats at odds ahead of 2024. And crisis averted, a potentially catastrophic rail strike staved off by the Senate. The bill now headed to President Biden's desk, but it does not have a major union demand that many Democrats had championed. What's next for the nation's tens of thousands of rail workers? Also this morning, danger in the soil, cancer-causing chemicals found in one Houston neighborhood, and now suffering families are going after one of the nation's largest rail companies. We'll bring you their stories. Plus, one more chance for the U.S. men's national team in Qatar as America holds its breath before tomorrow's do-or-die match against the Netherlands. A lot going on, a lot of World Cup excitement. Can't forget that.
I feel like tomorrow afternoon is going to be what a lot of folks are doing.
Yeah, pretty big one there for sure. We'll get more of that. We begin this morning with the return of a diplomatic tradition as the White House hosted its first state dinner in 3 years.
Yeah, President Biden welcomed French President Emmanuel Macron to the White House for the star-studded affair. The event highlighted the deep, long-standing alliance between France and the U.S.
France was our first ally. First country to fly the American flag after our revolution. And Frank hosted the first diplomatic post before, more than anything else, France has been our first friend.
More on this. We're joined by NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, good morning to you. So this was President Biden's first state dinner nearly 2 years into his administration. How is this one different from those hosted by other presidents? What was notable last night?
Hey guys, good morning. Well, it was notable for one reason because this was the first time there has been a state dinner at the White House since September 2019, before the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. So this was really a return of the pomp and circumstance that has characterized these state dinners over the years, and a real opportunity to put the longstanding friendship between the U.S. and France front and center. It was designed after the shared colors of the U.S. and French flags, red, white, and blue, with guests served Maine butter poached lobster, an American cheese array, wines from various countries. And it was truly a star-studded event with folks from the entertainment industry like Julie Louis-Dreyfus and Stephen Colbert, as well as Supreme Court Justice Breyer. We saw Republicans like Kevin McCarthy and Democrats like Nancy Pelosi all in the same room for this one special evening to celebrate the longstanding alliance and friendship between the U.S. and France.
Yeah, Josh, as you mentioned, that's sort of the main goal, is celebrating that long-standing relationship. But these are friends with differences, specifically over the Biden administration's signature Inflation Reduction Act. Explain that and how that was addressed.
Yeah, on the surface, the U.S. and France share the goal of quickly transitioning to clean energy. But France and other European countries have been upset about the way that President Biden's climate spending really has these protectionist Buy American provisions that say, for example, if an American's going to go out and get a subsidy from the government to buy an electric vehicles, it's got to be an American-made one. Well, guess what? The French make a lot of electric vehicles as well. French President Macron, very open as he came here to Washington about the fact that they were very upset about how that was going to affect and perhaps disadvantage their industries. President Biden acknowledged the concerns, calling them glitches, both leaders saying that they are working to sort of recalibrate the way their two countries can integrate their work on clean energy so that one's gains don't come at the deficit of another.
Josh, while we have you, I want to talk about one other thing coming out of the White House. President Biden's making some waves within his own party. He's recommending South Carolina replace Iowa as the first state in the Democrats' 2024 presidential nomination process. Our viewers might remember South Carolina is the state that really turned things around for Biden, making him a front runner in 2020. Things didn't go so well in Iowa in 2020. So what's the White House saying about this, and how are Democrats responding?
Well, everyone knew something was going to be coming after that debacle in Iowa during the last presidential caucuses that you were alluding to, Joe. But now the president, in a new letter to the DNC Rules Committee, is saying that what he wants to see is for South Carolina to go first in the presidential nominating season, followed by Nevada and New Hampshire sharing the second date before the contest goes on to states like Georgia and Michigan and others. President Biden saying that, look, black voters who are so critical to the electorate in South Carolina must be able to shape the nomination from the very beginning of the process and all throughout the process. It's also a bit of payback for a state that really helped President Biden's presidential ambitions come back to life after they seemed like they were so dead way back in that 2020 presidential nominating contest.
All right, Josh Letterman. Josh, thanks so much.
All right, let's turn now to Georgia, where early voting is wrapping up today ahead of next week's Senate runoff election. Both Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker have gotten a boost in recent days thanks to some support from party heavy hitters. Former President Obama was at a rally with Warnock in Atlanta last night, and Georgia Governor Brian Kemp has put his support behind Walker after choosing to not campaign with him leading up to the November election. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from a polling center in Marietta, Georgia. Vaughn, good morning. Good to see you. If you could walk us through what we heard from former President Obama yesterday. What was his message to voters in Atlanta?
Yeah, good morning, guys. First, if I could, look at this. You'd think it's Tuesday. Folks are voting. This is the last day of early voting here in the state of Georgia. The polls just opened up literally here at the top of the hour, and there are already folks waiting in line here just north of Atlanta. Former President Obama was here last night campaigning for Raphael Warnock. This is the second month in a row in which he is urging voters to get out and support the Democratic incumbent here. And he made the case also against Republican Herschel Walker, saying that folks should choose somebody who is deep into policy and is actually from Georgia. A slight against Herschel Walker, who has been a longtime resident of Texas. I want to let you hear directly from Obama, though, last night. Take a listen.
It's good to know that folks would prefer normal to Looney Tunes. That's a good thing. I'm here to tell you that we can't let up. I'm here to tell you we can't tune out. We can't be complacent. We have to run to the tape. And that means all of us doing our part to make sure that Raphael Warnock goes back to being the United States Senator from the great state of Georgia. And I know you can do it because you've done it before.
It is all about turnout for these two candidates now in this last-minute dash as we head into the weekend before Tuesday's runoff.
Coming up pretty quick here, Vaughn, and we mentioned that Governor Kemp is now campaigning for Walker, but why is he doing that now after he chose not to do that in the lead up to November?
Look, Brian Kemp is indisputably a popular figure here in the state of Georgia. He roundly beated Democrat Stacey Abrams by nearly 8 percentage points. And despite receiving the criticisms of the likes of Donald Trump earlier this year, the former president had called him a coward and a turncoat after he certified Joe Biden's win here in the state of Georgia. He's sort of this unique American political figure. He stood up to Donald Trump, but also nobody's going to doubt his conservative credentials. And that is where Herschel Walker is now looking to him to help boost his bid. But there were 200,000 voters that did not vote for Herschel Walker who did vote for Brian Kemp. And that is why this late bid from Kemp could help him out. I want to let you hear part of an interview and when I sat down with the governor just yesterday. Take a listen.
There were 200,000 Georgians who voted for you for governor, but did not vote for Herschel Walker, the Republican for the U.S. Senate. From your own assessment first, why?
Well, look, I personally don't feel like that's an issue in the runoff. You know, the runoff to me, this is a turnout election.
You've got to convince a good segment of those folks to come out turn out and vote for
If they come back and vote. But you also had a lot of people that voted for the Libertarian that nobody's talking about. If they come out and vote, you know, I'd say probably 70, 80%, maybe even close to 90 of those folks would vote for a Republican and vote for Herschel. But, you know, those are all theories and distractions in my mind. We got to get our people out.
The governor is right, especially on one front, and that is that we don't know how Tuesday is going to ultimately go. There are a lot of voters here in the state of Georgia, a lot of folks that may have voted one way 3 weeks ago, but they've got a whole nother opportunity here in these final days before the Tuesday runoff.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see what those split ticket voters in November choose to do this time around. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
On Capitol Hill, Congress passed legislation yesterday averting a national rail strike. The move spares the American economy from taking another hit ahead of the holidays. The measure, already approved in the House, forces a new contract on workers and freight rail companies who remained locked in a stalemate. President Biden has been pushing lawmakers to take action. He released this statement yesterday saying, quote, "I will sign the bill into law as soon as Congress sends it to my desk. Working together, we have spared this country a Christmas catastrophe in our grocery stores, in our workplaces, and in our communities." NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. Ryan, good morning to you. So, well, there were enough votes in the Senate for the bill to pass. There were some surprising divides here between lawmakers on this. It wasn't just some Republicans who voted no, so did some Democrats. I mean, tell us how this all played out.
Yeah, the best example that the political spectrum is a circle, not a straight line, Joe. We did see some odd political bedfellows in this vote yesterday. Many progressive Democrats voting no on the final bill because they were unhappy that element involving paid sick leave did not get into the final bill. And a few surprising Republicans voting for that paid sick leave package, including folks like Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, and Marco Rubio, ones that don't tend to normally agree with unions. But at the end, sum total of all of this is that it ended up passing with ease, averting what could have potentially been a massive economic problem during a very crucial time of the year. This agreement that was originally agreed to by a certain number of the unions, the Biden administration, and the rail companies will go into effect. And it will do so without that additional paid sick leave, although President Biden has indicated that fight is not over, and he's going to continue to work for that, not just for rail workers, but for all Americans, Joe.
It's worth noting Ted Cruz and Bernie Sanders fist bumped. That's how strange this vote was. All right, so President Biden says the deal is an improvement for rail workers. So what are the new terms of this contract?
Yeah, there's no doubt that while the unions didn't get everything they were looking for, they did get quite a bit of improvements to their contract. The 24% pay increase, they're going to get immediate payouts that average in the $11,000 range. They're going to get better health care benefits, and they'll get one extra paid day off. So that is better, but you know, progressives have long argued that that is still not enough. And Secretary Pete Buttigieg was trying to explain why sick leave is such a difficult thing to extend to rail workers because of the timing of how these engines have to be on the tracks and get to their intended destinations. Progressives really aren't buying it. There are a lot unhappy with the idea that the unions were forced to capitulate on this. So this fight over paid sick leave just started at this stage of the game and is going to continue on. And I should also point out, Joe, as you're talking about Ted Cruz fist bumping Bernie Sanders, this vote that many of these Democrats have, that's going to be something that many of these Democrats remind them of when they come back to the table again and talk about paid family leave across the board, not just for rail workers. They're going to remind Ted Cruz that he voted for this now, and why couldn't he vote for it in the future?
You're setting up my next question here, Ryan, which is about this sick leave issue, paid sick leave. I mean, is it going to resurface down the road? If so, when could that happen? How could it happen?
Yeah, it's going to, for sure, Joe, but it's not going to be specifically directed just towards the rail workers. In many ways, they've continued a conversation that's been happening on Capitol Hill for some time. Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, others have fought for a wide expansion in paid family leave and sick leave. It was part of the reconciliation debate that took place on Capitol Hill. This is something that Democrats have long thought is an issue that should be across partisan lines that could get both Republican and Democratic votes. Now, they couldn't get it passed when Democrats controlled the House and the Senate. So the idea that it's got a realistic shot of passing through a Republican-controlled Congress is slim. but the margin's only 4 or 5 votes on the Republican side. That's something maybe Democrats could push over the finish line. A lot of work to do in the new Congress, though, if it's going to happen.
All right, big vote yesterday, but more to come. Ryan Nobles, Ryan, thanks so much.
Now to the latest developments in the DOJ's investigation into former President Trump's handling of classified documents. A federal appeals court has dismissed the order that appointed a special master to review the documents seized by federal agents from Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. In their ruling, the appeals court said, quote, "We agree with the government that the district court improperly exercised equitable jurisdiction and that dismissal of the entire proceeding is required." The ruling now lifts the restrictions placed on the DOJ to review the documents it took from Trump's Florida estate back in August. The appeals court also said the ruling will take effect in 7 days unless the Supreme Court intervenes.
To the World Cup now, where tension and drama are set to take center stage tomorrow when the knockout stage of the tournament begins.
Yeah, you can feel the excitement. It's building for the USA's match against the Netherlands, with a place in the quarterfinals up for grabs. But the U.S. could be without star player Christian Pulisic, who hobbled off with an injury during the team's win against Iran. Here he is talking about his chance of playing in tomorrow's game.
I'm taking it day by day right now, and I will do everything in my power to work with this medical team and make sure that I can play. Feels great to score in a World Cup. Timmy knows what that's like. I think I'm hoping I haven't had that moment yet, to be honest. I'm hoping it's in front of me. So feels great to be where we're at right now, but there's still more to come.
We're joined now by Matthew Slater. He is a senior soccer news reporter for The Athletic, so he's busy right now. Matthew, good to have you with us. So how badly does Team USA need Christian Pulisic? If they don't have him, can they win? If they do have him, can they win?
It's a very good question. He certainly helps. Look, I've seen the US play a couple times now this tournament, and I think you've got a really good team, really young, really hardworking, very athletic, nice structure. The problem you have, this is not unique to the US. Every soccer team has this issue, is putting the ball in the net and creating chances. And that's where Pulisic is your guy. That game against Iran was sort of fairly typical in that US were playing really well, clearly the team on top, but they just required a spark. And that's what Pulisic does. It was great movement. It was brave. And then, of course, he goes off. And then we saw what happened. And it's not the first time. Things get harder for the States. You got a little bit defensive, but I think you missed him. He is a very, very good player. And of course, every team would miss a player as good as Pulisic.
So this World Cup has been full of just so many shocks. Just yesterday, we saw some of the big hitters like Germany and Belgium crash out of the tournament. So what went wrong for these teams, and just how surprised are you from what we've seen from Morocco and Japan, who progressed in their places?
Well, I think with Germany, they were a bit unlucky. I saw, again, a couple of their games, and they were very good against Japan and somehow conspired to lose that one. Good game against Spain, and then, of course, they beat Costa Rica. So they were a tad unlucky. Again, a lack of that putting the ball in the net. Certainly in that Japan game, they created so many chances. I think there was an amazing stat that I think only 2 times in football history has a team completed 700 passes and managed to lose, and that was one of them. I think the other one was the Spain game, actually. That was a draw. So, look, they had a lot of possession. Belgium is a slightly different story. They didn't play very well. And I think that's the end of their cycle. They've had this sort of golden generation, and they just got old. And I don't know how happy the camp was. So, yes, 2 slightly different stories there. But you're right, loads of surprises. It's great. World Cups need that. And, it's certainly brought a lot of energy.
They got old. Now I feel old. All right, Matthew Slater, thanks so much for joining us. Enjoy the match tomorrow.
Well, former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown is facing a new controversy in Florida. Tampa Bay police have issued an arrest warrant for the football pro in connection with a domestic battery incident. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
The question is, when will Antonio Brown be arrested? The controversial NFL wide receiver has had a laundry list of legal issues and now is facing new accusations of domestic violence. Tampa police say they're trying to arrest former NFL player Antonio Brown. making multiple attempts outside this home to execute an arrest warrant for battery domestic violence. The department telling NBC News he's, quote, not communicating with police officers. It's the latest twist in the 34-year-old saga that's gone well beyond the gridiron. The charges stemming from an incident Monday involving Brown and the mother of 4 of his children. According to court documents, Brown threw a shoe at the woman, striking her in the ponytail. The victim had no injuries, but believed the shoe was meant for her head. In the same document, police describe learning Brown tossed the woman's belongings out of the house and then made threats via speakerphone, saying that if she got in the house, he would shoot her in front of police. It also says the kids did not want to go inside because they were afraid of their dad when he gets in these destructive moods. After the incident, a petition to remove Brown's guns and ammunition under a risk protection order was rejected by a Florida judge, citing lack of physical action. How is it possible there wasn't enough evidence to take his guns away, but there is enough evidence to potentially prosecute him for domestic violence?
The judge got this one wrong. The Florida statute that allows for these risk protection orders gives a series of factors that can be considered by the court. He met a number of them. Antonio Brown is a risk to not only himself, but to the members of the community and obviously to the mother of his children.
According to the petition, he kept 2 firearms in the house, a handgun and a rifle. NBC News has not been able to reach Brown's legal team for comment, as tonight he remains a wanted man by Tampa police. Tampa police tell me they're not going to risk officer safety for trying to execute a misdemeanor arrest warrant. Now, that said, if Brown's behavior escalates, so too could their response. As for the mother and her children, they have not returned to that home since the incident. Sam Brock, NBC News.
This morning, 6 million Americans are waking up to winter alerts.
It's that time of year. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now for more on that in your Morning News Now weather. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're waking up to winter alerts, wind alerts, also tracking some rain. We could see winds gusting up to 85 miles per hour in some spots. Some spots so chilly today, and then we also have a warm up in spots. So we're kind of all over the place. Let's start with the snowy side. You can see on radar where you see the blue, that is the snow falling. So it's pretty widespread from the Pacific Northwest into portions of the Southwest, the Intermountain West, the Northern Plains, and then eventually into the upper Midwest. And some spots could see up to 2 feet of snow. So winter alerts for 6 million people. Your winter storm warning, that is in the pink for portions of the Rockies, Sierra Mountains. We could see up to 2 feet of snow. Winter storm watch, that is in the blue, and a winter weather advisory is in your white. Wind alerts, very widespread as well into the Southwest, into portions of the Central Plains and Northern Plains, the Midwest, even creeping into the Ohio Valley. We're going to see winds gusting anywhere from 35, 45, 55, and as I said, up to 85 miles per hour, with 30 million people impacted. This is why we have a cold front that's moving through the country, that's bringing the snow, it's bringing the rain, and it's bringing the wind and really chilly temperatures behind it. So snow in the Rockies and the upper Midwest, and then another storm system right on deck after this one into the Pacific Northwest. It's going to bring more widespread snow, mountain snow, and also the chance for more rain into California. So we could see some flooding rains throughout California once again. Notice the reds, the oranges, the yellows. So we're going to see heavy rain. We need it, but it's coming quickly, and especially in the burned areas, we could see the flooding. As far as the snowfall forecast, very widespread into the upper Midwest. Where you see those pinks and purples, that's where we're expecting the highest amounts of snow. So into the Rockies, into the Sierra Nevada mountain, highest elevations of the mountains, up to 2 feet of snow, Mammoth Lakes, Bear Valley, Lone Pine. And rainfall forecast, anywhere along the coast, we're seeing really heavy rain. South of San Francisco, into Santa Barbara, Fresno, Sacramento, we're looking at the chance for some heavy rain, even up to 2.5 inches in some spots. Let's talk about the temperatures because they're very divided across the country. We have chilly highs in the Northeast, below normal for this time of year. Chicago right around the freezing mark, 3 degrees below normal, 41 in Cincinnati, 36 in Buffalo, 48 degrees today in D.C. And then we're really warm just a little bit to the west. So this is going to move into the east as we head throughout tomorrow. We're looking at temperatures 50 degrees in Chicago tomorrow. That is 10 degrees above average. 68 in Oklahoma City. It's December. 71 in Fort Worth, Little Rock, 62 degrees. And this will move east. So into the Northeast, we're looking at temperatures starting to rise as we head towards Sunday and Monday. 64 tomorrow, but we're going to trade off with some showers and also some breezy conditions. Charlotte, we're looking at 55. So for today, plenty of sunshine, windy and warm throughout the middle of the nation, and heavy snow back behind that cold front into the mountains. Back to you. guys.
All right, a little bit of everything. Thanks, Michelle. Coming up on Morning News Now, danger in the soil. After the break, we're going to take you to Houston, where dangerous cancer-causing chemicals are being found in one predominantly Black and Latino neighborhood. Now, people there are singling out an American rail giant as being responsible.
Plus, a helping hand in Ukraine as those affected by the war face yet another brutal winter. Those stories and more coming up next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Black and Latino families in Houston are filing new lawsuits linked to cancer-causing chemicals found in the soil. Local activists say an old rail yard is to blame for the high rates of cancer they're seeing. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has a closer look at the history of that site and how it's now affecting residents.
Well, researchers have acknowledged potentially cancer-causing chemicals below the soil surface, but now a new discovery is raising concerns among residents in Houston's 5th Ward who've been sounding the alarm about this for years.
He loved to cook, and he loved to rap in the shower.
LaTanya Payne still clings to memories of her son Corinthian since he died of leukemia last year at just 13 years old.
It was hard. He was coughing up blood from his lungs. He was on dialysis. They tried everything, and nothing worked.
2 months after his death, LaTanya was diagnosed with breast cancer for the 2nd time.
Our community is suffering from this cancer cluster.
In 2019, state health officials found higher rates of certain adult cancers in Houston's 5th Ward. A year later, another bombshell. Children in the area getting leukemia at a rate nearly 5 times the state average.
The second report
from the State Health Department was even more disturbing because that involved the children.
Right, but they never listed a cause.
They never listed a cause.
For years, the historically Black and Latino community has blamed the higher rates of cancer on the rail yard, now owned by Union Pacific, which sits blocks from many homes. Decades ago, workers used creosote to preserve wooden rail ties. That site shut down in 1984, but the chemical, believed by the CDC to cause cancer, leaked into the soil and groundwater, remaining under more than 100 homes and businesses, according to the Texas Department of State Health Services. Is this environmental racism?
Yes. Should it be occurring in any community? No.
Union Pacific declined NBC's request for an interview, but says over the past 25 years, they've implemented remediation efforts in the area, including installing more than 120 wells, removing impacted soil, and monitoring groundwater.
This house here, Mr. Don, he died from cancer. This lady here, her husband died from cancer.
Sandra Edwards lost her grandfather to bone cancer a decade ago.
I got a Ziploc bag full of obituaries from Fifth Ward.
All cancer.
All cancer.
Edwards is a community activist. Why stay?
I have nowhere else to go. This is what I can afford. And my family worked hard to keep this house.
In September, a significant discovery. The Houston Health Department finding another likely carcinogen in the area, dioxin, this time on the soil's surface.
The fact that we're finding dioxin in the surface soil where residents can be exposed to it is what's so alarming.
Union Pacific says, in part, the dioxin levels in the city samples are well below state requirements, and that attributing the contamination solely to their site is unreasonable and inaccurate. Lawyers representing families in the neighborhood say thousands have filed lawsuits against Union Pacific, including LaTanya Payne.
Like, compensation is not going to remove the crying at night, but the justice is when the ones at hand are held accountable.
With this latest discovery, officials in Houston are calling on Union Pacific to do more, saying that this can't wait. Back to you.
An important story there, Priscilla. Thank you. Well, now to more international news. China rolls back some anti-COVID policies in major cities.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, there was a real sense of relief among residents in major cities like Beijing or Shanghai as China is finally easing some of its COVID restrictions, including testing requirements and quarantine rules. A resident in Beijing told Reuters that he felt the people's voices were finally being heard after protests against the zero COVID policy spread across China in the past few days. And let's move to Africa, where the first batch of Mpox vaccines donated by South Korea is expected to arrive in the continent. The Africa Center for Disease and Control said that health workers and people living in areas where Mpox has spread the most will be the first to receive the 50,000 doses. 202 people have died so far from Mpox in Africa. And if you want a taste of Christmas, head to the Museum of Architecture in London, where you'll find an edible gingerbread city. The exhibition is made of 5 miniature cities across 5 different climate zones: polar, continental, temperate, dry, and tropical. But instead of building blocks, they were built with donuts, biscuits, and plenty of icing, guys.
Sounds like breakfast. All right.
A delicious breakfast.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks,
Claudio. Thanks. Well, coming up, President Biden's plan for student loan forgiveness is now heading to the Supreme Court.
The future of his administration's now blocked proposal, what it could mean for your loans after this. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear arguments in a case challenging the Biden administration's student debt relief plan.
Yeah, the High Court set oral arguments for February, and the program will remain on hold until that case is heard.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now to discuss this. Danny, good morning to you. So first of all, walk us through the arguments we expect each side to make. What are the odds that the Biden administration can get this block taken away?
Anyone who's been following this who isn't confused doesn't know what's going on because it is procedurally complicated. But at this stage in litigation, everything can be boiled down to really two things. Number one, standing, and number two, the status quo. Because none of these courts have reached the merits yet. All of this battling is over what to do while the court, whether it be the Supreme Court or any court, decides this case finally on the merits. First, you have standing. Do these states even have any interest in this outcome to be involved in the litigation? Standing asks the question, whose beeswax is it anyway? And if it's not your beeswax, then you can't be in court suing about it. Secondly, the government, the Biden administration, is seeking to preserve the status quo with what's called injunctive relief. And courts say, well, look, if there's some emergency, if some awful harm will happen, if we don't pause the parties from doing something, we will issue an injunction. Here, both courts, at least so far in the proceedings, have decided that, well, it's probably better to preserve the status quo of what everyone has dealt with, which was paying back their loans or whatever the case may be for the last time immemorial, rather than allow the Biden administration's plan to go through, which would be a major change. So many different courts weighing in. That's the best way to boil it down, I think.
Beeswax a legal term, right?
Beeswax is a Latin term, yes. We use it frequently in the law.
All right, good.
Of course, I thought so. And we also know this is not the only setback, though. A judge in Texas has also moved to block this, and a federal judge has decided not to stop that from going through. How does that affect this whole program?
Yeah, if you're keeping score, the Biden administration won in Missouri, then lost at the 8th Circuit. The Biden administration lost in Texas and then lost again at the 5th Circuit. At least by that count, Biden administration is 1-3. At least in their legal challenges. But the great thing about issues of law and appeal is that they're essentially reviewed de novo. The higher up they go, once they get to the Supreme Court, these cases all have a second chance at life. And the Biden administration is going to argue that the lower courts at least got it wrong in issuing injunctions. And on the merits, the Biden administration is going to argue that this was within the executive branch's power to do. By the way, all of this argument would be obviated if Congress had acted. The only reason we're in court is because there's an argument that the Biden administration exceeded its authority in the executive branch.
Let's ask the question that people who are repaying their loans are most interested in. There was a pause on when they have to repay until June. So when the Supreme Court hears this, when might we expect to have their decision? Would it be around June?
Oh, how often do we get asked, when will a court do something? And all I can say is, as a general rule of thumb, we don't know. Yep. But part two is, if it's super high profile, expect a little special treatment. If you're a run-of-the-mill litigant before the Supreme Court, get in line and good luck.
All right, Danny Ceballos, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, now to New York City, where Mayor Eric Adams is calling for homeless people judged to be too mentally ill to look after themselves to be removed from the streets, whether it's voluntarily or not. Local advocates are concerned about what help these people will get from the city. NBC News correspondent Tom Winter has more.
I want to talk to you about a crisis we see all around us. People with severe and untreated mental illness who live out in the open, on the streets, in our subways.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says it's time to take action.
No more walking by or looking away. Going forward, we will focus on action, care, and compassion.
His goal is to help those suffering severe mental illness on the sidewalks and subways. by removing them to hospitals, whether they want to go or not. This directive lays out the criteria for involuntary removal, which includes those who pose a threat to themselves or others. How do they plan to do this? By using the world's largest police and fire departments, working with mental health professionals to try and help those who may not be able to help themselves. The policy is raising eyebrows among advocates for the mentally ill.
Unfortunately, what the mayor's action does is play to the fear of people and the public and the desire to see those people either helped or out of sight.
Experts aren't just concerned about how people get to treatment, but what comes next.
At the end of the day, you can confine people as much as you want, but if you don't have a housing solution on the other side of it, you haven't done anything to solve homelessness.
California recently passed a law to enable loved ones to ask for involuntary removal of someone suffering mental illness, and Florida has had it on their books for decades.
There are also other places where even more ineffective systems are being put in place. So in Tennessee, it's now a felony to be homeless. In Miami, they were going to take all the homeless people and put them on the island. So there is this criminalization of homelessness that's kind of occurring, and it comes in different forms.
Mental health experts and civil liberty advocates are voicing their concerns over the involvement of police when responding to a mental health crisis.
The police don't even want to be the ones to respond here, and they shouldn't have to.
Rosenthal argues the mental health community is responding to the crisis through things like peer-led outreach teams.
You're saying, look, we've started on a small scale. We've got these new ideas and new programs. We need some time, and we need to bring them to scale to see how we're doing.
That's right.
Both men say the problem needs investment, which comes with added benefits.
When you provide the housing and allow people to manage their issues of behavioral health or substance abuse while they're in a housing unit, it actually reduces the cost to society by reducing costs for emergency mental health, emergency hospitalization.
The mayor and the experts do agree. It's about getting people help.
They have a right to health care, housing, and treatment.
Our thanks to Tom Winter for that report. The mayor's office, by the way, says additional training will be provided to first responders, a process, of course, that will take some time before those directives can begin. So far, no indication that the police department or fire department have been given any specific guidance on how to perform those involuntary removals. All right, to an ongoing mystery now. Nearly 3 weeks after the horrific murders of 4 college students, there's still no suspect in custody, no police sketch, and no murder weapon found.
Now, to make things even worse, contradictory statements from local authorities are adding even more confusion to an already painful situation. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the very latest from Idaho.
New questions surrounding the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Authorities saying they still believe the killings were targeted, pushing back on a claim made by a local prosecutor.
Is it fair to say you believe this was targeted, but you don't know if it was location or individual based?
Yeah, that's correct. At this point in the investigation, we have not really come to a conclusion whether it was the individuals involved or one individual, multiple individuals, or the location. We haven't made that determination yet.
But the families of the victims frustrated with no suspects named and no murder weapon found. Steve Gonzalez's daughter Kaylee was killed alongside her best friend.
How does it feel 3 weeks in here and to know that whoever did this to your daughter is still out there?
It's ridiculous. It's angering, you know. This amount of time, and I can't even get them to say that this is a man. We can't have that kind of closure with that guy still on the streets.
How fearful are you of this case going cold?
Well, the town likes to bring up the fact that there's very low crime. So there's not a lot of working knowledge there. This is what we're dealt with. This is what we got. This is the circumstances that we found. Let's make the best of it and let's move on. But the lead investigator, he's a true stud. He really knows what he's doing. So I put my trust in him, but he can't make evidence if it's not there. So I am very concerned.
Police are now turning to the public to help fill in a detailed timeline. But the families of the victims want more to be done.
I don't know what you're getting paid for if you're not communicating anything. You got to figure out a way to build a case off of what you release and still protect close detailed information that only the killer will know, but you have to help the community help you.
Our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. The Gonsalves family says that they will not hold a public funeral for their daughter out of concern her killer may try to blend in with the crowd. Coming up, a community initiative that is giving expensive menstrual products to those who need them most.
Yeah, after the break, we'll introduce you to the Virginia teens who are running it. Stick around.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
We're back now with some financial news, and Florida lawmakers are now trying a different approach to an ongoing feud with Disney.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us with that and other money news. Pippa, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Florida is preparing a reversal on Disney's Don't Say Gay punishment, according to a new report by the Financial Times. State lawmakers are working on a compromise that would keep the theme park operator's special tax district in place with just a few modifications. Tax officials have warned that dissolving Disney's private government would shift the financial burden on taxpayers. Now, the feud erupted earlier this year after the state's new law restricting discussion of LGBTQ issues in classrooms. And Parler says its deal to be bought by rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, has been called off. West had first agreed to buy the conservative social media platform in October for an undisclosed amount. Since then, West has come under fire for making multiple anti-Semitic comments, which have led to the collapse of several of his business partnerships. The news coming just hours before West was once again suspended from Twitter after retweeting an anti-Semitic image. And the post-pandemic beauty boom continues. Ulta Beauty is boosting its full-year outlook after posting strong third-quarter results. Spending was up across all income levels as shoppers continue to spend on beauty products despite those rising prices. You guys are no doubt going to Ulta all the time.
Yeah, you got to get that powder. You want to look good. Being out and about now.
TV
Pippa
makeup.
knows. That's right. All right, Pippa, thank you.
3 Virginia teens are joining together to tackle what's known as period poverty in their community. They're buying menstrual products for those who may not be able to afford them and then donating them through a pantry they've created. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has more on what inspired these teens to give back.
Our period pantry supplies free pads and tampons to our community.
An unremarkable errand, buying tampons, led Ariana Gala to a remarkable idea.
I picked up like a box of tampons and I just told her, I was like, this is so expensive.
The 14-year-old recruiting her 2 friends, Ramsey Warner and Isabel Busher, to launch a free period pantry outside a church in Vienna, Virginia.
The pantry empties out pretty quickly, which shows how much of the need there is for the products. We've gotten a lot of donations and support that way, and we've also been surprised by how much it's been used by the community.
Since September, the friends filling this 2.5-foot tall wooden cabinet with donated pads and tampons.
It hit home for us because we are girls and we know how important they are. I'm trying to buy more things with my own money, but it's crazy that switching to buying my own pads and tampons would be such a big financial thing.
And it's a challenge many face.
Period poverty is the inability to purchase menstrual products in order to manage a period.
Jennifer Gaines of the Alliance for Period Supply says period poverty is widespread across the U.S., uniquely affecting low-income and marginalized communities and access to education.
Students who don't have access to these products will miss out on school.
1 in 5 teens say they have trouble affording period products, and 4 in 5 students say they've missed class or know someone who did because of it, according to a study sponsored by Thinks and nonprofit Period. Adding to the hefty price for a box of tampons, state sales tax. 22 states in the U.S. still charge a sales tax on menstrual products. Activists are pushing for a 0% tampon tax rate, but some lawmakers take issue with the idea. A 2021 bill to scrap Wyoming's tax on menstrual products failing after lawmakers argued all, quote, hygiene items should be included. State Senator Tom James telling the Casper Star Tribune, quote, it segregates and favors one sex over another. 17 states and Washington, D.C. have laws requiring free period products in schools, 2 of those requiring them in homeless shelters. Abroad, New Zealand and the city of Seoul offer school period products for free. Scotland making history in September, becoming the first country to provide free period products to everyone.
They definitely modeled, what we can do here in the United States. And so we can't stop having this conversation by just ending the tampon tax.
Far from policy debates, Ariana, Ramsey, and Isabel are making an impact where they can, hoping period pantries will expand.
We hope our project will spread awareness about period poverty and inspire other people to take their own steps.
Zincle Esamoah, NBC News.
Thanks for watching.
An important topic, Zincle, thanks. Well, coming up, he's a legend of the links in the making.
After the break, we're going to introduce you to one young golfer who's using his love of the game to inspire kids just like him. That's up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Another star shines bright on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and this is a good one. Billy Porter received the legendary honor yesterday. Porter has earned accolades for his Tony-winning performance in Broadway's Kinky Boots. Then he won an Emmy for his role in Pose, and that's on top of just being fabulous in every single way. Known for his red carpet fashion statements, he happily posed next to husband Adam Smith at yesterday's ceremony in a long, beautiful white ensemble. In his speech, Porter said, "I'm grateful to have lived long enough to see the day where my queerness is no longer my liability, but now is my greatest superpower." A wonderful message from a great guy.
Yeah, I love that. So much talent and so much style. It's not really fair, actually. All right, Joe, thanks for that. To this next story now, witnesses in Utah captured a terrifying moment. A base jumper slammed into a cliff before his parachute happened to snag on a ledge, suspending him in midair, but saving him. This whole thing unfolded while a family watched.
Incredible video showing a base jumper crash into a cliff in the middle of his descent, with his parachute managing to get stuck on the rock face, leaving him dangling in the air.
Oh my goodness.
This happened at Cane Creek Canyon near Moab, Utah.
For whatever reason, this jumper had a bad day.
Matt Lajeunesse, a member of the Moab Base Association, witnessing the terrifying accident on Saturday.
He's in a bad place. He definitely took a bit of a hit. Oh no.
Oh my God, is he just hanging there?
Mitch Edwards watching it all. He and his 12-year-old son can be heard on the video, shocked at what they witnessed.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Oh my.
Telling our affiliate KSL it could have been much worse if the jumper's parachute hadn't snagged on a ledge, saving him from plummeting farther.
Somebody from Search and Rescue climbed up the cliff, but that was amazing because there was no crack, no obvious route to get there. And so they had to set pins to get up there.
The family watched the Grand County Sheriff's Office search and rescue team work to get the jumper down, estimating that it took about 2 hours.
Somebody miraculously got up there and then, got the guy, but got him on another rope and lowered him down to the ground.
He was able to say, "Hey, I'm okay. My leg really hurts."
The sheriff's office telling KSL their ropes team did manage to save the man and that he was airlifted to a hospital. Lajeunesse telling us the jumper now has a broken leg.
They were able to get him from a cliff face to a helicopter to a hospital in a couple hours. That's really remarkable. Super impressive work on their end.
And another interesting note to all of this, many base jumpers had actually gathered in Moab for the holiday weekend to attend an event there. And the Facebook page for that event, they were actually fundraising for the same search and rescue team who ended up saving that jumper.
We close out this hour with the remarkable story of a young sports prodigy who's using the game of golf to overcome his own challenges and inspire others just like him. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt has his story.
Finally, he's in the pages of Sports Illustrated, even has his own clothing line. But for one inspiring young athlete, golf is so much more than a game. The game of golf teed up a new world for 11-year-old Carter Bonas.
The first experience playing golf was really amazing, and I just like hitting the golf ball.
Before he started playing, Carter was struggling. He says he was bullied at school and having trouble engaging socially. Carter has a form of autism.
Carter's type of autism is high-functioning Asperger's. He is able to communicate, but his social skills are not where they should be.
Medical experts say some kids with Asperger's tend to focus all their energy on one thing at a time. Carter used that to his advantage on the golf course.
Golf definitely helped me with my anger management, and when I had a bad day, I would just go to the golf course, and that made me feel nice.
Golf really did save his life because now he had something to look forward to, something that he was good at.
Carter was just named Sports Kid of the Year. He hopes to one day play in the PGA and has his own clothing line. Part of the proceeds, Carter donates to an organization that helps families and children with autism.
It feels amazing that I can help other kids because I really want to help other people if they need help.
A young role model hoping to inspire other kids just like him.
And I will continue to be a good advocate and telling people to stay positive.
For more of Carter's story, tune in to this Saturday's Nightly News Kids Edition here on NBC.
All right, thanks to Lester Holt for that inspiring story. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Friday. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, new jobs report. This morning, we're getting a better idea of where the economy is headed and how many jobs were added in the last month. All of this comes as new economic data shows people are still spending in the weeks before the holidays despite high inflation. We'll break down what this new jobs report means and whether a recession is looming. Pomp and pageantry. President Biden hosts his first state dinner for French President Emmanuel Macron as the two leaders discuss global issues like the war in Ukraine, and the White House averts a domestic crisis with the Senate approving a deal to avoid a railroad strike. We're going to explain what this deal means for your holiday shopping. A new phase. China eases its COVID rules after weeks of protests from people fed up with nearly 3 years of restrictions. But life is not back to normal yet. The new relief and worry as cases there rise. Also this morning, happy anniversary to the text message. On this day, 30 years ago, the first text was sent, and now we don't know what life would be like without it. We'll show you that first message and how it's still shaping the future of communication today. I feel like I wasn't texting 30 years ago. It took some time for it to catch on.
My dad just started last year.
Okay, so he's 29 years behind.
Just a little bit behind.
Very good. We're going to have more on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with some good news on the economic front.
Yeah, first, it looks like that potentially crushing strike by the nation's rail workers has been avoided. And it comes just a couple weeks before the Federal Reserve meets to likely raise interest rates once again. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story as new jobs numbers are released this morning.
Yeah, good morning. So the jobs report out this morning, and economists actually want to see fewer jobs created last month than the month before. Why? Because right now we have more job openings than workers to fill them. So that drives up wages. That then feeds the inflationary cycle. They want to see that moderate as we try to get inflation under control. In the meantime, it appears the country just dodged a big economic bullet, or you might say an oncoming freight train.
The joint resolution is
on Capitol Hill, a potentially catastrophic rail strike averted, with Congress voting to approve a disputed labor agreement. That bill now goes to the president, who warned a shutdown could disrupt critical resources like clean drinking water and the movement of gasoline.
We're going to avoid the rail strike, keep the rails running, keep things moving.
But the deal only includes one paid sick day. Right now, those workers have none. President Biden, who vowed to be the most pro-union president, was asked about it yesterday.
I negotiated a contract no one else could negotiate.
The agreement easing fears a work stoppage could upend the supply chain and the overall economy, already confounded by decades-high inflation and decades-low unemployment. This is a head-scratcher of an economy.
We have an economy that is supposed to be slowing because the Fed is hiking rates because they're trying to bring inflation out of the economy. But several parts of the economy continue to accelerate.
With the Federal Reserve set to meet soon, there's hope that the red-hot jobs market may actually start to cool. Right now, there are 1.5 jobs for every single worker available.
This is a great labor market in that sense. It's too great in a way because it's going to be adding to inflation.
But as Americans gear up for the holidays,
this is our Super Bowl.
Gilbert Miller says higher fuel, fertilizer, and labor costs have forced his Georgia Christmas tree farm to pass some of those costs to customers. Now some are seeking smaller trees and deals.
We're seeing a little bit more haggling.
And as tempting as it might be this time of year, experts say it's best to avoid racking up debt that you can't quickly pay off.
Make this credit card debt payoff a priority.
A little more on the credit card issue. We just learned that Americans' personal savings dropped to 2.3% in October. That's the lowest since 2005. And what's happening is that while Americans continue to spend, they're doing it on their credit cards. They're building up debt, and they're then eating into the savings that they had accumulated during the pandemic. And the longer that this goes on, the more that can undermine Americans' financial well-being. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thanks.
It was a night of dinner and diplomacy at the White House. President Biden hosted France's president at the first state dinner of the Biden presidency. The president is aiming to strengthen ties with a key ally as they dined on lobster and discussed critical issues like the war in Ukraine. But there were some tensions on display as well. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker is with us with the very latest. Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Joe. Good morning to you. That's right. American and French cultures did come together here at the White House overnight for that first state dinner, actually the first one in 3 years due to COVID. On the menu, as you mentioned, butter poached Maine lobster, also high stakes diplomacy. The two leaders looking to strengthen ties and address some of those simmering tensions between them. Overnight, the French connection on display at the White House. President Biden hosting France's President Macron for the first state dinner of his presidency.
Tonight, we celebrate the enduring alliance between France and the United States.
A bipartisan black tie affair, bringing together some of the biggest names in Washington and Hollywood, from the Republican and Democratic leaders of the House to Jennifer Garner, John Legend, and John Baptiste. But underlying the American-themed dinner menu, high-stakes diplomacy amid global tensions. Among the biggest issues, Russia's war in Ukraine. Both leaders making it clear they stand with Ukraine. But while Macron says he will once again meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin in an attempt to bring the war to an end, President Biden insists any meeting must come with conditions.
I'm prepared to speak with Mr. Putin if, in fact, there is an interest in him deciding he's looking for a way to end the war. He hasn't done that yet.
Macron has also criticized the president's signature legislative achievement, the Inflation Reduction Act, saying it could eliminate European jobs. President Biden not backing down.
I make no apologies.
Also present among the pomp and pageantry of the night, Washington's political tensions. Hunter Biden, who is under federal investigation, was in attendance, alongside House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, who has vowed to further scrutinize the president's son. McCarthy brushing off questions about being at the same dinner. All of it wrapping up a day spent chewing over critical issues in an attempt to strengthen ties with America's oldest ally. Now, just going back to Ukraine for a minute, guys, it comes as President Biden is asking Congress for more than $37 billion in additional Ukraine emergency aid. And that move is already opposed by some Republicans. Overnight, the former Republican President George W. Bush urging America to continue standing up against Putin, adding, quote, if the United States turns our back on Zelensky, the whole world will. Joe.
Kristen, while I have you, I want to ask a question about the former president. We got a ruling yesterday on the status of that special master who's been reviewing the documents taken from former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. What more can you tell us about that?
That's absolutely right, Joe. Well, we learned yesterday of this major defeat for former President Trump, and it's also a win for the Justice Department. A federal appeals court on Thursday halted that third-party review of documents that special master seized from his Mar-a-Lago estate. The court saying that the judge should not have intervened in the first place. Now, it's not clear yet whether Mr. Trump and his legal team will appeal, but we'll watch it closely. Joe.
All right, Kristen Welker. Kristen, thanks so much.
All right, to China now. The government there may be changing its stance on its COVID response. The country now slowly taking steps to ease the zero COVID restrictions, and this comes after massive protests spread across the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us now with more on this. Janice.
Stephen, good morning. Zero COVID is not going away, but the rules do appear to be easing. Small moves in some parts of the country, and just days after those stunning protests. But unwinding lockdowns, quarantines, and other harsh measures here could trigger a new set of problems, along with a wave of COVID infections. This morning, China's government rethinking zero COVID rules, easing lockdowns overnight in some cities. China's Vice Premier Sun Chunlan, the face of every grim lockdown here, now says the country is entering a new stage and mission. But there are fears that years of COVID controls here and the banning of foreign vaccines have left the country with little immunity to the virus. A low vaccination rate among the elderly could see a spike of infections. But unusually, the Chinese government now seems to be responding to public pressure after extraordinary protests in multiple cities.
They're calling for the end of lockdowns,
demanding freedom from zero COVID rules, a challenge to the leadership of Xi Jinping. That triggered a dragnet, police using surveillance tools and intimidation to suppress any further dissent. So far, the leadership has said nothing about the protests, but officials are now playing down the severity of getting COVID. Censors even allowing discussions of it on social media. If there's only one COVID case in the compound where you live, a huge lockdown doesn't make sense, she says. Zero COVID has made China an outlier, as other countries have moved on. But the messaging here is beginning to shift. An easing of the rules could soon follow. The government isn't getting rid of the vast COVID system that is built. Rather, it's making adjustments to how people use it, like allowing some to quarantine at home instead of forcing every single COVID case to isolate in a hospital. The worry remains this probable exit wave, with cases already at a record high here and likely to surge. Stephen?
All right, more to follow on that. Janice, thanks.
Countdown is on for the highest stakes game for the U.S. men's soccer team in nearly a decade. Tomorrow, it's win or go home as the Americans face European powerhouse, the Netherlands. But the big question facing Team USA is the health of star player Christian Pulisic. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the latest from Doha, Qatar.
All eyes are on Team USA as they get ready for their big game tomorrow against the Netherlands. Now, if the team pulls off the win, it'll be the first time since 2002 that they advance to the quarterfinals. It's going to be tough, but the team says they're ready. The big question is, will star forward Christian Pulisic take the field? With just one day until Team USA's knockout round match against the Netherlands.
It's an unbelievable accomplishment.
USA! USA! Another reason to believe the Americans can make even more noise at the World Cup.
And I will do everything in my power to work with this medical team and make sure that I can play.
Star player Christian Pulisic says he's fighting to come back from a pelvis injury after colliding with the Iranian goalie while scoring the winning goal on Tuesday.
My opportunity was there to beat the defender to the ball, and I was just able to do that and, paid the price for it a bit.
But the team's still looking ahead. Yeah. Arriving at the stadium for one of their last practices. As the players are getting ready, so are the fans. The excitement is building ahead of this big match.
USA! USA! I think there's a good chance we can beat the Netherlands.
I think they can definitely do some damage this World Cup.
Basketball superstar LeBron James also getting hyped.
I think if they do win, it will be a win for the upsets.
Team USA is the underdog against the Netherlands, but this has been a World Cup tournament filled with upsets. Belgium, the second best team in the world, and four-time World Cup winner Germany, both out, while Japan is moving on, along with Morocco for the first time in 36 years. The U.S. team says with or without Pulisic, they'll be ready. USA! USA! And American fans confident the Stars and Stripes can do it.
USA!
Are we going all the way?
USA all the way! Let's go!
Team USA says it's still day-to-day with Christian Pulisic, and at this point, it's still unclear whether or not he'll be healthy enough to take the field tomorrow night. Back to you.
All right, Megan, thanks so much.
All right, time now for a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Hey, Michelle, happy Friday.
Hey there, guys. Happy Friday. And we're looking good in the Northeast to start out this Friday. Lots of sunshine. You need the coat, though, because we're looking at chilly temperatures. We have chilly temperatures across the map and also tracking some rain, some snow, and even some gusty winds. So this is what it looks like today. A cold front bringing some heavy snow into portions of the Intermountain West, the northern Central Rockies, and northern plains into the upper Midwest. Ahead of that front, it's warm, it's windy. We're going to see winds gusting up to 35, 45, 50 miles per hour. And then in the Northeast, we're looking at plenty of sunshine. That's extending down into the Carolinas, the Southeast as well, along the Gulf Coast states. That will change, though, as we head towards Saturday. We're looking at widespread showers extending from portions of New England into the Mid-Atlantic, portions of the Carolinas, Tennessee Valley, and the Gulf Coast states. It's not going to last all day, but we will see wet weather to start out our weekend. And then once this front pulls away, we could see a little bit of snow in the interior parts of the Northeast as cold air starts to work back in, and that's going to set up a much colder Sunday. It is much colder in the northern plains, the upper Midwest on Saturday. Temperatures in the teens, the 20s, and that extends down into the central and even southern plains. Notice the southern plains in Oklahoma, also Texas. We're talking about 40s and 50s as opposed to 60s and 70s, although southern Texas, you're going to still be warm. Then we're looking at another Pacific storm bringing some heavy rain to portions of California and also more mountain snow. We're really going to pile up that snow as we go throughout the next several days. This is a look at Sunday. Heavy snow throughout the west. Really nice in the middle of the country in terms of sunshine. It's dry. It'll still be cold, though, in the northern plains and Midwest and central plains. Temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Brisk and cool in the Northeast. A little bit of snow showers along the Great Lakes and sunny and mild in the Southeast. So satellite radar showing us that we do have snow falling. That's where you see the blue. Also some green, some rain is falling. That's really going to ramp up, though, as we head throughout Saturday. And we do have 6 million under winter alerts. It's widespread from the west into the Intermountain West, the northern plains, the upper Midwest. So we have the snow. We have wind, too. Lots of wind alerts across the central plains into even portions of the Ohio Valley, the Southwest as well. 30 million people impacted. And I saw some reports that we could see winds up to 85 miles per hour in some spots. So we're going to see those winds whipping as we go throughout this Friday. It's all due to this cold front that's bringing the snow in the Rockies and also the upper Midwest. There is that second storm on deck bringing us more rain, more snow on Saturday. We could see some flooding conditions in California, especially where the burned areas are. And then this is Saturday, the heavy rain across California, more snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains. So how much snow? It's a lot of snow in the Sierra Mountains. We're looking up to 2 feet of snow. We've already had so much snow. So we're really helping that snowpack there. It's helping the drought, too, because we still have drought conditions in a lot of the West. So that is good news once we get this wet weather going. Again, possible flooding throughout California. We're looking at inches of rain, up to 2 inches in some spots, especially along the coast from Monterey down to Santa Barbara. Now, temperatures were chilly today in the Northeast. Boston, a little below normal for this time of year in the 30s, just 36 in Buffalo, right around the freezing mark in Chicago. But notice tomorrow we start to work that warmer area. And so temperatures in the 60s and 70s in December. Fort Worth, Texas tomorrow, 71 degrees. And this will move into the Northeast as well. Back to you guys.
All right. A little bit of everything there. Michelle, thanks.
Coming up, Prince William and Princess Kate are wrapping up their trip to the U.S.
Yeah, but it is not without some drama. We have the latest on the racism accusations at Buckingham Palace, plus the explosive new docuseries by Prince Harry and Meghan. That's coming up next.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie?
We're back with the latest on the growing controversy surrounding Ye, the rapper formerly known as Kanye West. He's now been suspended from Twitter after making more anti-Semitic comments and praising Hitler. Here's NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. We should warn you, this report does contain language some may find upsetting.
This morning, the rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, at the center of a firestorm again, now banned from Twitter after more anti-Semitic comments and posts. West's account suspended Thursday night after he posted a now-deleted image of a swastika inside a Star of David. Twitter owner Elon Musk confirming West's suspension while replying to another Twitter user, writing, "I tried my best." Despite that, he again violated our rule against incitement to violence. Account will be suspended. West's Twitter account has been restricted before over anti-Semitic comments, but he returned to the platform in November. Musk has said that the account was restored by Twitter before he took ownership. Earlier yesterday, during a lengthy interview with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones on his InfoWars show, dressed in a full mask, West attacked Jewish people, spread more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and praised Nazis, also saying this.
I see good things about Hitler also.
When Jones says he didn't like Nazis, West interjected.
I like Hitler.
Jewish leaders have warned of heightened fears of anti-Semitic hate recently. West has been one of the most famous voices sharing anti-Semitic comments over the past few months, causing him to lose millions of dollars in lucrative partnerships. Now appearing on the InfoWars program with white nationalist Nick Fuentes. Both dined with former President Donald Trump just before Thanksgiving at his Mar-a-Lago club. Trump, who is also running for office in 2024, said he did not know who Fuentes was and that West expressed no anti-Semitism at the dinner.
And if you can believe it, that is not all. The new ban comes hours after it was announced West would no longer be buying that alternative social media platform, Parler. The company says that termination was mutual. Joe, back to you.
All right, Steve Patterson. Steve, thanks so much. Turning now to the royal visit, the Prince and Princess of Wales have reached the final leg of their three-day tour.
Yeah, today will be another jam-packed day for the two royals, finishing off at the Earshot Awards. But despite all the festivities, not everything has gone according to plan. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Boston with more. Keir, good morning.
Hey there, good morning to you. Prince William will meet with the president today, but of course, yesterday we had that news of Harry and Meghan's docu-series from Netflix, and that has really dominated the headlines in the last 24 hours. The question, will the controversy overshadow the diplomacy?
On their final day in Boston, the Prince, the Princess and the President, crowds of well-wishers braving the bitter Boston cold just to catch a glimpse. But the US trip overshadowed by controversy both here and back home, including an explosive new trailer for the Netflix docuseries, Harry and Meghan.
Why did you want to make this documentary?
No one sees what's happening behind closed doors. I had to do everything I could to protect my family.
When the stakes are this high, doesn't it make more sense to hear our story from us?
British newspaper headlines, not only questioning the timing of the release, but some even calling the documentary a declaration of war on the royal family. Also making headlines, charity executive Ngozi Fulani is speaking out about her treatment by Prince William's godmother at a Buckingham Palace event this week.
This lady comes up to me, and the first thing she does is take my hair and move it. I'm like, I don't know who she is, but she's felt already that she has the right to put her hands on me physically to move my hair so she can see my name badge.
The British-born Ngozi says she was questioned for several minutes about her ethnicity.
Your whole identity is being questioned when your birthright is being denied.
You feel violated?
Absolutely.
Lady Susan Hussey, who was close to Queen Elizabeth, has resigned her role as aide to Camilla, Queen Consort. The palace calling the comments unacceptable, while a spokesman for Prince William says racism has no place in our society. The future king trying his best to keep the spotlight on his Earthshot Prize, established to support innovative climate change solutions.
You're doing fantastic work.
Hoping for a positive end to a challenging week for the Prince and Princess of Wales.
And I think, honestly, these past few days have raised some real questions for the Prince and Princess and for the royal family, for the King. Can the royal family modernise when, guys, just by their name, they are not a modern organisation?
Yeah, and here we were going to ask William, of course, in the U.S. for the first time in a long while. Obviously, his brother Harry also now lives here, but I'm guessing a reunion not in the cards?
Yeah, no kidding. I don't think there's going to be a reunion. I mean, I think another one of the big questions for the royal family is how can they effectively operate when there is, frankly, this feud between the two brothers. William and Kate are going to go back home to the UK overnight. And again, I think they're going to need to face some serious questions.
That's an understatement. Keir, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting this week.
All right, more international headlines now. North Korea has been hit with a new set of sanctions following the country's recent missile test.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with this and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, in a statement, the U.S. State Department said that new sanctions have been imposed on 3 North Korean officials in connection with the record-breaking sequence of missile launches recently. Under the new sanctions, the officials' assets based in the U.S. will be frozen, and they will be barred from any transactions with any business or individual in the United States. The 3 officials allegedly played major roles in developing the weapons. Let's move to Ukraine, where an army of engineers from the country's phone companies has been mobilized to maintain and restore phone services interrupted by Russia's attacks. When a phone tower is hit and damaged, the engineers ran to fix it, sometimes braving minefields to reach them. Russia has repeatedly targeted Ukraine's energy infrastructure, leaving entire cities without power at a time of freezing temperatures. And let's go back to the Christmas mood by heading to Japan, where a scuba diver dressed as Santa swam in an aquarium with thousands of fish and dolphins. Visitors at the Hakejima Sea Paradise Aquarium in Yokohama told Reuters it was good to enjoy an early taste of Christmas, although it did feel a little strange to see Santa in the water. It must have felt strange to the dolphins and fish too, guys.
Yeah, but good to know if the sleigh ever breaks down, Santa just gets on the scuba gear and delivers the toys via water. All right.
It's Claudio. Christmas magic.
Thank you, Claudio.
That's right.
Well, coming up this morning, fear and frustration in Idaho, where it's now been nearly 3 weeks since 4 college students were killed there.
The murders are still unsolved, and now we're hearing from one of the victims' fathers.
Don't do something within the next week or 2. I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
From police, plus the latest information this morning on how the killer could be attending the vigils held for the victims.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. It has been nearly 3 weeks since the mysterious killings of 4 University of Idaho students. The case remains unsolved.
Now the father of one of the victims is speaking out. He sat down with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
Yeah, guys, good morning. And just an absolutely heartbreaking conversation with Father Stephen Gonzalez, who tells me every single day is a battle. He understands that authorities can't share everything they know. But now on day 19, since he lost his daughter Kaylee and her 3 friends, he fears the fact that he's heard little to anything means this case could quickly grow cold.
I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
This morning, Stephen Gonzalez sharing his fear and frustration, not only facing the heartbreaking loss of his daughter Kaylee and her 3 friends, but the fact that their killer is still at large.
It's going to be a cold case if we don't do something within the next week or 2.
A police spokesperson says the case is the department's highest priority, with Moscow PD working around the clock alongside state police and the FBI.
We're definitely making progress. We're putting the pieces together. And I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
Gonzalez says he respects the need to withhold some information, but is frustrated by what he calls a lack of communication from law enforcement, leaving the father of 4 slowly losing his patience.
Every day that goes by and you don't hear anything, what does that do?
Just tells me statistically I'm going to have to do more work myself. I'm not going to sit here and just be a crybaby dad.
On the college campus the victims attended just weeks ago, the mystery surrounding their deaths, convincing some students to do remote learning until someone is caught.
I'm coming home this weekend, back to Boise because of it. My family is very concerned, and rightly so.
One criminal profiler telling NBC News it's possible the attacker could show up at community events commemorating the victims, such as this candlelight vigil.
It wouldn't be at all surprising if the killer, if he does indeed live in the community, would show up at some of these public events simply to observe, if you will, the outcome of his crime.
That's why Gonzalez says his family won't be holding a public memorial for Kaylee.
I can't do it public if he's sitting there laughing and smirking and feeding off everybody's misery. If I can keep any part of this animal's fantasy from coming true, then I'm going to do it.
And overnight, we're hearing new details from Moscow police who say that a 6th individual has been identified as having been on the lease of that home where these 4 young victims were killed. Police say up until recently, there had only been 5 people believed to have been on the lease for that home. And now this 6th person, who was not home at the time, adds a whole new layer to this ongoing mystery. We'll send it back to you.
Even more questions. All right, Morgan, thank you.
Coming up, the November jobs report is out. Next, we're breaking down just how many jobs were added and what it could mean for everything from interest rates to the likelihood of a recession.
Plus, another holiday supply shortage. If you're hoping to get a picture with St. Nick or one of his helpers, you may have a little more trouble this year. We'll explain coming up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with some breaking economic data.
Yeah, the U.S. economy added 263,000 jobs in November, much higher than expected, while the unemployment rate held steady at 3.7%. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia's editor-in-chief Caleb Silver are here to walk us through the numbers, what they mean for you. Brian, let's start with you. Break down the figures. What are they showing?
Yeah, good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Joe. Let's take a look at the numbers. Just for reference, we had 261,000 jobs that were added last month in October, but this month we got even more jobs added, 263,000. That was the figure that we got about 5 minutes ago. Now, this number, by the way, is well above what the street had expected of around 200,000 jobs. So a lot of economists likely surprised by how much job creation there was in the month of November, a month where others may have expected the economy to slow down. But more importantly, the unemployment rate remaining steady at 3.7%. That's the same figure that we saw in October. So the broad story remains the case that the jobs market here in the United States continues to look strong.
Caleb, want to bring you in here now. What's your reaction to these higher than expected numbers?
Yeah, much stronger than expected. And also October's numbers were revised a little bit higher. So the job market's been hot for the last couple months, just as the Fed is trying to cool it down. One thing that we know the Federal Reserve is watching closely is average hourly earnings. Guess what? Up 0.6% in November. They're up 5.1% on an annual rate. The Federal Reserve has said, and Jerome Powell said it this week, that wage growth, wage inflation is hurting companies. That's one of the things they're trying to address by hiking interest rates. They're probably going to have to remain aggressive in their interest rate hikes. They meet again next week.
All right, Brian, let's talk about which sectors are seeing the most job gains and losses. And I also know, really, we've been talking about tech so much lately. Talk a little bit about what's happening in the tech world when it comes to layoffs there.
Yeah, well, if job gains were strong, as Caleb was just describing, well, where did we see the job gains? Well, I broke out three kind of big sectors that I was looking at headed into this report. Interesting to see that leisure and hospitality, think restaurants and bars, that added about 88K in the month of November. Manufacturing, that's been a big focus as well, also adding jobs, about 14,000 in the month of November. But I've been looking specifically also at professional and business services. This is the umbrella that's going to include a lot of the engineering and tech jobs that we've seen substantial layoffs in over the past few months, only adding about 6,000 jobs. So a very small slice of the pie. This is a bit of a deceleration from the job gains we had seen earlier in the year, but not necessarily contracting. So it does show a little bit of slowing, but not necessarily Armageddon that would really impact the overall jobs numbers, which were still very strong.
And Caleb, you mentioned Fed Chair Jerome Powell. He said on Wednesday that smaller interest rate rises could be on the horizon. Do these latest job numbers support his overall outlook?
Yeah, I still think the Federal Reserve is likely to hike interest rates 0.5% next week when it meets. It had done 0.75% 4 times in a row. So the interest rate hikes have been aggressive. They may stay at this pace until inflation comes down. We did get the PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, out the other day. That is coming down a little bit. It was around 6%. The Fed wants inflation at 2%. So we still have a ways to go. And Fed Chair Powell said they're not even close to being done.
So, Brian, what does this tell us about how well the Fed is doing trying to manage this, get rid of inflation, but try and avoid a recession? What could it mean for the rate hikes moving forward, and just best advice to Americans who are trying to plan for rate hikes and also the holiday season?
Yeah, well, Caleb was underscoring that we're still far away from 2% on inflation, and Americans are feeling that as they go out and do their holiday shopping. So mission not accomplished. But on the jobs front, again, unemployment at 3.7%, that's the lowest that we've seen in quite a while. 3.5% was the lowest over the last, let's say, 50 years. So 3.7%, not bad at all. That is not what you would see in a typical recessionary environment. But again, for those that are trying to buy the ingredients for the holiday dinner coming up in the next few weeks, they're feeling the pinch. Inflation remains the big story in this economic environment.
All right, Brian, Caleb, thank you both for helping us break down these numbers. Appreciate it.
And speaking of jobs, more financial headlines now. In an effort to cut costs, CNN is making major layoffs.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us with that and more money news. Pippa, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, CNN is laying off hundreds of staffers yesterday as part of a broader Warner Brothers Discovery effort to cut costs. Sources telling CNBC the cuts impacted less than 400 people, but comes less than a year after its parent company abruptly shuttered its short-lived streaming service, CNN+. Warner Brothers Discovery was formed earlier this year via a merger between Discovery and Warner Media, which was previously owned by AT&T. Fisker shares under pressure after short seller Fuzzy Panda Research claimed the EV maker does not have easy access to its own cash. A new report from the firm claims Fisker's cash is, quote, tied up in bank guarantees for one of its suppliers, leaving the company to rely on new stock offerings to fund operations. Fisker has denied the report and called the claims, quote, false and misleading in a statement to CNBC. And Tesla kicking off deliveries of its all-electric semi-truck after years of production delays stemming from COVID-19 and supply shortages. PepsiCo was the first to receive the truck, which can travel as far as 500 miles on a single charge while fully loaded. That is according to the automaker. Back to you.
All right, Pippa, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, we finally reached December, and you know what that means. It's officially Santa season.
Santa season, but this year there's a problem. A shortage of helpers for St. Nick is cause for concern. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kurse joins us now from Ohio to explain what's driving this demand. Surprising stuff here, Jesse.
Yeah, Stephen and Joe, good morning. It shouldn't be that surprising, right, that people are looking for Santa in December with Christmas just a couple weeks away. They're looking for that. They're looking for the lights. They're looking for the memories. They're looking for Kris Kringle himself. And don't worry, Santa is coming on Christmas itself. But I hate to be a Grinch. Unfortunately, if you're looking to squeeze in an extra visit with St. Nick before Christmas, that's going to be a little bit tricky.
His iconic laugh brings the magic of Christmas to life.
You get presents. Not only presents, you give them to people.
Fun and family and fellowship and love.
So it's no surprise Santa Claus is in high demand. But as more in-person holiday parties return, St. Nick's taking on even more jobs, leaving his workshop in a supply chain lurch.
As we're heading into December, we're pretty much sold out on all weekends across the country. We're up 30% over last year, and last year was a record year itself, and that's up 120% over pre-pandemic levels.
Hire Santa says even though some families are less concerned about COVID this year, some of Santa's helpers are still worried about getting sick.
There are over 2,200 open positions for Santas, Mrs. Claus, elves.
One place that's not worried about making it into St. Nick's busy schedule is Castle Noel near Cleveland, which celebrates Christmas year-round.
Santa has as much fun here as the folks that visit. I took my kids to see Santa at the mall, but a lot of times there's shopping, parking, stress. Here, people spend 2 hours having fun, and at the end of that fun, they see Santa.
That's co-owner Mark Claus. Awesome. Yes, that's his real last name.
If Santa ever called in sick or got stuck in reindeer traffic or anything like that, you're ready to step in.
I am a real Claus, so I have to be around here to do whatever it is I have to do.
Of course, no Christmas is complete without Santa or a classic Christmas movie.
No, I want an official red undercover knife to 200 rifle.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
Or a chance to recreate one.
Wait, I want an official Red Ryder carbine action 200-shot range model air rifle.
You'll shoot your eye out, Jesse. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
Other ways to capture the spirit of Santa: have your uncle, grandfather, or friend dress up as Santa for your party. Rent a Santa costume and take pictures or video of Santa putting out gifts for your kids to see in the morning. Buy a personalized message from Santa.
Big smile.
Because in the end,
are you getting excited for Christmas? That spirit of Christmas, that joy of Christmas, that is what it's all about.
That's what it's all about, obviously about the toys too, right? So if you're looking for Turbo Man or anything else for this year, you might actually want to be thinking about your list for next Christmas. Apparently some people are already booking Santa for 2023. But I talked with the big guy himself, and he actually told me that even I could be one of his helpers in a pinch. So, guys, if you need someone for a party coming up, I'm all set. How was that? All good. Mark Claus himself, give me the thumbs up, guys.
Wow. Just need to give you the beard. I just want to see the behind-the-scenes video of you shooting that reenactment of the Christmas story. I mean, that was yes.
Yeah, Santa has a mean kick.
He does. Yeah, I'm glad the makeup covered the mark there. All right, Jesse, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Well, coming up this morning, there are a few other Christmas movies to talk about that are coming out this weekend.
Yeah, but they're both very, very different films. We're going to show you which movies to check out as part of our can't miss list. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back, and grab your fedora. Indiana Jones is back. It's really the only good reason to wear a fedora. The first trailer for the 5th film in the Indiana Jones franchise, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, was released. Jones is accompanied by his goddaughter in this one, played by Phoebe Waller-Bridge. In the new adventure, Ford has said this will likely be his last Jones film, though, and the 80-year-old actor has been digitally de-aged to make him look just like his younger self. The newest installment in the iconic franchise hits theaters in June of 2023.
So let the countdown begin. A lot of folks looking forward to that one.
Very much so.
All right, here is a question for the slightly older viewers. Do you remember sending your first text message? I remember it was like you had to do like hit the 4 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that? Yeah, all right. Well, do you remember?
It took a lot of skill to do that.
Exactly.
Hitting those buttons. Well, believe it or not, tomorrow, the 30th anniversary of the first short message service, or SMS text message. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz joins us now with a look at how texting has changed our lives and where it's going in the future. Good morning, Gotti.
Hey, guys. Yeah, it is incredible to think that it has been 30 years now that texting first started, and now it is just something that we use so many times a day. In fact, I already got my first text message of the day. Somebody saw a promo for this story and was like, where's your razor, dude? So it's something that we use all the time, and when you start to think of where it's headed next, it will blow your mind.
It is perhaps the greatest advance in communication since the telephone itself. Today, Americans send more than 2 trillion texts a year, from SMS and iMessage to Facebook Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp. The instant gratification and convenience of texting a quick message or pic are simply irresistible.
I had no idea texting was going to turn into what it is today.
It was 30 years ago tomorrow, December 3rd, 1992, that British engineer Neil Papworth sent the very first text, messaging Merry Christmas to a colleague, a feat later celebrated in a Super Bowl ad.
I created the first text message.
Now a father of 3, Papworth sees the impact of texting every single day, especially with his kids.
I used to say to them, you know, do you not want to go out and see your friends? You know, you spend all day messaging them. No, it is hard for us older people, shall we say, to kind of think like, well, don't you want to just, you know, the guy lives 3 doors down. Do you not just want to go and say hello?
These days, people use texts for communicating just about everything, including the most intimate subjects. One survey finds 6 out of 10 young adults admit to sexting someone. More than a quarter of millennials say they've been proposed to over text. And nearly half of Gen Zers say they've been dumped via text.
Who are you texting 50 times a day?
IDK, my BFF Jill.
Texting has given us a whole new language of abbreviations, from FOMO to LOL to OMG, BRB. And without texts, we might have never invented the beloved emoji. Texting has become so prevalent, it's now replacing actual dialogue on TV. A lot of businesses have also adopted texting for quicker customer service. No more long waits over the phone.
We're using text messages daily for things like breaking news alerts or weather alerts, or here's the status of your food order.
Now, in a lot of ways, texting has made communication a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient, but some psychologists say it comes at a cost: the loss of in-person communication. And how often have you misread the tone of a text? Like when somebody jokingly texts you, "I'm so mad at you," versus an angry, "I'm so mad at you." Sometimes over text, it's hard to tell what is actually meant.
Despite that, experts say texting is the future of communication, and it's going high-tech. In the next decade or so, it might look more like Minority Report, with augmented reality keyboards like this. And those voice memos might even take the form of 3D holograms, just like in Star Wars.
30 years ago, when that first text message was sent, who knew where it would be today? So it just feels like the sky's the limit.
And experts also say it gets a little bit weirder than that. They say that in the future, it's very possible that we'll have things like wearable tech, iPhones or the watches that we wear, glasses, but these ones will read your brain waves, and they will be sending texts just by thinking about it. So as long as we can control the send button, maybe that's a good idea, but who knows?
Yeah,
guys,
very good. The holograms, help me Obi-Wan Kenobi. I can't wait for that one. All right, Gotti, thanks.
All right, get your popcorn or coffee or both ready, because it's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list. All the movies, TV shows you should check out this week. Joining us now is Brian Balthazar with his pop culture picks. Brian, good to have you with us.
How's it going? Good to see you.
Yeah,
look at that.
Yeah,
That's a lot. Look at that.
Apparently, if you didn't know the holidays were here,
Brian is here to get my Christmas card taken today. Okay.
We got 2 holiday movies, and they are very Very different.
Very different, exactly. It's like a vegan in a steakhouse, right? Okay, you got Violent Night, which is, by the way, brilliant title, and it does live up to its name.
Who wants to see that?
Right, so it's a wealthy family. They've got a mansion, and it's infiltrated by mercenaries, and it's up to Santa to save the day. But this Santa's like a little bit of a bad Santa meets Die Hard. That's David Harbour from Stranger Things, who gained 70 pounds for the role. By the way, over the holidays when I gain weight, I now say it's for a role. It's like, oh yeah, it's for a role.
Santa. Yeah.
If you're going to take your family, though, watch the trailer, because you will find that Violent does. There's John Leguizamo. It does live up to the name of violence, and you know, it's kind of the alternative to the warm and fuzzy kind of holiday movie. But you know, it's you're saving Christmas. That's a common theme in holiday movies,
That's
right?
A reason for joy.
Then we have the absolute. If you're like, I want something that's the exact opposite of that, you should go see I Heard the Bells. This couldn't be more different. Okay, this takes place during the Civil War, I should say, not Civil War, the Civil War, and it's the story of how Henry Wadsworth Longfellow came up with the poem I Heard the Bells, which was the inspiration for the Christmas carol, I Heard the Bells on Christmas Day. So does that sound any different than Violent Night?
A little bit.
Yes,
Wow.
yes it does. But it's obviously a period piece, and it talks about how he kind of hit a creative roadblock because of the Civil War, and then heard bells on Christmas Day, wrote the poem, and now that carol and that poem are classics.
Cool. Very cool. And talking about movies and TV, if you want to celebrate at home, what do we have streaming?
Yes, Christmas with the Campbells. This is very interesting, okay? This is like a Hallmark movie with bad language and sexual innuendo, right? Not even innuendo. Is outuendo a word? Because it is outward, right? Okay, so this is like a Hallmark movie. And in fact, it was written, they commissioned it from a screenwriter from Hallmark Films. And then Vince Vaughn and Peter Billingsley from Christmas Story, who are producers, put their spin on it with, it's basically the story of a woman who gets dumped by her boyfriend, but the boyfriend's parent says, come to our house for Christmas. So she does. Enter a second love interest. See the Hallmark stuff happening? Oh, yeah. But then just the language from Julia Duffy and I'm forgetting the husband's name from Cheers, like George Wendt. They are the scene stealers, but so much awkwardness, awkward language. It's wild, and it's on AMC Plus.
Okay.
Then Disney Plus has Pentatonics Around the World for the holidays. Pentatonics puts out a holiday album every year because they can, right? They don't have to pay a band. Okay, but this one, this is how they're searching for inspiration around the world for their music. So they go to Ghana, Iceland, Grenada, Mexico, Tokyo, and it's loosely scripted in between and how they get there. And it's an inspiring tale of how different people celebrate around the world.
This is their time of year, so all right. I don't know who wants to watch non-holiday stuff, but is there some non-holiday stuff?
Is there such a thing?
Yeah.
Okay, Disney Plus also has Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Roderick Rules. Roderick is Greg's older brother. This is based on the second book in the series. And Roderick is a teenager. They've got the house to themselves. And like any 80s movie, you throw a party when the parents are away. And let's see how that goes. But it's good, clean fun. Diary of a Wimpy Kid is a really cute series. And then you have George and Tammy on Showtime. Jessica Chastain, who just killed it as Tammy Faye, now is Tammy Wynette, right? Yeah. And this is the story of George Jones and Tammy Wynette. Of course, she's going to sing Stand By Your Man. But their marriage and their relationship was complicated, to say the least. And it's actually told, the story is based on the daughter's story, but no matter who you ask in this, everyone's got a different version of what happened. But there's some substance abuse, there's complicated marriage problems, you name it, but and great music along the way. So this is a limited series because there's a lot to tell about the lives of these two people.
And Jessica Chastain is going to play all the Tammys.
Right, she is.
All the Tammys.
Who could be next?
Brian Balthazar, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo, in for Savannah Sellers today. Right now on Morning News Now, pomp and pageantry at the White House as President Biden hosts his first state dinner with a foreign leader, French President Emmanuel Macron. We'll bring you the latest on what they had to say about the war in Ukraine. Plus, a possible primary shakeup that's putting some Democrats at odds ahead of 2024. And crisis averted, a potentially catastrophic rail strike staved off by the Senate. The bill now headed to President Biden's desk, but it does not have a major union demand that many Democrats had championed. What's next for the nation's tens of thousands of rail workers? Also this morning, danger in the soil. Cancer-causing chemicals found in one Houston neighborhood. And now suffering families are going after one of the nation's largest rail companies. We'll bring you their stories. Plus, one more chance for the U.S. men's national team in Qatar as America holds its breath before tomorrow's do-or-die match against the Netherlands. A lot going on, a lot of World Cup excitement. Can't forget that.
I feel like tomorrow afternoon is going to be what a lot of folks are doing.
Yeah, pretty big one there for sure. We'll get more of that. But we begin this morning with the return of a diplomatic tradition as the White House hosted its first state dinner in 3 years.
Yeah, President Biden welcomed French President Emmanuel Macron to the White House for the star-studded affair. The event highlighted the deep, long-standing alliance between France and the U.S.
France was our first ally. First country to fly the American flag after our revolution. And Frank hosted the first diplomatic post before, more than anything else, France has been our first friend.
More on this. We're joined by NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, good morning to you. So this was President Biden's first state dinner, nearly 2 years into his administration. How is this one different from those hosted by other presidents? What was notable last night?
Hey guys, good morning. Well, it was notable for one reason because this was the first time there has been a state dinner at the White House since September 2019, before the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. So this was really a return of the pomp and circumstance that has characterized these state dinners over the years, and a real opportunity to put the longstanding friendship between the U.S. and France front and center. It was designed after the shared colors of the U.S. and French flags, red, white, and blue, with guests served Maine butter poached lobster, an American cheese array, wines from various countries. And it was truly a star-studded event with folks from the entertainment industry like Julie Louis-Dreyfus and Stephen Colbert, as well as Supreme Court Justice Breyer. We saw Republicans like Kevin McCarthy and Democrats like Nancy Pelosi all in the same room for this one special evening to celebrate the longstanding alliance and friendship between the U.S. and France.
Yeah, Josh, as you mentioned, that's sort of the main goal, is celebrating that long-standing relationship. But these are friends with differences, specifically over the Biden administration's signature Inflation Reduction Act. Explain that and how that was addressed.
Yeah, on the surface, the U.S. and France share the goal of quickly transitioning to clean energy. But France and other European countries have been upset about the way that President Biden's climate spending really has these protectionist Buy American provisions that say, for example, if an American's going to go out and get a subsidy from the government to buy an electric vehicles, it's got to be an American-made one. Well, guess what? The French make a lot of electric vehicles as well. French President Macron, very open as he came here to Washington about the fact that they were very upset about how that was going to affect and perhaps disadvantage their industries. President Biden acknowledged the concerns, calling them glitches, both leaders saying that they are working to sort of recalibrate the way their two countries can integrate their work on clean energy so that one's gains don't come at the deficit of another.
Josh, while we have you, I want to talk about one other thing coming out of the White House. President Biden's making some waves within his own party. He's recommending South Carolina replace Iowa as the first state in the Democrats' 2024 presidential nomination process. Our viewers might remember South Carolina is the state that really turned things around for Biden, making him a front runner in 2020. Things didn't go so well in Iowa in 2020. So what's the White House saying about this, and how are Democrats responding?
Well, everyone knew something was going to be coming after that debacle in Iowa during the last presidential caucuses that you were alluding to, Joe. But now the president, in a new letter to the DNC Rules Committee, is saying that what he wants to see is for South Carolina to go first in the presidential nominating season, followed by Nevada and New Hampshire sharing the second date before the contest goes on to states like Georgia and Michigan and others. President Biden saying that, look, black voters who are so critical to the electorate in South Carolina must be able to shape the nomination from the very beginning of the process and all throughout the process. It's also a bit of payback for a state that really helped President Biden's presidential ambitions come back to life after they seemed like they were so dead way back in that 2020 presidential nominating contest.
All right, Josh Letterman. Josh, thanks so much.
All right, let's turn now to Georgia, where early voting is wrapping up today ahead of next week's Senate runoff election. Both Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker have gotten a boost in recent days thanks to some support from party heavy hitters. Former President Obama was at a rally with Warnock in Atlanta last night, and Georgia Governor Brian Kemp has put his support behind Walker after choosing to not campaign with him leading up to the November election. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from a polling center in Marietta, Georgia. Vaughn, good morning. Good to see you. If you could walk us through what we heard from former President Obama yesterday. What was his message to voters in Atlanta?
Yeah, good morning, guys. First, if I could, look at this. You'd think it's Tuesday. Folks are voting. This is the last day of early voting here in the state of Georgia. The polls just opened up literally here at the top of the hour, and there are already folks waiting in line here just north of Atlanta. Former President Obama was here last night campaigning for Raphael Warnock. This is the second month in a row in which he is urging voters to get out and support the Democratic incumbent here. And he made the case also against Republican Herschel Walker, saying that folks should choose somebody who is deep into policy and is actually from Georgia. A slight against Herschel Walker, who has been a longtime resident of Texas. I want to let you hear directly from Obama, though, last night. Take a listen.
It's good to know that folks would prefer normal to Looney Tunes. That's a good thing. I'm here to tell you that we can't let up. I'm here to tell you we can't tune out. We can't be complacent. We have to run to the tape. And that means all of us doing our part to make sure that Raphael Warnock goes back to being the United States Senator from the great state of Georgia. And I know you can do it because you've done it before.
It is all about turnout for these two candidates now in this last-minute dash as we head into the weekend before Tuesday's runoff.
Coming up pretty quick here, Vaughn, and we mentioned that Governor Kemp is now campaigning for Walker, but why is he doing that now after he chose not to do that in the lead up to November?
Look, Brian Kemp is indisputably a popular figure here in the state of Georgia. He roundly beated Democrat Stacey Abrams by nearly 8 percentage points. And despite receiving the criticisms of the likes of Donald Trump earlier this year, the former president had called him a coward and a turncoat after he certified Joe Biden's win here in the state of Georgia. He's sort of this unique American political figure. He stood up to Donald Trump, but also nobody's going to doubt his conservative credentials. And that is where Herschel Walker is now looking to him to help boost his bid. But there were 200,000 voters that did not vote for Herschel Walker who did vote for Brian Kemp. And that is why this late bid from Kemp could help him out. I want to let you hear part of an interview and when I sat down with the governor just yesterday. Take a listen.
There were 200,000 Georgians who voted for you for governor, but did not vote for Herschel Walker, the Republican for the U.S. Senate. From your own assessment first, why?
Well, look, I personally don't feel like that's an issue in the runoff. You know, the runoff to me, this is a turnout election.
You've got to convince a good segment of those folks to come out turn out and vote for Herschel
if they come
Walker.
back and vote. But you also had a lot of people that voted for the Libertarian that nobody's talking about. If they come out and vote, you know, I'd say probably 70, 80%, maybe even close to 90 of those folks would vote for a Republican and vote for Herschel. But, you know, those are all theories and distractions in my mind. We got to get our people out.
The governor is right, especially on one front, and that is that we don't know how Tuesday is going to ultimately go. There are a lot of voters here in the state of Georgia, a lot of folks that may have voted one way 3 weeks ago, but they've got a whole nother opportunity here in these final days before the Tuesday runoff.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see what those split ticket voters in November choose to do this time around. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
On Capitol Hill, Congress passed legislation yesterday averting a national rail strike. The move spares the American economy from taking another hit ahead of the holidays. The measure, already approved in the House, forces a new contract on workers and freight rail companies who remained locked in a stalemate. President Biden has been pushing lawmakers to take action. He released this statement yesterday saying, quote, "I will sign the bill into law as soon as Congress sends it to my desk. Working together, we have spared this country a Christmas catastrophe in our grocery store, stores, in our workplaces, and in our communities. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. Ryan, good morning to you. So, well, there were enough votes in the Senate for the bill to pass. There were some surprising divides here between lawmakers on this. It wasn't just some Republicans who voted no, so did some Democrats. I mean, tell us how this all played out.
Yeah, the best example that the political spectrum is a circle, not a straight line, Joe. We did see some odd political bedfellows in this vote yesterday. Many progressive Democrats voting no on the final bill because they were unhappy that element involving paid sick leave did not get into the final bill. And a few surprising Republicans voting for that paid sick leave package, including folks like Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, and Marco Rubio, ones that don't tend to normally agree with unions. But at the end, sum total of all of this is that it ended up passing with ease, averting what could have potentially been a massive economic problem during a very crucial time of the year. This agreement that was originally agreed to by a certain number of the unions, the Biden administration, and the rail companies will go into effect. And it will do so without that additional paid sick leave, although President Biden has indicated that fight is not over, and he's going to continue to work for that, not just for rail workers, but for all Americans, Joe.
It's worth noting, Ted Cruz and Bernie Sanders fist bumped. That's how strange this vote was. All right, so President Biden says the deal is an improvement for rail workers. So what are the new terms of this contract?
Yeah, there's no doubt that while the unions didn't get everything they were looking for, they did get some quite a bit of improvements to their contract. The 24% pay increase, they're going to get immediate payouts that average in the $11,000 range. They're going to get better health care benefits, and they'll get one extra paid day off. So that is better, but progressives have long argued that that is still not enough. And Secretary Pete Buttigieg was trying to explain why sick leave is such a difficult thing to extend to rail workers because of the timing of how these engines have to be on the tracks and get to their intended destinations. Progressives really aren't buying it. There are a lot unhappy with the idea that the unions were forced to capitulate on this. So this fight over paid sick leave just started at this stage of the game and is going to continue on. And I should also point out, Joe, as you're talking about Ted Cruz fist bumping Bernie Sanders, this vote that many of these Democrats have, that's going to be something that many of these Democrats remind them of when they come back to the table again and talk about paid family leave across the board, not just for rail workers. They're going to remind Ted Cruz that he voted for this now, and why couldn't he vote for it in the future?
You're setting up my next question here, Ryan, which is about this sick leave issue, paid sick leave. I mean, is it going to resurface down the road? If so, when could that happen? How could it happen?
Yeah, it's going to, for sure, Joe, but it's not going to be specifically directed just towards the rail workers. In many ways, they've continued a conversation that's been happening on Capitol Hill for some time. Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, others have fought for a wide expansion in paid family leave and sick leave. It was part of the reconciliation debate that took place on Capitol Hill. This is something that Democrats have long thought is an issue that should be across partisan lines that could get both Republican and Democratic votes. Now, they couldn't get it passed when Democrats controlled the House and the Senate. So the idea that it's got a realistic shot of passing through a Republican-controlled Congress is slim, but the margin's only 4 or 5 votes on the Republican side. That's something maybe Democrats could push over the finish line. A lot of work to do in the new Congress, though, if it's going to happen.
All right, big vote yesterday, but more to come. Ryan Nobles, Ryan, thanks so much.
Now to the latest developments in the DOJ's investigation into former President Trump's handling of classified documents. A federal appeals court has dismissed the order that appointed a special master to review the documents seized by federal agents from Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. In their ruling, the appeals court said, quote, "We agree with the government that the district court improperly exercised equitable jurisdiction and that dismissal of the entire proceeding is required." The ruling now lifts the restrictions placed on the DOJ to review the documents it took from Trump's Florida estate back in August. The appeals court also said the ruling will take effect in 7 days unless the Supreme Court intervenes.
To the World Cup now, where tension and drama are set to take center stage tomorrow when the knockout stage of the tournament begins.
Yeah, you can feel the excitement. It's building for the USA's match against the Netherlands, with a place in the quarterfinals up for grabs. But the U.S. could be without star player Christian Pulisic, who hobbled off with an injury during the team's win against Iran. Here he is talking about his chance of playing in tomorrow's game.
I'm taking it day by day right now, and I will do everything in my power to work with this medical team and make sure that I can play. Feels great to score in a World Cup. Timmy knows what that's like. I think I'm hoping I haven't had that moment yet, to be honest. I'm hoping it's in front of me. So feels great to be where we're at right now, but there's still more to come.
We're joined now by Matthew Slater. He is a senior soccer news reporter for The Athletic, so he's busy right now. Matthew, good to have you with us. So how badly does Team USA need Christian Pulisic? If they don't have him, can they win? If they do have him, can they win?
It's a very good question. He certainly helps. Look, I've seen the US play a couple of times now this tournament, and I think you've got a really good team, really young, really hardworking, very athletic, nice structure. The problem you have, this is not unique to the US. Every soccer team has this issue, is putting the ball in the net and creating chances. And that's where Pulisic is your guy. That game against Iran was sort of fairly typical in that US were playing really well, clearly the team on top, but they just required a spark. And that's what Pulisic does. It was great movement. It was brave. And then, of course, he goes off. And then we saw what happened. And it's not the first time. Things get harder for the States. You got a little bit defensive, but I think you missed him. He is a very, very good player. And of course, every team would miss a player as good as Pulisic.
So this World Cup has been full of just so many shocks. Just yesterday, we saw some of the big hitters like Germany and Belgium crash out of the tournament. So what went wrong for these teams, and just how surprised are you from what we've seen from Morocco and Japan, who progressed in their places?
Well, I think with Germany, they were a bit unlucky. I saw, again, a couple of their games, and they were very good against Japan and somehow conspired to lose that one. Good game against Spain, and then, of course, they beat Costa Rica. So they were a tad unlucky. Again, a lack of that putting the ball in the net. Certainly in that Japan game, they created so many chances. I think there was an amazing stat that I think only 2 times in football history has a team completed 700 passes and managed to lose, and that was one of them. I think the other one was the Spain game, actually. That was a draw. So, look, they had a lot of possession. Belgium is a slightly different story. They didn't play very well. And I think that's the end of their cycle. They've had this sort of golden generation, and they just got old. And I don't know how happy the camp was. So, yes, 2 slightly different stories there. But you're right, loads of surprises. It's great. World Cups need that. And, it's certainly brought a lot of energy.
They got old. Now I feel old. All right, Matthew Slater, thanks so much for joining us. Enjoy the match tomorrow.
Well, former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown is facing a new controversy in Florida. Tampa Bay police have issued an arrest warrant for the football pro in connection with a domestic battery incident. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
The question is, when will Antonio Brown be arrested? The controversial NFL wide receiver has had a laundry list of legal issues and now is facing new accusations of domestic violence. Tampa police say they're trying to arrest former NFL player Antonio Brown, making multiple attempts outside this home to execute an arrest warrant for battery domestic violence. The department telling NBC News he's, quote, not communicating with police officers. It's the latest twist in the 34-year-old saga that's gone well beyond the gridiron. The charges stemming from an incident Monday involving Brown and the mother of 4 of his children. According to court documents, Brown threw a shoe at the woman, striking her in the ponytail. The victim had no injuries, but believed the shoe was meant for her head. In the same document, police describe learning Brown tossed the woman's belongings out of the house and then made threats via speakerphone, saying that if she got in the house, he would shoot her in front of police. It also says the kids did not want to go inside because they were afraid of their dad when he gets in these destructive moods. After the incident, a petition to remove Brown's guns and ammunition under a risk protection order was rejected by a Florida judge, citing lack of physical action. How is it possible there wasn't enough evidence to take his guns away, but there is enough evidence to potentially prosecute him for domestic violence?
The judge got this one wrong. The Florida statute that allows for these risk protection orders gives a series of factors that can be considered by the court. He met a number of them. Antonio Brown is a risk to not only himself, but to the members of the community and obviously to the mother of his children.
According to the petition, he kept 2 firearms in the house, a handgun and a rifle. NBC News has not been able to reach Brown's legal team for comment, as tonight he remains a wanted man by Tampa police. Tampa police tell me they're not going to risk officer safety for trying to execute a misdemeanor arrest warrant. Now, that said, if Brown's behavior escalates, so too could their response. As for the mother and her children, they have not returned to that home since the incident. Sam Brock, NBC News.
This morning, 6 million Americans are waking up to winter alerts.
It's that time of year. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now for more on that in your Morning News Now weather. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're waking up to winter alerts, wind alerts, also tracking some rain. We could see winds gusting up to 85 miles per hour in some spots. Some spots so chilly today, and then we also have a warm up in spots. So we're kind of all over the place. Let's start with the snowy side. You can see on radar where you see the blue, that is the snow falling. So it's pretty widespread from the Pacific Northwest into portions of the Southwest, the Intermountain West, the Northern Plains, and then eventually into the upper Midwest. And some spots could see up to 2 feet of snow. So winter alerts for 6 million people. Your winter storm warning, that is in the pink for portions of the Rockies, Sierra Mountains. We could see up to 2 feet of snow. Winter storm watch, that is in the blue, and a winter weather advisory is in your white. Wind alerts, very widespread as well into the Southwest, into portions of the Central Plains and Northern Plains, the Midwest, even creeping into the Ohio Valley. We're going to see winds gusting anywhere from 35, 45, 55, and as I said, up to 85 miles per hour, with 30 million people impacted. This is why we have a cold front that's moving through the country that's bringing the snow, it's bringing the rain, and it's bringing the wind and really chilly temperatures behind it. So snow in the Rockies and the upper Midwest, and then another storm system right on deck after this one into the Pacific Northwest. It's going to bring more widespread snow, mountain snow, and also the chance for more rain into California. So we could see some flooding rains throughout California once again. Notice the reds, the oranges, the yellows. So we're going to see heavy rain. We need it, but it's coming quickly, and especially in the burned areas, we could see the flooding. As far as the snowfall forecast, very widespread into the upper Midwest. Where you see those pinks and purples, that's where we're expecting the highest amounts of snow. So into the Rockies, into the Sierra Nevada mountain, highest elevations of the mountains, up to 2 feet of snow, Mammoth Lakes, Bear Valley, Lone Pine. And rainfall forecast, anywhere along the coast, we're seeing really heavy rain. South of San Francisco, into Santa Barbara, Fresno, Sacramento. We're looking at the chance for some heavy rain, even up to 2.5 inches in some spots. Let's talk about the temperatures because they're very divided across the country. We have chilly highs in the Northeast, below normal for this time of year. Chicago right around the freezing mark, 3 degrees below normal, 41 in Cincinnati, 36 in Buffalo, 48 degrees today in D.C. And then we're really warm just a little bit to the west. So this is going to move into the east as we head throughout tomorrow. We're looking at temperatures 50 degrees in Chicago tomorrow. That is 10 degrees above average. 68 in Oklahoma City. It's December. 71 in Fort Worth, Little Rock, 62 degrees. And this will move east. So into the Northeast, we're looking at temperatures starting to rise as we head towards Sunday and Monday. 64 tomorrow, but we're going to trade off with some showers and also some breezy conditions. Charlotte, we're looking at 55. So for today, plenty of sunshine, windy and warm throughout the middle of the nation, and heavy snow back behind that cold front into the mountains. Back to you guys.
All right, a little bit of everything. Thanks, Michelle. Coming up on Morning News Now, danger in the soil.
After the break, we'll take you to Houston, where dangerous cancer-causing chemicals are being found in one predominantly black and Latino neighborhood. And now people there are singling out an American rail giant as being responsible.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. if you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Black and Latino families in Houston are filing new lawsuits linked to cancer-causing chemicals found in the soil. Local activists say an old rail yard is to blame for the high rates of cancer they're seeing. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has a closer look at the history of that site and how it's now affecting residents.
Well, researchers have acknowledged potentially cancer-causing chemicals below the soil surface, but now a new discovery is raising concerns among residents in Houston's 5th Ward who've been sounding the alarm about this for years.
He loved to cook, and he loved to rap in the shower.
LaTanya Payne still clings to memories of her son Corinthian since he died of leukemia last year at just 13 years old.
It was hard. He was coughing up blood from his lungs. He was on dialysis. They tried everything, and nothing worked.
2 months after his death, LaTanya was diagnosed with breast cancer for the second time.
Our community is suffering from this cancer cluster.
In 2019, state health officials found higher rates of certain adult cancers in Houston's 5th Ward. A year later, another bombshell. Children in the area getting leukemia at a rate nearly 5 times the state average.
The second report from the state health department was even more disturbing because that involved the children.
Right, but they never listed a cause.
They never listed a cause.
For years, the historically Black and Latino community has blamed the higher rates of cancer on the rail yard, now owned by Union Pacific, which sits blocks from many homes. Decades ago, workers used creosote to preserve wooden rail ties. That site shut down in 1984, but the chemical, believed by the CDC to cause cancer, leaked into the soil and groundwater, remaining under more than 100 homes and businesses, according to the Texas Department of State Health Services. Is this environmental racism?
Yes. Should it be occurring in any community? No.
Union Pacific declined NBC's request for an interview, but says over the past 25 years, they've implemented remediation efforts in the area, including installing more than 120 wells, removing impacted soil, and monitoring groundwater.
This house here, Mr. Don, he died from cancer. This lady here, her husband died from cancer.
Sandra Edwards lost her grandfather to bone cancer a decade ago.
I got a Ziploc bag full of obituaries from 5th Ward.
All cancer.
All cancer.
Edwards is a community activist.
Why stay? I have nowhere else to go. This is what I can afford. And my family worked hard to keep this house.
In September, a significant discovery. The Houston Health Department finding another likely carcinogen in the area, dioxin, this time on the soil surface.
The fact that we're finding dioxin in the surface soil where residents can be exposed to it
is what's so alarming.
Union Pacific says, in part, the dioxin levels in the city samples are well below state requirements, and that attributing the contamination solely to their site is unreasonable and inaccurate. Lawyers representing families in the neighborhood say thousands have filed lawsuits against Union Pacific, including LaTanya Payne.
Like, compensation is not going to remove the crying at night, but the justice is when the ones at hand are held accountable.
With this latest discovery, officials in Houston are calling on Union Pacific to do more, saying that this can't wait. Back to you.
An important story there, Priscilla. Thank you. Well, now to more international news. China rolls back some anti-COVID policies in major cities.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, there was a real sense of relief among residents in major cities like Beijing or Shanghai as China is finally easing some of its COVID restrictions, including testing requirements and quarantine rules. A resident in Beijing told Reuters that he felt the people's voices were finally being heard after protests against the zero COVID policy spread across China in the past few days. And let's move to Africa, where the first batch of Mpox vaccines donated by South Korea is expected to arrive in the continent. The Africa Center for Disease and Control said that health workers and people living in areas where Mpox has spread the most will be the first to receive the 50,000 doses. 202 people have died so far from Mpox in Africa. And if you want a taste of Christmas, head to the Museum of Architecture in London, where you'll find an edible gingerbread city. The exhibition is made of 5 miniature cities across 5 different climate zones: polar, continental, temperate, dry, and tropical. But instead of building blocks, they were built with donuts, biscuits, and plenty of icing, guys.
Sounds like breakfast. All right.
A delicious breakfast.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks,
Claudio. Thanks. Well, coming up, President Biden's plan for student loan forgiveness is now heading to the Supreme Court.
The future of his administration's now blocked proposal, what it could mean for your loans after this. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear arguments in a case challenging the Biden administration's student debt relief plan.
Yeah, the High Court set oral arguments for February, and the program will remain on hold until that case is heard.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to discuss this. Danny, good morning to you. So first of all, walk us through the arguments we expect each side to make. What are the odds that the Biden administration can get this block taken away?
Anyone who's been following this who isn't confused doesn't know what's going on because it is procedurally complicated. But at this stage in litigation, everything can be boiled down to really two things. Number one, standing, and number two, the status quo. Because none of these courts have reached the merits yet. All of this battling is over what to do while the court, whether it be the Supreme Court or any court, decides this case finally on the merits. First, you have standing. Do these states even have any interest in this outcome to be involved in the litigation? Standing asks the question, whose beeswax is it anyway? And if it's not your beeswax, then you can't be in court suing about it. Secondly, the government, the Biden administration, is seeking to preserve the status quo with what's called injunctive relief. And courts say, well, look, if there's some emergency, if some awful harm will happen, if we don't pause the parties from doing something, we will issue an injunction. Here, both courts, at least so far in the proceedings, have decided that, well, it's probably better to preserve the status quo of what everyone has dealt with, which was paying back their loans or whatever the case may be for the last time immemorial, rather than allow the Biden administration's plan to go through, which would be a major change. So many different courts weighing in. That's the best way to boil it down, I think.
Beeswax, a legal term, right?
Beeswax is a Latin term, yes. We use it frequently in the law.
All right, good.
Of course, I thought so. And we also know this is not the only setback, though. A judge in Texas has also moved to block this, and a federal judge has decided not to stop that from going through. How does that affect this whole program?
Yeah, if you're keeping score, the Biden administration won in Missouri, then lost at the 8th Circuit. The Biden administration lost in Texas and then lost again at the 5th Circuit. At least by that count, Biden administration is 1 and 3. At least in their legal challenges. But the great thing about issues of law and appeal is that they're essentially reviewed de novo. The higher up they go, once they get to the Supreme Court, these cases all have a second chance at life. And the Biden administration is going to argue that the lower courts at least got it wrong in issuing injunctions. And on the merits, the Biden administration is going to argue that this was within the executive branch's power to do. By the way, all of this argument would be obviated if Congress had acted. The only reason we're in court is because there's an argument that the Biden administration exceeded its authority in the executive branch.
Let's ask the question that people who are repaying their loans are most interested in. There was a pause on when they have to repay until June. So when the Supreme Court hears this, when might we expect to have their decision? Would it be around June?
Oh, how often do we get asked, when will a court do something? And all I can say is, as a general rule of thumb, we don't know. Yep. But part two is, if it's super high profile, expect a little special treatment. If you're a run-of-the-mill litigant before the Supreme Court, get in line and good luck.
All right, Danny Savalos, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, now to New York City, where Mayor Eric Adams is calling for homeless people judged to be too mentally ill to look after themselves to be removed from the streets, whether it's voluntarily or not. Local advocates are concerned about what help these people will get from the city. NBC News correspondent Tom Winter has more.
I want to talk to you about a crisis we see all around us. People with severe and untreated mental illness who live out in the open, on the streets, in our subways.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says it's time to take action.
No more walking by or looking away. Going forward, we will focus on action, care, and compassion.
His goal is to help those suffering severe mental illness on the sidewalks and subways by removing them to hospitals, whether they want to go or not. This directive lays out the criteria for involuntary removal, which includes those who pose a threat to themselves or others. How do they plan to do this? By using the world's largest police and fire departments, working with mental health professionals to try and help those who may not be able to help themselves. The policy is raising eyebrows among advocates for the mentally ill.
Unfortunately, what the mayor's action does is play to the fear of people and the public and the desire to see those people either helped or out of sight.
Experts aren't just concerned about how people get to treatment, but what comes next.
At the end of the day,
you can confine people as much as you want, but if you don't have a housing solution on the other side of it, you haven't done anything to solve homelessness.
California recently passed a law to enable loved ones to ask for involuntary removal of someone suffering mental illness. And Florida has had it on their books for decades.
There are also other places where even more ineffective systems are being put in place. So in Tennessee, it's now a felony to be homeless. In Miami, they were going to take all the homeless people and put them on the island. So there is this criminalization of homelessness that's kind of occurring, and it comes in different forms.
Mental health experts and civil liberty advocates are voicing their concerns over the involvement of police when responding to a mental health crisis.
The police don't even want to be the ones to respond here, and they shouldn't have to.
Rosenthal argues the mental health community is responding to the crisis through things like peer-led outreach teams.
You're saying, look, we've started on a small scale. We've got these new ideas and new programs. We need some time, and we need to bring them to scale to see how we're doing.
That's right.
Both men say the problem needs investment, which comes with added benefits.
When you provide the housing and allow people to manage their issues of behavioral health or substance abuse while they're in a housing unit, it actually reduces the cost to society by reducing costs for emergency mental health, emergency hospitalization.
The mayor and the experts do agree. It's about getting people help.
They have a right to health care, housing, and treatment.
Our thanks to Tom Winter for that report. The mayor's office, by the way, says additional training will be provided to first responders, a process, of course, that will take some time before those directives can begin. So far, no indication that the police department or fire department have been given any specific guidance on how to perform those involuntary removals. All right, to an ongoing mystery now. Nearly 3 weeks after the horrific murders of 4 college students, there's still no suspect in custody, no police sketch, and no murder weapon found.
Now, to make things even worse, contradictory statements from local authorities are adding even more confusion to an already painful situation. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the very latest from Idaho.
New questions surrounding the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Authorities saying they still believe the killings were targeted, pushing back on a claim made by a local prosecutor.
Is it fair to say you believe this was targeted, but you don't know if it was location or individual based?
Yeah, that's correct. At this point in the investigation, we have not really come to a conclusion whether it was the individuals involved or one individual, multiple individuals, or the location. We haven't made that determination yet.
But the families of the victims frustrated with no suspects named and no murder weapon found. Steve Gonzalez's daughter Kaylee was killed alongside her best friend.
How does it feel 3 weeks in here and to know that whoever did this to your daughter is still out there?
It's ridiculous. It's angering, you know. This amount of time, and I can't even get them to say that this is a man. We can't have that kind of closure with that guy still on the streets.
How fearful are you of this case going cold?
Well, the town likes to bring up the fact that there's very low crime. So there's not a lot of working knowledge there. This is what we're dealt with. This is what we got. This is the circumstances that we found. Let's make the best of it and let's move on. But the lead investigator, he's a true stud. He really knows what he's doing. So I put my trust in him, but he can't make evidence if it's not there. So I am very concerned.
Police are now turning to the public to help fill in a detailed timeline. But the families of the victims want more to be done.
I don't know what you're getting paid for if you're not communicating anything. You got to figure out a way to build a case off of what you release and still protect close, detailed information that only the killer will know, but you have to help the community help you.
Our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. The Gonsalves family says that they will not hold a public funeral for their daughter out of concern her killer may try to blend in with the crowd. Coming up, a community initiative that is giving expensive menstrual products to those who need them most.
Yeah, after the break, we'll introduce you to the Virginia teens who are running it. Stick around.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way.
can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
It's kind of a training regimen.
How you doing, Lester? The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
It's kind of a training regimen.
How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
It's kind of a training regimen.
How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
We're back now with some financial news, and Florida lawmakers are now trying a different approach to an ongoing feud with Disney.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us with that and other money news. Pippa, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Florida is preparing a reversal on Disney's Don't Say Gay punishment, according to a new report by the Financial Times. State lawmakers are working on a compromise that would keep the theme park operators' special tax district in place with just a few modifications. Tax officials have warned that dissolving Disney's private government would shift the financial burden on taxpayers. Now, the feud erupted earlier this year after the state's new law restricting discussion of LGBTQ issues in classrooms. And Parler says its deal to be bought by rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, has been called off. West had first agreed to buy the conservative social media platform in October for an undisclosed amount. Since then, West has come under fire for making multiple anti-Semitic comments, which have led to the collapse of several of his business partnerships. The news coming just hours before West was once again suspended from Twitter after retweeting an anti-Semitic image. And the post-pandemic beauty boom continues. Ulta Beauty is boosting its full-year outlook after posting strong third-quarter results. Spending was up across all income levels as shoppers continue to spend on beauty products despite those rising prices. You guys are no doubt going to Ulta all the time.
Yeah, you got to get that powder. You want to look good. Being
Exactly. TV
Pippa
makeup.
knows. That's right. All right, Pippa, thank you.
3 Virginia teens are joining together to tackle what's known as period poverty in their community. They're buying menstrual products for those who may not be able to afford them and then donating them through a pantry they've created. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esawa has more on what inspired these teens to give back.
Our period pantry supplies free pads and tampons to our community.
An unremarkable errand, buying tampons, led Ariana Gala to a remarkable idea.
I picked up like a box of tampons and I just like
told her, I was like, this is so expensive.
The 14-year-old recruiting her two friends, Ramsey Warner and Isabel Busher, to launch a free period pantry outside a church in Vienna, Virginia.
The pantry empties out pretty quickly, which shows how much of the need there is for the products. We've gotten a lot of donations and support that way, and we've also been surprised by how much it's been used by the community.
Since September, the friends filling this 2.5-foot tall wooden cabinet with donated pads and tampons.
It hit home for us because we are girls and we know how important they are. I'm trying to, buy more things with my own money, but it's crazy that switching to buying my own pads and tampons would be such a big financial thing.
And it's a challenge many face.
Period poverty is the inability to purchase menstrual products in order to manage a period.
Jennifer Gaines of the Alliance for Period Supply says period poverty is widespread across the U.S., uniquely affecting low-income and marginalized communities and access to education.
Students who don't have access to these products will miss out on school.
1 in 5 teens say they have trouble affording period products, and 4 in 5 students say they've missed class or know someone who did because of it, according to a study sponsored by Thinks and nonprofit Period. Adding to the hefty price for a box of tampons, state sales tax. 22 states in the U.S. still charge a sales tax on menstrual products. Activists are pushing for a 0% tampon tax rate, but some lawmakers take issue with the idea. A 2021 bill to scrap Wyoming's tax on menstrual products failing after lawmakers argued all, quote, hygiene items should be included. State Senator Tom James telling the Casper Star Tribune, quote, it segregates and favors one sex over another. 17 states and Washington, D.C. have laws requiring free period products in schools, 2 of those requiring them in homeless shelters. Abroad, New Zealand and the city of Seoul offer school period products for free. Scotland making history in September, becoming the first country to provide free period products to everyone.
They definitely modeled, what we can do here in the United States. And so we can't stop having this conversation by just ending the tampon tax.
Far from policy debates, Ariana, Ramsey, and Isabel are making an impact where they can, hoping period pantries will expand.
We hope our project will spread awareness about period poverty and inspire other people to take their own steps.
Zinclair Samoa, NBC News.
Thanks for watching.
An important topic, Sinclair, thanks. Well, coming up, he's a legend of the links in the making.
After the break, we're going to introduce you to one young golfer who's using his love of the game to inspire kids just like him. That's up next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Another star shines bright on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and this is a good one. Billy Porter received the legendary honor yesterday. Porter has earned accolades for his Tony-winning performance in Broadway's Kinky Boots. Then he won an Emmy for his role in Pose, and that's on top of just being fabulous in every single way. Known for his red carpet fashion statements, he happily posed next to husband Adam Smith at yesterday's ceremony in a long, beautiful white ensemble. In his speech, Porter said, "I'm grateful to have lived long enough to see the day where my queerness is no longer my liability, but now is my greatest superpower." A wonderful message from a great guy.
Yeah, I love that. So much talent and so much style. It's not really fair, actually. All right, Joe, thanks for that. To this next story now, witnesses in Utah captured a terrifying moment. A base jumper slammed into a cliff before his parachute happened to snag on a ledge, suspending him in midair, but saving him. This whole thing unfolded while a family watched.
Incredible video showing a base jumper crash into a cliff in the middle of his descent, with his parachute managing to get stuck on the rock face, leaving him dangling in the air.
Oh my goodness.
This happened at Cane Creek Canyon near Moab, Utah.
For whatever reason, this jumper had a bad day.
Matt Lajeunesse, a member of the Moab Base Association, witnessing the terrifying accident on Saturday.
He's in a bad place. He definitely took a bit of a hit. Oh no.
Oh my God, is he just hanging there?
Mitch Edwards watching it all. He and his 12-year-old son can be heard on the video, shocked at what they witnessed.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Oh my.
Telling our affiliate KSL it could have been much worse if the jumper's parachute hadn't snagged on a ledge, saving him from plummeting farther.
Somebody from Search and Rescue climbed up the cliff, but that was amazing because there was no crack, no obvious route to get there. And so they had to set pins to get up there.
The family watched the Grand County Sheriff's Office search and rescue team work to get the jumper down, estimating that it took about 2 hours.
Somebody miraculously got up there and then, got the guy, but got him on another rope and lowered him down to the ground.
He was able to say, "Hey, I'm okay. My leg really hurts."
The sheriff's office telling KSL their ropes team did manage to save the man and that he was airlifted to a hospital. Lajeunesse telling us the jumper now has a broken leg.
They were able to get him from a cliff face to a helicopter to a hospital in a couple hours. That's really remarkable. Super impressive work on their end.
And another interesting note to all of this, many base jumpers had actually gathered in Moab for the holiday weekend to attend an event there. And the Facebook page for that event, they were actually fundraising for the same search and rescue team who ended up saving that jumper.
We close out this hour with the remarkable story of a young sports prodigy who's using the game of golf to overcome his own challenges and inspire others just like him. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt has his story.
Finally, he's in the pages of Sports Illustrated, even has his own clothing line. But for one inspiring young athlete, golf is so much more than a game. The game of golf teed up a new world for 11-year-old Carter Bonas.
The first experience playing golf was really amazing, and I just like hitting the golf ball.
Before he started playing, Carter was struggling. He says he was bullied at school and having trouble engaging socially. Carter has a form of autism.
Carter's type of autism is high-functioning Asperger's.
He is able to communicate, but his social skills are not where they should be.
Medical experts say some kids with Asperger's tend to focus all of their energy on one thing at a time. Carter used that to his advantage on the golf course.
Golf definitely helped me with my anger management, and when I had a bad day, I would just go to the golf course, and that made me feel nice.
Golf really did save his life because now he had something to look forward to, something that he was good at.
Carter was just named Sports Kid of the Year. He hopes to one day play in the PGA and has his own clothing line. Part of the proceeds, Carter donates to an organization that helps families and children with autism.
It feels amazing that I can help other kids because I really want to help other people if they need help.
A young role model hoping to inspire other kids just like him.
And I will continue to be a good advocate and telling people to stay positive.
For more of Carter's story, tune in to this Saturday's Nightly News Kids Edition here on NBC.
All right, our thanks to Lester Holt for that inspiring story. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Friday. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, new jobs report. This morning, we're getting a better idea of where the economy is headed and how many jobs were added in the last month. All of this comes as new economic data shows people are still spending in the weeks before the holidays despite high inflation. We'll break down what this new jobs report means and whether a recession is looming. Pomp and pageantry. President Biden hosts his first state dinner for French President Emmanuel Macron as the two leaders discuss global issues like the war in Ukraine, and the White House averts a domestic crisis with the Senate approving a deal to avoid a railroad strike. We're going to explain what this deal means for your holiday shopping. A new phase. China eases its COVID rules after weeks of protests from people fed up with nearly 3 years of restrictions. But life is not back to normal yet. The new relief and worry as cases there rise. Also this morning, happy anniversary to the text message. On this day, 30 years ago, the first text was sent, and now we don't know what life would be like without it. We'll show you that first message and how it's still shaping the future of communication today. I feel like I wasn't texting 30 years ago. It took some time for it to catch on.
My dad just started last year.
Okay, so he's 29 years behind.
Just a little bit behind.
Very good. We're going to have more on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with some good news on the economic front.
Yeah, first, it looks like that potentially crushing strike by the nation's rail workers has been avoided. And it comes just a couple weeks before the Federal Reserve meets to likely raise interest rates once again. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story as new jobs numbers are released this morning.
Yeah, good morning. So the jobs report out this morning, and economists actually want to see fewer jobs created last month than the month before. Why? Because right now we have more job openings than workers to fill them. So that drives up wages. That then feeds the inflationary cycle. They want to see that moderate as we try to get inflation under control. In the meantime, it appears the country just dodged a big economic bullet, or you might say an oncoming freight train.
The joint resolution is
on Capitol Hill, a potentially catastrophic rail strike averted, with Congress voting to approve a disputed labor agreement. That bill now goes to the president, who warned a shutdown could disrupt critical resources like clean drinking water and the movement of gasoline.
We're going to avoid the rail strike, keep the rails running, keep things moving.
But the deal only includes one paid sick day. Right now, those workers have none. President Biden, who vowed to be the most pro-union president, was asked about it yesterday.
I negotiated a contract no one else could negotiate.
The agreement easing fears a work stoppage could upend the supply chain and the overall economy, already confounded by decades-high inflation and decades-low unemployment. This is a head-scratcher of an economy.
We have an economy that is supposed to be slowing because the Fed is hiking rates because they're trying to wring inflation out of the economy. But several parts of the economy continue to accelerate.
With the Federal Reserve set to meet soon, there's hope that the red-hot jobs market may actually start to cool. Right now, there are 1.5 jobs for every single worker available.
This is a great labor market in that sense. It's too great in a way because it's going to be adding to inflation.
But as Americans gear up for the holidays,
this is our Super Bowl.
Gilbert Miller says higher fuel, fertilizer, and labor costs have forced his Georgia Christmas tree farm to pass some of those costs to customers. Now some are seeking smaller trees and deals.
We're seeing a little bit more haggling.
And as tempting as it might be this time of year, experts say it's best to avoid racking up debt that you can't quickly pay off.
Make this credit card debt payoff a priority.
A little more on the credit card issue. We just learned that Americans' personal savings dropped to 2.3% in October. That's the lowest since 2005. And what's happening is that while Americans continue to spend, they're doing it on their credit cards. They're building up debt, and they're then eating into the savings that they had accumulated during the pandemic. And the longer that this goes on, the more that can undermine Americans' financial well-being. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thanks.
It was a night of dinner and diplomacy at the White House. President Biden hosted France's president at the first state dinner of the Biden presidency. The president is aiming to strengthen ties with a key ally as they dined on lobster and discussed critical issues like the war in Ukraine. But there were some tensions on display as well. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker is with us with the very latest. Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Joe. Good morning to you. That's right. American and French cultures did come together here at the White House overnight for that first state dinner. Actually, the first one in 3 years due to COVID. On the menu, as you mentioned, butter poached Maine lobster, also high stakes diplomacy. The two leaders looking to strengthen ties and address some of those simmering tensions between them. Overnight, the French connection on display at the White House. President Biden hosting France's President Macron for the first state dinner of his presidency.
Tonight, we celebrate the enduring alliance between France and the United States.
A bipartisan black tie affair, bringing together some of the biggest names in Washington and Hollywood, from the Republican and Democratic leaders of the House to Jennifer Garner, John Legend, and John Baptiste. But underlying the American-themed dinner menu, high-stakes diplomacy amid global tensions. Among the biggest issues, Russia's war in Ukraine. Both leaders making it clear they stand with Ukraine. But while Macron says he will once again meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin in an attempt to bring the war to an end, President Biden insists any meeting must come with conditions.
I'm prepared to speak with Mr. Putin if, in fact, there is an interest in him deciding he's looking for a way to end the war. He hasn't done that yet.
Macron has also criticized the president's signature legislative achievement, the Inflation Reduction Act, saying it could eliminate European jobs. President Biden not backing down.
I make no apologies.
Also present among the pomp and pageantry of the night, Washington's political tensions. Hunter Biden, who is under federal investigation, was in attendance, alongside House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, who has vowed to further scrutinize the president's son. McCarthy brushing off questions about being at the same dinner. All of it wrapping up a day spent chewing over critical issues in an attempt to strengthen ties with America's oldest ally. Now, just going back to Ukraine for a minute, guys, it comes as President Biden is asking Congress for more than $37 billion in additional Ukraine emergency aid. And that move is already opposed by some Republicans. Overnight, the former Republican President George W. Bush urging America to continue standing up against Putin, adding, quote, if the United States turns our back on Zelensky, the whole world will. Joe.
Kristen, while I have you, I want to ask a question about the former president. We got a ruling yesterday on the status of that special master who's been reviewing the documents taken from former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. What more can you tell us about that?
That's absolutely right, Joe. Well, we learned yesterday of this major defeat for former President Trump, and it's also a win for the Justice Department. A federal appeals court on Thursday halted that third-party review of documents that special master seized from his Mar-a-Lago estate. The court saying that the judge should not have intervened in the first place. Now, it's not clear yet whether Mr. Trump and his legal team will appeal, but we'll watch it closely. Joe.
All right, Kristen Welker. Kristen, thanks so much.
All right, to China now. The government there may be changing its stance on its COVID response. The country now slowly taking steps to ease the zero COVID restrictions, and this comes after massive protests spread across the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now with more on this. Janice.
Stephen, good morning. Zero COVID is not going away, but the rules do appear to be easing. Small moves in some parts of the country, and just days after those stunning protests. But unwinding lockdowns, quarantines, and other harsh measures here could trigger a new set of problems, along with a wave of COVID infections. This morning, China's government rethinking zero COVID rules, easing lockdowns overnight in some cities. China's Vice Premier Sun Chunlan, the face of every grim lockdown here, now says the country is entering a new stage and mission. But there are fears that years of COVID controls here and the banning of foreign vaccines have left the country with little immunity to the virus. A low vaccination rate among the elderly could see a spike of infections. But unusually, the Chinese government now seems to be responding to public pressure after extraordinary protests in multiple cities.
They're calling for the end of lockdowns,
demanding freedom from zero COVID rules, a challenge to the leadership of Xi Jinping. That triggered a dragnet, police using surveillance tools and intimidation to suppress any further dissent. So far, the leadership has said nothing about the protests. But officials are now playing down the severity of getting COVID. Censors even allowing discussions of it on social media. If there's only one COVID case in the compound where you live, a huge lockdown doesn't make sense, she says. Zero COVID has made China an outlier, as other countries have moved on. But the messaging here is beginning to shift. An easing of the rules could soon follow. The government isn't getting rid of the vast COVID system that is built. Rather, it's making adjustments to how people use it, like allowing some to quarantine at home instead of forcing every single COVID case to isolate in a hospital. The worry remains this probable exit wave, with cases already at a record high here and likely to surge. Stephen?
All right, more to follow on that. Janice, thanks.
Countdown is on for the highest stakes game for the U.S. men's soccer team in nearly a decade. Tomorrow, it's win or go home as the Americans face European powerhouse the Netherlands. But the big question facing Team USA is the health of star player Christian Pulisic. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the latest from Doha, Qatar.
All eyes are on Team USA as they get ready for their big game tomorrow against the Netherlands. Now, if the team pulls off the win, it'll be the first time since 2002 that they advance to the quarterfinals. It's going to be tough, but the team says they're ready. The big question is, will star forward Christian Pulisic take the field?
With just one day until Team USA's knockout round match against the Netherlands,
it's an unbelievable accomplishment.
USA! USA! Another reason to believe the Americans can make even more noise at the World Cup.
And I will do everything in my power to work with this medical team and make sure that I can play.
Star player Christian Pulisic says he's fighting to come back from a pelvis injury after colliding with the Iranian goalie while scoring the winning goal on Tuesday.
My opportunity was there to beat the defender to the ball, and I was just able to do that and, paid the price for it a bit.
But the team still looking ahead. Yeah. Arriving at the stadium for one of their last practices.
As the players are getting ready, so are the fans. The excitement is building ahead of this big match.
USA! USA! I think there's a good chance we can beat the Netherlands.
I think they can definitely do some damage this World Cup.
Basketball superstar LeBron James also getting hyped.
I think if they do win, it will be a win for the upsets.
Team USA is the underdog against the Netherlands, but this has been a World Cup tournament filled with upsets. Belgium, the second best team in the world, and four-time World Cup winner Germany, both out, while Japan is moving on, along with Morocco for the first time in 36 years. The U.S. team says with or without Pulisic, they'll be ready.
USA! USA!
And American fans confident the Stars and Stripes can do it.
USA!
Are we going all the way?
USA all the way! Let's go!
USA says it's still day-to-day with Christian Pulisic, and at this point, it's still unclear whether or not he'll be healthy enough to take the field tomorrow night. Back to you.
All right, Megan, thanks so much.
All right, time now for a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Hey, Michelle, happy Friday.
Hey there, guys. Happy Friday. And we're looking good in the Northeast to start out this Friday. Lots of sunshine. You need the coat, though, because we're looking at chilly temperatures. We have chilly temperatures across the map and also tracking some rain, some snow, and even some gusty winds. So this is what it looks like today. A cold front bringing some heavy snow into portions of the Intermountain West, the northern Central Rockies and northern plains into the upper Midwest. Ahead of that front, it's warm, it's windy. We're going to see winds gusting up to 35, 45, 50 miles per hour. And then in the Northeast, we're looking at plenty of sunshine. That's extending down into the Carolinas, the Southeast as well, along the Gulf Coast states. That will change, though, as we head towards Saturday. We're looking at widespread showers extending from portions of New England into the Mid-Atlantic, portions of the Carolinas, Tennessee Valley, and the Gulf Coast states. It's not going to last all day, but we will see wet weather to start out our weekend. And then once this front pulls away, we could see a little bit of snow in the interior parts of the Northeast as cold air starts to work back in, and that's going to set up a much colder Sunday. It is much colder in the northern plains, the upper Midwest on Saturday. Temperatures in the teens, the 20s, and that extends down into the central and even southern plains. Notice the southern plains in Oklahoma, also Texas. We're talking about 40s and 50s as opposed to 60s and 70s, although southern Texas, you're going to still be warm. Then we're looking at another Pacific storm bringing some heavy rain to portions of California and also more mountain snow. We're really going to pile up that snow as we go throughout the next several days. This is a look at Sunday, heavy snow throughout the west. Really nice in the middle of the country in terms of sunshine. It's dry. It'll still be cold, though, in the northern plains and Midwest and central plains. Temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Brisk and cool in the Northeast. A little bit of snow showers along the Great Lakes and sunny and mild in the Southeast. So satellite radar showing us that we do have snow falling. That's where you see the blue. Also some green, some rain is falling. That's really going to ramp up, though, as we head throughout Saturday. And we do have 6 million under winter alerts. It's widespread from the west into the Intermountain West, the northern plains, the upper Midwest. So we have the snow. We have wind, too. Lots of wind alerts across the central plains into even portions of the Ohio Valley, the Southwest as well. 30 million people impacted. And I saw some reports that we could see winds up to 85 miles per hour in some spots. So we're going to see those winds whipping as we go throughout this Friday. It's all due to this cold front that's bringing the snow in the Rockies and also the upper Midwest. There is that second storm on deck bringing us more rain, more snow on Saturday. We could see some flooding conditions in California, especially where the burned areas are. And then this is Saturday, the heavy rain across California, more snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains. So how much snow? It's a lot of snow in the Sierra Mountains. We're looking up to 2 feet of snow. We've already had so much snow. So we're really helping that snowpack there. It's helping the drought, too, because we still have drought conditions in a lot of the West. So that is good news once we get this wet weather going. Again, possible flooding throughout California. We're looking at inches of rain, up to 2 inches in some spots, especially along the coast from Monterey down to Santa Barbara. Now, temperatures were chilly today in the Northeast. Boston, a little below normal for this time of year in the 30s, just 36 in Buffalo, right around the freezing mark in Chicago. But notice tomorrow we start to work that warmer area, and so temperatures in the 60s and 70s in December. Fort Worth, Texas tomorrow, 71 degrees, and this will move into the Northeast as well. Back to you guys.
All right. A little bit of everything there, Michelle. Thanks.
Coming up, Prince William and Princess Kate are wrapping up their trip to the U.S.
Yeah, but it is not without some drama. We have the latest on the racism accusations at Buckingham Palace, plus the explosive new docuseries by Prince Harry and Meghan. That's coming up next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the growing controversy surrounding Ye, the rapper formerly known as Kanye West. He's now been suspended from Twitter after making more anti-Semitic comments and praising Hitler. Here's NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. We should warn you, this report does contain language some may find upsetting.
This morning, the rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, at the center of a firestorm again, now banned from Twitter after more anti-Semitic comments and posts. West's account suspended Thursday night after he posted a now-deleted image of a swastika inside a Star of David. Twitter owner Elon Musk confirming West's suspension while replying to another Twitter user, writing, "I tried my best. Despite that, he again violated our rule against incitement to violence. Account will be suspended." West's Twitter account has been restricted before over anti-Semitic comments, but he returned to the platform in November. Musk has said that the account was restored by Twitter before he took ownership. Earlier yesterday, during a lengthy interview with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones on his InfoWars show, dressed in a full mask, West attacked Jewish people, spread more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and praised Nazis, also saying this.
I see good things about Hitler also.
When Jones says he didn't like Nazis, West interjected.
I like Hitler.
Jewish leaders have warned of heightened fears of anti-Semitic hate recently. West has been one of the most famous voices sharing anti-Semitic comments over the past few months, causing him to lose millions of dollars in lucrative partnerships. Now appearing on the InfoWars program with white nationalist Nick Fuentes. Both dined with former President Donald Trump just before Thanksgiving at his Mar-a-Lago club. Trump, who is also running for office in 2024, said he did not know who Fuentes was and that West expressed no anti-Semitism at the dinner.
And if you can believe it, that is not all. The new ban comes hours after it was announced West would no longer be buying that alternative social media platform, Parler. The company says that that termination was mutual. Joe, back to you.
All right, Steve Patterson. Steve, thanks so much. Turning now to the royal visit, the Prince and Princess of Wales have reached the final leg of their 3-day tour.
Yeah, today will be another jam-packed day for the two royals, finishing off at the Earshot Awards. But despite all the festivities, not everything has gone according to plan. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Boston with more. Keir, good morning.
Hey there, good morning to you. Prince William will meet with the president today, but of course, yesterday we had that news of Harry and Meghan's docu-series from Netflix, and that has really dominated the headlines in the last 24 hours. The question, will the controversy overshadow the diplomacy?
On their final day in Boston, the Prince, the Princess and the President, crowds of well-wishers braving the bitter Boston cold just to catch a glimpse. But the US trip overshadowed by controversy both here and back home. including an explosive new trailer for the Netflix docuseries Harry and Meghan.
Why did you want to make this documentary?
No one sees what's happening behind closed doors. I had to do everything I could to protect my family.
When the stakes are this high, doesn't it make more sense to hear our story from us?
British newspaper headlines not only questioning the timing of the release, but some even calling the documentary a declaration of war on the royal family. Also making headlines, charity executive Ngozi Fulani is speaking out about her treatment by Prince William's godmother at a Buckingham Palace event this week.
This lady comes up to me, and the first thing she does is take my hair and move it. I'm like, I don't know who she is, but she's felt already that she has the right to put her hands on me physically to move my hair so she can see my name badge.
The British-born Ngozi says she was questioned for several minutes about her ethnicity.
Your whole identity is being questioned when your birthright is being denied.
You feel violated?
Absolutely.
Lady Susan Hussey, who was close to Queen Elizabeth, has resigned her role as aide to Camilla, Queen Consort. The palace calling the comments unacceptable, while a spokesman for Prince William says racism has no place in our society. The future king trying his best to keep the spotlight on his Earthshot Prize, established to support innovative climate change solutions.
You're doing fantastic work.
Hoping for a positive end to a challenging week for the Prince and Princess of Wales.
And I think, honestly, these past few days have raised some real questions for the Prince and Princess and for the royal family, for the King. Can the royal family modernise when, guys, just by their name, they are not a modern organisation?
Yeah, and here we were going to ask William, of course, in the U.S. for the first time in a long while. Obviously, his brother Harry also now lives here, but I'm guessing a reunion not in the cards?
Yeah, no kidding. I don't think there's going to be a reunion. I mean, I think another one of the big questions for the royal family is how can they effectively operate when there is, frankly, this feud between the two brothers. William and Kate are going to go back home to the UK overnight. And again, I think they're going to need to face some serious questions.
That's an understatement. Keir, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting this week.
All right, more international headlines now. North Korea has been hit with a new set of sanctions following the country's recent missile test.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joined us from Rome with this and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, in a statement, the U.S. State Department said that new sanctions have been imposed on 3 North Korean officials in connection with the record-breaking sequence of missile launches recently. Under the new sanctions, the officials' assets based in the U.S. will be frozen and they will be barred from any transactions with any business or individual in the United States. The 3 officials allegedly played major roles in developing the weapons. Let's move to Ukraine, where an army of engineers from the country's phone companies has been mobilized to maintain and restore phone services interrupted by Russia's attacks. When a phone tower is hit and damaged, the engineers ran to fix it, sometimes braving minefields to reach them. Russia has repeatedly targeted Ukraine's energy infrastructure, leaving entire cities without power at a time of freezing temperatures. And let's go back to the Christmas mood by heading to Japan, where a scuba diver dressed as Santa swam in an aquarium with thousands of fish and dolphins. Visitors at the Hakejima Sea Paradise Aquarium in Yokohama told Reuters it was good to enjoy an early taste of Christmas, although it did feel a little strange to see Santa in the water. It must have felt strange to the dolphins and fish too, guys.
Yeah, but good to know if the sleigh ever breaks down, Santa just gets on the scuba gear and delivers the toys via water. All right.
It's
Claudio.
Christmas magic.
Thank you, Claudio.
That's right. Well, coming up this morning, fear and frustration in Idaho, where it's now been nearly 3 weeks since 4 college students were killed there.
The murders are still unsolved, and now we're hearing from one of the victims' fathers.
Don't do something within the next week or 2. I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
From police, plus the latest information this morning on how the killer could be attending the vigils held for the victims.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why
was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. It has been nearly 3 weeks since the mysterious killings of 4 University of Idaho students. The case remains unsolved.
Now, the father of one of the victims is speaking out. He sat down with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
Yeah, guys, good morning. And just an absolutely heartbreaking conversation with Father Stephen Gonzalez, who tells me every single day is a battle. He understands that authorities can't share everything they know. But now on day 19 since he lost his daughter Kaylee and her 3 friends, he fears the fact that he's heard little to anything means this case could quickly grow cold.
I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
This morning, Stephen Gonzalez sharing his fear and frustration, not only facing the heartbreaking loss of his daughter Kaylee and her 3 friends, but the fact that their killer is still at large.
It's going to be a cold case if we don't do something within the next week or 2.
A police spokesperson says the case is the department's highest priority, with Moscow PD working around the clock alongside state police and the FBI.
We're definitely making progress. We're putting the pieces together. And I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
Gonzalez says he respects the need to withhold some information, but is frustrated by what he calls a lack of communication from law enforcement, leaving the father of 4 slowly losing his patience.
Every day that goes by and you don't hear anything, what does that do?
Just tells me statistically I'm going to have to do more work myself. I'm not going to sit here and just be a crybaby dad.
On the college campus the victims attended just weeks ago, the mystery surrounding their deaths, convincing some students to do remote learning until someone is caught.
I'm coming home this weekend, back to Boise because of it. My family is very concerned, and rightly so.
One criminal profiler telling NBC News it's possible the attacker could show up at community events commemorating the victims, such as this candlelight vigil.
It wouldn't be at all surprising if the killer
if he does indeed live in the community, would show up at some of these public events simply to observe, if you will, the outcome of his crime.
That's why Gonzalez says his family won't be holding a public memorial for Kaylee.
I can't do it public if he's sitting there laughing and smirking and feeding off everybody's misery. If I can keep any part of this animal's fantasy from coming true, then I'm going to do it.
And overnight, we're hearing new details from Moscow police who say that a sixth individual has been identified as having been on the lease of that home where these 4 young victims were killed. Police say up until recently, there had only been 5 people believed to have been on the lease for that home. And now this 6th person, who was not home at the time, adds a whole new layer to this ongoing mystery. We'll send it back to you.
Even more questions. All right, Morgan, thank you.
Coming up, the November jobs report is out. Next, we're breaking down just how many jobs were added and what it could mean for everything from interest rates to the likelihood of a recession.
Plus, another holiday supply shortage. If you're hoping to get a picture with St. Nick or one of his helpers, you may have a little more trouble this year. We'll explain coming up next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now with some breaking economic data.
Yeah, the U.S. economy added 263,000 jobs in November, much higher than expected, while the unemployment rate held steady at 3.7%. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia's editor-in-chief Caleb Silver are here to walk us through the numbers, what they mean for you. Brian, let's start with you. Break down the figures. What are they showing?
Yeah, good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Joe. Let's take a look at the numbers. Just for reference, we had 261,000 jobs that were added last
last month in October. But this month, we got even more jobs added, 263,000. That was the figure that we got about 5 minutes ago. Now, this number, by the way, is well above what the street had expected of around 200,000 jobs. So a lot of economists likely surprised by how much job creation there was in the month of November, a month where others may have expected the economy to slow down. But more importantly, the unemployment rate remaining steady at 3.7%. That's the same figure that we saw in October. So the broad story remains the case that the jobs market here in the United States continues to look strong.
Caleb, want to bring you in here now. What's your reaction to these higher than expected numbers?
Yeah, much stronger than expected. And also, October's numbers were revised a little bit higher. So the job market's been hot for the last couple of months, just as the Fed is trying to cool it down. One thing that we know the Federal Reserve is watching closely is average hourly earnings. Guess what? Up 0.6% in November. They're up 5.1% on an annual rate. The Federal Reserve has said, and Jerome Powell said it this week, that wage growth, wage inflation is hurting companies. That's one of the things they're trying to address by hiking interest rates. They're probably going to have to remain aggressive in their interest rate hikes. They meet again next week.
All right, Brian, let's talk about which sectors are seeing the most job gains and losses. And I also know, really, we've been talking about tech so much lately. Talk a little bit about what's happening in the tech world when it comes to layoffs there.
Yeah, well, if job gains were strong, as Caleb was just describing, well, where did we see the job gains? Well, I broke out three kind of big sectors that I was looking at headed into this report. Interesting to see that leisure and hospitality, think restaurants and bars, that added about 88K in the month of November. Manufacturing, that's been a big focus as well, also adding jobs, about 14,000 in the month of November. But I've been looking specifically also at professional and business services. This is the umbrella that's going to include a lot of the engineering and tech jobs that we've seen substantial layoffs in over the past few months, only adding about 6,000 jobs. So a very small slice of the pie. This is a bit of a deceleration from the job gains we had seen earlier in the year, but not necessarily contracting. So it does show a little bit of slowing, but not necessarily Armageddon that would really impact the overall jobs numbers, which were still very strong.
And Caleb, you mentioned Fed Chair Jerome Powell. He said on Wednesday that smaller interest rate rises could be on the horizon. Do these latest job numbers support his overall outlook?
Yeah, I still think the Federal Reserve is likely to hike interest rates 0.5% next week when it meets. It had done 0.75% 4 times in a row. So the interest rate hikes have been aggressive. They may stay at this pace until inflation comes down. We did get the PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, out the other day. That is coming down a little bit. It was around 6%. The Fed wants inflation at 2%. So we still have a ways to go. And Fed Chair Powell said they're not even close to being done.
So, Brian, what does this tell us about how well the Fed is doing trying to manage this, get rid of inflation, but try and avoid a recession? What could it mean for the rate hikes moving forward? And just best advice to Americans who are trying to plan for rate hikes and also the holiday season?
Yeah, well, Caleb was underscoring that we're still far away from 2% on inflation, and Americans are feeling that as they go out and do their holiday shopping. So mission not accomplished. But on the jobs front, again, unemployment at 3.7%, unemployment rather. That's the lowest that we've seen in quite a while. 3.5% was the lowest over the last, let's say, 50 years. So 3.7%, not bad at all. That is not what you would see in a typical recessionary environment. But again, for those that are trying to buy the ingredients for the holiday dinner coming up in the next few weeks, they're feeling the pinch. Inflation remains the big story in this economic environment.
All right, Brian, Caleb, thank you both for helping us break down these numbers. Appreciate it.
And speaking of jobs, more financial headlines now. In an effort to cut costs, CNN is making major layoffs.
NBC's Pippa Stevens joins us with that and more money news. Pippa, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, CNN is laying off hundreds of staffers yesterday as part of a broader Warner Brothers Discovery effort to cut costs. Sources telling CNBC the cuts impacted less than 400 people, but comes less than a year after its parent company abruptly shuttered its short-lived streaming service, CNN+. Warner Brothers Discovery was formed earlier this year via a merger between Discovery and Warner Media, which was previously owned by AT&T. Fisker shares under pressure after short seller Fuzzy Panda Research claimed the EV maker does not have easy access to its own cash. A new report from the firm claims Fisker's cash is, quote, tied up in bank guarantees for one of its suppliers, leaving the company to rely on new stock offerings to fund operations. Fisker has denied the report and called the claims, quote, false and misleading in a statement to CNBC. And Tesla kicking off deliveries of its all-electric semi-truck after years of production delays stemming from COVID-19 and supply shortages. PepsiCo was the first to receive the truck, which can travel as far as 500 miles on a single charge while fully loaded. That is according to the automaker. Back to you.
All right, Pippa, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, we finally reached December, and you know what that means. It's officially Santa season.
Santa season, but this year there's a problem. A shortage of helpers for St. Nick is cause for concern. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kearse joins us now from Ohio to explain what's driving this demand. Surprising stuff here, Jesse.
Yeah, Stephen and Joe, good morning. It shouldn't be that surprising, right, that people are looking for Santa in December with Christmas just a couple weeks away. They're looking for that. They're looking for the lights. They're looking for the memories. They're looking for Kris Kringle himself. And don't worry, Santa is coming on Christmas itself. But I hate to be a Grinch. Unfortunately, if you're looking to squeeze in an extra visit with St. Nick before Christmas, that's going to be a little bit tricky.
His iconic laugh brings the magic of Christmas to life.
You get presents. Not only presents, you give them to people.
Fun and family and fellowship and love.
So it's no surprise Santa Claus is in high demand. But as more in-person holiday parties return, St. Nick's taking on even more jobs, leaving his workshop in a supply chain lurch.
As we're heading into December, we're pretty much sold out on all weekends across the country. We're up 30% over last year, and last year was a record year itself, and that's up 120% over pre-pandemic levels.
Hire Santa says even though some families are less concerned about COVID this year, some of Santa's helpers are still worried about getting sick.
There are over 2,200 open positions for Santas, Mrs. Claus, elves.
One place that's not worried about making it into St. Nick's busy schedule is Castle Noel near Cleveland, which celebrates Christmas year-round.
Santa has as much fun here as the folks that visit. I took my kids to see Santa at the mall, but you know, a lot of times there's shopping, parking, stress. Here, people spend 2 hours having fun, and at the end of that fun, they see Santa.
That's co-owner Mark Claus.
Awesome.
Yes, that's his real last name.
If Santa ever called in sick or got stuck in reindeer traffic or anything like that, you're ready to step in.
I am a real Claus, so I have to be around here to do whatever it is I have to do.
Of course, no Christmas is complete without Santa or a classic Christmas movie.
No, I want an official red undercover knife and 200 jet rifle.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
Or a chance to recreate one.
Wait, I want an official Red Ryder carbine action 200-shot range model air rifle.
You'll shoot your eye out, Jesse. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
Other ways to capture the spirit of Santa: have your uncle, grandfather, or friend dress up as Santa for your party. Rent a Santa costume and take pictures or video of Santa putting out gifts for your kids to see in the morning. Buy a personalized message from Santa.
Big smile.
Because in the end,
Are you getting excited for Christmas? That spirit of Christmas, that joy of Christmas, that is what it's all about.
That's what it's all about, obviously about the toys too, right? So if you're looking for Turbo Man or anything else for this year, you might actually want to be thinking about your list for next Christmas. Apparently some people are already booking Santa for 2023. But I talked with the big guy himself, and he actually told me that even I could be one of his helpers in a pinch. So guys, if you need someone for a party coming up, I'm all set. How was that? All good. Mark Claus himself, give me the thumbs up, guys.
Wow. Just need to give you the beard. I just want to see the behind-the-scenes video of you shooting that reenactment of the Christmas story. I mean, that was yes.
Yeah,
right,
Santa has a mean kick.
He does. Yeah, I can see. I'm glad the makeup covered the mark there. All right, Jesse, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Well, coming up this morning, there are a few other Christmas movies to talk about that are coming out this weekend.
Yeah, but they're both very, very different films. We're going to show you which movies to check out as part of our can't miss list. That's next.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The big variable, the storm surge.
Why was it important for you to be here?
It's kind of training, right?
How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back, and grab your fedora. Indiana Jones is back. It's really the only good reason to wear a fedora. The first trailer for the 5th film in the Indiana Jones franchise, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, was released. Jones is accompanied by his goddaughter in this one, played by Phoebe Waller-Bridge. In the new adventure, Ford has said this will likely be his last Jones film, though, and the 80-year-old actor has been digitally de-aged to make him look just like his younger self. The newest installment in the iconic franchise hits theaters in June of 2023.
So let the countdown begin. A lot of folks looking forward to that one.
Very much so.
All right, here is a question for the slightly older viewers. Do you remember sending your first text message? I remember it was like you had to do hit the 4 3 times to get that. You remember that? Yeah, all right. Well, do you remember?
It took a lot of skill to do that.
Exactly.
Hitting those buttons. Well, believe it or not, tomorrow, the 30th anniversary of the first short message service, or SMS text message. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz joins us now with a look at how texting has changed our lives and where it's going in the future. Good morning, Gotti.
Hey, guys. Yeah, it is incredible to think that it has been 30 years now that texting first started, and now it is just something that we use so many times a day. In fact, I already got my first text message of the day. Somebody saw a promo for this story and was like, where's your razor, dude? So it's something that we use all the time, and when you start to think of where it's headed next, it will blow your mind.
It is perhaps the greatest advance in communication since the telephone itself. Today, Americans send more than 2 trillion texts a year, from SMS and iMessage to Facebook Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp. The instant gratification and convenience of texting a quick message or pic are simply irresistible.
I had no idea texting was going to turn into what it is today.
It was 30 years ago tomorrow, December 3rd, 1992, that British engineer Neil Papworth sent the very first text, messaging Merry Christmas to a colleague, a feat later celebrated in a Super Bowl ad.
I created the first text message.
Now a father of 3, Papworth sees the impact of texting every single day, especially with his kids.
I used to say to them, do you not want to go out and see your friends? You spend all day messaging them. No. It is hard for us older people, shall we say, to kind of think like, well, don't you want to just, the guy lives 3 doors down. Do you not just want to go and say hello?
These days, people use text for communicating just about everything, including the most intimate subjects. One survey finds 6 out of 10 young adults admit to sexting someone. More than a quarter of millennials say they've been proposed to over text. And nearly half of Gen Zers say they've been dumped via text.
Who are you texting 50 times a day?
IDK, my BFF Jill.
Texting has given us a whole new language of abbreviations, from FOMO to LOL to OMG, BRB. And without texts, we might have never invented the beloved emoji. Texting has become so prevalent, it's now replacing actual dialogue on TV. A lot of businesses have also adopted texting for quicker customer service. No more long waits over the phone.
We're using text messages daily for things like breaking news alerts or weather alerts, or here's the status of your food order.
Now, in a lot of ways, texting has made communication a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient, but some psychologists say it comes at a cost: the loss of in-person communication. And how often have you misread the tone of a text? Like when somebody jokingly texts you, "I'm so mad at you," versus an angry, "I'm so mad at you." Sometimes over text, it's hard to tell what is actually meant.
Despite that, experts say texting is the future of communication and it's going high-tech. In the next decade or so, it might look more like Minority Report with augmented reality keyboards like this. And those voice memos might even take the form of 3D holograms, just like in Star Wars.
30 years ago, when that first text message was sent, who knew where it would be today? So it just feels like the sky's the limit.
And experts also say it gets a little bit weirder than that. They say that in the future, it's very possible that we'll have things like wearable tech, iPhones or the watches that we wear, glasses, but these ones will read your brain waves and they will be sending texts just by thinking about it. So as long as we can control the send button, maybe that's a good idea, but who knows?
Yeah,
guys,
very good. The holograms, help me Obi-Wan Kenobi. I can't wait for that one. All right, Gotti, thanks.
All right, get your popcorn or coffee or both ready because it's Friday, which means it's time for our can't-miss list. All the movies, TV shows you should check out this week. Joining us now is Brian Balthazar with his pop culture picks. Brian, good to have you with us.
How's it going? Good to see you.
Yeah,
look at that. Wow, it's a lot. Look at that.
Apparently, if you didn't know the holidays were here,
now you
Brian
know.
is here to
get my Christmas card taken today. Okay.
We got two holiday movies, and they are very different.
Very different, exactly. It's like a vegan and a steakhouse, right? Okay, you got Violent Night, which is, by the way, brilliant title, and it does live up to its name.
Who wants to see that?
Right, so it's a wealthy family. They've got a mansion, and it's infiltrated by mercenaries, and it's up to Santa to save the day. But this Santa's like a little bit of a bad Santa meets Die Hard. That's David Harbour from Stranger Things, who gained 70 pounds for the role. By the way, over the holidays when I gain weight, I now say it's for a role. It's like, oh yeah, it's for a role.
Santa. Yeah.
If you're going to take your family, though, watch the trailer because you will find that Violent does. There's John Leguizamo. It does live up to the name of violence, and you know, it's kind of the alternative to the warm and fuzzy kind of holiday movie. But you know, it's you're saving Christmas. That's a common theme in holiday movies,
That's
right?
A reason for joy.
Then we have the if you're like, I want something that's the exact opposite of that, you should go see I Heard the Bells. This couldn't be more different. Okay, this takes place during the Civil War, I should say, not Silver War, the Civil War, and it's the story of how Henry Wadsworth Longfellow came up with the poem I Heard the Bells, which was the inspiration for the Christmas carol, I Heard the Bells on Christmas Day. So does that sound any different than Violent Night?
A little bit.
Yes,
Wow.
yes, it does. But it's obviously a period piece, and it talks about how he kind of hit a creative roadblock because of the Civil War, and then heard bells on Christmas Day, wrote the poem, and now that carol and that poem are classics.
Cool. Very cool. And talking about movies and TV, if you want to celebrate at home, what do we have streaming?
Yes, Christmas with the Campbells. This is very interesting, okay? This is like a Hallmark movie with bad language and sexual innuendo, right? Not even innuendo. Is outuendo a word? Because it is outward, right? Okay, so this is like a Hallmark movie. And in fact, it was written, they commissioned it from a screenwriter from Hallmark Films. And then Vince Vaughn and Peter Billingsley from Christmas Story, who are producers, put their spin on it with, it's basically the story of a woman who gets dumped by her boyfriend, but the boyfriend's parent says, come to our house for Christmas. So she does. Enter a second love interest. See the Hallmark stuff happening?
Oh, yeah.
But then just the language from Julia Duffy and I'm forgetting the husband's name from Cheers, like George Wendt. They are the scene stealers, but so much awkwardness, awkward language. It's wild, and it's on AMC Plus.
Okay.
Then Disney Plus has Pentatonics Around the World for the holidays. Pentatonics puts out a holiday album every year because they can, right? They don't have to pay a band. Okay, but this one, this is how they're searching for inspiration around the world for their music. So they go to Ghana, Iceland, Grenada, Mexico, Tokyo, and it's loosely scripted in between and how they get there. And it's an inspiring tale of how different people celebrate around the world.
This is their time of year, so all right. I don't know who wants to watch non-holiday stuff, but is there some non-holiday stuff?
Is there such a thing?
Yeah.
Okay, Disney Plus also has Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Roderick Rules. Roderick's is Greg's older brother. This is based on the second book in the series. And Roderick is a teenager. They've got the house to themselves. And like any 80s movie, you throw a party when the parents are away. And let's see how that goes. But it's good, clean fun. Diary of a Wimpy Kid is a really cute series. And then you have George and Tammy on Showtime. Jessica Chastain, who just killed it as Tammy Faye, now is Tammy Wynette, right? Yeah. And this is the story of George Jones and Tammy Wynette. Of course, she's going to sing Stand By Your Man. But their marriage and their relationship was complicated, to say the least. And it's actually told, the story is based on the daughter's story, but no matter who you ask in this, everyone's got a different version of what happened. But there's some substance abuse, there's complicated marriage problems, you name it, but and great music along the way. So this is a limited series because there's a lot to tell about the lives of these two people.
And Jessica Chastain is going to play all the Tammys.
Right, she is.
All the Tammys.
Who could be next?
Brian Balthazar, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Friday. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, new jobs report. This morning, we're getting a better idea of where the economy is headed and how many jobs were added in the last month. All of this comes as new economic data shows people are still spending in the weeks before the holidays despite high inflation. We'll break down what this new jobs report means and whether a recession is looming. Pomp and pageantry. President Biden hosts his first state dinner for French President Emmanuel Macron as the two leaders discuss global issues like the war in Ukraine, and the White House averts a domestic crisis with the Senate approving a deal to avoid a railroad strike. We're going to explain what this deal means for your holiday shopping. A new phase. China eases its COVID rules after weeks of protests from people fed up with nearly 3 years of restrictions. But life is not back to normal yet. The new relief and worry as cases there rise. Also this morning, happy anniversary to the text message. On this day, 30 years ago, the first text was sent, and now we don't know what life would be like without it. We'll show you that first message and how it's still shaping the future of communication today. I feel like I wasn't texting 30 years ago. It took some time for it to catch on.
My dad just started last year.
Okay, so he's 29 years behind.
Just a little bit behind.
Very good. We're going to have more on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with some good news on the economic front.
Yeah, first, it looks like that potentially crushing strike by the nation's rail workers has been avoided. And it comes just a couple weeks before the Federal Reserve meets to likely raise interest rates once again. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story as new jobs numbers are released this morning.
Yeah, good morning. So the jobs report out this morning, and economists actually want to see fewer jobs created last month than the month before. Why? Because right now we have more job openings than workers to fill them. So that drives up wages. That then feeds the inflationary cycle. They want to see that moderate as we try to get inflation under control. In the meantime, it appears the country just dodged a big economic bullet, or you might say an oncoming freight train.
The joint resolution is
on Capitol Hill, a potentially catastrophic rail strike averted, with Congress voting to approve a disputed labor agreement. That bill now goes to the president, who warned a shutdown could disrupt critical resources like clean drinking water and the movement of gasoline.
We're going to avoid the rail strike, keep the rails running, keep things moving.
But the deal only includes one paid sick day. Right now, those workers have none. President Biden, who vowed to be the most pro-union president, was asked about it yesterday.
I negotiated a contract no one else could negotiate.
The agreement easing fears a work stoppage could upend the supply chain and the overall economy, already confounded by decades-high inflation and decades-low unemployment. This is a head-scratcher of an economy.
We have an economy that is supposed to be slowing because the Fed is hiking rates, because they're trying to wring inflation out of the economy. But several parts of the economy continue to accelerate.
With the Federal Reserve set to meet soon, there's hope that the red-hot jobs market may actually start to cool. Right now, there are 1.5 jobs for every single worker available.
This is a great labor market in that sense.
it's too great in a way because it's going to be adding to inflation.
But as Americans gear up for the holidays,
this is our Super Bowl.
Gilbert Miller says higher fuel, fertilizer, and labor costs have forced his Georgia Christmas tree farm to pass some of those costs to customers. Now some are seeking smaller trees and deals.
We're seeing a little bit more haggling.
And as tempting as it might be this time of year, experts say it's best to avoid racking up debt that you can't quickly pay off.
Make this credit card debt payoff a priority.
A little more on the credit card issue. We just learned that Americans' personal savings dropped to 2.3% in October. That's the lowest since 2005. And what's happening is that while Americans continue to spend, they're doing it on their credit cards. They're building up debt, and they're then eating into the savings that they had accumulated during the pandemic. And the longer that this goes on, the more that can undermine Americans' financial well-being. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thanks.
It was a night of dinner and diplomacy at the White House. President Biden hosted France's president at the first state dinner of the Biden presidency. The president is aiming to strengthen ties with a key ally as they dined on lobster and discussed critical issues like the war in Ukraine. But there were some tensions on display as well. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker is with us with the very latest. Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Joe. Good morning to you. That's right. American and French cultures did come together here at the White House overnight for that first state dinner. Actually, the first one in 3 years due to COVID. On the menu, as you mentioned, butter poached Maine lobster, also high stakes diplomacy. The two leaders looking to strengthen ties and address some of those simmering tensions between them. Overnight, the French connection on display at the White House. President Biden hosting France's President Macron for the first state dinner of his presidency.
Tonight, we celebrate the enduring alliance between France and the United States.
A bipartisan black tie affair, bringing together some of the biggest names in Washington and Hollywood, from the Republican and Democratic leaders of the House to Jennifer Garner, John Legend, and John Baptiste. But underlying the American-themed dinner menu, high-stakes diplomacy amid global tensions. Among the biggest issues, Russia's war in Ukraine. Both leaders making it clear they stand with Ukraine. But while Macron says he will once again meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin in an attempt to bring the war to an end, President Biden insists any meeting must come with conditions.
I'm prepared to speak with Mr. Putin if, in fact, there is an interest in him deciding he's looking for a way to end the war. He hasn't done that yet.
Macron has also criticized the president's signature legislative achievement, the Inflation Reduction Act, saying it could eliminate European jobs. President Biden not backing down.
I make no apologies.
Also present among the pomp and pageantry of the night, Washington's political tensions. Hunter Biden, who is under federal investigation, was in attendance, alongside House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, who has vowed to further scrutinize the president's son. McCarthy brushing off questions about being at the same dinner. All of it wrapping up a day spent chewing over critical issues in an attempt to strengthen ties with America's oldest ally. Now, just going back to Ukraine for a minute, guys, it comes as President Biden is asking Congress for more than $37 billion in additional Ukraine emergency aid. And that move is already opposed by some Republicans. Overnight, the former Republican President George W. Bush urging America to continue standing up against Putin, adding, quote, if the United States turns our back on Zelensky, the whole world will. Joe.
Kristen, while I have you, I want to ask a question about the former president. We got a ruling yesterday on the status of that special master who's been reviewing the documents taken from former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. What more can you tell us about that?
That's absolutely right, Joe. Well, we learned yesterday of this major defeat for former President Trump, and it's also a win for the Justice Department. A federal appeals court on Thursday halted that third-party review of documents that special master seized from his Mar-a-Lago estate. The court saying that the judge should not have intervened in the first place. Now, it's not clear yet whether Mr. Trump and his legal team will appeal, but we'll watch it closely. Joe.
All right, Kristen Welker. Kristen, thanks so much.
All right, to China now. The government there may be changing its stance on its COVID response. The country now slowly taking steps to ease the zero COVID restrictions, and this comes after massive protests spread across the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now with more on this. Janice.
Stephen, good morning. Zero COVID is not going away, but the rules do appear to be easing. Small moves in some parts of the country, and just days after those stunning protests. But unwinding lockdowns, quarantines, and other harsh measures here could trigger a new set of problems, along with a wave of COVID infections. This morning, China's government rethinking zero COVID rules, easing lockdowns overnight in some cities. China's Vice Premier Sun Chunlan, the face of every grim lockdown here, now says the country is entering a new stage and mission. But there are fears that years of COVID controls here and the banning of foreign vaccines have left the country with little immunity to the virus. A low vaccination rate among the elderly could see a spike of infections. But unusually, the Chinese government now seems to be responding to public pressure after extraordinary protests in multiple cities.
They're calling for the end of lockdowns,
demanding freedom from zero COVID rules, a challenge to the leadership of Xi Jinping. That triggered a dragnet, police using surveillance tools and intimidation to suppress any further dissent. So far, the leadership has said nothing about the protests. But officials are now playing down the severity of getting COVID. Censors even allowing discussions of it on social media. If there's only one COVID case in the compound where you live, a huge lockdown doesn't make sense, she says. Zero COVID has made China an outlier, as other countries have moved on. But the messaging here is beginning to shift. An easing of the rules could soon follow. The government isn't getting rid of the vast COVID system that is built. Rather, it's making adjustments to how people use it, like allowing some to quarantine at home instead of forcing every single COVID case to isolate in a hospital. The worry remains this probable exit wave, with cases already at a record high here and likely to surge. Stephen?
All right, more to follow on that. Janice, thanks.
Countdown is on for the highest stakes game for the U.S. men's soccer team in nearly a decade. Tomorrow, it's win or go home as the Americans face European powerhouse, the Netherlands. But the big question facing Team USA is the health of star player Christian Pulisic. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the latest from Doha, Qatar.
All eyes are on Team USA as they get ready for their big game tomorrow against the Netherlands. Now, if the team pulls off the win, it'll be the first time since 2002 that they advance to the quarterfinals. It's going to be tough, but the team says they're ready. The big question is, will star forward Christian Pulisic take the field? With just one day until Team USA's knockout round match against the Netherlands.
It's an unbelievable accomplishment.
USA! USA! Another reason to believe the Americans can make even more noise at the World Cup.
And I will do everything in my power to work with this medical team and make sure that I can play.
Star player Christian Pulisic says he's fighting to come back from a pelvis injury after colliding with the Iranian goalie while scoring the winning goal on Tuesday.
My opportunity was there to beat the defender to the ball, and I was just able to do that and, paid the price for it a bit.
But the team's still looking ahead. Yeah. Arriving at the stadium for one of their last practices. As the players are getting ready, so are the fans. The excitement is building ahead of this big match.
USA! USA! I think there's a good chance we can beat the Netherlands.
I think they can definitely do some damage this World Cup.
Basketball superstar LeBron James also getting hyped.
I think if they do win, it will be a win for the upsets.
Team USA is the underdog against the Netherlands, but this has been a World Cup tournament filled with upsets. Belgium, the second best team in the world, and four-time World Cup winner Germany, both out, while Japan is moving on, along with Morocco for the first time in 36 years. The U.S. team says with or without Pulisic, they'll be ready. USA! USA! And American fans confident the Stars and Stripes can do it.
USA!
Are we going all the way?
USA all the way! Let's go!
Team USA says it's still day-to-day with Christian Pulisic, and at this point, it's still unclear whether or not he'll be healthy enough to take the field tomorrow night. Back to you.
All right, Megan, thanks so much.
All right, time now for a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Hey, Michelle, happy Friday.
Hey there, guys. Happy Friday. And we're looking good in the Northeast to start out this Friday. Lots of sunshine. You need the coat, though, because we're looking at chilly temperatures. We have chilly temperatures across the map and also tracking some rain, some snow, and even some gusty winds. So this is what it looks like today. A cold front bringing some heavy snow into portions of the Intermountain West, the northern Central Rockies and northern plains into the upper Midwest. Ahead of that front, it's warm, it's windy. We're going to see winds gusting up to 35, 45, 50 miles per hour. And then in the Northeast, we're looking at plenty of sunshine. That's extending down to the Carolinas, the Southeast as well, along the Gulf Coast states. That will change, though, as we head towards Saturday. We're looking at widespread showers extending from portions of New England into the Mid-Atlantic, portions of the Carolinas, Tennessee Valley, and the Gulf Coast states. It's not going to last all day, but we will see wet weather to start out our weekend. And then once this front pulls away, we could see a little bit of snow in the interior parts of the Northeast as cold air starts to work back in, and that's going to set up a much colder Sunday. It is much colder in the northern plains, the upper Midwest on Saturday. Temperatures in the teens, the 20s, and that extends down into the central and even southern plains. Notice the southern plains in Oklahoma, also Texas. We're talking about 40s and 50s as opposed to 60s and 70s, although southern Texas, you're going to still be warm. Then we're looking at another Pacific storm bringing some heavy rain to portions of California and also more mountain snow. We're really going to pile up that snow as we go throughout the next several days. This is a look at Sunday. Heavy snow throughout the west. Really nice in the middle of the country in terms of sunshine. It's dry. It'll still be cold, though, in the northern plains and Midwest and central plains. Temperatures in the 40s and 50s. Brisk and cool in the Northeast. A little bit of snow showers along the Great Lakes and sunny and mild in the Southeast. So satellite radar showing us that we do have snow falling. That's where you see the blue. Also some green, some rain is falling. That's really going to ramp up, though, as we head throughout Saturday. And we do have 6 million under winter alerts. It's widespread from the west into the Intermountain West, the northern plains, the upper Midwest. So we have the snow. We have wind, too. Lots of wind alerts across the central plains into even portions of the Ohio Valley, the Southwest as well. 30 million people impacted. And I saw some reports that we could see winds up to 85 miles per hour in some spots. So we're going to see those winds whipping as we go throughout this Friday. It's all due to this cold front that's bringing the snow in the Rockies and also the upper Midwest. There is that second storm on deck bringing us more rain, more snow on Saturday. We could see some flooding conditions in California, especially where the burned areas are. And then this is Saturday, the heavy rain across California, more snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains. So how much snow? It's a lot of snow in the Sierra Mountains. We're looking up to 2 feet of snow. We've already had so much snow. So we're really helping that snowpack there. It's helping the drought, too, because we still have drought conditions in a lot of the West. So that is good news once we get this wet weather going. Again, possible flooding throughout California. We're looking at inches of rain, up to 2 inches in some spots, especially along the coast from Monterey down to Santa Barbara. Now, temperatures were chilly today in the Northeast. Boston, a little below normal for this time of year in the 30s, just 36 in Buffalo, right around the freezing mark in Chicago. But notice tomorrow we start to work that warmer area. And so temperatures in the 60s and 70s in December. Fort Worth, Texas tomorrow, 71 degrees. And this will move into the Northeast as well. Back to you guys.
All right. A little bit of everything there. Michelle, thanks.
Coming up, Prince William and Princess Kate are wrapping up their trip to the U.S.
Yeah, but it is not without some drama. We have the latest on the racism accusations at Buckingham Palace, plus the explosive new docuseries by Prince Harry and Meghan. That's coming up next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training, Rachel? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. if you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just, get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
We're back with the latest on the growing controversy surrounding Ye, the rapper formerly known as Kanye West. He's now been suspended from Twitter after making more anti-Semitic comments and praising Hitler. Here's NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. We should warn you, this report does contain language some may find upsetting.
This morning, the rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, at the center of a firestorm again, now banned from Twitter after more anti-Semitic comments and posts. West's account suspended Thursday night after he posted a now deleted image of a swastika inside a Star of David. Twitter owner Elon Musk confirming West's suspension while replying to another Twitter user, writing, "I tried my best. Despite that, he again violated our rule against incitement to violence. Account will be suspended." West's Twitter account has been restricted before over anti-Semitic comments, but he returned to the platform in November. Musk has said that the account was restored by Twitter before he took ownership. Earlier yesterday, during a lengthy interview with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones on his InfoWars show, dressed in a full mask, West attacked Jewish people, spread more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and praised Nazis, also saying this.
I see good things about Hitler also.
When Jones says he didn't like Nazis, West interjected.
I like Hitler.
Jewish leaders have warned of heightened fears of anti-Semitic hate recently. West has been one of the most famous voices sharing anti-Semitic comments over the past few months, causing him to lose millions of dollars in lucrative partnerships. Now appearing on the InfoWars program with white nationalist Nick Fuentes. Both dined with former President Donald Trump just before Thanksgiving at his Mar-a-Lago club. Trump, who is also running for office in 2024, said he did not know who Fuentes was and that West expressed no anti-Semitism at the dinner.
And if you can believe it, that is not all. The new ban comes hours after it was announced West would no longer be buying that alternative social media platform, Parler. The company says that that termination was mutual. Joe, back to you.
All right, Steve Patterson. Steve, thanks so much. Turning now to the royal visit, the Prince and Princess of Wales have reached the final leg of their 3-day tour.
Yeah, today will be another jam-packed day for the two royals, finishing off at the Earshot Awards. But despite all the festivities, not everything has gone according to plan. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from Boston with more. Keir, good morning.
Hey there, good morning to you. Prince William will meet with the president today, but of course, yesterday we had that news of Harry and Meghan's docu-series from Netflix, and that has really dominated the headlines in the last 24 hours. The question, will the controversy overshadow the diplomacy?
On their final day in Boston, the Prince, the Princess and the President, crowds of well-wishers braving the bitter Boston cold just to catch a glimpse. But the US trip overshadowed by controversy both here and back home, including an explosive new trailer for the Netflix docuseries Harry and Meghan.
Why did you want to make this documentary?
No one sees what's happening behind closed doors. I had to do everything I could to protect my family.
When the stakes are this high, doesn't it make more sense to hear our story from us?
British newspaper headlines, not only questioning the timing of the release, but some even calling the documentary a declaration of war on the royal family. Also making headlines, charity executive Ngozi Fulani is speaking out about her treatment by Prince William's godmother at a Buckingham Palace event this week.
This lady comes up to me, and the first thing she does is take my hair and move it. I'm like, I don't know who she is, but she's felt already that she has the right to put her hand on me physically to move my hair so she can see my name badge.
The British-born Ngozi says she was questioned for several minutes about her ethnicity.
Your whole identity is being questioned when your birthright is being denied.
You feel violated?
Absolutely.
Lady Susan Hussey, who was close to Queen Elizabeth, has resigned her role as aide to Camilla, Queen Consort. The palace calling the comments unacceptable, while a spokesman for Prince William says racism has no place in our society. The future king trying his best to keep the spotlight on his Earthshot Prize, established to support innovative climate change solutions.
You're doing fantastic work.
Hoping for a positive end to a challenging week for the Prince and Princess of Wales.
And I think, honestly, these past few days have raised some real questions for the Prince and Princess and for the royal family, for the King. Can the royal family modernise when guys, just by their name, they are not a modern organisation?
Yeah, and here we were going to ask William, of course, in the U.S. for the first time in a long while. Obviously, his brother Harry also now lives here, but I'm guessing a reunion not in the cards?
Yeah, no kidding. I don't think there's going to be a reunion. I mean, I think another one of the big questions for the royal family is how can they effectively operate when there is, frankly, this feud between the two brothers. William and Kate are going to go back home to the UK overnight. And again, I think they're going to need to face some serious questions.
That's an understatement. Keir, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting this week.
All right, more international headlines now. North Korea has been hit with a new set of sanctions following the country's recent missile test.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with this and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, in a statement, the U.S. State Department said that new sanctions have been imposed on 3 North Korean officials in connection with the record-breaking sequence of missile launches recently. Under the new sanctions, the officials' assets based in the U.S. will be frozen, and they will be barred from any transactions with any business or individual in the United States. The 3 officials allegedly played major roles in developing the weapons. Let's move to Ukraine, where an army of engineers from the country's phone companies has been mobilized to maintain and restore phone services interrupted by Russia's attacks. When a phone tower is hit and damaged, the engineers run to fix it, sometimes braving minefields to reach them. Russia has repeatedly targeted Ukraine's energy infrastructure, leaving entire cities without power at a time of freezing temperatures. And let's go back to the Christmas mood by heading to Japan, where a scuba diver dressed as Santa swam in an aquarium with thousands of fish and dolphins. Visitors at the Hakejima Sea Paradise Aquarium in Yokohama told Reuters it was good to enjoy an early taste of Christmas, although it did feel a little strange to see Santa in the water. It must have felt strange to the dolphins and fish too, guys.
Yeah, but good to know if the sleigh ever breaks down, Santa just gets on the scuba gear and delivers the toys via water. All right.
It's Claudio. Christmas magic.
Thank you, Claudio.
Right. Well, coming up this morning, fear and frustration in Idaho, where it's now been nearly 3 weeks since 4 college students were killed there.
The murders are still unsolved, and now we're hearing from one of the victims' fathers.
Don't do something within the next week or 2. I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
From police, plus the latest information this morning on how the killer could be attending the vigils held for the victims.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. It has been nearly 3 weeks since the mysterious killings of 4 University of Idaho students. The case remains unsolved.
Now the father of one of the victims is speaking out. He sat down with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
Yeah, guys, good morning. And just an absolutely heartbreaking conversation with Father Stephen Gonzalez, who tells me every single day is a battle. He understands that authorities can't share everything they know. But now on day 19, since he lost his daughter Kaylee and her 3 friends, he fears the fact that he's heard little to anything means this case could quickly grow cold.
I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
This morning, Stephen Gonzalez sharing his fear and frustration, not only facing the heartbreaking loss of his daughter Kaylee and her 3 friends, but the fact that their killer is still at large.
It's going to be a cold case if we don't do something within the next week or 2.
A police spokesperson says the case is the department's highest priority, with Moscow PD working around the clock alongside state police and the FBI.
We're definitely making progress. We're putting the pieces together. And I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
Gonzalez says he respects the need to withhold some information, but is frustrated by what he calls a lack of communication from law enforcement, leaving the father of 4 slowly losing his patience.
Every day that goes by and you don't hear anything, what does that do?
Just tells me statistically I'm going to have to do more work myself. I'm not going to sit here and just be a crybaby dad.
On the college campus the victims attended just weeks ago, the mystery surrounding their deaths, convincing some students to do remote learning until someone is caught.
I'm coming home this weekend back to Boise because of it. My family is very concerned, and rightly so.
One criminal profiler telling NBC News it's possible the attacker could show up at community events commemorating the victims, such as this candlelight vigil.
It wouldn't be at all surprising if the killer, if he does indeed live in the community, would show up at some of these public events simply to observe, if you will, the outcome of his crime.
That's why Gonzalez says his family won't be holding a public memorial for Kaylee.
I can't do it public if he's sitting there laughing and smirking and feeding off everybody's misery. If I can keep any part of this animal's fantasy from coming true, then I'm going to do it.
And overnight, we're hearing new details from Moscow police who say that a sixth individual has been identified as having been on the lease of that home where these 4 young victims were killed. Police say up until recently, there had only been 5 people believed to have been on the lease for that home. And now this 6th person, who was not home at the time, adds a whole new layer to this ongoing mystery. We'll send it back to you.
Even more questions. All right, Morgan, thank you.
Coming up, the November jobs report is out. Next, we're breaking down just how many jobs were added and what it could mean for everything from interest rates to the likelihood of a recession.
Plus, another holiday supply shortage. If you're hoping to get a picture with St. Nick or one of his helpers, you may have a little more trouble this year. We'll explain coming up next.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with some breaking economic data.
Yeah, the U.S. economy added 263,000 jobs in November, much higher than expected, while the unemployment rate held steady at 3.7%. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia's editor-in-chief Caleb Silver are here to walk us through the numbers, what they mean for you. Brian, let's start with you. Break down the figures. What are they showing?
Yeah, good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Joe. Let's take a look at the numbers. Just for reference, we had 261,000 jobs that were added last month in October, but this month we got even more jobs added, 263,000. That was the figure that we got about 5 minutes ago. Now, this number, by the way, is well above what the street had expected of around 200,000 jobs. So a lot of economists likely surprised by how much job creation there was in the month of November, a month where others may have expected the economy to slow down. But more importantly, the unemployment rate remaining steady at 3.7%. That's the same figure that we saw in October. So the broad story remains the case that the jobs market here in the United States continues to look strong.
Caleb, want to bring you in here now. What's your reaction to these higher than expected numbers?
Yeah, much stronger than expected. And also October's numbers were revised a little bit higher. So the job market's been hot for the last couple months, just as the Fed is trying to cool it down. One thing that we know the Federal Reserve is watching closely is average hourly earnings. Guess what? Up 0.6% in November. They're up 5.1% on an annual rate. The Federal Reserve has said, and Jerome Powell said it this week, that wage growth, wage inflation is hurting companies. That's one of the things they're trying to address by hiking interest rates. They're probably going to have to remain aggressive in their interest rate hikes. They meet again next week.
All right, Brian, let's talk about which sectors are seeing the most job gains and losses. And I also know, really, we've been talking about tech so much lately. Talk a little bit about what's happening in the tech world when it comes to layoffs there.
Yeah, well, if job gains were strong, as Caleb was just describing, well, where did we see the job gains? Well, I broke out three kind of big sectors that I was looking at headed into this report. Interesting to see that leisure and hospitality, think restaurants and bars, that added about 88K in the month of November. Manufacturing, that's been a big focus as well, also adding jobs, about 14,000 in the month of November. But I've been looking specifically also at professional and business services. This is the umbrella that's going to include a lot of the engineering and tech jobs that we've seen substantial layoffs in over the past few months, only adding about 6,000 jobs. So a very small slice of the pie. This is a bit of a deceleration from the job gains we had seen earlier in the year, but not necessarily contracting. So it does show a little bit of slowing, but not necessarily Armageddon that would really impact the overall jobs numbers, which were still very strong.
And Caleb, you mentioned Fed Chair Jerome Powell. He said on Wednesday that smaller interest rate rises could be on the horizon. Do these latest job numbers support his overall outlook?
Yeah, I still think the Federal Reserve is likely to hike interest rates 0.5% next week when it meets. It had done 0.75% 4 times in a row. So the interest rate hikes have been aggressive. They may stay at this pace until inflation comes down. We did get the PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, out the other day. That is coming down a little bit. It was around 6%. The Fed wants inflation at 2%. So we still have a ways to go. And Fed Chair Powell said they're not even close to being done.
So, Brian, what does this tell us about how well the Fed is doing trying to manage this, get rid of inflation, but try and avoid a recession? What could it mean for the rate hikes moving forward, and just best advice to Americans who are trying to plan for rate hikes and also the holiday season?
Yeah, well, Caleb was underscoring that we're still far away from 2% on inflation, and Americans are feeling that as they go out and do their holiday shopping. So mission not accomplished. But on the jobs front, again, unemployment at 3.7%, that's the lowest that we've seen in quite a while. 3.5% was the lowest over the last, let's say, 50 years. So 3.7%, not bad at all. That is not what you would see in a typical recessionary environment. But again, for those that are trying to buy the ingredients for the holiday dinner coming up in the next few weeks, they're feeling the pinch. Inflation remains the big story in this economic environment.
All right, Brian, Caleb, thank you both for helping us break down these numbers. Appreciate it.
And speaking of jobs, more financial headlines now. In an effort to cut costs, CNN is making major layoffs.
NBC's Pippa Stevens joins us with that and more money news. Pippa, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, CNN is laying off hundreds of staffers yesterday as part of a broader Warner Brothers Discovery effort to cut costs. Sources telling CNBC the cuts impacted less than 400 people, but comes less than a year after its parent company abruptly shuttered its short-lived streaming service, CNN+. Warner Brothers Discovery was formed earlier this year via a merger between Discovery and Warner Media, which was previously owned by AT&T. Fisker shares under pressure after short seller Fuzzy Panda Research claimed the EV maker does not have easy access to its own cash. A new report from the firm claims Fisker's cash is, quote, tied up in bank guarantees for one of its suppliers, leaving the company to rely on new stock offerings to fund operations. Fisker has denied the report and called the claims, quote, false and misleading in a statement to CNBC. And Tesla kicking off deliveries of its all-electric semi-truck after years of production delays stemming from COVID-19 and supply shortages. PepsiCo was the first to receive the truck, which can travel as far as 500 miles on a single charge while fully loaded. That is according to the automaker. Back to you.
All right, Pippa, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, we finally reached December, and you know what that means. It's officially Santa season.
Santa season, but this year there's a problem. A shortage of helpers for St. Nick is cause for concern. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kearse joins us now from Ohio to explain what's driving this demand. Surprising stuff here, Jesse.
Yeah, Stephen and Joe, good morning. It shouldn't be that surprising, right, that people are looking for Santa in December with Christmas just a couple weeks away. They're looking for that. They're looking for the lights. They're looking for the memories. They're looking for Kris Kringle himself. And don't worry, Santa is coming on Christmas itself. But I hate to be a Grinch. Unfortunately, if you're looking to squeeze in an extra visit with St. Nick before Christmas, that's going to be a little bit tricky.
His iconic laugh brings the magic of Christmas to life.
You get presents. Not only presents, you give them to people.
Fun and family and fellowship and love.
So it's no surprise Santa Claus is in high demand. But as more in-person holiday parties return, St. Nick's taking on even more jobs, leaving his workshop in a supply chain lurch.
As we're heading into December, we're pretty much sold out on all weekends across the country. We're up 30% over last year, and last year was a record year itself, and that's up 120% over pre-pandemic levels.
Hire Santa says even though some families are less concerned about COVID this year, some of Santa's helpers are still worried about getting sick.
There are over 2,200 open positions for Santas, Mrs. Claus, elves.
One place that's not worried about making it into St. Nick's busy schedule is Castle Noel near Cleveland, which celebrates Christmas year-round.
Santa has as much fun here as the folks that visit. I took my kids to see Santa at the mall, but a lot of times there's shopping, parking, stress. Here, people spend 2 hours having fun, and at the end of that fun, they see Santa.
That's co-owner Mark Claus.
Awesome.
Yes, that's his real last name.
If Santa ever called in sick or got stuck in reindeer traffic or anything like that, you're ready to step in.
I am a real Claus, so I have to be around here to do whatever it is I have to do.
Of course, no Christmas is complete without Santa or a classic Christmas movie.
No, I want an official red undercover knife and 200 rifle.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
Or a chance to recreate one.
Wait, I want an official Red Ryder carbine action 200-shot range model air rifle.
You'll shoot your eye out, Jesse. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
Other ways to capture the spirit of Santa: have your uncle, grandfather, or friend dress up as Santa for your party. Rent a Santa costume and take pictures or video of Santa putting out gifts for your kids to see in the morning. Buy a personalized message from Santa.
Big smile.
Because in the end,
Are you getting excited for Christmas? That spirit of Christmas, that joy of Christmas, that is what it's all about.
That's what it's all about, obviously about the toys too, right? So if you're looking for Turbo Man or anything else for this year, you might actually want to be thinking about your list for next Christmas. Apparently some people are already booking Santa for 2023. But I talked with the big guy himself, and he actually told me that even I could be one of his helpers in a pinch. So guys, if you need someone for a party coming up, I'm all set. How was that? All good. Mark Claus himself, give me the thumbs up, guys.
Wow. Just need to give you the beard. I just want to see the behind-the-scenes video of you shooting that reenactment of the Christmas story. I mean, that was yes.
Yeah, Santa has a mean kick.
He does. Yeah, I'm glad the makeup covered the mark there. All right, Jesse, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Well, coming up this morning, there are a few other Christmas movies to talk about that are coming out this weekend.
Yeah, but they're both very, very different films. We're going to show you which movies to check out as part of our can't miss list. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back, and grab your fedora. Indiana Jones is back. It's really the only good reason to wear a fedora. The first trailer for the 5th film in the Indiana Jones franchise, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, was released. Jones is accompanied by his goddaughter in this one, played by Phoebe Waller-Bridge. In the new adventure, Ford has said this will likely be his last Jones film, though, and the 80-year-old actor has been digitally de-aged to make him look just like his younger self. The newest installment in the iconic franchise hits theaters in June of 2023.
So let the countdown begin. A lot of folks looking forward to that one.
Very much so.
All right, here is a question for the slightly older viewers. Do you remember sending your first text message? I remember it was like you had to do hit the 4 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that? Yeah, all right. Well, do you remember?
It took a lot of skill to do that.
Exactly.
Hitting those buttons. Well, believe it or not, tomorrow, the 30th anniversary of the first short message service, or SMS text message. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz joins us now with a look at how texting has changed our lives and where it's going in the future. Good morning, Gotti.
Hey, guys. Yeah, it is incredible to think that it has been 30 years now that texting first started, and now it is just something that we use so many times a day. In fact, I already got my first text message of the day. Somebody saw a promo for this story and was like, where's your razor, dude? So it's something that we use all the time, and when you start to think of where it's headed next, it will blow your mind.
It is perhaps the greatest advance in communication since the telephone itself. Today, Americans send more than 2 trillion texts a year, from SMS and iMessage to Facebook Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp. The instant gratification and convenience of texting a quick message or pic are simply irresistible.
I had no idea texting was going to turn into what it is today.
It was 30 years ago tomorrow, December 3rd, 1992, that British engineer Neil Papworth sent the very first text, messaging Merry Christmas to a colleague, a feat later celebrated in a Super Bowl ad.
I created the first text message.
Now a father of 3, Papworth sees the impact of texting every single day, especially with his kids.
I used to say to them, do you not want to go out and see your friends? You spend all day messaging them. No. It is hard for us older people, shall we say, to kind of think like, well, don't you want to just, the guy lives 3 doors down. Do you not just want to go and say hello?
These days, people use text for communicating just about everything, including the most intimate subjects. One survey finds 6 out of 10 young adults admit to sexting someone. More than a quarter of millennials say they've been proposed to over text. And nearly half of Gen Zers say they've been dumped via text.
Who are you texting 50 times a day?
IDK, my BFF Jill.
Texting has given us a whole new language of abbreviations, from FOMO to LOL to OMG, BRB. And without texts, we might have never invented the beloved emoji. Texting has become so prevalent, it's now replacing actual dialogue on TV. A lot of businesses have also adopted texting for quicker customer service. No more long waits over the phone.
We're using text messages daily for things like breaking news alerts or weather alerts, or here's the status of your food order.
Now, in a lot of ways, texting has made communication a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient, but some psychologists say it comes at a cost: the loss of in-person communication. And how often have you misread the tone of a text? Like when somebody jokingly texts you, "I'm so mad at you," versus an angry, "I'm so mad at you." Sometimes over text, it's hard to tell what is actually meant. Despite that, experts say texting is the future of communication and it's going high-tech. In the next decade or so, it might look more like Minority Report with augmented reality keyboards like this. And those voice memos might even take the form of 3D holograms, just like in Star Wars.
30 years ago, when that first text message was sent, who knew where it would be today? So it just feels like the sky's the limit.
And experts also say it gets a little bit weirder than that. They say that in the future, it's very possible that we'll have things like wearable tech, iPhones or the watches that we wear, glasses, but these ones will read your brain waves and they will be sending texts just by thinking about it. So as long as we can control the send button, maybe that's a good idea, but who knows?
Yeah,
guys,
very good. The holograms, help me Obi-Wan Kenobi. I can't wait for that one. All right, Gotti, thanks.
All right, get your popcorn or coffee or both ready, because it's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list, all the movies, TV shows you should check out this week. Joining us now is Brian Balthazar with his pop culture picks. Brian, good to have you with us.
How's it going? Good to see you.
Yeah,
look at that.
Wow,
That's a lot looking at that.
Apparently, if you didn't know the holidays were here,
now
Brian is here to
get my Christmas card taken today. Okay.
We got 2 holiday movies, and they are very different.
Very different, exactly. It's like a vegan and a steakhouse, right? Okay, you got Violent Night, which is, by the way, brilliant title, and it does live up to its name.
Who wants to see that?
Right, so it's a wealthy family. They've got a mansion, and it's infiltrated by mercenaries, and it's up to Santa to save the day. But this Santa's like a little bit of a bad Santa meets Die Hard. That's David Harbour from Stranger Things, who gained 70 pounds for the role. By the way, over the holidays when I gain weight, I now say it's for a role. It's like, oh yeah, it's for a role.
Santa. Yeah.
If you're going to take your family, though, watch the trailer, because you will find that Violent does, there's John Leguizamo, it does live up to the name of violence. And, you know, it's kind of the alternative to the warm and fuzzy kind of holiday movie. But, you know, it's you're saving Christmas. That's a common theme in holiday movies, right?
A reason for joy.
Then we have the absolute, if you're like, I want something that's the exact opposite of that, you should go see I Heard the Bells. This couldn't be more different. Okay, this takes place during the Civil War, I should say, not Civil War, the Civil War. And it's the story of how Henry Wadsworth Longfellow came up with the poem I Heard the Bells, which was the inspiration for the Christmas carol, I Heard the Bells on Christmas Day. So does that sound any different than Violent Night?
A little bit.
Yes,
Wow.
yes it does. But it's obviously a period piece, and it talks about how he kind of hit a creative roadblock because of the Civil War, and then heard bells on Christmas Day, wrote the poem, and now that carol and that poem are classics.
Cool. Very cool. And talking about movies and TV, if you want to celebrate at home, what do we have streaming?
Yes, Christmas with the Campbells. This is very interesting, okay? This is like a Hallmark movie with bad language and sexual innuendo, right? Not even innuendo. Is out-innuendo a word? Because it is outward, right? Okay, so this is like a Hallmark movie. And in fact, it was written, they commissioned it from a screenwriter from Hallmark Films. And then Vince Vaughn and Peter Billingsley from Christmas Story, who are producers, put their spin on it with, it's basically the story of a woman who gets dumped by her boyfriend, but the boyfriend's parent says, come to our house for Christmas. So she does. Enter a second love interest. See the Hallmark stuff happening? Oh, yeah. But then just the language from Julia Duffy and I'm forgetting the husband's name from Cheers, like George Wendt. They are the scene stealers, but so much awkwardness, awkward language. It's wild, and it's on AMC Plus.
Okay.
Then Disney Plus has Pentatonics Around the World for the holidays. Pentatonics puts out a holiday album every year because they can, right? They don't have to pay a band. Okay, but this one, this is how they're searching for inspiration around the world for their music. So they go to Ghana, Iceland, Grenada, Mexico, Tokyo, and it's loosely scripted in between and how they get there. And it's an inspiring tale of how different people celebrate around the world.
This is their time of year, so all right. I don't know who wants to watch non-holiday stuff, but is there some non-holiday stuff?
Is there such a thing?
Yeah.
Okay, Disney Plus also has Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Roderick Rules. Roderick is Greg's older brother. This is based on the second book in the series. And Roderick is a teenager. They've got the house to themselves. And like any 80s movie, you throw a party when the parents are away. And let's see how that goes. But it's good, clean fun. Diary of a Wimpy Kid is a really cute series. And then you have George and Tammy on Showtime. Jessica Chastain, who just killed it as Tammy Faye, now is Tammy Wynette, right? And this is the story of George Jones and Tammy Wynette. Of course, she's going to sing Stand By Your Man. But their marriage and their relationship was complicated, to say the least. And it's actually told, the story is based on the daughter's story, but no matter who you ask in this, everyone's got a different version of what happened. But there's some substance abuse, there's complicated marriage problems, you name it, but and great music along the way. So this is a limited series because there's a lot to tell about the lives of these two people.
And Jessica Chastain is going to play all the Tammys.
Right, she is.
All the Tammys.
Who could be next?
Brian Balthazar, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow, in for Morgan Radford.
Good to have you with us on this Friday. I'm Joe Fryer, in for Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Friday, December 2nd, jobs jump, a better than expected jobs report indicating the economy is churning along. But what does that say about the prospect of a recession, and what do the new numbers mean for your bottom line? All coming up.
Georgia on their mind. It is the last day of early voting in the runoff race for a Peach State Senate seat. The major political players that both candidates are bringing out ahead of next week's election.
New Kanye controversy. The rapper gets kicked off Twitter again, just hours after spreading more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and praising Nazis. Inside the fallout just ahead.
Fever pitch. Team USA gets ready for another must-win match in the World Cup knockout round. What Captain America Christian Pulisic says about his chances of actually playing against the Netherlands after that nasty injury.
Very excited for that game tomorrow. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start, though, with a confounding economy. While inflation is at historic highs, today's November jobs report shows the unemployment rate is at a decade's low. And the amount of open jobs is holding steady for the third month in a row. That's welcome news.
Meanwhile, Congress has avoided a potentially crippling strike of the nation's rail workers. Despite sky-high interest rates, low unemployment numbers, plus record spending this holiday season, they've all kept the economy stronger than experts predicted. Well, now the focus turns to the Federal Reserve, which is set to meet in a couple months. Here covering all the economic angles for us is NBC News correspondent Tom Costello. So, Tom, today's November jobs report shows we gained, 263,000 jobs, blowing past some of the expectations. So what does this report say about the current state of our economy?
So this is one of those strange reports that good news on Main Street, more jobs, is bad news on Wall Street because it would suggest the Fed has more work to do to get inflation under control. Why? 263,000 jobs is a lot of jobs. The unemployment rate held steady, 3.7%, but the Fed was actually hoping to see fewer new jobs created. Not because they want anybody out of work, but because we have a full employment economy right now. We've got more job openings than there are people to fill them. What does that mean? It means it drives up wages, that drives up inflation. In fact, wages are up now 5.1% year over year. Now, that's not keeping up with inflation, but the point being, it is one of the factors driving inflation. The Fed wanted to see fewer people getting new jobs, or more jobs created, I should say, in November. And so now in October, rather. So now we're looking at this whole situation where the Fed had been thinking maybe they could slow down on the rate hikes to tame inflation, slow it down in December. And now there's a big question about this again. They're certainly going to raise rates again in 2 weeks. The question is by how much. The betting continues to be another half-point rate hike, probably not 3/4 of a point, but this is still a situation where inflation is still a problem, guys.
Yeah, everybody knows that when they go to the grocery store. And Tom,
Yeah.
It turns out that Americans aren't saving a lot these days, too, right?
Yeah, in fact, that's kind of discouraging because the savings rate now has hit a low we haven't seen since 2005, 2.3%. And why? Well, because people are putting a lot of things on their credit cards. We know that spending has held up, but people are putting it on their credit cards, and they're kind of eating through the cash that they may have saved up, the savings, during the pandemic. That's not healthy necessarily when people are eating through savings and we're at the lowest rates since 2005. So you've got this strange dichotomy of an economy. And as I was talking to the experts yesterday at CNBC and elsewhere, it's a head scratcher. When you've got decades low unemployment, decades high inflation, a strong jobs report, but that's bad news as it relates to the Fed.
Dichotomy of an economy. Well put by Tom Costello. Thanks, Tom.
All right.
Today is the last day of early voting in Georgia before Tuesday's pivotal Senate runoff election between Republican candidate Herschel Walker and Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock. More than 20% of the state's registered voters have already turned out to cast their ballots. That's breaking early voting records in the Peach State. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is there for us and joins us from Marietta with the latest there. Vaughn, Georgians shattered early voting records for this runoff election. What are you hearing and seeing out there from early voters, and how tight might this race be?
Right, Kate, we're just north of Atlanta, and our team here on the ground has been commenting how this actually feels like Tuesday Election Day, because there has been a good line of 75-plus people in line ever since the polls opened this morning at 7 a.m. In Cobb County. This is the last day of early voting. You have seen these record numbers every single day of voters turning out. 2 years ago, there was also runoffs, but there was a 2-month time period between the general election and the runoff. This time, it's just 1 month, and that is why you have seen lines of folks here on these early voting days, because they want to get out here before the Tuesday runoff day itself.
And I know former President Barack Obama campaigned last night for Raphael Warnock. What was his pitch?
Yeah, just take a listen for yourself from the former president, who was here just a little over a month ago, and he said, yes, I'm back again for the same reason I came to you before the November election, but this time we need you one more time for Raphael Warnock. Take a listen.
We're not going to be tired. We're going to bring it on home. Let's make this happen, Georgia. I love you. God bless you. Let's finish the job.
This is a former president in a race in which you're talking about where turnout means everything. They need Democratic voters, especially here in the heart of the greater Atlanta area, to turn out here in order to get Raphael Warnock a full 6-year term.
And I know you sat down with Republican Governor Brian Kemp and talked to him about his support for Herschel Walker, who's come under fire for various different allegations. What did you hear?
Right. Brian Kemp and Herschel Walker really ran separate campaigns throughout the general election. But now Brian Kemp is coming in as sort of a last pitch effort to try to save Herschel Walker's candidacy. And I want to let you hear, because there were 200,000 Georgians who voted for the Republican candidate for Governor Brian Kemp, but didn't for Herschel Walker. And if Herschel Walker wants a chance, he needs to get some of those voters to show up for him this time around. Take a listen. What do you tell those Republicans who are hesitant to go and pull a ballot for Walker?
Well, look, they're Americans. They have their vote. They can do what they want with it. Personally, I'm not in that camp. I'm fighting hard for Herschel because I think it's important that we have a Republican in that seat. I mean, you really have two choices in this election. You can vote for the incumbent that's voted for Joe Biden 96% of the time.
Now, Herschel Walker is an individual who has had a litany of serious allegations made against him, and he was also a close Donald Trump ally, which has allowed this race to remain close, and we should expect it to remain that way all the way through Tuesday. Kate?
It's going to be interesting. Von Hilliard, thank you.
It was a night filled with champagne toast, lobster, and diplomatic pomp. President Biden hosted French President Emmanuel Macron at the White House last night for the first official state dinner of his administration. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker gives us the glamorous details.
Good day to you. American and French cultures came together here at the White House overnight for the first state dinner in 3 years due to COVID. On the menu, butter-poached Maine lobster and also high-stakes diplomacy, with the two leaders looking to strengthen ties and address some of the simmering tensions between them. The French connection on display at the White House. President Biden hosting France's President Macron for the first state dinner of his presidency.
Tonight, we celebrate the enduring alliance between France and the United States.
A bipartisan black tie affair, bringing together some of the biggest names in Washington and Hollywood, from the Republican and Democratic leaders of the House to Jennifer Garner, John Legend, and John Baptiste. But underlying the American-themed dinner menu, high-stakes diplomacy amid global tensions. Among the biggest issues, Russia's war in Ukraine. Both leaders making it clear they stand with Ukraine. But while Macron says he will once again meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin in an attempt to bring the war to an end, President Biden insists any meeting must come with conditions.
I'm prepared to speak with Mr. Putin if, in fact, there is an interest in him deciding he's looking for a way to end the war. He hasn't done that yet.
Macron has also criticized the president's signature legislative achievement, the Inflation Reduction Act, saying it could eliminate European jobs. President Biden not backing down.
I make no apologies.
Also present among the pomp and pageantry of the night, Washington's political tensions. Hunter Biden, who is under federal investigation, was in attendance, alongside House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, who has vowed to further scrutinize the president's son. McCarthy brushing off questions about being at the same dinner. All of it wrapping up a day spent chewing over critical issues in an attempt to strengthen ties with America's oldest ally. This all comes as President Biden is asking Congress for more than $37 billion in Ukraine emergency aid. That move is actually opposed by some Republicans. Now, overnight, former Republican President George W. Bush urging America to continue standing up against Putin, adding, quote, if the United States turns our back on President Zelensky, the whole world will. Back to you.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Now to our CNBC Money Minute, another update to Twitter since the Elon Musk takeover. Different colored check marks are supposed to roll out today for verified accounts after Musk was forced to pause his recently released $8 a month Twitter Blue service.
So joining us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. So Deirdre, how does the new system work, and can we expect it to start today? When are we going to start seeing those different colored check marks?
Well, Joe, Musk said last week that he's planning to use a gold check mark for companies, a gray one for government accounts, and a blue one we're used to seeing for individuals. He also says that Twitter will manually authenticate accounts before activating check marks. He had tentatively set the launch for today, but so far we're not seeing no new colored checks popping up on the platform. We'll keep watching, though. Also, another loss for Ye. Conservative social media company Parler is calling off its deal to be bought by the rapper. Ye agreed to buy the app for an undisclosed amount back in October before making repeated anti-Semitic comments, which ended several business partnerships he had. Parler said in a statement that it would, quote, continue to pursue future opportunities for growth and the evolution of the platform. And in still more Elon Musk news, he is finally kicking off deliveries of Tesla's first semi-trucks. Tesla set up production outside of Reno this year year, but it is unclear how many trucks it will be delivering. Musk is hoping the new semi will help combat climate change and, quote, improve the quality of your air. The car company originally showed off its designs for the truck back in 2017, but the COVID-19 pandemic delayed production. Back over to you both, Kate and Joe. Have a great weekend, by the way.
Thank you, too. I
You
still
too.
have my old school check.
Yeah.
You do, too, right?
Yeah, but they're blue, which
They're
might,
blue.
but that's what we're sticking with, I think, for
I think so.
individuals, right? Blue individuals?
Individuals, blue, but be careful. It may not, there's a whole lot of more people with blue checks these days because you can pay for it.
All right.
Right.
We'll keep an eye on it. We're
Grandfathered in,
confused.
though. We're real. We're official people.
Thank you, Deirdre. All right, as the days get shorter and darker, some people feel their moods are getting darker too. So straight ahead, a look at seasonal affective disorder and how you can manage it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. One-time king of crypto, Sam Bankman-Fried, is apologizing for his company's catastrophic collapse.
Now Congress is stepping in to investigate as more than 1 million investors struggle to get their money back from disgraced FTX. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez with the latest.
Weeks after his massive cryptocurrency exchange FTX collapsed, Sam Bankman-Fried is on an apology tour.
What are your lawyers telling you right now? Are they suggesting this is a good idea for you to be speaking?
No, they're very much not.
But the 30-year-old former billionaire says he had no intent to commit fraud and says management failures and sloppy accounting caused FTX to implode.
I screwed up.
In early November, crypto media outlet CoinDesk reported on potential problems with Bankman-Fried's other company, Alameda, a hedge fund. Soon, concerned investors were demanding their money from FTX, causing what amounted to a run on the bank. It forced the exchange into bankruptcy.
Clearly, I made a lot of mistakes or things I would give anything to be able to do over again. I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone.
Congress is now investigating FTX's collapse.
These events uncovered an alarming lack of internal controls and egregious governance failures.
A key question is whether FTX misappropriated customer funds when it made loans to Bankman-Fried's hedge fund.
I didn't knowingly commingle funds.
But many of FTX's investors aren't buying it.
Like, he's screwed over so many people.
Manny Bautista says he can't access his assets with FTX, valued at about $35,000, and is driving for a rideshare service to make ends meet. What do you think should happen to him?
I think he should go to jail, and there should be some way to have users recover their funds.
Bankman-Fried was once estimated to be worth more than $20 billion. He says he's now down to $100,000 and one credit card.
That was NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez reporting.
As the days get darker and colder, symptoms of fatigue and depression can become more common.
The National Library of Medicine estimates up to 10% of Americans experience seasonal affective disorder, more commonly known as seasonal depression. Psychiatrist and mental health advocate Dr. Soumya Dave joins us now. Dr. Dave, good to have you with us. So first of all, just the basics. What exactly is seasonal affective disorder and what causes it?
So first, seasonal affective disorder is sometimes called seasonal depression. And the reason for that is because a lot of the symptoms can overlap with depression in general. So we're thinking things like depressed mood, loss of motivation, lack of enjoyment in things we used to enjoy, lack of energy, changes in our appetite and sleep. And in particular, with seasonal affective disorder, we see an increase in the need for sleep and an increase in carbohydrate cravings. Now, in terms of what's causing it, that's still something that we're trying to uncover, but we do know that the change in sunlight hours is causing a change in mood for some people.
So can we talk about the best ways to manage it if you think this might be affecting you? What do you do?
So gentle movement, and if that can be outside and in the sunlight, even better, because we know that lack of sunlight and the change in sunlight is a big part of this. Prioritizing socialization and being around people, even if you want to isolate, is a really, really big, important thing. Making time for sleep, light box therapy, which involves using a light box for 30 minutes right when you wake up. And I recommend doing that with a mental health provider's guidance. And of course, if anybody's feeling like it's hard to get through their daily life and their daily tasks, having thoughts of self-harm or suicide, I strongly recommend seeing a mental health provider to see if therapy, medications, or both can be helpful.
Important point there. Real quickly, who's most vulnerable to seasonal depression?
So women are more likely than men to experience this. People who live in northern regions, so New England, Alaska, they're also more susceptible. And there may be a genetic component to this. So if you know a family member has experienced it, it might be good to just be extra aware of these signs just to make sure.
Dr. Soumya Dave, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Just weeks after getting his Twitter account reinstated, Kanye West, Ye, is suspended again. Why the rapper is being accused of inciting violence. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with shocking video from Utah showing a base jumper slamming into a cliff. His parachute got caught on a ledge and he was stuck in midair. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo takes us inside those chilling moments and a risky rescue.
Incredible video showing a base jumper crash into a cliff in the middle of his descent, with his parachute managing to get stuck on the rock face, leaving him dangling in the air.
Oh my goodness.
This happened at Cane Creek Canyon near Moab, Utah. Matt Lajeunesse, a member of the Moab Base Association, witnessing the terrifying accident on Saturday.
He's in a bad place. He definitely took a bit of a hit.
Oh no.
Oh my God, is he just hanging there?
Mitch Edwards watching it all. He and his 12-year-old son can be heard on the video, shocked at what they witnessed.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Oh my.
Telling our affiliate KSL it could have been much worse if the jumper's parachute hadn't snagged on a ledge, saving him from plummeting farther.
Somebody from Search and Rescue climbed up the cliff, but that was amazing because there was no crack, no obvious route to get there. And so they had to set pins to even get up there.
The family watched the Grand County Sheriff's Office search and rescue team work to get the jumper down, estimating that it took about 2 hours.
Somebody miraculously got up there and then, got the guy, but got him on another rope and lowered him down to the ground.
He was able to say, hey, I'm okay. My leg really hurts.
The sheriff's office telling KSL their ropes team did manage to save the man and that he was airlifted to a hospital. Lajeunesse telling us the jumper now has a broken leg. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
A group of World War II veterans is celebrating a special honor. While visiting Washington, French President Emmanuel Macron awarded his country's highest government honor to the veterans. Darcy Spencer from NBC Washington shows us the ceremony.
How are you? Good to meet you. I'm happy to be here.
They are nearly 100 years old, World War II veterans and now knights in the French Legion of Honor. Medals awarded to them by France's own president, Emmanuel Macron, a thanks for helping liberate his country during the war.
Thank you.
Samuel Davis, 98 years old. He says getting his medal was a wonderful experience.
Everything. It really means everything. I never talked about the war, but this is it.
Thank you so very much for everything, and it's a pleasure to be here.
And Carl Felton, 96 years old, keeping in mind those who never made it home.
It was a highlight. The honor of having that bestowed upon me was a very, 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 very humbling and make me so aware of so many, many, many people lost their lives.
Monsieur Carl Felton.
Both men live in Frederick County, Maryland. They were among the veterans recognized at a ceremony at the French Embassy in D.C.
This is an honor which I feel is shared by all people, men and women, who served our country during the time of the war and thereafter.
Never had a medal in my life before. It's different. I'm proud of it, and I'm proud of Fred's.
And France's leader, clearly proud of them, bestowing the nation's highest honor to those who fought and risked their lives for freedom. For NBC News Daily, I'm Darcy Spencer.
The U.S. Air Force is set to reveal America's newest nuclear bomber today.
The B-21 Raider comes as part of the Pentagon's answer to rising concerns over a future conflict with China. The government is working to modernize the country's nuclear capabilities. The B-21 Raider is the United States' first new bomber aircraft in more than 30 years.
Team USA has a must-win match against the Netherlands tomorrow, but will Captain America take the field? What the star player is saying now about his sidelining injury. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues right after this.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Joe Fryer, making news right now.
Formula One is canceling the 2023 Chinese Grand Prix. The race was set to return to the Shanghai International Circuit for the first time since 2019, but it's being scrapped due to the restrictions and protests surrounding the country's zero COVID policy. Formula One officials are in talks to find a replacement location.
Close to 90,000 children's clothes are at the center of a recall because of a lead poisoning risk. The Disney-themed sets were sold online at Amazon and major retailers like TJ Maxx in Burlington. Officials say the ink used on the clothing contains amounts of lead that exceed federal restrictions.
And check out this video. You can see the moment a car went crashing through a Pennsylvania deli on Thursday. The store's owner and a customer were inside when an elderly woman lost control of her vehicle. The driver and people inside sustained minor injuries. It's still not known what caused the crash. Let us start out this half hour with the royal visit to Boston and some controversy overshadowing it. The Prince of Wales is expected to spend part of his last day in the U.S. meeting with President Biden.
Despite the racism controversy dominating headlines here and back home, William and Kate hope to end their trip on a positive note at the Earthshot Prize Awards tonight. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons is in Boston and joins us with the latest. So, Keir, I know, first of all, let's talk about that scandal that's been making headlines this week. You spoke with the woman who's accusing Prince William's godmother of racism. What did she tell you about that encounter?
Yeah.
Well, she has a detailed account of what happened, and it's pretty striking, to be honest, particularly what she has to say right at the beginning. Ngozi Fulani says she was invited to Buckingham Palace for this event, then met Prince William's godmother, longtime aide to the Queen, not really knowing who she is, and then take a listen to what she says happened.
I'm in there 5 minutes when this lady comes up to me, and the first thing she does is take my hair and move it. I'm like, I don't know who she is. She doesn't know who I am, but she's felt already that she has the right to put her hand on me physically to move my hair so she can see my name.
And she then says that she was kind of faced an inquisition, if you like, 8 minutes long, she says, about her background, her ethnicity, about where she was from, despite saying again and again she was born in Britain. And of course, Prince William's godmother now has resigned her position as aide to Camilla, Queen Consort.
And Keir, the Daily Mail is calling Prince Harry and Meghan's new Netflix docuseries a declaration of war on the royal family. That's just coming out, the trailer for that. What do we need to know? How are people reacting?
Well, Kate, I think that just goes to the question of why this trailer was released at this stage, just while William was here and Catherine were here in the US. Actually, he's inside the JFK library behind me there with Caroline Kennedy. And as you mentioned, we'll meet with President Biden later today. I think for him, this is an opportunity to move the headlines back towards diplomacy and his charity event tonight and away from all of this controversy. But I think they will go back to Britain overnight and into tomorrow with some questions to ask about how this all went and some of the issues that they've faced that have clearly exploded during this week at the worst possible moment for the royal couple.
All right, Keir Simmons in Boston for us. Keir, thank you so much.
To Idaho now, where fears are growing that the murders of 4 college students may never be solved. The father of one of the victims sat down with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky to talk about the case and why the family won't have a funeral for their daughter.
I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
Stephen Gonzalez sharing his fear and frustration, not only facing the heartbreaking loss of his daughter Kaylee and her 3 friends, but the fact that their killer is still at large.
It's going to be a cold case if we don't do something within the next week or 2.
A police spokesperson says the case is the department's highest priority, with Moscow PD working around the clock alongside state police and the FBI.
We're definitely making progress. We're putting the pieces together. And I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
Gonzalez says he respects the need to withhold some information, but is frustrated by what he calls a lack of communication from law enforcement, leaving the father of 4 slowly losing his patience.
Every day that goes by and you don't hear anything, what does that do?
Just tells me statistically I'm going to have to do more work myself. I'm not going to sit here and just be a crybaby dad.
On the college campus the victims attended just weeks ago, the mystery surrounding their deaths convincing some students to do remote learning until someone is caught.
I'm coming home this weekend, back to Boise, because of it. My family is very concerned, and rightly so.
One criminal profiler telling NBC News it's possible the attacker could show up at community events commemorating the victims, such as this candlelight vigil.
It wouldn't be at all surprising if the killer, if he does indeed live in the community, would show up at some of these public events simply to observe, if you will, the outcome of his crime.
That's why Gonzalez says his family won't be holding a public memorial for Kaylee.
I can't do it public if he's sitting there laughing and smirking and feeding off everybody's misery. If I can keep any part of this animal's fantasy from coming true, then I'm going to do it.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Moments ago, President Biden weighed in on Kanye West's controversial anti-Semitic remarks, tweeting, quote, "I want to make a few things clear. The Holocaust happened. Hitler was a demonic figure. And instead of giving it a platform, our political leaders should be calling out and rejecting anti-Semitism wherever it hides. Silence is complicity," said the president. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson takes a deep dive into the artist formerly known as Kanye West, Ye's new controversy.
Yeah, so after a slate of recent anti-Semitic comments, West is now doubling down and going further with incendiary language, drawing widespread backlash and a suspension from Twitter, and a warning that some of the language you may hear could be upsetting.
The rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, at the center of a firestorm again, now banned from Twitter after more anti-Semitic comments and posts. West's account suspended Thursday night after he posted a now-deleted image of a swastika inside a Star of David. Twitter owner Elon Musk confirming West's suspension while replying to another Twitter user, writing, "I tried my best. Despite that, he again violated our rule against incitement to violence. Account will be suspended." West's Twitter account has been restricted before over anti-Semitic comments, but he returned to the platform in November. Musk has said that the account was restored by Twitter before he took ownership. Earlier yesterday, during a lengthy interview with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones on his InfoWars show, dressed in a full mask, West attacked Jewish people, spread more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and praised Nazis, also saying this.
I see good things about Hitler also.
When Jones says he didn't like Nazis, West interjected.
I like Hitler.
Jewish leaders have warned of heightened fears of anti-Semitic hate recently. West has been one of the most famous voices sharing anti-Semitic comments over the past few months, causing him to lose millions of dollars in lucrative partnerships. Now appearing on the InfoWars program with white nationalist Nick Fuentes. Both dined with former President Donald Trump just before Thanksgiving at his Mar-a-Lago club. Trump, who is also running for office in 2024, said he did not know who Fuentes was and that West expressed no anti-Semitism at the dinner.
And that's not all. The new ban comes hours after it was announced West would no longer be buying the alternative social media platform Parler. The company says the termination of that deal was mutual. Back to you.
All right, the game everyone is talking about is less than 24 hours away. You're excited.
I'm very excited.
It is the U.S. versus the Netherlands, first knockout round of the World Cup.
And we have some good news for Team USA. Ready? The head coach now says that star player Christian Pulisic is looking likely to play. This is a big deal, despite getting hurt in that big win the other day over Iran. Telemundo sports anchor Farah Perret joins us now from Doha, Qatar. Farah, let's start there. What's the latest on star player Christian?
Hello, everybody. Well, great news. He is ready to start. He already mentioned Christian Pulisic after he got hurt, that pelvic, after he scored that goal against Iran. He already in a picture that went viral in social media said he was going to be ready for Saturday, but officially the team has said that he was day by day, but now the winger from Chelsea club is ready to go in this important match in the knockout stage that now is only win or go home. USA against Netherlands. I know a lot of the people here in USA that are rooting for the team are very excited to see Christian Pulisic ready because he is definitely the heart and soul of this team.
Yeah, I mean, Farah, you are there. I know there are American fans who have made the journey there to see this in person, so they're glad things are still rolling along. Give us a sense of the energy and the atmosphere in Doha.
There's a lot of energy. Remember that USA missed the World Cup Russia 2018. So now being here and not only being at this World Cup, but also performing. We've got a great generation of players. So the Americans here are very excited to see their team not only playing, but performing at a high level. And I think one of the great matches of USA was against England, that they, with a great defense, held England not scoring a goal. So that was very promising. And now against Netherlands, why not? Why not? Yes, USA has a lot of chance to win this game. And the fans here know it. They have their flags, their shirts, and a lot of fans obviously believe in their team.
Yeah, I'm going to have all my gear on tomorrow, full disclosure. Farah, I want the U.S. to win, but I'm curious. I mean, the Netherlands is a powerhouse always. So what are the soccer watchers saying? Like, what are the experts saying? Do they think the U.S. has a chance?
As fans, of course, we believe it. Why not, right? But yes, history have Netherlands a favorite, and then we have Cody Gakpo, who has scored goals in all the matches during the phase group. So that's a little scary for Team USA.
But we have great defense. We have great midfielder with Wednesday McKennie from Juventus. And also we have Christian Pulisic back with the team, Timothy Weah. So why not? We could believe, and if we have a chance. Remember that now is a win or go home. So if it's a tie, we'll go to penalties. And anything could happen. And that makes the World Cup also very special, very excited. And if they win that match, that is possible this Saturday when it starts all the knockout stage, then they'll go against or Argentina or Australia. So that's definitely also another match that we hopefully can make it and keep believing on Team USA.
Farah, you're our expert. Real quickly here, what's your prediction?
Okay, you put me on the spot because I believe in Team USA. I was born in New York.
Good answer.
So I'm going to say 2-0 USA.
2-0, all right, we've got a score, all right. Telemundo sports anchor Farah Perret, thank you so much for joining us and bringing some of that energy
Can I tell you quickly, my brother lives in the Netherlands. He's American, but he lives in the Netherlands, so now who's he going to root for?
All right.
Okay. As protests over the death of a 22-year-old woman rage on in Iran, people outside the country are finding new ways to support the movement. We're going to hear from some of them up next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training regimen. How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Protests in Iran demanding change are still raging on, almost 3 months after a young woman died shortly after she was arrested by the so-called morality police.
But outside Iran, another battle is being waged online, where Iranians living abroad are helping spread the word in solidarity. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian sat down with 3 social activists who are helping drive the movement online.
The last time I spoke to someone inside the country, they told me, sometimes I hate being Iranian, not because of the identity, just because I don't see a future in this country for myself.
Bahar Gandahari left Iran 9 years ago. Now just 22 years old, she's the same age as Mahsa Amini, the young Kurdish woman who died 3 days after being arrested by the morality police for allegedly violating the country's strict dress code. Her death triggering what many are calling a revolution in Iran, led largely by women.
What would you be doing right now if you were in Iran?
I would be probably on the streets protesting.
You would?
Yeah.
You could feasibly be placed in jail. You could be beaten.
Yeah.
You could be harmed.
I'm the age of most of the protesters right now. And if I were there, I would be doing the same.
Alongside the diaspora, Bahar and others are leading a movement online.
I feel like I left them in this prison, and now I have to do something over here to, freedom from that prison.
In 2019, Bahar started the Instagram account Middle East Matters. At first, she says, to create a space for Middle Eastern youth. Now, she uses her platform to amplify the voices of Iranian protesters.
You have family in Iran. Are you worried the government will target your family members?
Of course, but I don't think I'm scared, because the moment I become scared, the regime has won this battle.
And Bahar is not alone. Moj Madara and their wife, Roya Rastegar, launched an organization called the Iranian Diaspora Collective. They say it focuses on the will of Iranian protesters and hope it will help bring about change there.
You see the faces of young people in Iran, and many, many, many of them are young women, young students, queer people. Honestly, it feels like a duty. I don't know that it feels like a choice at this point. And many of us, I think, have shifted our daily routines to make videos, make content, to explain to the West, hey, we want your friendship, we want your partnership, we need your allyship.
Elika Laban has almost 300,000 followers on TikTok, and her most watched video has more than 6 million views. It details the deaths, disappearances, and arrests of young Iranian activists and journalists inside Iran. And at the end, she says this.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. Say their names to save their lives.
And the exact number of lives lost is unknown. Throughout the conflict, information out of Iran has been scattered, with the government there managing at times to shut off electricity and the internet, limiting access into and out of the country. Instead, many protesters say they're relying on the diaspora to be their voice.
Do you now have protesters, women inside of Iran, that are reaching out to you about some of your content that they're seeing?
Yes. They'll just kind of say, thank you so much for being our voice. This means everything to us. They see us, and that galvanizes them to go out there and keep doing it. They are inspiring us, and we're inspiring them, and it's just not stopping.
And neither are any of these activists.
If they're not backing down, I can't back down either. Every single day that you go out there and you fight for your freedom is the day that we go out there and we fight for your freedom behind you.
Natarsin, ma ba ham hastim, means don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We are all together now.
And Kate Jo, I think one of the most important things out of that is that the information coming out of Iran is so scattered. We don't necessarily know what's going on, right? These protests have been ongoing. This movement that is happening in Iran, much of it has been strengthened by these people that are driving, right, this conversation outside the country. Outside of the country. And I asked them specifically, if Iran were to change, if it were to become free, would you return? And you think about it, for them, that's their home country. And all of them said absolutely yes.
Powerful reporting.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Really
much.
powerful.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
One public preschool teacher is schooling scores of kids and parents alike, all on YouTube and TikTok.
NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz introduces us to this education sensation.
I'm so happy, jump. I'm so happy, jump.
If these songs sound familiar to you,
Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop.
then you probably have a little one who is as obsessed with Miss Rachel as my daughter Kira is.
Out came the sun and dried up.
She's considered a rock star by the Under 4 set.
Give a little clap, clap, clap.
She's heralded a hero by parents everywhere.
Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop.
Because it always comes back to that for me. Is this good for children? Am I helping? Because that's my calling, that's my passion.
Sicky, 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 bubble gum.
The New York City public school music teacher turned YouTube and TikTok children's education sensation is Rachel Griffin Accurso.
Mr. Golden Sun.
Together with her merry band, including her husband, Broadway composer Aaron, she has racked up more than 1 billion views on her YouTube channel. And TikTok is flooded with videos of grateful parents putting her techniques to work.
Can you wave hello? Hello. Arms up, mommy.
But behind the overalls and pink headband is a dedicated mom on a very personal mission. When her little one, Thomas, had a speech delay, she searched for additional resources to help him and came up short.
His first word was at 2 years and 8 months, and it was mama. And I had waited for that for so long. And as a parent, you want to do anything you can to help them. And it's not our fault when our child has a speech delay. A lot of things I teach are things I wish I had known for my son.
You were a teacher with a kid that had a developmental delay, and you couldn't help.
Yeah, and I needed experts to help me. I thought, wouldn't it be great if there was a show that really encouraged language development and worked on these important milestones and was slow-paced and a real person and very interactive. And I kept searching for this show for him, and we couldn't find it, so I was like, maybe we can try to create it, and maybe it would help more kids, but we didn't imagine anything like this.
The horn on the bus.
The secret to Miss Rachel's success is in the simplicity. Close-ups of her mouth, sign and body language, building in pauses for responses.
Have you ever been to a real zoo?
Even the way she speaks.
Right now, I feel happy because you're here to learn with us.
Everything is research-backed and intentional.
Anything that's going to help a young child succeed is hidden in the videos.
It's something speech pathologists have been taking notice of, giving her a gold star.
I've seen her videos, and she uses all the right techniques.
I'm so honored when they say, this is the best that screen time is going to get. That's my passion. How can I help more children?
So the first one is...
And in that spirit of helping, Miss Rachel asked me to join her for her latest video with a little lesson in opposites. And from her one-bedroom apartment turned recording studio to her living room green screen and a touch of magic, they turned this into this.
This is down. This is down.
And made my daughter's dreams come true.
Down and up and 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 down.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
I love Gotti getting into that.
I think he had some fun there.
Yeah. Let's get to trending now. We're getting our first look at a digitally de-aged Indiana Jones. The movie's visual effects crew apparently blended archive footage of the younger Harrison Ford with new footage to make him look decades younger than he is. The trailer for the 5th movie in the franchise already has more than 4.5 million views on YouTube, including my own, after dropping yesterday.
You're just a million of those,
I
right?
mean, there's a lot. But you have to wait till June 30th, Joe, to be able to see the final cut. Doesn't come out till June.
All right. And how does a lump of kale in your stocking sound for Christmas? Candy company Archie McPhee is out with more than a dozen unusual candy cane flavors. They include bacon, mac and cheese, Caesar salad, kale, pickle, even sardines, which probably goes with the Caesar salad. If you want to try them for yourself, you can pick them up at McBee's flagship store in Seattle or online for around $7 a box.
That's not cheap either for some nasty flavors. I mean, it's fun, right?
It is. It's like those jelly bellies that are also really gross, you know? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Hey everyone, I'm Joe Fryer in for Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kate Snow in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, December 2nd. Crisis averted. President Biden signs a bill to avoid a nationwide railroad strike. It comes just in time for the start of what's expected to be a very busy holiday travel season.
Stocks sink. A better than expected jobs report this morning is not necessarily good news for the U.S. economy. Why a strong jobs market is igniting inflation fears yet again.
Royal wrap. Prince William and Princess Kate are on the final day of their trip to the U.S., a visit that has been overshadowed by allegations of racism back in the UK. President Biden will meet with the royal couple in Boston later today.
'Tis the season. For many, the holidays are a time for celebration, but for others, not everything is merry and bright. We take a look at seasonal affective disorder and what steps you can take to fight the winter blues.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with a better than expected November jobs report. The latest numbers continue to show signs of strength in the labor market, with the amount of open jobs holding steady for the third month in a row and the unemployment rate unchanged at 3.7%, the lowest in decades.
But a hot jobs market makes for an uncertain path forward on interest rate hikes at a time of historic inflation. Today's strong jobs numbers plus record spending this holiday season have kept the economy stronger than experts predicted. The big question is, will that last? Here to explain what it means for you, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is with us. Brian, thanks so much for being here. Despite mass layoffs, right, in tech and other bad news about jobs, somehow there are still jobs being made. There are still jobs being added.
Yeah, and that underscores how tech is only a small part of the overall American economy, right? This jobs report covers everything, all industries. And when you unpack the numbers again, 263,000 jobs that were added in the month of November. That, by the way, was well above what Wall Street economists had expected. They were expecting maybe about 200,000. So a very big beat on that front. Unemployment also staying at 3.7%. That is near historic lows. 3.5% was the lowest that we saw. So it's just a little bit above that. But overall, the tech layoffs, yes, that certainly led to a lot of contraction in some of those professional business services, internet services, as well as how the government looks at it. But overall, job creation very strong in the U.S. economy.
So where were the biggest losses? Where were the biggest gains last month?
Yeah, well, there were more gains than there were losses because of the strong top line number. But when you unpack specifically, it was in leisure and hospitality where we saw a lot of strength, 88,000 jobs added in the month. We also saw some strong, and this is pretty interesting, gains in healthcare and education as well. Healthcare adding 45,000 jobs. These are two industries that were particularly hard hit by the pandemic. A lot of burnt out among teachers, among nurses. But again, professional and business services, we highlighted it on that full screen, up about 6,000 over the month. That's essentially flat. But again, that's where you would have seen the tech layoffs. So that kind of incorporates, for example, Amazon layoffs, but there were other types of professional jobs that kind of, I guess, washed out those losses.
Okay, and here's where we really need your help, right? Because this all sounds like really good news. We got record holiday shopping. We've got lots of jobs out there, and yet I hear some economists saying this isn't so good. What about a recession? What does this mean for that?
Look, those recession fears are still very much in place when you take a look at inflation that's outpacing wage gains, right? So the jobs report that we saw this morning showed that Americans are getting paid 5.1% more than they were a year ago. Now, that sounds okay, right? But that's not so good when you compare it against inflation that's making the things you buy with those wages 7.7% more expensive than they were this time last year. So this is still an environment where there is a concern that the erosion of those wages is going to hurt American families. That's happening already. But at least the employment picture, people still have jobs by and large based off of what we're seeing in this November report that hasn't changed. So not a recessionary dynamic you would see in the labor market. The question is, does that change in the coming months?
Right. So not unclear whether the R word happens or not. Right?
Exactly. So inflation, not good. Jobs, good.
All right. Brian Chung, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Less than 2 hours ago, President Biden signed a labor agreement into law that will avoid a nationwide railway strike. It comes in the nick of time. Rail unions were planning to go on strike in less than a week. Joining me now from Capitol Hill is NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Good to have you with us. So this new law, it's literally going to keep the country on track economically. But did workers get at all what they were asking for in this deal? I'm guessing not.
No, they didn't, Joe. And we should point out that there were a variety of unions that were involved in this process. Several of them agreed to the deal. Not all of them agreed to it, which was part of why we had this holdup. But there were a couple of big things that they were looking for that they didn't get. The most principal among that being extended paid sick leave. There's only allows for one additional day in this current contract. They were looking for as much as 7 days. Democrats on Capitol Hill, progressive Democrats, even a sprinkling of Republicans pushed for that at the 11th hour, but it ultimately didn't pass. So this is an ongoing fight. Even though this particular issue is settled for now, it's clear that this issue of paid sick leave is not going away, not just for rail workers, but across America in general.
So the president's argument was that a strike would have been a catastrophe for the U.S. economy. Explain why he felt that way.
Well, there is so much of the American economy that literally moves through the American rail system. And if you were to bring it to a complete halt, that would be super damaging to the economy. And listen to how the president described it earlier today.
Our nation's rail system is literally the backbone of our supply chain, as you all well know, and so much of what we rely on is delivered on our rail, from clean water to food and gas and every other good. Rail shutdown would have devastated our economy. Without freight rail, many of the U.S. industries would literally shut down.
And so this was really what the president implored upon Democrats that were reluctant to kind of go against the unions and support this deal, that, you know, there was a greater good at stake here and that the economy could potentially collapse if this deal didn't go through. And a lot of these jobs that were kind of central to this argument would potentially go away and then maybe not come back. So this was the the White House and the Democrats choosing not what was perfect, but what was good just to get it over the finish line. But still, there are a lot of union members and progressive Democrats in particular that are not 100% happy with the way all this went down.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, there were 15 senators who rejected the bill, Democrats and Republicans. Real quickly, why were they against it?
Well, the main reason is this lack of paid sick leave and the lack of full union support behind it. You know, there are some members of Congress that are 100% with unions at every step of the way. They weren't in this case, and that's why you saw the disconnect.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
Georgia is shattering early voting records ahead of its tight runoff election on Tuesday. Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock trying to hold on to his seat in the Peach State, facing a challenge from Trump-backed Republican candidate Herschel Walker. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from a voting center in Marietta, Georgia, with the latest. Vaughn, how many Georgians turned out for early voting, and how close do we expect this race to maybe be?
We're talking about early voting records here in the state of Georgia. We're talking about just a 4-week period of time, though, between the general election and this runoff. And so that is where you have seen both candidates and their allies do everything they can to get folks to not wait till Tuesday, but to come out and come to early voting locations like this. You can see those numbers. Nearly 1.5 million Georgians have already voted. Today is the last day of early voting here, and we're just north of Atlanta in Marietta, Georgia, Cobb County, and there has been a consistent line of at least 75 people ever since sunrise when we got here this morning. A traffic jam here in this parking lot. You'd think it was a Tuesday, but that's exactly what particularly the Democratic candidate Raphael Warnock wants to see, because it's usually Republicans that perform better among voters that turn out on Tuesday, actual election day. So they'd like to build in some sort of a cushion there to give them a little reassurance in what we expect to be a tight ball game heading into a runoff day itself on Tuesday.
And Vaughn, I know control of the Senate is no longer up for grabs because the Democrats have already secured 50 seats before this Georgia race. But what would a Warnock win do if he keeps his Democratic seat? What does that do for the Democrats in the Senate?
Right, it'd do several things for them. Number one, it would minimize the power that the likes of a Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema may have if they were to try to hold up any particular Democratic agenda items. The other part is committees would not be a 50-50 split. Democrats would have one extra member on all the committees. And this was really hitting at the point of what former President Barack Obama was trying to compel voters here in the state of Georgia last night when he was holding a rally with the likes of Warnock. Take a listen to the former president's pitch.
Some folks are asking, well, if Democrats already have control of the Senate, why does this matter? What's the difference between 50 and 51? The answer is a lot. So that one vote in the Senate could make all the difference.
And now this is where you had the former president coming out for a second time in just over a month here, making it clear to voters that, yes, Democrats may technically have the majority in the Senate already, but that extra vote could go a long ways. Kate?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard down in Georgia for us. Vaughn, thank you.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. InfoWars host Alex Jones is filing for personal bankruptcy protection. It's the latest in the fallout since he made several comments promoting claims that the Sandy Hook shooting was a hoax.
Which is, of course, not true. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, what do we know about this petition for bankruptcy by Alex Jones?
So, Kate, Joe, court records do show Jones filed a voluntary petition which estimates his potential liabilities to be between $1 and $10 billion. Now, he also lists more than 50 creditors, which include the parents of children murdered in that 2012 Connecticut shooting, who had successfully sued him in court. A Connecticut judge did in October order him to pay more than $1 billion in damages to relatives of those victims and their families. Now, his company, Free Speech Systems Incorporated, filed for bankruptcy protection itself over the course of this summer. Also, rocket builder Astra is losing its chief engineer. The company says Benjamin Lyon resigned from his post to pursue another opportunity. It's the most recent in a series of losses for Astra. It is facing an uphill battle after it stopped production of its latest rocket line following several launch failures. Astra also announced last month that it was laying off about 16% of its workforce. And the holidays might get a little more expensive this year. A new study study is looking at which popular holiday items are seeing the biggest price increases. The most expensive items this year include eggs, airline fares, flour, gasoline, and turkey. Eggs, by the way, have jumped a staggering 43% since last year. But it's not all bad news, Kate, Joe. Some items like smartphones, sporting events, and TVs have actually come down in price, so they may go on your potential shopping list for the holidays. Back over to you guys.
Airline fares 42.9%. I think that's the one people are really noticing right now.
I booked some tickets and noticed that.
All right.
Don Chu, thank you. Well, the weather is colder and the sun is setting earlier. What habits can help you and your family combat seasonal depression? When we come back, you're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. One-time king of crypto, Sam Bankman-Fried, is apologizing for his company's catastrophic collapse.
Now Congress is stepping in to investigate as more than 1 million investors struggle to get their money back from disgraced FTX. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez with the latest.
Weeks after its massive cryptocurrency exchange FTX collapsed, Sam Bankman-Fried is on an apology tour.
What are your lawyers telling you right now? Are they suggesting this is a good idea for you to be speaking?
No, they are very much not.
But the 30-year-old former billionaire says he had no intent to commit fraud and says management failures and sloppy accounting caused FTX to implode.
I screwed up.
In early November, crypto media outlet CoinDesk reported on potential problems with Bankman-Fried's other company, Alameda, a hedge fund. Soon, concerned investors were demanding their money from FTX, causing what amounted to a run on the bank. It forced the exchange into bankruptcy.
Clearly, I made a lot of mistakes or things I would give anything to be able to do over again. I didn't ever try to commit fraud on anyone.
Congress is now investigating FTX's collapse.
These events uncovered an alarming lack of internal controls and egregious governance failures.
A key question is whether FTX misappropriated customer funds when it made loans to Bankman-Fried's hedge fund.
I didn't knowingly commingle funds.
But many of FTX's investors aren't buying it.
Like, he's screwed over so many people.
Manny Bautista says he can't access his assets with FTX, valued at about $35,000, and is driving for a rideshare service to make ends meet. What do you think should happen to him?
I think he should go to jail, and there should be some way to have users recover their funds.
Bankman-Fried was once estimated to be worth more than $20 billion. He says he's now down to $100,000 and one credit card.
That was NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez reporting.
As the days get darker and colder, symptoms of fatigue and depression can become more common.
The National Library of Medicine estimates up to 10% of Americans experience seasonal affective disorder, more commonly known as seasonal depression. Psychiatrist and mental health advocate Dr. Soumya Dave joins us now. Dr. Dave, good to have you with us. So first of all, just the basics. What exactly is seasonal affective disorder and what causes it?
So first, seasonal affective disorder is sometimes called seasonal depression, and the reason for that is because a lot of the symptoms can overlap with depression in general. So we're thinking things like depressed mood, loss of motivation, lack of enjoyment in things we used to enjoy, lack of energy, changes in our appetite and sleep, and in particular with seasonal affective disorder, we see an increase in the need for sleep and an increase in carbohydrate cravings. Now, in terms of what's causing it, that's still something that we're trying to uncover, but we do know that the change in sunlight hours is causing a change in mood for some people.
So can we talk about the best ways to manage it if you think this might be affecting you? What do you do?
So gentle movement, and if that can be outside and in the sunlight, even better, because we know that lack of sunlight and the change in sunlight is a big part of this. Prioritizing socialization and being around people, even if you want to isolate, is a really, really big, important thing. Making time for sleep, light box therapy, which involves using a light box for 30 minutes right when you wake up, and I recommend doing that with a mental health provider's guidance. And of course, if anybody's feeling like it's hard to get through their daily life and their daily tasks, having thoughts of self-harm or suicide, I strongly recommend seeing a mental health provider to see if therapy, medications, or both can be helpful.
Important point there. Real quickly, who's most vulnerable to seasonal depression?
So women are more likely than men to experience this. People who live in northern regions, so New England, Alaska, they're also more susceptible. And there may be a genetic component to this. So if you know a family member has experienced it, it might be good to just be extra aware of these signs just to make sure.
Dr. Soumya Dave, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Just weeks after getting his Twitter account reinstated, Kanye West, Ye, is suspended again. Why the rapper is being accused of inciting violence. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're back with shocking video from Utah showing a base jumper slamming into a cliff. His parachute got caught on a ledge and he was stuck in midair. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo takes us inside those chilling moments and a risky rescue.
Incredible video showing a base jumper crash into a cliff in the middle of his descent, with his parachute managing to get stuck on the rock face, leaving him dangling in the air.
Oh my goodness.
This happened at Cane Creek Canyon near Moab, Utah. Matt Lajeunesse, a member of the Moab Base Association, witnessing the terrifying accident on Saturday.
He's in a bad place. He definitely took a bit of a hit.
Oh no.
Oh my God, is he just hanging there?
Mitch Edwards watching it all. He and his 12-year-old son can be heard on the video, shocked at what they witnessed.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Oh my.
Telling our affiliate KSL it could have been much worse if the jumper's parachute hadn't snagged on a ledge, saving him from plummeting farther.
Somebody from Search and Rescue climbed up the cliff, but that was amazing because there was no crack, no obvious route to get there. And so they had to set pins to even get up there.
The family watched the Grand County Sheriff's Office search and rescue team work to get the jumper down, estimating that it took about 2 hours.
Somebody miraculously got up there and then, got the guy, but got him on another rope and lowered him down to the ground.
He was able to say, hey, I'm okay. My leg really hurts.
The sheriff's office telling KSL their ropes team did manage to save the man and that he was airlifted to a hospital. Lajeunesse telling us the jumper now has a broken leg. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
A group of World War II veterans is celebrating a special honor. While visiting Washington, French President Emmanuel Macron awarded his country's highest government honor to the veterans. Darcy Spencer from NBC Washington shows us the ceremony.
Oh, yeah. Good to meet you. I'm happy to be here.
They are nearly 100 years old, World War II veterans, and now knights in the French Legion of Honor. Medals awarded to them by France's own president, Emmanuel Macron, a thanks for helping liberate his country during the war.
Thank you.
Samuel Davis, 98 years old. He says getting his medal was a wonderful experience.
Everything. It really means everything. I never talked about the war, but just this is it.
Thank you so very much for everything, and it's a pleasure to be here.
And Carl Felton, 96 years old, keeping in mind those who never made it home.
It was a highlight. The honor of having that bestowed upon me was a very, 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 very humbling and make me so aware of so many, many, many people lost their lives.
Monsieur Carl Felton.
Both men live in Frederick County, Maryland. They were among the veterans recognized at a ceremony at the French Embassy in D.C.
Which I feel is shared by all people, men and women, who served our country during the time of the war and thereafter.
Never had a medal in my life before. It's different. I'm proud of it, and I'm proud of Fred's.
And France's leader, clearly proud of them, bestowing the nation's highest honor to those who fought and risked their lives for freedom. For NBC News Daily, I'm Darcy Spencer.
The U.S. Air Force is set to reveal America's newest nuclear bomber today.
The B-21 Raider comes as part of the Pentagon's answer to rising concerns over a future conflict with China. The government is working to modernize the country's nuclear capabilities. The B-21 Raider is the United States' first new bomber aircraft in more than 30 years.
Team USA has a must-win match against the Netherlands tomorrow, but will Captain America take the field? What the star player is saying now about his sidelining injury. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues right after this.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Joe Fryer, making news right now.
Formula One is canceling the 2023 Chinese Grand Prix. The race was set to return to the Shanghai International Circuit for the first time since 2019, but it's being scrapped due to the restrictions and protests surrounding the country's zero-COVID policy. Formula One officials are in talks to find a replacement location.
Close to 90,000 children's clothes are at the center of a recall because of a lead poisoning risk. The Disney-themed sets were sold online at Amazon and major retailers like TJ Maxx in Burlington. Officials say the ink used on the clothing contains amounts of lead that exceed federal restrictions.
And check out this video. You can see the moment a car went crashing through a Pennsylvania deli on Thursday. The store's owner and a customer were inside when an elderly woman lost control of her vehicle. The driver and people inside sustained minor injuries. It's still not known what caused the crash. Let us start out this half hour with the royal visit to Boston and some controversy overshadowing it. The Prince of Wales is expected to spend part of his last day in the U.S. meeting with President Biden.
Despite the racism controversy dominating headlines here and back home, William and Kate hope to end their trip on a positive note at the Earthshot Prize Awards tonight. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons is in Boston and joins us with the latest. So, Keir, I know, first of all, let's talk about that scandal that's been making headlines this week. You spoke with the woman who's accusing Prince William's godmother of racism. What did she tell you about that encounter?
Yeah. Well, she has a detailed account of what happened, and it's pretty striking, to be honest, particularly what she has to say right at the beginning. Ngozi Fulani says she was invited to Buckingham Palace for this event, then met Prince William's godmother, longtime aide to the Queen, not really knowing who she is, and then take a listen to what she says happened.
I'm in there 5 minutes when this lady comes up to me, and the first thing she does is take my hair and move it. I'm like, I don't know who she is. She doesn't know who I am, but she's felt already that she has the right to put her hands on me physically to move my hair so she can see my name.
And she then says that she was kind of faced an inquisition, if you like, 8 minutes long, she says, about her background, her ethnicity, about where she was from, despite saying again and again she was born in Britain. And of course, Prince William's godmother now has resigned her position as aide to Camilla, Queen Consort.
And Keir, the Daily Mail is calling Prince Harry and Meghan's new Netflix docuseries a declaration of war on the royal family. That's just coming out, the trailer for that. What do we need to know? How are people reacting?
Well, Kate, I think that just goes to the question of why this trailer was released at this stage, just while William was here and Catherine were here in the US. Actually, he's inside the JFK library behind me there with Caroline Kennedy. And as you mentioned, we'll meet with President Biden later today. I think for him, this is an opportunity to move the headlines back towards diplomacy and his charity event tonight and away from all of this controversy. But I think they will go back to Britain overnight and into tomorrow with some questions to ask about how this all went and some of the issues that they've faced that have clearly exploded during this week at the worst possible moment for the royal couple.
All right, Keir Simmons in Boston for us. Keir, thank you so much.
To Idaho now, where fears are growing that the murders of 4 college students may never be solved. The father of one of the victims sat down with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky to talk about the case and why the family won't have a funeral for their daughter.
I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
Stephen Gonzalez sharing his fear and frustration, not only facing the heartbreaking loss of his daughter Kaylee and her 3 friends, but the fact that their killer is still at large.
It's going to be a cold case if we don't do something within the next week or 2.
A police spokesperson says the case is the department's highest priority, with Moscow PD working around the clock alongside state police and the FBI.
We're definitely making progress. We're putting the pieces together. And I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
Gonzalez says he respects the need to withhold some information, but is frustrated by what he calls a lack of communication from law enforcement, leaving the father of 4 slowly losing his patience.
Every day that goes by and you don't hear anything, what does that do?
Just tells me statistically I'm going to have to do more work myself. I'm not going to sit here and just be a crybaby dad.
On the college campus the victims attended just weeks ago, the mystery surrounding their deaths, convincing some students to do remote learning until someone is caught.
I'm coming home this weekend back to Boise because of it. My family is very concerned, and rightly so.
One criminal profiler telling NBC News it's possible the attacker could show up at community events commemorating the victims, such as this candlelight vigil.
It wouldn't be at all surprising if the killer, if he does indeed live in the community, would show up at some of these public events simply to observe, if you will, the outcome of his crime.
That's why Gonzalez says his family won't be holding a public memorial for Kaylee.
I can't do it public if he's sitting there laughing and smirking and feeding off everybody's misery. If I can keep any part of this animal's fantasy from coming true, then I'm going to do it.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Moments ago, President Biden weighed in on Kanye West's controversial anti-Semitic remarks, tweeting, quote, "I want to make a few things clear. The Holocaust happened. Hitler was a demonic figure. And instead of giving it a platform, our political leaders should be calling out and rejecting anti-Semitism wherever it hides. Silence is complicity," said the president. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson takes a deep dive into the artist formerly known as Kanye West, Ye's new controversy.
Yeah, so after a slate of recent anti-Semitic comments, West is now doubling down and going further with incendiary language, drawing widespread backlash and a suspension from Twitter, and a warning that some of the language you may hear could be upsetting. The rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, at the center of a firestorm again, now banned from Twitter after more anti-Semitic comments and posts. West's account suspended Thursday night after he posted a now-deleted image of a swastika inside a Star of David. Twitter owner Elon Musk confirming West's suspension while replying to another Twitter user, writing, "I tried my best. Despite that, he again violated our rule against incitement to violence. Account will be suspended." West's Twitter account has been restricted before over anti-Semitic comments, but he returned to the platform in November. Musk has said that the account was restored by Twitter before he took ownership. Earlier yesterday, during a lengthy interview with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones on his InfoWars show, dressed in a full mask, West attacked Jewish people, spread more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and praised Nazis, also saying this.
I see good things about Hitler also.
When Jones says he didn't like Nazis, West interjected.
I like Hitler.
Jewish leaders have warned of heightened fears of anti-Semitic hate recently. West has been one of the most famous voices sharing anti-Semitic comments over the past few months, causing him to lose millions of dollars in lucrative partnerships. Now appearing on the InfoWars program with white nationalist Nick Fuentes. Both dined with former President Donald Trump just before Thanksgiving at his Mar-a-Lago club. Trump, who is also running for office in 2024, said he did not know who Fuentes was and that West expressed no anti-Semitism at the dinner. And that's not all. The new ban comes hours after it was announced West would no longer be buying the alternative social media platform Parler. The company says the termination of that deal was mutual. Back to you.
All right, the game everyone is talking about is less than 24 hours away. You're excited.
I'm very excited.
It is the U.S. versus the Netherlands, first knockout round of the World Cup.
And we have some good news for Team USA. Ready? The head coach now says that star player Christian Pulisic is looking likely to play. This is a big deal, despite getting hurt in that big win the other day over Iran. Telemundo sports anchor Farah Perret joins us now from Doha, Qatar. Farah, let's start there. What's the latest on star player Christian?
Hello, everybody. Well, great news. He is ready to start. He already mentioned Christian Pulisic after he got hurt, that pelvic, after he scored that goal against Iran. He already in a picture that went viral in social media said he was going to be ready for Saturday, but officially the team has said that he was day by day, but now the winger from Chelsea club is ready to go in this important match in the knockout stage that now is only win or go home. USA against Netherlands. I know a lot of the people here in USA that are rooting for the team are very excited to see Christian Pulisic ready because he is definitely the heart and soul of this team.
Yeah, I mean, Farah, you are there. I know there are American fans who have made the journey there to see this in person, so they're glad things are still rolling along. Give us a sense of the energy and the atmosphere in Doha.
There's a lot of energy. Remember that USA missed the World Cup Russia 2018. So now being here and not only being at this World Cup, but also performing. We've got a great generation of players. So the Americans here are very excited to see their team not only playing, but performing at a high level. And I think one of the great matches of USA was against England, that they, with a great defense, held England not scoring a goal. So that was very promising. And now against Netherlands, why not? Why not? Yes, USA has a lot of chance to win this game. And the fans here know it. They have their flags, their shirts, and a lot of fans obviously believe in their team.
Yeah, I'm going to have all my gear on tomorrow, full disclosure. Farah, I want the U.S. to win, but I'm curious. I mean, the Netherlands is a powerhouse always. So what are the soccer watchers saying? Like, what are the experts saying? Do they think the U.S. has a chance?
As fans, of course, we believe it. Why not, right? But yes, history have Netherlands favorite, and then we have Cody Gakpo, who has scored goals in all the matches during the phase group. So that's a little scary for Team USA. But we have great defense. We have great midfielder with Wency McKennie from Juventus, and also we have Christian Pulisic back with the team, Timothy Weah. So why not? We could believe, and we have a chance. Remember that now is a win or go home. So if it's a tie, we'll go to penalties, and anything could happen, and that makes the World Cup also very special, very excited. And if they win that match, that is possible this Saturday when it starts all the knockout stage, then they'll go against or Argentina or Australia. So that's definitely also another match that we hopefully can make it and keep believing on Team USA.
Farah, you're our expert. Real quickly here, what's your prediction?
Okay, you put me on the spot because I believe in Team USA. I was born in New York.
Good answer.
So I'm going to say 2-0 USA.
2-0, all right, we've got a score, all right. Telemundo sports anchor Farah Perret, thank you so much for joining us and bringing some of that energy
Can I tell you quickly, my brother lives in the Netherlands. He's American, but he lives in the Netherlands, so now who's he going to root for?
All right.
Okay. As protests over the death of a 22-year-old woman rage on in Iran, people outside the country are finding new ways to support the movement. We're going to hear from some of them up next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Protests in Iran demanding change are still raging on, almost 3 months after a young woman died shortly after she was arrested by the so-called morality police.
But outside Iran, another battle is being waged online, where Iranians living abroad are helping spread the word in solidarity. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian sat down with 3 social activists who are helping drive the movement online.
The last time I spoke to someone inside the country, they told me, sometimes I hate being Iranian, not because of the identity, just because I don't see a future in this country for myself.
Bahar Gandahari left Iran 9 years ago. Now just 22 years old, she's the same age as Mahsa Amini, the young Kurdish woman who died 3 days after being arrested by the morality police for allegedly violating the country's strict dress code. Her death triggering what many are calling a revolution in Iran, led largely by women. What would you be doing right now if you were in Iran?
I would be probably on the streets protesting.
You would?
Yeah.
You could feasibly be placed in jail. You could be beaten.
Yeah.
You could be harmed.
I'm the age of most of the protesters right now. And if I were there, I would be doing the same.
Alongside the diaspora, Bahar and others are leading a movement online.
I feel like I left them in this prison, and now I have to do something over here to, free them from that prison.
In 2019, Bahar started the Instagram account Middle East Matters. At first, she says, to create a space for Middle Eastern youth. Now, she uses her platform to amplify the voices of Iranian protesters.
You have family in Iran. Are you worried the government will target your family members?
Of course, but I don't think I'm scared, because the moment I become scared, the regime has won this battle.
And Bahar is not alone. Moj Madara and their wife, Roya Rastegar, launched an organization called the Iranian Diaspora Collective. They say it focuses on the will of Iranian protesters and hope it will help bring about change there.
You see the faces of young people in Iran, and many of them are young women, young students, queer people. Honestly, it feels like a duty. I don't know that it feels like a choice at this point. And many of us, I think, have shifted our daily routines to make videos, make content, to explain to the West, hey, we want your friendship, we want your partnership, we need your allyship.
Elika Laban has almost 300,000 followers on TikTok, and her most watched video has more than 6 million views. It details the deaths, disappearances, and arrests of young Iranian activists and journalists inside Iran. And at the end, she says this.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. Say their names to save their lives.
And the exact number of lives lost is unknown. Throughout the conflict, information out of Iran has been scattered, with the government there managing at times to shut off electricity and the internet, limiting access into and out of the country. Instead, many protesters say they're relying on the diaspora to be their voice.
Do you now have protesters, women inside of Iran, that are reaching out to you about some of your content that they're seeing?
Yes, they'll just kind of say, thank you so much for being our voice. This means everything to us. They see us, and that galvanizes them to go out there and keep doing it. They are inspiring us, and we're inspiring them, and it's just not stopping.
And neither are any of these activists.
If they're not backing down, I can't back down either.
Every single day that you go out there and you fight for your freedom is the day that we go out there and we fight for your freedom behind you.
Natarsin, ma ba ham hastim means don't be afraid, we are all together now.
And Kate Jo, I think one of the most important things out of that is that the information coming out of Iran is so scattered. We don't necessarily know what's going on, right? These protests have been ongoing. This movement that is happening in Iran, much of it has been strengthened by these people that are driving, right, this conversation outside the country. Outside of the country. And I asked them specifically, if Iran were to change, if it were to become free, would you return? And you think about it, for them, that's their home country. And all of them said, absolutely, yes.
Powerful reporting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really
so much.
powerful.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
One public preschool teacher is schooling scores of kids and parents alike, all on YouTube and TikTok.
NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz introduces us to this education sensation.
I'm so happy, jump. I'm so happy, jump.
If these songs sound familiar to you,
Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop.
then you probably have a little one who is as obsessed with Miss Rachel as my daughter Kira is.
Out came the sun and dried up.
She's considered a rock star by the Under 4 set.
Give a little clap, clap, clap.
She's heralded a hero by parents everywhere.
Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop.
Because it always comes back to that for me. Is this good for children? Am I helping? Because that's my calling, that's my passion.
Sicky, 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 bubble gum.
The New York City public school music teacher turned YouTube and TikTok children's education sensation is Rachel Griffin Accurso.
Mr. Golden Sun.
Together with her merry band, including her husband, Broadway composer Aaron, she has racked up more than 1 billion views on her YouTube channel. And TikTok is flooded with videos of grateful parents putting her techniques to work.
Can you wave hello? Hello. Arms up, mommy.
But behind the overalls and pink headband is a dedicated mom on a very personal mission. When her little one, Thomas, had a speech delay, she searched for additional resources to help him and came up short.
His first word was at 2 years and 8 months, and it was mama. And I had waited for that for so long. And as a parent, you want to do anything you can to help them. And it's not our fault when our child has a speech delay. A lot of things I teach are things I wish I had known for my son.
You were a teacher with a kid that had a developmental delay, and you couldn't help.
Yeah, and I needed experts to help me. I thought, wouldn't it be great if there was a show that really encouraged language development and worked on these important milestones and was slow-paced and a real person and very interactive. And I kept searching for this show for him, and we couldn't find it. So I was like, maybe we can try to create it, and maybe it would help more kids, but we didn't imagine anything like this.
The horn on the bus.
The secret to Miss Rachel's success is in the simplicity. Close-ups of her mouth,
Ball.
sign and body language, building in pauses for responses.
Have you ever been to a real zoo?
Even the way she speaks.
Right now, I feel happy because you're here to learn with us.
Everything is research-backed and intentional.
Anything that's going to help a young child succeed is hidden in the videos.
It's something speech pathologists have been taking notice of, giving her a gold star.
I've seen her videos and she uses all the right techniques.
I'm so honored when they say, this is the best that screen time is going to get. That's my passion. How can I help more children?
So the first one is...
And in that spirit of helping, Miss Rachel asked me to join her for her latest video with a little lesson in opposites. And from her one-bedroom apartment turned recording studio to her living room green screen and a touch of magic, they turned this into this.
This is down. This is down.
And made my daughter's dreams come true.
Down and up and 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 down.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
I love Gotti getting into that.
I think he had some fun there.
Yeah. Let's get to trending now. We're getting our first look at a digitally de-aged Indiana Jones. The movie's visual effects crew apparently blended archived footage of the younger Harrison Ford with new footage to make him look decades younger than he is. The trailer for the 5th movie in the franchise already has more than 4.5 million views on YouTube, including my own, after dropping yesterday.
You're just a million of those,
I mean, there's a lot. But you have to wait till June 30th, Joe, to to be able to see the final cut. Doesn't come out till June.
All right. And how does a lump of kale in your stocking sound for Christmas? Candy company Archie McBee is out with more than a dozen unusual candy cane flavors. They include bacon, mac and cheese, Caesar salad, kale, pickle, even sardines, which probably goes with the Caesar salad. If you want to try them for yourself, you can pick them up at McBee's flagship store in Seattle or online for around $7 a box.
That's not cheap either for some nasty flavors. I mean, it's fun, right?
It is. It's like those Jelly Bellies that are also really gross, you know? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm Phil Fryer.
Bad gift. I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, December 2nd, 2022. Back on track, President Biden officially ends the rail strike prospect with the stroke of a pen as the final jobs report of the year is released. Why it might not be good news for your pocketbook.
Border surge. Daily migrant crossings are near record highs. Why a law change happening in a matter of days could send numbers even higher.
Kanye controversy. The president posts a message about anti-Semitism after the artist formerly known as Kanye West went on another rant and was kicked off Twitter. We have the latest reaction.
And changing minds. How coronavirus may have affected your children's brains even if they never caught the virus. It is 11 a.m. in Las Vegas, 1 p.m. in Memphis, and 2 o'clock here in New York City.
And this hour, we are tracking two major headlines on the economy. First off, new jobs numbers are in, and they show growth. The Labor Department says the U.S. added 263,000 jobs in November. That is 60,000 more jobs than economists were expecting. But that good news is also worrying Wall Street.
And the other major headline today, that potentially crippling rail strike has been averted. Today, President Biden signed a bill forcing the rail unions to accept a deal they originally agreed to back in September. It's a win for the president heading into the holidays.
So much of what we rely on is delivered on our rail, from clean water to food and gas and every other good. Rail shutdown would have devastated our economy.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is with us, and NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Brian, I'll start with you. Walk us through the job numbers we just got. Which parts of the economy saw the biggest growth?
Kate, as you mentioned, jobs growing in America continually, as we saw in the month of November. 263,000, that's how many jobs were added in the month. But more importantly, this is keeping up at the pace that we had seen in the prior month in October. 284,000 jobs, a tick lower than that, but well above estimates. But more importantly, the unemployment rate remained the same at 3.7%, not seeing that recessionary dynamic where unemployment dramatically increases. Now, where did we see some of these job gains? We saw it in some of these categories. Leisure and hospitality, think bars and restaurants, adding about 88,000 jobs in the month. Healthcare, this is a particularly ravaged industry during the pandemic. A lot of burnt out among nurses, adding 45,000 in the month. And I want to highlight this. Professional and business services, this is where you might see some of those tech layoffs, adding only about 6,000 in the month. This number may have been bigger absent of those tech layoffs. But again, in the aggregate, not seeing the impact of that, the American jobs market continuing to add workers.
Brian, let's talk about payroll here in particular. Hourly wages went up, 5.1% from this time last year. What does that say about inflation and the fight against inflation here?
Yeah, people getting paid 5% more than last year is likely welcome news, especially when you consider that in October, that wage growth was a little bit slower at 4.7%. So this representing some upside. But again, there's some talking points about how economists are worried that higher wage growth that doesn't go down could incentivize these producers or retailers, for example, that employ these people to pass on those price increases to consumers, thus entrenching inflation. Keep in mind, prices 7.7% higher than they were last year. So if your wages are going up by 5%, it's getting eroded by the fact you have to pay almost 8% more for everything else, something that we're watching in this economy.
Brian Chung, thank you.
Let's bring in Kelly O'Donnell now at the White House today. Kelly, the president and Congress averting this rail strike, forcing the unions to accept this deal they agreed to a couple of months ago. What's in this particular now law, and what happens next here?
Well, it's so unusual to have Congress intervene this way because, of course, everyone agrees it would have been better if the collective bargaining process could have reached its final conclusion with all of the unions signing on. But they could not reach that. And because of the unique place of the rail industry within the American economy, they felt they had to get involved in this to prevent a rail strike, which would have had devastating impact. So workers will get a significant increase, 24% over 5 years. They'll get a $5,000 increase, a sort of a signing bonus. There'll be some other protections in there. But what is not included is the kind of paid time off for sick leave that many workers in some of the unions involved had wanted. And certainly the administration had wanted that. A number of Democrats on Capitol Hill wanted it, but there weren't enough votes to put that piece into the package. The president talked about that as one thing that he will continue to work on when he addressed this earlier today.
I know this was a tough vote for members of both parties. It was a tough for me, but it was the right thing to do at the moment, to save jobs, to protect millions of working families from harm and disruption, and to keep supply chains stable around the holidays.
So those are the upsides, protecting the economy. The president says he will continue to work to try to bring about those sort of protections for sick time paid for workers. He'd have to do that legislatively, and that'll be a challenge. Aaron?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell for us at the White House today. Kelly, thank you.
President Biden is adding to the growing chorus condemning the rapper formerly known as Kanye West following the artist's string of anti-Semitic comments and Twitter posts. In an apparent response to the controversy, President Biden tweeted this morning calling on political leaders to reject anti-Semitism rather than, quote, giving it a platform. Overnight, Twitter again suspended the account of West, who now goes by the name Ye, after he posted the image of a swastika inside a Star of David on his Twitter page. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins has been following this for months now, and he joins us. Ben, Elon Musk made a point of welcoming Ye back to Twitter in October. He's been an advocate for free speech, Elon Musk has. How did he explain now kicking Kanye West off?
Well, the best way to look at this is actually through a text message that Ye posted from Elon Musk on his account before he was banned last night, where he said that this is too far, and basically he had reached his limit. And as was always the case with these social media platforms, everyone's pro free speech, till they reach their limit. And with Elon Musk, it was this very public Nazism that Ye was expressing both on InfoWars yesterday and also on Twitter.
And you know, I hesitate to even talk about the comments that were made on Alex Jones' podcast yesterday, but he did praise Hitler. He praised the Nazis. How are people who have supported Kanye West in the past, politicians and others, how are they reacting?
Some people are distancing themselves, certainly. Tim Pool, who was the previous podcast he was on, previous right-wing podcast, he said, basically, I don't want anything to do with this anymore. But there are people like Donald Trump who dined, who had dinner with him 2 days before Thanksgiving. It's 10 days ago, who have still said really nothing about this. You know, this is overt Nazism from Kanye West, and still nothing has, you know, nothing from the ex-president of the United States.
Where do you see this going from here? And you know, what implications does this maybe have for the Twitter platform?
Yeah, Kanye is clearly spiraling, and it was becoming an enormous problem for bringing advertisers back on the platform, which has been an issue for Elon Musk since he took over. Hate speech is up about 200% against Black people specifically on the platform, according to a new report from the New York Times. But also, you know, there's this unbanning that's sort of been unveiled over the course of the day and week on Twitter. And today, Andrew Anglin, the person who founded the Daily Stormer, the largest neo-Nazi website on the United States, he's back on the platform after being banned for 10 years. So while Kanye West was over the line, there are some even more overt neo-Nazis, people who run neo-Nazi publications. Those people are now back on Twitter.
Ben Collins tracking it all for us. Ben, thank you.
A federal appeals court is ending the special master review of documents seized from former President Donald Trump's Florida estate. That decision lifts restrictions that had been in place on the Justice Department. The feds are investigating why classified records and other documents were removed from the White House in the final days of the Trump administration. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney is in Washington and joins us now. Ken, this overturns a decision from a different federal judge that was made back in September. Help us understand why this appeals panel overturned the decision.
Aaron, this three-judge panel really delivered a startling rebuke of Judge Eileen Cannon's decision to impose this special master. These judges, two of whom were appointed by Donald Trump, said that there was no basis in law for it and that the judge had essentially carved out a special exemption for former presidents that did not exist in the law, that they could not justify having a special master review any of these documents, let alone the classified documents that they had already said were not a valid part of a special master review. They completely blew out of the water the arguments of Donald Trump's attorneys. And what this now means is that the special master has gone away and the Justice Department will get all of the documents.
So, Ken, at this point, how does this decision change things? How does this change the Justice Department's timeline, if at all?
It should accelerate the investigation to a certain extent, because the DOJ had said in court papers that its lack of access to the 22,000 records it had seized at Mar-a-Lago, separate and apart from the few hundred classified documents, was hampering its ability to complete this investigation. So, which, as you know, is now run by a special counsel, Jack Smith. And so this should speed things up a little bit. It's not that the investigation was stopped completely, but it was slowed down by the special master, and that is gone now.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in our D.C. bureau. Ken, thanks.
You bet.
The Department of Justice is now looking into the collapse of cryptocurrency exchange FTX. And this year, Giving Tuesday broke a record.
Bertha Coombs joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Kate, Aaron. Yes, the DOJ has requested an independent examiner to review the sudden collapse of crypto company FTX. DOJ officials believe that the case requires an independent reviewer because of allegations surrounding FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried that could put the entire crypto industry at risk. It's believed that Bankman-Fried mishandled the company's finances and engaged in fraudulent conduct. Former NBA star Jeremy Lin has been fined for criticizing China's quarantine facilities. Lin, who now plays on a Chinese team, was fined 10,000 yuan, which is the equivalent of about $1,400. This comes as the Chinese government continues to crack down on protests against the country's strict zero-COVID lockdown measures. And the holiday spirit was strong on this year's Giving Tuesday. The event raised a record $3.1 billion over the course of 24 hours for charitable causes. That's a 15% increase from 2021. That's good to hear, Kate and Aaron. It's always nice to give back.
Really respectable, considering, you know, we talked Black Friday and Cyber Monday. It's nice to see people still gay.
They're not just spending on themselves and Christmas presents. They're spending on worthy causes.
Good stuff.
Bertha, thank you.
An indictment in the shocking shooting of a Texas teen. How long a former police officer could be behind bars. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
A grand jury has indicted a former San Antonio police officer. James Brennan shot a teen outside a McDonald's back in October and is now charged with assault and attempted murder. If convicted, the former officer could spend the rest of his life behind bars. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Lindsay Reiser. Lindsay, walk us through the charges and remind us what happened.
Well, this all stems from the shooting of 17-year-old Eric Cantu back in October. The shooting was captured on former officer Brennan's body camera footage. We do want to warn some of you may find the video disturbing. Take a look.
Get out of the car.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired!
Investigators say Cantu was eating a hamburger in that McDonald's parking lot. Officer Brennan was responding to an unrelated call when he saw Cantu sitting in his car. Brennan reported that he believed the teen's car had evaded him at an attempted traffic stop the day before and that the car was stolen. Well, the police chief called Brennan's actions indefensible. He was fired by the San Antonio Police Department 2 days after the shooting. Here's what the district attorney had to say when speaking about the indictment yesterday.
That no one is above the law. That includes members of law enforcement when they abuse their authority. I want to express my sincere regret and sympathy to Eric.
Officials say Brennan had been on the force for 7 months. The aggravated assault counts are the most serious, carrying up to life in prison if he is convicted. NBC News did reach out to the law firm representing Brennan, but our request for comment was not immediately returned. The Associated Press reports that one of Brennan's attorneys said there's been an initial rush to judgment attitude. Kate?
All right, Lindsay, the victim was just recently released from the hospital, as I understand. How's he doing?
Well, Eric Cantu had serious, painstaking injuries, and his attorney had previously said he had been fighting for his life. His mother told the Associated Press she wasn't sure how many times he was shot, but 4 bullets were found in his body. He spent almost 2 months in the hospital and was released just before Thanksgiving. Civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump, who is representing the Cantu family, said yesterday that the officer's indictment is a relief for Eric, his family, and everyone supporting them through this tragedy. Kate?
Lindsay Reiser, thank you.
New technology leading to a major breakthrough in a decades-old mystery in Philadelphia. It was 1957 when the body of a young boy was found in a cardboard box on the side of the road. For decades, police struggled to find any clues about his identity. Until now. Investigative reporter Claudia Vargas from our Philadelphia NBC station has more.
For decades, generations of detectives have tried to figure out who was the boy in the box.
The longest continuously investigated homicide in the history of the Philadelphia Police Department.
The case has also been investigated by the VDOC Society, a volunteer organization co-founded by Bill Fleischer. The society is made up of retired law enforcement and forensic professionals who examine cold cases.
A lot of people took up interest in this.
The boy, estimated to be about 6 years old, was found dead in a cardboard box. Police at the time said he had been beaten. His body was found in February of 1957 in a field off Very Road and Susquehanna Road in the city's Fox Chase neighborhood.
Fox Chase was very rural up there.
Now, the area is developed with homes, but a marker still serves as a reminder of the boy without a name.
He was one of these throwaway, forgotten children.
Until now, sources tell the NBC 10 investigators that through DNA evidence, police have been able to identify the boy, even finding the child's birth certificate. Authorities are expected to announce that name at an upcoming news conference. We spoke with Philly homicide captain Jason Smith last year, just as detectives were on the verge of breaking the boy in the box case.
There have been rapid developments as it pertains to that investigation.
Smith says he can't discuss the new revelation ahead of the scheduled news conference, but he previously said that identifying the boy is just the beginning.
The investigation will start all over again, and then we'll start searching for a suspect.
Throughout the years, numerous leads and theories have emerged as to who the boy was and what happened to him.
We thought maybe he was Hungarian, came over in '56 when they had the Hungarian Revolution. We had all these theories, thought maybe he was a military.
There are some similarities to these pictures, enough similarity that I think is worthy of further investigation.
Most of those tips and theories have been debunked.
Just no match, no match.
The boy's body has been exhumed twice, and each time DNA has been extracted. According to sources, it's the most recent DNA sample that finally led investigators to the boy's identity. And those sources say the DNA traced the boy to a prominent family in Delaware County. The boy's headstone at Ivy Hill Cemetery reads, "America's unknown child." But
the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Protesters in Iran are risking everything, continuing to demonstrate almost 3 months after the death of a 22-year-old woman. She died shortly after being arrested by what's known as the morality police for not complying with headscarf rules.
While women in Iran are leading the charge in the streets now, Iranians living abroad are taking the lead online. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian explains.
The last time I spoke to someone inside the country, they told me, sometimes I hate being Iranian, not because of the identity, just because I don't see a future in this country for myself.
Bahar Gandahari left Iran 9 years ago. Now just 22 years old, she's the same age as Mahsa Amini, the young Kurdish woman who died 3 days after being arrested by the morality police for allegedly violating the country's strict dress code. Her death, triggering what many are calling a revolution in Iran, led largely by women.
What would you be doing right now if you were in Iran?
I would be probably on the streets protesting.
You would?
Yeah.
You could feasibly be placed in jail. You could be beaten.
Yeah.
You could be harmed.
I'm the age of most of the protesters right now. And if I were there, I would be doing the same.
Alongside the diaspora, Bahar and others are leading a movement online.
I feel like I left them in this prison, and now I have to do something over here to, freedom from that prison.
In 2019, Bahar started the Instagram account Middle East Matters. At first, she says, to create a space for Middle Eastern youth. Now, she uses her platform to amplify the voices of Iranian protesters.
You have family in Iran. Are you worried the government will target your family members?
Of course, but I don't think I'm scared. Because the moment I become scared, the regime has won this battle.
And Bahar is not alone. Moj Madara and their wife, Roya Rastegar, launched an organization called the Iranian Diaspora Collective. They say it focuses on the will of Iranian protesters and hope it will help bring about change there.
You see the faces of young people in Iran, and many, many, many of them are young women, young students, queer people. Honestly, it feels like a duty. I don't know that it feels like a choice at this point. And many of us, I think, have shifted our daily routines to make videos, make content, to explain to the West, hey, we want your friendship, we want your partnership, we need your allyship.
Elika Laban has almost 300,000 followers on TikTok, and her most watched video has more than 6 million views. It details the deaths, disappearances, and arrests of young Iranian activists and journalists inside Iran. And at the end, she says this.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. Say their names to save their lives.
And the exact number of lives lost is unknown. Throughout the conflict, information out of Iran has been scattered, with the government there managing at times to shut off electricity and the internet, limiting access into and out of the country. Instead, many protesters say they're relying on the diaspora to be their voice.
Do you now have protesters, women inside of Iran, that are reaching out to you about some of your content that they're seeing?
Yes, they'll just kind of say, thank you so much for being our voice. This means everything to us. They see us, and that galvanizes them to go out there and keep doing it. They are inspiring us, and we're inspiring them, and it's just not stopping.
And neither are any of these activists.
If they're not backing down, I can't back down either.
Every single day that you go out there and you fight for your freedom is the day that we go out there and we fight for your freedom behind you.
Natarsin, ma ba ham hastim means don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We are all together now.
It's emotional. Yasmin,
It is, yeah.
What stood out to you in reporting this?
I think amongst the diaspora specifically, these are people that feel guilt, right? Because they left and they see now what's happening in the country, what they've left behind. And it's the real dedication, in spite of the fact that they could be targeted domestically here in the United States as well. There are reports of people being targeted, activists being targeted by the Iranian government here in the United States. And then they have family in Iran who tell them, continue on, continue what you are doing despite the fact that we may be targeted here because you are doing the right thing. And that's incredible to me.
For generations to come.
For generations to come. Wow. Exactly right.
Thank you so much for that reporting.
Thanks, guys.
A safe space and more. The message an all-gay soccer team is sending to the world. You're watching NBC News Daily. Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
InfoWars host Alex Jones has filed for personal bankruptcy protection. According to court documents, Jones has been ordered to pay more than $1 billion after parents of Sandy Hook school shooting victims successfully sued him for defamation. Jones had falsely claimed that the school shooting was a hoax.
An ex-con who drove around Las Vegas with his friend's dismembered body in a stolen truck is going to prison. Eric Holland was stopped by police last December. Officers found the remains of his friend Richard Miller in several coolers. Yesterday, Holland was sentenced to at least 18 years in prison.
The nation's 988 hotline is back up and running after a day-long outage. The call service, which launched back in July, was created to help anyone in the U.S. experiencing a mental health emergency. While the line was down, callers were able to reach a mental health counselor by texting or using the website. No word yet on what caused that outage.
President Biden will be in Boston this afternoon, where he will meet with Prince William. He and his wife are wrapping up their first visit to the U.S. in 8 years.
President Biden will also be attending a Democratic fundraiser in Boston tonight. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Boston. So, Mike, what do we expect when the president meets with the royal couple?
Well, Kate, of course, we just saw yesterday the president underscoring that long-standing relationship and alliance with France as he hosted a state dinner for Emmanuel Macron. Well, President Biden today underscoring, of course, that special relationship with another European ally, the United Kingdom, of course, as he's about to meet with the heir to the throne, Prince William, the new Prince of Wales. President Biden, in fact, just touched down at Logan Airport. He's driving to our location as we speak. This is, of course, the JFK Library where this meeting is about to happen. And this is not the first meeting between Prince William and President Biden. Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge at the time, was part of a reception that was hosted by Queen Elizabeth II last year when President Biden visited the UK for the G7 summit. But this is obviously an opportunity for them to really catch up and also speak about one of the priorities of Prince William's visit, which is climate change. Prince William here for the Earthshot Prize. Now, as we talk about that long-standing relationship between the U.S. and the UK, an example I thought that was quite poignant just in the last few hours. Prince William's been here for about 2 hours. He was greeted, in fact, by Caroline Kennedy, of course, the daughter of President Kennedy, as well as her 2 children. And as they toured some of the exhibits here at the Kennedy Library, they made a point of showing to Prince William a signed photo that Queen Elizabeth II, Prince William's grandmother, of course, had presented to her father and her grandfather as well when he visited Buckingham Palace in 1961. So just underscoring the long-standing ties between these 2 nations and our leaders.
All right, Mike Memoli there for us. Mike, thank you.
Daily migrant crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border are near record highs, and that's despite new restrictions on asylum seekers. Now, with the Title 42 COVID-era policy set to end this month, the Biden administration is bracing for a possibility of extra surging of thousands more migrants per day. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from Washington. Julia, first remind us what Title 42 is and how the end of that policy is possibly going to open the floodgates at the border.
Yeah, of course, Aaron. So Title 42 has been in place since March of 2020, the start of the pandemic. It was a Trump-era rule that many people thought that President Biden would lift upon taking office. Instead, it has stayed in place, but a federal judge has just ruled that it needs to lift December 21st. Now, since it went into place, more than 2.4 million migrants have been turned back into Mexico, where they're waiting oftentimes in tent cities in terrible conditions. But some nationalities are able to get through. Up until recently, Venezuelans could come in, and they made up the majority of those immigrants, oftentimes being put on buses by Republican governors. And the Biden administration made a point of applying Title 42 to Venezuelans and sending them back into Mexico. But as the new numbers we're learning now reveal, that policy really didn't do much to bring down border numbers. And when Title 42 lifts, they're expected to get very high. They're already at about 7,500 to 8,000 crossings per day. They could get up to 10,000 a day. To put that in perspective, Jay Johnson, when he was President Obama's Homeland Security Secretary, he said he had all hands on deck, a big call whenever the numbers crossed 1,000 a day. Now they're at 8,000 a day.
So, Julia, given that possibility, then, are border officials ready for it? Are they equipped to handle the possibility of thousands more migrants coming?
It depends on who you ask. There's certainly a lot of people who are concerned. There are a lot of local officials who say that they need more support from the federal government because their communities at the border in places like McAllen or El Paso or Tucson, that they need more capabilities from the federal government to be able to take in the influx in migrants, because now many more will not just be crossing, but actually be allowed to stay in the United States and claim asylum. There are meetings between White House officials and DHS officials trying to speed up the asylum process, so that for anyone who does not qualify, they might be quickly deported rather than waiting for a court date. But people I've spoken to say they simply don't have the resources to scale a plan like that across the border. And so pretty much whichever way you slice it, there will be an increase. But I should say, Aaron, there's still a possibility that Republican states could stop Title 42 from lifting on December 21st. They have asked to intervene in the case, and we're waiting to hear what the courts might decide.
All right, we know you'll be keeping an eye on it. Julia Ainsley for us in D.C. Thank you.
Police in Tampa are still trying to arrest controversial ex-NFL star Antonio Brown. It's been over 24 hours since police issued an arrest warrant for the former Buccaneers wide receiver on a misdemeanor battery charge. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now. Ron, where is Antonio Brown? Do we know? And why have police not yet taken him into custody?
Well, where he is an open question. There's a possibility that he's still at his home there in South Tampa. Police aren't saying, and it appears that police aren't sure. They tried to serve this warrant to him a couple of days ago. They apparently used a megaphone, and he did not respond, so they're not sure whether he's at the house or not. All this stems from an altercation that he apparently had with a woman who is the mother of several of his children, who lives at the house with him there. He apparently threw a shoe at her, tried to evict her from the property threw some of her possessions out onto the street. Apparently a very messy domestic situation there. The police are, it's unclear how aggressive they are now at trying to arrest him. They're not trying to bash down the door or anything. It's unclear whether they are even still at the property. This, again, is a misdemeanor case. That's why they're not taking any chances, and also because there have been some reports that Brown might be armed inside the house. Not to suggest that he has been threatening the police or anything, but they're taking it very cautiously because, again, it's a misdemeanor, but still a serious case involving alleged domestic violence.
And I'm curious whether Brown or his lawyers or representatives have said anything about this. He does have a colorful history.
A very colorful history, yes, and a lot of it on social media, but there's nothing there or in any other forum from him or his attorneys who we've tried to contact and tried to reach out to. And the word in the sports world, on sports talk shows and so forth, is that this is likely the end of his career. There have been several teams that have taken chances on him over the years after he left the Steelers some time ago. A few years ago, he was arguably one of the best receivers, best players in the NFL. But this apparently is the end of the road for his football career, and he's got some legal problems also as well. Kate?
Ron Allen following that for us. Thank you, Ron. Now to an NBC News exclusive. The family of a man shot and killed by police in Texas on his front porch. They are angry and heartbroken.
And that's after new videos from the deadly encounter were released by police. This happened last month in Austin. A private security guard at a neighboring house called 911 when he saw the man with a rifle outside. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. And Gabe, we should warn folks first that the video here may be disturbing, but walk us through what we know about what happened.
Yeah, Aaron and Kate, these new videos were released late yesterday by the Austin PD. We're talking about ring camera video. We're talking about body camera video from the officers as well as the 911 call. And some background here, the man that we're talking about who was shot and killed, his name is Raj Munasinghe. He's 33 years old, and he was a co-founder of a restaurant consulting business in Austin. Now, his family says that he had been worried about recent crime in the area and that he had a gun. He had returned from a trip, and he thought that there may have been an intruder inside his home. The video you're about to see, again, we want to warn viewers, it is disturbing. It was just released yesterday by Austin PD. It shows the officers arriving on the scene and opening fire within seconds. Let's take a look. So that first gunshot that you heard on that video, that apparently was one of two warning shots that his family says that he fired trying to get the intruder outside of his home. The authorities pulled up, and you see there in the officer body camera video, the officer opens fire just as he says drop the gun. His family says that it was a split-second decision, that he opened fire too quickly. Let's take a listen at what his mother told me just yesterday.
Like yesterday was a hard day for me because I heard how he died, and I just wanted to hold him. I just wanted to hold him and say, I love you. Thank you for being this amazing gift that I had. He was a gift to all of us and to many. I'm just sad I wasn't there because that shouldn't have happened to him.
Aaron and Kate, we should be clear, there are still a lot of unanswered questions here. The police, however, say that once officers got on the scene, they told him to drop the gun. But as you saw in that video, it was a split-second decision. We've just heard from the attorneys from the officer who said that he followed his training in an effort to protect lives. But it was a neighboring private security guard who had called 911, said there was a person outside looking for an intruder with a gun. The officers are on the scene, and you see the tragic consequences.
Wow. All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. And we want to let you know that you can see more of Gabe's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt on your local NBC station.
Trying to solve the child care crisis, the extreme lengths that parents-to-be are taking even before their babies are born. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
On today's Modern Parenting, we're taking a look at the lack of access to childcare in America.
It's forcing some parents to take really extraordinary measures even before their babies are born. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esimwa.
And look at this.
Taking care of children is difficult, and today, finding childcare for kids is nearly impossible.
You want some Cheerios? Yeah.
As soon as I had the viability ultrasound at 20 weeks, I started looking for childcare.
When you were pregnant?
Yes. Because I knew that the wait lists were really long.
Oh, thank you.
Though Michaela Sturs, a mother of 3, started looking for childcare before her youngest child was born, she never found it, citing a lack of affordability and long distances. The 28-year-old mom lives in rural Wisconsin. Like many parents today, she's dealing with childcare deserts, which the Center for American Progress classifies as areas where fewer than a third of children have access to a licensed childcare facility. It's a reality hitting low and middle income, Black, Hispanic, and rural communities the hardest, forcing parents to make difficult decisions.
How has it impacted your life not having access to childcare?
Well, I left my job in healthcare to work nights retail so that I can be home with my kids.
The click button.
Michaela says her family now lives paycheck to paycheck. In lieu of childcare, she and her husband, Christopher, work alternative shifts.
He leaves for work at 4 in the morning, and he comes home in the afternoon, and then I work usually 4 to 10 or 11.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Only seeing each other during a brief handoff.
Hi, everyone.
Parents should start looking for childcare before they even consider having a child.
Really?
There are wait lists that are over 2 years long.
Becca Elbert works at Western Dairyland Community Action Agency, funded by a 1990 congressional mandate. Her program's role is to help families find childcare in their communities and work with childcare providers, getting them trained, launched, and regulated.
What are the obstacles parents in rural areas face when it comes to childcare?
Drive times, cost, availability, affordability. We've also heard from businesses over the years who are looking to expand and later decide that they're not going to do that because there isn't an adequate amount of childcare for those families that they're trying to recruit.
For Michaela, the lack of childcare is pushing her out of her community.
With all of this, do you think you can continue living in rural Wisconsin?
No.
They hope to move closer to a major city or family members so they can get additional childcare support.
We need an ongoing partnership between families, childcare providers, businesses, and our public sector to really figure out a solution. Our economies can't thrive if we're not supporting families.
Zincle Esimwa, NBC News.
Well, the new study finds pandemic-related stress caused the brains of America's teens to age faster than normal.
Researchers from Stanford University say the stress of lockdowns coupled with school closures aged teenagers' brains by at least 3 years. It also worsened symptoms of anxiety and depression. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal joins us. I can't believe this. This sounds strange that it aged their brains. What do these findings mean for young people and their health?
Yeah, so Aaron, Kate, it's a study out of Stanford University. You know, they looked at about 130 teenagers before the pandemic, and they looked at some after during the first year of the pandemic. And what they really found was that, you know, the brains are aging on average about 3 years. And they looked at about 15, 16, 17-year-old people. So if you look at a 15-year-old, they're saying a brain of a 15-year-old is comparing to what they'd expect a brain of an 18-year-old to look like. Now, what does this mean? You know, it's one thing to show actual brain changes. We have to actually figure out, you know, will this lead to further changes down the line? And that's what the researchers are actively working on.
So, yeah, if we look at this as not a good thing, what's the fix? Is there anything that you can do, a parent can do in a situation like this?
Yeah, so I just got off the phone with a researcher before coming on here, and what he tells me is that the big takeaway for this isn't the brain scans, it's actually the mental health problems. I mean, you and I were just talking about, most families, are experiencing a child with mental health issues, and, the hope is that if we get this under control, we can prevent those further changes down the line, further brain changes.
Is there any indication that the changes will stop or reverse now that we're not in a pandemic anymore, or is it sort of too late?
No, and that's the hope here. Talking to the researcher as well, he says that now they're going to be looking at kids when they hit the 20-year-old mark and see, is this a short-term thing, or is this going to keep resisting? Are these changes going to keep going and going and going, or now that the pandemic and lockdowns are over and people seeing their friends and family again, are these changes going to stay put and not keep getting worse?
And I have to ask you, we were joking that is this a positive or a negative? Maybe it's a good thing to mature, and faster than usual as a teenager, but is it a negative to have your brain aging faster?
Well, so there's a lot of unknowns, but the negative aspect really is the anxiety, the depression. One part of the brain they saw changes in is called the amygdala. It's a part of the brain responsible for fear. Mm-hmm. And, they think that because of the fear of the unknown with the pandemic is really driving that change. And so I don't think that, people think it's a good thing, but we have to find out.
Wow, it's really interesting, though. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to follow, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Appreciate it. There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The U.S. men's soccer team is now one of the last 16 countries in the World Cup.
And star forward Christian Pulisic has been cleared to play. That's after the injury in the match with Iran earlier this week. Tomorrow, Team USA going up against the heavily favored Netherlands team. On the Today Show this morning, forward Timothy Weah said the Americans are up for the challenge.
We feel amazing right now. We're running on a lot of adrenaline. The boys are ready. I'm pumped. We're just, excited to get out there and play one of the best teams in the world and on the biggest stage in the world. So, yeah, we're definitely ready.
All right, this is my plan tomorrow. Don't miss the match. It starts at 9:30. Well, the coverage starts at 9:30 Eastern tomorrow morning on Telemundo and Peacock.
I think everybody's going to be, even if you're not in front of a TV, people are going to be like listening, paying attention, checking Twitter feeds, all right? Well, you know, activists have long derided FIFA's choice to hold this year's FIFA World Cup in Qatar, where same-sex relations are illegal.
But in America, one soccer team now is working to create a safe space for gay soccer players. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo.
An estimated 1.2 million fans are traveling to Qatar for this year's FIFA World Cup, but some of them might not feel welcome. Human Rights Watch recently published a report alleging police in Qatar have been arresting members of the country's LGBTQ community. Same-sex relations are illegal in Qatar and punishable with up to 3 years in prison, prompting the country's leader to be asked how gay soccer fans would be received.
We welcome everybody, but also we expect and we want people to respect our culture.
Danny Gilberg is a diehard soccer fan.
This World Cup, it is a celebration of something that has given me so much and also a condemnation of a big part of who I am.
He's also the president of the New York Ramblers, America's first all-gay soccer team.
1, 2, 3, Ramblers! In some ways, it's up to us to let ourselves be known as people who find value in sports and meaning in sports.
It all started in 1980 when a gay man put an ad in a local newspaper looking for other gay men who wanted to play soccer in the Rambles, a section of New York City's Central Park. And for the next 42 years, the Ramblers have been competing in soccer leagues throughout New York City, scoring goals and winning championships.
Showing up to a community of gay men where we can just feel comfortable and we have like a shared goal in mind, which is just to win that game in front of us, is a very powerful thing.
But openly gay men in professional soccer are few and far between.
Well, Robbie Rogers is a star for the LA Galaxy, and he made history as the first openly gay male athlete in the 5 major sports leagues in America.
More than 800 players have represented their countries at this year's FIFA World Cup, and not one is openly gay, leading some people to wonder, is soccer a homophobic sport?
I think soccer is a homophobic sport in the sense that I think all sports continue to be a space of homophobia. I think in some ways soccer is actually, especially in the women's game, has been pushing and at the forefront of anti-homophobic activity.
Laurent Dubois is a professor at the University of Virginia and a soccer historian. He knows that Qatar isn't the first country with anti-LGBTQ laws to host the tournament. The 2018 World Cup was held in Russia, where gay pride parades are banned.
This is only one of many human rights abuses that we could think about in relationship to both Qatar and Russia. Obviously, FIFA is actually is sort of responds to some extent to pressure, but I don't see them as kind of a leader in this way.
In a statement to NBC News, a FIFA spokesperson says the organization, quote, strives to create a discrimination-free environment, and that, quote, Qatar is committed to ensuring that everyone will be able to enjoy the tournament in a safe and welcoming environment.
It's incredibly disappointing to see FIFA pick a country that criminalizes homosexuality to host the World Cup. You're essentially shining a spotlight on what that country does and who they are and what their values are.
Still, Danny says he and his teammates aren't letting homophobia stop them from enjoying the sport they love.
I don't want to get chased away from watching an event that I wanted to watch because FIFA doesn't respect my community. It's important for LGBTQ fans to be a part of it, whether or not FIFA wants us there or not.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, December 2nd, 2022. Breaking news, a royal welcome. President Biden set to meet with Prince William in Boston at this hour. What's topping the agenda?
You're hired. America's latest job numbers are out, and reaction is mixed. We're breaking down what the data means.
New outrage. The rapper formerly known as Kanye West doubles down on anti-Semitism. The growing outrage that even has the president responding.
And a long story short, the text message turns 30 years old today. How it's changed the way we communicate and could be changing it again. We begin with breaking news. At this hour, President Biden is in Boston, about to have a meeting with Prince William.
The president will greet the prince at the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library and Museum. The two last met in person at a climate summit in Scotland last year. Prince William and Princess Kate are wrapping up a 3-day visit to the U.S., which has been overshadowed by several controversies back at home. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Boston for us today. Mike, what can we expect from this meeting between the president and the prince?
Well, Aaron, President Biden's motorcade just arrived here outside the JFK library a few moments ago, and really any moment now we're expecting to see President Biden be greeted outside of the library by Prince William and to speak. We're not sure for just how long inside, but we expect them to obviously use the opportunity here to underscore the strength of that special relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom, and also to talk about one of the issues that has brought Prince William here to the United States, a passion of his, which of course is dealing with the issue of climate change, something that has also been at the top of the agenda for President Biden. Now, Prince William has been here at the library for a few hours. He's been touring some of the exhibits inside, led on that tour by Caroline Kennedy, the daughter of the late president, somebody who, like Prince William, knows what it's like to grow up in the public eye.
And Mike, President Biden is also attending a Democratic fundraiser tonight in Boston, I know, but it's for the Senate runoff in Georgia for the sitting senator there who's a Democrat. Why is that event being held in Boston?
That's a great question, Kate, because as the White House has often said, they are willing to do whatever Senator Warnock wants them to do to help him get over the finish line, of course, in that runoff election in Georgia. And it seems that Senator Warnock does not want President Biden joining him on the campaign trail in Georgia. So what the president is doing, maybe not if helping him on the campaign trail down in Georgia, is helping with another major campaign need, which is money. He's going to be participating in a fundraiser for the Democratic Senate Campaign Committee, which will help with what is a $7 million Get Out the Vote effort that committee is running on the ground. He'll also visit a union hall where they're making some phone calls. Volunteers gathered to try to get voters out in the state of Georgia as well. He'll be joined by Senator Warren here. And it's worth noting, you may hear some of the protests behind me. We have a gathering of some demonstrators as we talk about unions, you know, really here to make their displeasure known,
Mike,
of course,
we're actually,
with that
sorry to
deal the
interrupt.
president signed into law today.
We're seeing President Biden right now walking behind you, behind that crowd, up to the presidential library there. Let's just pause a moment. Oh, camera refocusing.
We expect that, as you might have seen the mark on the ground there, the president and the prince will likely meet at a point where there'll be that opportunity for a handshake and for the cameras to see all that and snap photos. Much like what we saw yesterday when President Biden met with the French president at the White House, there were opportunities for us to see them have that interaction. Now we see Prince William making his way down the steps at the library there in Boston.
Let's maybe pause here and see if we can hear anything that's happening there.
Good to see you too. Yeah, well, we had a call today yesterday. Good to see you.
sort of hard to hear much here. Obviously, an exchange of pleasantries. We heard them say, "Good to see you." Likely the extent of what we'll get in this particular moment.
And again, they share common ground. They have spoken and met before about climate change and about the initiatives of the prince to try to combat that. Expect that they'll take a few minutes to have some conversations privately. This does all come as there is some controversy around the royal family that's followed them from back home, from the UK. I doubt they'll get into that, but that's where things stand. Let's come back to this a little later. We'll show you whatever other pictures we get from Boston with that meeting going on.
Right now, we do want to turn to the economy. New jobs numbers in now today. The Labor Department says the U.S. added 263,000 new jobs in the month of November. That's 63,000 more than analysts were expecting. The unemployment rate remained unchanged from October, staying at 3.7%. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Tom Costello now. He's going to walk us through the numbers here, Tom, if you can. What's the big takeaway here?
Well, Aaron, this is one of those strange stories where what's good for Main Street, more jobs created, good news, right? Not so good news for Wall Street or for the Federal Reserve. And here's why. That number right there, 263,000, as you said, more than expected. And in addition to that, wages were up 5.1% year over year. We've had wage inflation that cycles into the overall problem with inflation across the country. Here's where we've seen the biggest growth in jobs in the last month. Leisure, hospitality, healthcare, government, and construction and information. The bottom line here is that the Federal Reserve, as we have reported now for months, has been trying to tame down 40-year high inflation by hiking interest rates. It had hoped that maybe right now we would start to see fewer jobs created. In fact, it was a pretty hot jobs number. So while that's good for Main Street and for families and wages are good, the wages are not offsetting the increase in inflation. And the Fed needs to see, believe it or not, they need to see unemployment inching higher as an indication that maybe their efforts to tame inflation are working. Nobody wants to see people lose their jobs, but it's one of those, Goldilocks scenarios where you don't want it too hot, don't want it too cold, you want it right in the middle, and right now it's too hot.
All right, Tom Costello for us in D.C. today. Tom, thank you.
Daily migrant crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border are at near record highs, and that is despite new restrictions on asylum seekers. Now, with the so-called Title 42 COVID-era policy set to end this month, the Biden administration is bracing for a possible extra surge of thousands more migrants per day. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us from Washington. She understands all of this inside out. So remind us what Title 42 is and how the end of that policy could open the floodgates.
That's right, Kate. So Title 42 has been in place since March of 2020, and it has kept more than 2.4 million migrants from being able to enter the United States and claim asylum. Many of them have been sent back into Mexico. It is set to lift per court order on December 21st, which means that migrants crossing in will be able to stay and see their way through immigration court and pursue their asylum claims, which could take years in some cases. And what we're learning now is that the numbers at the border are still very high. They're 7,500 to 8,000 per day, despite recent plans to expand Title 42 to Venezuelans. That was thought of something done by the Biden administration that would drastically cut the number of migrants crossing the border, despite what that has meant in Mexico as Venezuelans have clashed with Mexican authorities there. But we're learning the numbers are still very high, and they could get up to 10,000 when Title 42 is lifted. So there's a lot of pressure on the Biden administration, both at DHS and the White House right now, as they struggle for a way to try to fast-track those asylum seekers when they do start crossing in December 21st. And I should add, there are some Republican states that have asked the courts to put a hold on lifting Title 42. But as of now, it is set to lift on December 21st.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us. Julia, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
A federal appeals court is ending the special master review of documents seized from former President Donald Trump's Florida estate. That decision lifts restrictions that had been placed on the Justice Department. The DOJ investigating why classified records and other documents were removed from the White House in the final days of the Trump administration. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is in D.C. for us today. Ken, what was behind the panel's decision here to overturn the special master rule, and what does this really mean for the investigation's timeline?
Aaron, this three-judge appeals court panel found that Judge Eileen Cannon in Florida
made grievous errors when she imposed this special master to review these documents seized by the FBI at Mar-a-Lago. The appeals court found that there was no legal justification for it because Donald Trump's Fourth Amendment rights were not violated, and they found that they could not create special conditions just because he was the former president. So they're making the special master go away. And what that means is that the FBI and the Justice Department will now have access to around 22,000 pages of documents that were seized at Mar-a-Lago. They already had been granted access to the classified materials that were seized. Now they get everything else: Trump's correspondence, personal records, everything that they took. And some of that, they have said in court records, may help them in their investigation of whether any laws were violated here, Aaron.
So, Ken, you watch the ins and outs of this. What's next for the Trump legal team in the fight over these documents from Mar-a-Lago?
So there's a chance they will ask the Supreme Court for emergency intervention here, but most legal experts say it's really unlikely that will happen. This was a resounding opinion by a very conservative appeals court in Atlanta, including 2 Trump-appointed judges. And so what really seems like what's next is for them to wait and see what the Justice Department and the newly appointed special counsel decides in terms of whether they're going to charge Donald Trump or others in this case, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in D.C. today. Ken, thank you. The EU makes a big move on Russian oil, and New York City is looking for a radical solution to a big problem.
You get it? Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. We'll get to the rat story in a minute. But first, the European Union has agreed to cap Russian oil prices at $60 a barrel. The G7 nations devised the price cap in order to limit Russia's revenue while avoiding chaos in the energy market. However, Russia has repeatedly stated that it will refuse to sell oil to foreign buyers under the price cap system. Also, Pfizer is investing more than $2.5 billion at its drug-making plants in Belgium and Ireland. The pharmaceutical giant is gearing up to launch new products with the help of these manufacturing sites, according to a press release. Pfizer's revenue is expected to top $100 billion this year, thanks to the COVID-19 vaccine and COVID-19 treatment drug Paxlovid. And here's the fun one. New York is hiring a rat czar. The job posting calls for a, quote, somewhat bloodthirsty New Yorker to lead the battle against the city's rat population. The job's official title is Director of Rodent Mitigation.
Oh.
The salary, it ranges from $120,000 to $170,000 a year. That's almost enough to live in Manhattan, guys.
No. You could not, Steve, you could not pay me any amount.
I want to
be the rat czar.
Is this the guy? Is he going to be out there with a net and a,
Yes,
and a shovel?
exactly. Just one guy.
Oh, Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up, how the Pentagon is addressing concerns that there could be mental health crises inside the U.S. Navy. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
An NBC News exclusive now, 4 Navy sailors have died by apparent suicide at the same facility in Virginia. The deaths all happened within the last few weeks. They're sparking fresh concern about a fleet-wide mental health crisis. NBC News Digital reporter Melissa Chan has been following this story. And Melissa, we know the names of 2 of the 4 sailors we're talking about here. What have you been able to learn about them?
We know, sadly, that they had been struggling for a while. Cody Lee Decker was 22. He had just become a first-time father, and over the summer, he was moved off of a ship to this facility known as Marmac because of mental health issues. Sailors told me that toxic leadership there made things worse, and then exactly 1 week later, Cameron Armstrong, who was also 22, took his own life. His mother, pictured there, said she knew he was feeling depressed, but she didn't know how bad things were. Aaron?
Yeah, I know that you spoke to a counselor who was brought in recently to help sailors in this particular unit. I want to play a little bit of the conversation you had, and we'll talk about it.
The overwhelming amount of hopelessness that is felt at that command is evident that it is occurring from even before these tragic losses. We're putting these Band-Aids on bullet holes that are gaping wounds at this point.
Putting Band-Aids on bullet holes, she said, what do health experts say needs to change, not just at this facility, across the Navy, across the military, even speaking to her as a level of transparency within the military that we don't often get?
Right. If you look at DoD statistics, nearly 17 out of every 100,000 Navy sailors died by suicide last year. So they're calling for a more systematic change. So not just suicide prevention seminars and emails when there's a rash of suicides, but more critical reforms that could prevent them in the first place.
The Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, has spoken about mental health more than any of his predecessors and the need for openness about that within our armed forces. Has the Navy responded to these particular deaths?
The Navy gave a statement, or our Marmac spokesperson gave a statement saying it was taking a proactive approach to support its members and that chaplains and mental health professionals were available.
All right, Melissa Chan, we appreciate your reporting on this, and people can read more at NBCnews.com. Melissa, thank you. We do want to note that if you or someone you know is struggling, you can call the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. The number's there on your screen. That 988 is the quick, easy number to call. You can also text HOME to 741-741.
Scary moments at a Los Angeles middle school. First responders had to be called in on Thursday after 10 students at a San Fernando Valley school appeared to have overdosed on marijuana edibles. MSNBC anchor Corey Coffin is following this story for us. Corey, what do we know?
Hi, Kate. Yesterday morning, paramedics with the Los Angeles Fire Department had to respond to a call of multiple students with medical complaints at Van Nuys Middle School. Now, the students were between the ages of 12 and 15. They were said to be in mild to moderate distress. That was according to a fire department official. Authorities say the overdoses were possibly from edible cannabis products. 7 of the students were taken to pediatric medical centers. 3 others were released on the scene.
The important information here is that this is not fentanyl related, that these patients are in mild to moderate distress. So we don't want parents to be unnecessarily worried.
Now, following the incident, the Los Angeles Unified School District released a statement saying that medical assistance was requested in an abundance of caution, but added that the campus remained safe and open for instruction. First responders and school officials say they searched the entire school to make sure there were no other sick students. Investigators are trying to determine now whether all 10 students received the substances from the same source. Kate.
Scary stuff. Corey Coffin, thank you.
It has been more than 24 hours since police in Florida issued an arrest warrant for ex-NFL star Antonio Brown. Still, he has not been taken into custody. Brown is wanted for a misdemeanor battery charge stemming from an altercation with a woman at his home on Monday. Yesterday, police said the former Buccaneers wide receiver was inside the house and refusing to come out. Tampa police say they've filed a protection order on behalf of the woman who shares children with Brown.
Coming up, what President Biden is saying after the rapper Ye's Twitter account was suspended and after the comments that he made. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now and all those other platforms you see right there. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Well, a classic Walt Disney World ride will begin renovations in the new year. The theme park announced Splash Mountain will officially close on January 23rd. The attraction will be rethemed as Tiana's Bayou Adventure, based on the 2009 animated film The Princess and the Frog. Splash Mountain was inspired by the Song of the South, a 1940s film that has been criticized for racial stereotyping.
Well, ahead of the holidays, our nation's postal workers are already hard at work being Santa's helpers, but they have some much-needed help this season, too. The Postal Service has installed new sorting machines to help process 60 million packages a day. Dominique Moody from our NBC station in Washington takes us behind the scenes at one facility in Maryland.
Here in Columbia, service almost 45,000 deliveries.
I don't know if they're running.
Holiday work inside the post office is picking up.
During the holiday season, we can average anywhere between 7,000 to 10,000 packages.
And for the month of December, postal workers, they like a certain title.
Because we are the original Santa Claus.
In order to maintain that nickname, they have to ensure gifts get to the right address before it's too late. They also need the right tools.
And this allows us to get our parcels and packages up, to get our carriers out on the street.
These sorting machines inside the post office make all the difference in terms of efficiency, because with them, it takes minutes to separate parcels and packages. Without them, it could take hours. The sorting device is one of 6 inside Maryland and 249 nationally, which makes all the difference, according to Columbia's Postmaster Kiana Ray.
It has made a tremendous impact. It's helping me get my parcels up, both in my morning sort and in my afternoon sort.
Having enough workers is essential to make sure packages are where they need to be before making it to their final destination. Although they're holiday ready, they're still looking to bring in more manpower.
So we're stable in the workforce. We're still doing job fairs. We're doing seasonal and we're doing career employees as well.
As you get ready to ship before Christmas, here's the dates to keep in mind. International packages get it in before December 9th. First class packages, letters and cards, December 17th. Priority, December 19th. And the final deadline for Express is December 23rd. But you can expect to shell out a few extra dollars.
We encourage everyone to mail early, but if those that like to put off to the last minute, we are the United States Postal Service and we are ready.
In Columbia, Dominique Moody, News 4.
Holiday scams are not that uncommon, unfortunately, but it might come as a surprise that young people are among those most likely to be duped. So what are some of the ways to spot a scam and protect your wallet? Linda Baquero from our NBC station in New York City shows us.
Growing up in the digital age doesn't make you immune to scams. That's one of the findings in a new survey by AARP. Preparing for the holidays, so are criminals. 81% of 18 to 34-year-olds say they've experienced some type of fraud, compared to 69% among those often considered more vulnerable, 65 and over. Reggie Nance is the Associate Director for New York State for AARP.
The easiest and quickest way for people to scam people is online. And you have a lot of our younger folk who are online in abundance.
A popular scam this holiday season? 29% say they've received at least one fake shipping notice, a phishing email that pretends to be from a legitimate shipper.
People are never going to ship you a package and then ask you for your address or ask you to pay something.
35% report fraud with an online ad, often one seen on social media. And 26% of those surveyed said they gave or got a gift card that had no funds on it, drained by scammers.
One way to try to protect your purchase is to use a credit card. It limits your liability, and if you have a problem, you can dispute the charge. Peer-to-peer payment systems like Venmo and Zelle are like using cash.
With emails, AARP says look closely before you click.
If there are misspellings in the URL address, if it's something that you've never heard of, don't click on a mysterious link. That's the #1 tip.
And since 39% report donating to a charity they later found out was fake, do your research with groups like Charity Navigator first during this season of giving. In Midtown, Linda Baquero, News 4, New York.
Yeah, you know, nobody is immune to these scams that are out there. It's worth, covering your bases.
Yeah,
all
just being a little careful.
Wherever you are. Well, coming up, why Santa may not be coming to town this year. Well, at least not until...
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
InfoWars host Alex Jones has filed for personal bankruptcy protection. That's according to court documents. Jones has been ordered to pay more than $1 billion after the parents of the Sandy Hook school shooting victims successfully sued him for defamation. Jones had falsely claimed that the school shooting was a hoax.
Los Angeles County officials may reimpose an indoor mask mandate. Officials say that county has reached medium COVID-19 transmission and will require face coverings if it reaches the high transmission category. The county is averaging nearly 2,500 new infections every day. That's the highest number recorded since August 26th.
And officials in Hawaii are on high alert as lava from a recent volcano eruption is moving closer to the island's main highway. It's estimated the flow could reach the highway in about a week's time, and that could pose big problems for people traveling across the state's Big Island. If the lava does reach the main road, the National Guard will have to set up bypass routes.
President Biden is condemning the rapper formerly known as Kanye West after the artist's string of anti-Semitic comments and Twitter posts. West, who now goes by the name Ye, appeared in an interview with controversial InfoWars host Alex Jones. In that interview, he praised Hitler and the Nazis. President Biden tweeted this morning saying, quote, "I just want to make a few things clear. The Holocaust happened. Hitler was a demonic figure. And instead of giving it a platform, our political leaders should be calling out and rejecting anti-Semitism wherever it hides. Silence is complicity." Overnight, Twitter again suspended Ye's account because he tweeted an image of a swastika inside a Star of David. NBC's Brandy Zadrozny joins me now with more on this. Brandy, Elon Musk suspended Ye's Twitter account just over a month ago. I'm sorry. He suspended him after welcoming him back, right? So how do we know if this is going to last?
Well, you don't know anything about Twitter in terms of suspensions and who's allowed and what's allowed. That's all really at the whim of Elon Musk. So when he sent this suspension, allegedly he did it via DM, and Ye posted a screenshot of that DM on his Truth Social account. And that claimed it had a countdown clock and said that he would be reinstated. The suspension would only last for 12 hours, but that was at 11:30 p.m. at night. And, it's past 12 hours and his account still reads suspended. So it looks more like it's permanent. It's really unclear. But again, there are no reliable rules anymore on Twitter. Musk can bring him back anytime he wants to.
Well, and speaking of that, Brandy, I know you've been looking into Musk's amnesty pledge, right, and letting people come back and letting voices be heard. What are some of the voices that you're finding are back on Twitter?
Yeah, so Musk did say that he would grant general amnesty for suspended accounts that hadn't broken any laws, and he started famously with Donald Trump. And again, this was, of course, done without any real transparency, but it did restore hundreds of accounts, and that's right-wing activists, QAnon believers. There are white nationalists. In fact, one white nationalist, Patrick Casey, he actually went onto Twitter to tell his followers he never thought he'd see the day when he would be allowed back on Twitter. And neither did most of us, but here we are.
Brandy Zadrozny watching that for us. Brandy, thank you.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. A family calling for change after their son was shot and killed by police in Austin, Texas. New video of the encounter was last month, new videos were released by police. The victim's mother and brother spoke exclusively with NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. And Gabe joins us now to tell us more about his conversation. Gabe, we should warn our viewers that some of the video may be disturbing, but take us through what happened there.
Yeah, Aaron. So this man who was shot and killed in Austin, just outside of his home on his porch, actually, Raj Munasinghe. He's 33 years old. He's a tech entrepreneur who had co-founded a restaurant consulting business in Austin, Texas. He had recently been concerned about crime in the area and had returned from a trip that night in mid-November. And his family says that he suspected that there may have been an intruder inside the home. He had a rifle vehicle with him. He fired at least 2 warning shots into the home. But meanwhile, he apparently didn't know this, but a security guard, a private security guard down the street had called 911, alerted police that there was a man with a weapon. Let's take a look at the Ring camera that was just released by authorities in Austin late last night. Let's take a look. And we've stopped the video there, but you heard the audio of the gunshots. Hard to make out from that angle, but there was also body camera video that was released that showed police officers pulling up to the scene. That first officer in that body camera right there, you see him pull out his rifle and take a shot right there, hitting Munasinghe, shooting and killing him. Now, we spoke with Munasinghe's mother and brother late yesterday. They are devastated. Take a listen to what his mother told me.
Like yesterday was a hard day for me because I heard how he died, and I just wanted to hold him. I just wanted to hold him and say, I love you. Thank you for being this amazing gift that I had. He was a gift to all of us and to many. I'm just sad I wasn't there because that shouldn't have happened to him.
Now, his family says that in their view, this was a case of shoot first, ask questions later on the part of police. The Austin Police Department says at this point that the investigation is ongoing. The officer has been placed on administrative leave, as is standard protocol, but that the officer fired after telling Munasinghe to drop the gun. His family says, according to the video, that he acted too quickly, didn't even give Munasinghe a chance to drop the weapon. And we should just also mention, Aaron and Kate, that we heard from the attorneys of that officer, and today they say that he acted within his training in an effort to protect lives. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, we appreciate the reporting there. And you can see more of Gabe's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. That's on your local NBC station.
Police in Idaho say another person may have lived at the house where 4 University of Idaho students were killed, but that person was not there when the murders happened. Meantime, the lack of progress in the investigation is frustrating the 4 victims' families. Here's NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
Stephen Gonzalez sharing his fear and frustration, not only facing the heartbreaking loss of his daughter Kaylee and her 3 friends, but the fact that their killer is still at large.
It's going to be a cold case if we don't do something within the next week or 2.
A police spokesperson says the case is the department's highest priority, with Moscow PD working around the clock alongside state police and the FBI.
We're definitely making progress. We're putting the pieces together. And I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
Gonzalez says he respects the need to withhold some information, but is frustrated by what he calls a lack of communication from law enforcement, leaving the father of 4 slowly losing his patience.
Every day that goes by and you don't hear anything, what does that do?
Just tells me statistically I'm going to have to do more work myself. I'm not going to sit here and just be a crybaby dad.
On the college campus the victims attended just weeks ago, the mystery surrounding their deaths convincing some students to do remote learning until someone is caught.
I'm coming home this weekend back to Boise because of it. My family is very concerned, and rightly so.
One criminal profiler telling NBC News it's possible the attacker could show up at community events commemorating the victims, such as this candlelight vigil.
It wouldn't be at all surprising if the killer, if he does indeed live in the community, would show up at some of these public events simply to observe, if you will, the outcome of his crime.
That's why Gonzalez says his family won't be holding a public memorial for Kaylee.
I can't do it public if he's sitting there laughing and smirking and feeding off everybody's misery. If I can keep any part of this animal's fantasy from coming true, then I'm going to do it.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Well, Iowa's days as America's first political nominating contest could be numbered, at least for Democrats.
Party officials will meet this weekend to reconsider its primary and caucus calendar leading up to the next presidential election.
Now, a proposal from the White House gives the first competition to South Carolina, and then 1 week later to New Hampshire and Nevada on the same day. Georgia and Michigan would then follow.
LX News national political editor Noah Pransky joins us now. Noah, this is so interesting. What caused the Democrats to reconsider the calendar?
Well, simply put, diversity. You've got two of the most homogenous states in the country in Iowa and New Hampshire. The minority populations in New Hampshire, just 11%, Iowa, just 16%. But by comparison, South Carolina, 37%, and that is something that has attracted Democrats.
So New Hampshire could lose its status as the first primary in the nation as a result of this. How is that news going over in New Hampshire?
Not well,
yeah.
But they are defiant and they are united. Democrats and Republicans working together on this one to try and push back. They actually have a state law that says they must go first. So they've been making the case that says, let's not ruin tradition. We have a track record of success. And I spoke to the Secretary of State today. He says that's more important in many ways than diversity.
What state actually reflects the country as a whole? I don't know that you can point to one. Every state is unique, and its demographics are different. New Hampshire, I don't believe, should be penalized for that.
So they've got a state law that says they go 7 days before the first primary of any other state.
Whatever it is.
We could see a leapfrog effect here, and the Secretary of State tells me they'll do anything they have to do to stay first, even if that means moving the 2024 primary into December 2023.
Oh, no, please.
I know, 1
it's
year
already
away.
long enough, the whole season.
We all want to rest it.
See what happens.
No, thanks. No, Pransky.
Well, coming up, how text messaging has evolved 30 years since the very first text message was sent. More NBC News Daily. BRB.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Some breaking news now. We have just learned 2 people are facing charges in connection with the shooting death of Migos rapper Takeoff. Authorities in Houston say 33-year-old Patrick Clark was charged with murder. Cameron Joshua was arrested about a week ago for felony possession of a weapon. Takeoff, whose real name was Kershnick Ball, was killed in early November outside a Houston bowling alley.
In today's mental health check, we are taking a closer look at the so-called winter blues.
An Yang with our station in Washington, D.C. has some tips on how to better manage the symptoms.
Are the shorter, darker days getting you down? It seems like it's so dark so early right now. If so, you may be one of the approximately 5 to 10% of people in our area who experience seasonal affective disorder, or a milder version called the winter blues. And there are some steps, though, you can take to help combat this. And joining us now to talk more about the solutions is Dr. Joshua Weiner, psychiatrist.
Seasonal affective disorder is a depression that occurs at a specific time of year. It generally begins and ends the same time of year for a particular person. We don't know, just like everything in psychiatry, with certainty what causes this. The theory is that it does have to do with there being darker days, less exposure to sunlight. And as a result of that, you have lower levels of melatonin, serotonin, and disruptions of your circadian rhythm.
And what about the winter blues? I mean, I feel like I'm not a winter person, to be quite honest. And so I may have the winter blues, but how do I know it's not something more serious?
So it's really just a matter of degree of severity. So when you have seasonal affective disorder, technically you're meeting the full criteria for a depressive episode. So you have loss of energy, changes in sleep, changes in mood, you're irritable, you're having problems with focus, concentration, etc. Winter blues is just sort of a milder version. To me, it's just having like a winter funk. You just don't really feel like doing much. You just want to hunker down, stay. The most helpful thing out there is to use something called a light box. And so a light box is just this light. It's about the size of a laptop computer. And you sit in front of this every morning, first thing when you wake up, for about 20 to 30 minutes.
Any other natural remedies for mood that you'd recommend?
Exercise, without a doubt, is one of the most helpful things you can always do for your mood. And then finally, vitamin D. Vitamin D, while it hasn't been shown to clearly work for seasonal affective disorder, there are some studies showing benefits.
Dr. Joshua Weiner, thanks so much.
My pleasure, Ann. Thank you.
Can you remember your life before there was text messaging? OMG.
God, we're older than text messages. Believe it or not, it's been 3 decades since the first text message was sent. NBC's Gotti Schwartz gives us a look at how texting has changed our lives and where it's going in the future.
It is perhaps the greatest advance in communication since the telephone itself. Today, Americans send more than 2 trillion texts a year, from SMS and iMessage to Facebook Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp. The instant gratification and convenience of texting a quick message or pic are simply irresistible.
I had no idea texting was going to turn into what it is today.
It was 30 years ago tomorrow, December 3rd, 1992, that British engineer Neil Papworth sent the very first text, messaging Merry Christmas to a colleague, a feat later celebrated in a Super Bowl ad.
I created the first text message.
Now a father of 3, Papworth sees the impact of texting every single day, especially with his kids.
I used to say to them, you know, do you not want to go out and see your friends? You know, you spend all day messaging them. No. It is hard for us older people, shall we say, to kind of think like, well, don't you want to just, you know, the guy lives 3 doors down. Do you not just want to go and say hello?
These days, people use text for communicating just about everything, including the most intimate subjects. One survey finds 6 out of 10 young adults admit to sexting someone. More than a quarter of millennials say they've been proposed to over text. And nearly half of Gen Zers say they've been dumped via text.
Who are you texting 50 times a day?
IDK, my BFF Jill.
Texting has given us a whole new language of abbreviations, from FOMO to LOL to OMG, BRB. And without texts, we might have never invented the beloved emoji. Texting has become so prevalent, it's now replacing actual dialogue on TV. A lot of businesses have also adopted texting for quicker customer service. No more long waits over the phone.
We're using text messages daily for things like breaking news alerts or weather alerts, or here's the status of your food order.
Now, in a lot of ways, texting has made communication a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient, but some psychologists say it comes at a cost: the loss of in-person communication. And how often have you misread the tone of a text? Like when somebody jokingly texts you, "I'm so mad at you," versus an angry, "I'm so mad at you." Sometimes over text, it's hard to tell what is actually meant. Despite that, experts say texting is the future of communication and it's going high-tech. In the next decade or so, it might look more like Minority Report with augmented reality keyboards like this. And those voice memos might even take the form of 3D holograms, just like in Star Wars.
30 years ago, when that first text message was sent, who knew where it would be today? So it just feels like the sky's the limit.
I think some of the harm, though, is that some people have forgotten how to write. Like in a formal setting, that shorthand is still being used.
Or talk in person or on the phone.
Yeah. You're watching NBC News Day.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Well, Christmas is still a few weeks away, but it may already be too late to pay Santa an early visit.
That's because in many places, the big man is kind of booked solid. It's all thanks to a nationwide St. Nick's shortage, if you can believe it. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch breaks down the cause and effect.
I think a lot of people are looking for this, right? The lights, the memories, Kris Kringle himself. And don't worry, Santa is coming this year. But I hate to be a Grinch. If you're trying to get an early visit in with Santa ahead of Christmas itself, that might be a little bit tricky.
His iconic laugh brings the magic of Christmas to life.
You get presents. Not only presents, you give them to people.
Fun and family and fellowship and love.
So it's no surprise Santa Claus is in high demand. But as more in-person holiday parties return, St. Nick's taking on even more jobs, leaving his workshop in a supply chain lurch.
As we're heading into December, we're pretty much sold out on all weekends across the country. We're up 30% over last year, and last year was a record year itself. and that's up 120% over pre-pandemic levels.
Higher Santa says even though some families are less concerned about COVID this year, some of Santa's helpers are still worried about getting sick.
There are over 2,200 open positions for Santas, Mrs. Claus, elves.
One place that's not worried about making it into St. Nick's busy schedule is Castle Noel near Cleveland, which celebrates Christmas year-round.
Santa has as much fun here as the folks that visit. I took my kids to see Santa at the mall, but you know, a lot of times there's shopping, parking, stress. Here, people spend 2 hours having fun, and at the end of that fun, they see Santa.
That's co-owner Mark Claus. Yes, that's his real last name.
If Santa ever called in sick or got stuck in reindeer traffic or anything like that, you're ready to step in.
I am a real Claus, so I have to be around here to do whatever it is I have to do.
Of course, no Christmas is complete without Santa or a classic Christmas movie.
No, I want an official red rider carbonized 200 by rifle.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
Or a chance to recreate one.
Wait, I want an official Red Ryder carbine action 200-shot range model air rifle.
You'll shoot your eye out, Jesse. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
Other ways to capture the spirit of Santa: have your uncle, grandfather, or friend dress up as Santa for your party. Rent a Santa costume and take pictures or video of Santa putting out gifts for your kids to see in the morning. Buy a personalized message from Santa.
Big smile.
Because in the end,
Are you getting excited for Christmas?
That spirit of Christmas, that joy of Christmas, that is what it's all about.
Whether you're looking for Turbo Man or any number of other toys for this Christmas, you might actually want to get your list together for next year. Apparently, some people are already hiring Santa for 2023. But I have it on good authority from the big man himself that even I can help out and be an ambassador in a pinch. So just give me a call. I'll show up to your holiday party this year. Ho, ho, ho. How's that? Pretty good. Back to you.
That was pretty good. Yeah.
Wow. I love that recreation down the slide. Okay, some of the other stories trending right now.
Hollywood's favorite archaeologist is back. Disney has revealed the first trailer for Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. It's the 5th installment of the series and the first to be released since 2008. At 80 years old, Harrison Ford has said this will likely be his final reprisal of that role. The film's scheduled to release in June.
Looking forward to that. TGI Fridays frozen mozzarella sticks could be the subject of a class action lawsuit. That's because the so-called mozzarella snack sticks allegedly don't contain any mozzarella. The lawsuit says they're filled with cheddar. A judge ruled the case against the product's distributor can proceed. TGI Fridays has been dismissed from the case because their only involvement was licensing their name.
And a Britney Spears musical is coming to Broadway. It's called Once Upon a One More Time. The story will reportedly add a feminist twist to classic fairy tales like Cinderella and Snow White. The score will incorporate some of Britney's biggest hits, Toxic, Oops, I Did It Again. Opening night set for June.
I'm getting tickets.
It's gonna be fun.
Definitely. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
If it's Friday, failure to launch. 17 days after his presidential announcement, Donald Trump's political future is actually in doubt after another bad week for him legally and politically, amid growing backlash from all sides over the controversial company he continues to keep. Plus, President Biden touts a better than expected jobs report showing strong wage growth despite persistent fears of an economic slowdown as the Fed tries to tame inflation without triggering a recession. And China's loosening grip on COVID. Several major cities moved to lift harsh pandemic restrictions after a wave of rare, widespread protests that apparently are working. What it means for the nation's zero COVID policy and the future of Xi's Communist Party. Happy Friday and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. It has been, believe it or not, just 17 days since Donald Trump announced officially his 2024 presidential candidacy. And in those 17 days, a lot has happened involving the former president. None of it has been good for him or his campaign. His most buzzworthy event of the last 2.5 weeks was a dinner with outspoken anti-Semite Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, and known white supremacist Nick Fuentes. Trump says he did not know Mr. Fuentes' reputation before the dinner, but he did know Kanye's. And since the dinner, Kanye has made even more hateful and ignorant comments, including praising Hitler, which led to his suspension from Elon Musk and Twitter late yesterday. While Trump has not yet condemned Kanye's anti-Semitism, one of his top allies, Kevin McCarthy, told NBC yesterday that all Americans should be doing this.
It's disgusting. Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Do you think it's incumbent on other Republicans more broadly to call it out? I mean, that's sort of what you are just
not just Republicans, it should be the entire nation.
Strategically, if Trump's goal in declaring for the White House early was to consolidate support within the party and clear the primary field, well, by all measures, these first 17 days have been a catastrophic failure on that front. His list of endorsements right now is largely fringe figures within the GOP. The only senator backing his candidacy, Alabama's Tommy Tuberville. And the only member of House leadership is New York's Elise Stefanik. And not only has Trump failed to scare off other potential candidates, his position is so weak that some have been emboldened to speak out against him. Even former allies are now highlighting his flaws.
First, let me just say that there is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy. And anyone meeting with people advocating that point of view, in my judgment, are highly unlikely to ever be elected president of the United States.
The former president, I don't see that he has a path through winning in 24. There's a lot of extremism there as well, just with him as a candidate and as an individual, in terms of his tone and where a lot of his messaging is and what has really surrounded him and kind of co-opted his message at this point in terms of what he's about, his brand, if you will. I don't think it's the right brand for America.
We have to find people who are putting themselves forward, who have character, commitment, and real competence. This will be the call of America. Personality and celebrity just aren't going to get it done.
And that was from Donald Trump's CIA director turned Secretary of State making those comments. The backlash from within his party is only part of Trump's weakness right now. There are also growing legal issues. These 17 days since his announcement have seen a special counsel appointed to oversee his myriad of investigations. Actually, that's kind of what the point of his campaign announcement was. He was trying to trigger a delay in these happenings. What he did trigger was a special counsel. The Supreme Court ruled that he had to hand over his tax returns to House Democrats before the House Democrats hand over the gavel. And late yesterday, an appeals court just threw out the special master appointed to go through his Mar-a-Lago documents. So if his early announcement was meant to buy him some time legally, I guess you could say it worked because a special counsel was appointed, but it does seem as if it's not working that well. Folks, we've seen Donald Trump look politically weak before, but this time may be different. primarily because he's lost the aura of being a winner. He lost the House in 2018. He lost the presidency and the Senate in 2020. And he lost endorsement clout in 2022 when voters rejected a number of his handpicked candidates in key races. In fact, it'll be because of Donald Trump if Democrats actually gain Senate seats after the runoff on Tuesday in Georgia. His presidential campaign, meanwhile, is virtually non-existent. There have been no rallies, no trips to Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, you name it. No discussions with voters yet, nothing. Instead, he's associated himself with bigots and losers. And a growing chunk of his party seems increasingly tired of his antics. Folks, if this was any other candidate and not a former president, we wouldn't call this candidacy or candidate a contender. We'd call them a gadfly, perennial candidate type of person. To be sure, Trump still has a contingent of diehard supporters. But the question that every single Republican is trying to figure out right now, especially those that want to be president someday, we know who the never-Trumpers are. How big is the always Trumper vote? With me now, NBC senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake. He's been following the early days of the former president's 2024 campaign. Anna Palmer is here. She's the founder and CEO of Punchbowl News, also an NBC News contributor. Democratic strategist Doug Thornell and Republican strategist Matt Gorman. Garrett, I want to start with you. Whatever the Trump campaign is.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's always funny. I'm sure you've had this experience. You talk with somebody close to the campaign, and they're like, well, as of right now, I think it's this. Mm-hmm. It's always an as of right now, or as far as I know. You may know different because I haven't talked to him. I mean, it is the strangest campaign, even for Trump. Even by Trump standards, it's a strange campaign.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when he ran in 2016, he at least sort of modeled the campaign around his business, which was its own weird structure, but there was a structure to it. I mean, campaign staffers don't even have email addresses yet. There's really no such thing as a functional campaign around him at this point. It is largely a collection of grievances kind of running. And of all the things you mentioned, I think the only sort of pushback I would give to any of that is the only thing that I think is probably more positive for this than negative is actually the special counsel appointment, because I think what we're seeing in the early days of this campaign, such as it is a sort of a campaign about victimhood. And if he can sort of rally people around this idea that he is being targeted, he's really good politically at being a victim. And I think that's what we're going to see in the near term.
All right, but why can't he condemn the artist formerly known as Kanye West?
Because he said nice things about him. I mean, this is one of the truisms of Donald Trump from his public career and his private career is he's never been good at condemning people, no matter what terrible things they said otherwise. If they said nice things about him, that's generally, if you say good things about Trump, that's generally good enough for Trump, and it's always been the case.
Anna, what's your sense of the level of patience among elected Republicans around here for him? I mean, we know what it is off the record. Are we going to see more of them not named Mitt Romney speaking out against him?
I think we have, right? It used to be they would say the quiet part, you know, behind the halls and in Congress and in one-on-one conversations. And now you really are starting to see it's not just Mitch McConnell, who clearly has not had any love for Trump in a very long time, but you're starting to see other Republicans tire, whether it's saying, hey, you know what, we don't want a three-time loser. It's time to look forward. We need to be more forward-looking. I don't think they're ready to just dump him completely because every Republican that's elected is still concerned about the Trump support and the base, and they need them for their own political future, but they are being a little bit more forceful.
Look, I think I have this poll number here, Matt Gorman, which is the number we've been tracking since he was president. Do you consider yourself a Republican before a Trump supporter, or a Trump supporter before a Republican? And we've recorded him at 30%, which is the lowest he's been recorded. It had, you know, gotten almost that low right after January 6th, popped back up. It was as high as 54 during his presidency. Is 30 the ceiling or the floor now inside the Republican Party for Trump?
It seems to be a very slippery ceiling. Yeah. And we talked about this a little bit a few days ago, but I think the opposite of love isn't hate. The opposite of love is indifference. And I think what you're starting to see is the people who voted for him in 2016 and in both general elections, liked him as president, liked what he did, suddenly saying, you know, they've had their fill. They've become indifferent to him. They want to move on a little bit. And I think it's not going to be the Lincoln Project crew. It's not going to be the Mitt Romney's never Trumpers. The people that will end Trump in the Republican Party will be those people.
But 30% still wins you a primary or a lot of primaries.
If it's 30, what if it's not 30, right?
Yeah. That's not support, though. That's Trump Republican. And you can consider Pence, or more Pompeo, Trump Republican.
You know, I think we're in the Gary Busey phase of The Apprentice. Right? When it was like Gary Busey was the star of The Apprentice, that's when you knew the show you know, the whole thing was ending.
Yeah.
It was coming to an end.
This is like season 6 of a show.
Right. It feels like this whole bizarre, he will not, I mean, Elon Musk is condemning Kanye West, okay? And Donald Trump won't.
Yeah. Well, I have to laugh a little bit because I feel like this is a conversation we all have had so many times over the years.
Since the summer of 2015, and he said John McCain was no hero to me.
Well,
Since that moment, we've had this conversation.
And we've also had the conversation about, well, you know, the Republicans are finally like starting to separate, right? You thought Charlottesville would be the moment when that would happen. You thought maybe when Trump incited an insurrection against this country and had all his followers take over the Capitol. I'm not buying this yet, you know, because at the same time, you still look at polls. Morning Consult has a poll out that has, you know, Trump still leading. And at the end of the day, he still has a very strong hold over this party. Democrats won a lot of these races in 22, largely by painting them as extremists. And that's playing out right now. And for Kevin McCarthy, who a month ago was thinking about November being such an amazing month for him, this has not only been a bad month for Trump, it's been an awful month for Republicans.
It really has.
Awful.
No, I think that's the question here. Matt, the party is being associated with anti-Semites. It's not just Donald Trump. Like, isn't that the flashing red light here?
I was really surprised because, to your point, one person we didn't mention was Rick Scott, who's really taken pains to align himself with Trump throughout this whole last 2 years. He was one of the first people. He was talking, I think, to you guys on the Hill on Monday, separating himself. And I think you're absolutely right. Like, and also, again, McCarthy's comments I thought went very far. That is an issue, I think, and that's why you're seeing people come out so strongly.
And you know who hasn't said anything is DeSantis. Now, I know there's a strategy behind it, but he hasn't said anything.
Not a word.
He doesn't need to.
Yeah.
But I'm with you in the sense that I would say this, is that I think everybody has been very quick to say Donald Trump, this is the fall of Trump, and he is Teflon, and it has been. The question is, you know, if people think that he's a winner or will help them in their House races or in their primaries, he's not going to go away.
I want to come back to something, though, that reinforces your point, Doug. The Republican Jewish Coalition statement. I want to bring it back again when they're condemning Kanye West.
Brutal.
Conservatives who have mistakenly indulged Kanye West must make it clear that he is a pariah. Enough is enough. Conservatives?
Yeah.
Is it conservatives?
Well,
or is it Donald Trump?
It's not just Donald Trump.
But it's, okay, if it wasn't for Donald Trump, but for,
there's
where would
another
it be?
show that happens in this building
Tucker
on another
Carlson. No, there's
network,
no doubt.
exactly,
Tucker
that put
Carlson
him on
is platform.
TV.
But he's not president of the United States and probably never will be. You know, I think we all have to question. We'll question
set that aside, please.
But the point is, he's not an elected official.
No.
The person mainstreaming Kanye West is the former president of the United States.
I agree, and a whole host of House Republicans jumped on that bandwagon, and there's a cultural affinity here. Kanye and House Republicans and Trump have the same enemies, or had the same enemies, and I think that was the reason they liked him, right? This idea of if you're a sort of cancel culture, woke mob, whatever, Kanye's on our side against those people. Now they're seeing who else Kanye's side he is on, and it's no longer acceptable. So yeah, I mean, look, Trump's going to be the one who's ultimately going to have to sign the divorce papers there for the rest of the party, but the rest of the party is out the door on Kanye.
Matt, I want to go back to, because I agree, we all know what the strategy of DeSantis is. It's not to speak out, right? Like, you know, don't, like, try to let Trump punch himself out.
Didn't work in 2016.
Well, but, you know, I don't see why it's seen as a loser to condemn Kanye West.
I think a couple things, and I'm trying to put myself in his shoes right now. I think, A, if you're DeSantis, you're looking at it, and I actually think in his mind, he'll be punching down. I think you don't want it. Why pick a fight when your guy's speeding up? Why push somebody if he's speeding off a cliff at 90 miles an hour and going at this, right?
No, I understand that about Trump.
But what I'm saying is essentially by coming out in that, you're making it a DeSantis-Trump fight. And then all of a sudden, candidly, the news becomes the DeSantis-Trump proxy war and less Trump.
No, that's a fair point.
But I've heard from some Republican strategists when they're talking about the upcoming primary that the only way that someone's going to beat Trump is if they take him on and beat him up. And so, you know, maybe DeSantis wants to wait.
Yeah, because the people that do, who are the people that like Trump? That he's willing to take the fight.
Yeah.
That he is willing to piss you off and me off, right? And so, yeah, the person that replaces him, and that's what makes DeSantis seem so appealing.
I also think DeSantis is trying to go after some of those same votes, right?
Correct,
Look,
that's what I mean,
DeSantis was Trump's water boy in 2018.
Right.
So let's not forget how closely aligned he was.
Which is what would make him an interesting person to be the one to take him out.
He is Trump without the distraction.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, take him
he
on
did send a
I am I am so not convinced about Ron DeSantis. This guy has never done a national interview. He's never sat in front of the national press in any way. He's never talked to a human being in another state that's not Florida. At some point, some one person has to beat Donald Trump. The Major League Baseball can't beat the Yankees, right? Like, the Red Sox have to go beat the Yankees. Right. Some one person has to consolidate this and go beat Trump. And I have not seen anything from DeSantis that suggests he can do that over the course of an 8-month, 9-month primary.
And the strategy of, well, we'll just let him hang himself. Like, that didn't work in 2016.
Cool. Ask President Jeb.
We're coming. Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Wow. Close to the bone.
I'm sorry.
No, look, I think in terms of the point before, again, if you're thinking about this strategically, two things. We're about a month out from the midterm elections. There's a long way to go if you're DeSantis before you take the fight to Trump. And you also want to do it on your issues. That's COVID. You want to find the strategic set of issues. You don't chase down every rabbit hole. That's what Trump wants. He wants fights on all fronts. You go after him strategically, and you can do it on something like COVID.
Yeah. I guess the one question I have is, on one hand, Trump is vulnerable now. Trump is weak now. Are they going to regret missing this moment? I know there's a lot of people saying, hold off. I think they're going to let him heal, and I don't know if that's going
Nobody votes for a year. How do you beat him now?
Well, you marginalize him.
But also, there's no rallies. He's not doing anything to build himself back up.
No, that's
right.
So, which I think is the most telling.
Yes.
Thing, right?
Well, do you think how many people would show up for a Trump rally? I'm not. Look, some will, but I think that is something they fear that maybe they can't fill the rooms that they used to be able to fill.
Well, the other
he's
thing
not
is,
in Georgia.
No, he's not.
I also think, like, Kevin McCarthy right now is trying to figure out how he can put together enough votes to become speaker. And there are a lot of Republicans, I think, and so I think he's got to. I think, you know, I know he said what he said, but at the same time, I think he's probably going to go to get, you know, at some point he'll go kiss Trump's ring again.
We have two really good nose counters here when it comes to this. First of all, do we have Ralph Norman's anonymous candidate? Just wait. The man behind the curtain, Ralph Norman, claims we have a great candidate. You've not heard it. He's not a member of the House. Do we know who it is yet, Anna?
I have not heard who it is yet.
It's not you, Matt.
Is it
Lee Zeldin?
I mean, listen, I think there's still a lot of time for Kevin McCarthy to put this together. And I would say he's been very strategic, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do so far to get there, in the sense of letting all these conservatives have these votes. Let's the air out of the kind of the anxiety around. Matt Gaetz is not leading the promised land of Republicans to another speaker. There is no one else. It's not going to be Steve Scalise.
Why?
I think people underestimate how closely their political lives have been tied.
I agree with that. But if the whole point of this, Garrett, is not to find another speaker, is just to prove they can deny McCarthy the speakership, I think that's all they want to prove, because it basically is a threat to the next speaker. At any point in time, we can deny you the speakership.
That requires a level of strategic forethought that the Freedom Caucus has not, to this point, demonstrated that they have. I mean, yes, do I think they can blow things up? Yes, but I also think they don't have an actual plan to do this other than to delay. And I think the kind of delay gives McCarthy an opportunity to pick people off.
But to me, that's how Scalise ends up
closer.
with it. They want to be able, their easy out is, okay, fine, we'll rally around Scalise. We just wanted to prove that McCarthy.
It wasn't him.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
To your point, McCarthy's not prepared. He's very patient, to your point. He gets a bum rap, but he's very patient.
Yep.
I still think of the Holy Grail moment in Last Crusade. Let it go, son. Let it go. Every time McCarthy gets close to it, somehow the black hole of politics will grab him. Anyway, this was terrific. I didn't have to say much. You guys appreciate it. Coming up, we got a strong jobs report. It defied expectations. I feel like we say that almost every month. And guess what? The stock market hated it. We're going to break it all down and what it means with a former top White House economic advisor. That's next. Plus, NBC got to sit down with the Republican closer in the Georgia Senate runoff. It's the governor of Georgia and what he's saying about running against Trump and who should do it in 2024. That's ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. President Biden is in Boston right now. These are some live pictures of the president as he will be participating in a phone bank to help raise money for Senator Raphael Warnock ahead of next week's Senate runoff in Georgia. Yes, earlier the president met with Prince William, who is in the United States for the first time in 8 years. They met at the JFK Library in Boston. Before leaving Washington, President Biden signed legislation to avert a strike by rail workers, which the administration warned would have devastated the economy, particularly around the holidays. As we've noted, this issue has threatened to drive a wedge between the president and some of his union supporters who wanted to hold out for a better deal with the addition of extra sick leave days. In his remarks this morning, Biden tried to reassure those workers that he hadn't given up on fighting for those extra benefits.
And look, I know this bill doesn't have paid sick leave that these rail workers and, frankly, every worker in America deserves. But that fight isn't over.
In those remarks, the president also touted the November jobs report, which revealed an economy that is still growing. We added 263,000 new jobs last month. It, of course, beat expectations. The report also showed that wages are growing at a healthy clip. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins me. So, Kelly, walk me through the Boston trip. It is sort of odd. Explain why he's traveling to Boston to raise money in Georgia.
Well, it's even a little hard to follow as the president is making his remarks to the IBEW, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Part of the thinking is that the president can be anywhere and his message resonates far beyond the actual location. So he is there to talk with union labor, and they are doing a phone bank to try to get out the vote and support Democrats in Georgia who are, of course, looking toward that Senate runoff, and that the president can be in one place and have an impact in another without actually going to Georgia. As he was talking about it, it was, of course, the president extolling these good men and women of the labor movement about Raphael Warnock, for whom they cannot vote, but they are, in fact, there trying to help support his cause as members of the labor movement and labor unions. And so He is there, as you see on the screen. Labor is a big part of the president's constituency, and so especially today, given the way you introed our segment here, he is concerned about protecting that relationship, showing the strength of his ties to labor at a time when they weren't able to get everything that labor wanted in that rail contract. At the same time, the White House feels this is one of the strongest periods on economic news that the White House has been able to tout, with the strong job numbers, the fact that the unemployment level is so low, that gas prices are coming down, and that they were able to avert this rail strike, which could have been cataclysmic for the economy. So they feel like those are some good conditions. You add to it, the Boston piece was necessary in order to see the Prince, the Prince of Wales and Catherine in Boston for their environmental things. So there were a lot of moving parts to make it work for a busy day for the president, but he's checking a lot of boxes, Chuck.
Boy, it's been a busy week, no less, too. The state dinner, all of that business.
Yes.
Anyway, Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Kelly, thank you. Let's dig in a bit on this November's jobs report. Joined now by Betsy Stevenson. She was, of course, a member of President Obama's Council of Economic Advisors. She served as chief economist at the Labor Department. She's now a professor at the University of Michigan. Well, all right. So this report seems to indicate what to you? Because it looks to me as if, all right, I don't know what more the Fed can do to slow inflation if part of that goal is to slow down job growth. We're not slowing down job growth.
Job growth definitely remains very strong. And, I think the question is, how worried does the Fed need to be because of this report? The obvious worrying sign here that everybody's reacting to is just, red hot wage growth. And why is it? It's not that the Fed doesn't want people to get wage growth. Can I just tell you, Betsy, I know, it sounds awful. Oh, it's terrible that people are making more money. I mean, I get it, but you see this is where I think I really worry about people's perception of government when they think, does the Fed just not want the economy to grow? I don't understand. So I think what they want is they want to see wage growth for the right reasons. We get wage growth when we get more productive in our jobs. And if we get wage growth that's above that sort of level of productivity, it could be mean that our employer's next step will be to raise prices. And what we don't want is to develop a two-step dance where employers give us wage increases, then they raise the prices of their goods and services, then we want more wage increases, then they raise the price of their goods and services more, and there what we get is ongoing inflation. Right. So the Fed has got to stop that cycle. I think that, everybody says don't read too much into one report. I think that's true. I also think it's important that we put this report in the context of everything else that we're hearing. So, if you looked in the IT sector in this report, what you saw was a sector on fire. Faster job growth in the last month than the previous month. And overall, that sector has hired well above anything you would have predicted prior to the pandemic. And the wage growth has been through the roof and continuing to rise in that sector. But I don't know about you, I've been hearing a lot of stories about tech sector layoffs and people losing their job. So the question is it starting to cool? I think the layoffs tell us that there's more cooling happening in the tech sector than we could see in this monthly report. And then there are questions, are there other sectors like that? Manufacturing continued to add jobs in this report, but ADP told us that they think there's a cool down happening in manufacturing jobs. And frankly, it seems like there should be a cool down there, given the fact that we're all starting to pull back a little bit on the stuff that we're buying. So maybe the labor market's not quite as hot as this report indicates. If I was the Fed, I would stay the course at this point. They know that they're going to raise rates again in December, probably 50 basis points. You're looking at this report, you're going to do that, and you're going to look really hard at the next report and say, do those signs of cooling down show up? Or are we worried that, it's basically the reason the wage growth can be problematic is the idea is like there's one person available for the job and we just keep fighting over them, offering them more and more money. We don't want that. What we want is people to get jobs. We want new people to come into the labor force. We want to bring people back who stepped out due to the pandemic.
And this is the issue. And I guess I want to come back to, and I do this, I think, with you almost every month, which is there's only so much the Fed can do about the labor market. And that the real problem is the fact that we do have a hot jobs market because we don't have a big enough labor force because we've shut down legal immigration in this country for the last 6 years, and it's finally catching up to us, is it not?
Well, immigration would certainly help us out a lot here. What we saw throughout the pandemic was a decline, a pretty large decline in the share of foreign-born workers compared to the path we were on prior to the pandemic. But, you know, that decline in foreign-born workers started before the pandemic. You know, we were starting to make people feel unwelcome. And then when a pandemic hit, you know, is it any surprise that a bunch of people packed their suitcases and headed home? So I do think we need to make the U.S. more welcoming. We also have to make sure that we're addressing long COVID so that older workers can come back into the labor force. You know, we're seeing people retiring younger. The problem with retiring younger is it's a lot of years you got to support yourself with no income. If you retire at 55, I hope you're going to make it to 85. 30 years is a lot to try to live off the money you made in the previous 30 years. So we really want people to come back for their own sake. We want them to be healthy enough to come back, and we want the working conditions that bring them back. And then we also want to just make sure that everybody feels included in this labor market, because we are seeing a very disproportionate response. It's college-educated workers who've come back the fastest, the hardest. Women have come back more than men have. That's a big shock, right? Women got hurt more in this recession. But, you know, women, no disrespect to men, but women, after every recession, women seem to be a little bit more resilient and they come back a little bit faster. And that's partially because they're willing to branch into new occupations. You know, women, this month, women took all the new jobs in manufacturing. That's not normal, right?
So that tells you something.
Yeah, it tells you something. Women took all the new jobs in business and professional services. In fact, men lost jobs in that category. Why am I, you know, we can go through each little category, but the broad picture is that women added jobs in a lot of male-dominated occupations in this past month, more than their sort of share in that sector, and in many cases more than men did. So we need to make sure that men are coming back and that, you know, I know it hurts when you've lost your job and you've been disconnected for a little while, but we got to work together as a community to pull these men back in.
Come back, try a new line of work. But working is good. Exactly.
Working is good.
Betsy, I always learn something from your appearances here, especially on these monthly when we're trying to unpack when good news is bad news for Wall Street and bad news is good news, up is down, down is up, etc. Betsy Stevenson, always a pleasure. Thank you. Up next, President Obama and Governor Kemp making a final play for their respective candidates ahead of next week's heated Senate runoff in Georgia. We're going to get on the ground for the latest, including what Brian Kemp is saying these days. You're watching Meet the Press Now. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today is the last day of early voting in Georgia before Tuesday's Senate runoff election. As we've noted, some Republicans are still hesitant about their party's nominee, Herschel Walker. Georgia's own outgoing Republican Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan told CNN earlier this week that he couldn't bring himself to vote for Walker. He didn't vote for Raphael Warnock either, he says. However, the state's newly reelected governor, Brian Kemp, has been out stumping strongly for Walker. My colleague Vaughn Hilliard spoke to Kemp yesterday, asking him why hesitant Republicans should reconsider and cast their ballot for Walker. His answer was revealing because he boiled it down to one thing: jersey color. Take a listen.
I'm fighting hard for Herschel because I think it's important that we have a Republican in that seat. I mean, you really have two choices in this election. You can vote for the incumbent that's voted for Joe Biden 96% of the time, that has put states like California and New York ahead of our own when it comes to American Rescue Plan dollars and treating our citizens unfairly compared to those in California and New York. And I want somebody to go up there and fight for our state. I believe that Herschel Walker will do that. And that's why I'm supporting him. And that's why I would ask other Georgians, no matter what camp they're in, to do the same.
Vaughn Hilliard, who sat down with the governor, joins me now. Boy, Vaughn, that was not the best endorsement of Herschel Walker I've heard before. It was not an endorsement of Herschel Walker. It was simply, as we introed, it was simply the case against putting a Democrat in the seat.
Right. I wouldn't necessarily say that he said good things about Herschel Walker. It was more about having a Republican partner up on Capitol Hill to work with. And this is sort of the bargain that we have seen played over the last several years among several types of Republican candidates. Brian Kemp, through the course of the general election, he did stay away from Herschel Walker. He really ran his own independent race, won by 8 percentage points against Democrat Stacey Abrams. And that's why when you look at a 38,000 vote difference coming out of the general election in this U.S. Senate seat, if you're Brian Kemp, you ask yourself the question, could you have an impact ultimately on who serves the state of Georgia for the next 6 years? And the calculation is that that answer is a hopeful yes for Brian Kemp, especially with Donald Trump not being the one to come into the state here in the final week. And as many Republicans would tell you, screw it up. I want to let you hear a little bit more of the interview as to why Brian Kemp decided to jump into this. What has led you to go out on the stump for Herschel Walker despite these questions about his character?
Well, look, I think you can say there's questions about the characters of all the candidates that ran for U.S. Senate and the two that remain in the runoff. For somebody that's been in politics and has been personally destroyed and had their family members targeted, you know, I understand why a lot of people don't put much stock in things like that, especially 4 days before the election.
And when I asked him, I actually read him a direct part of the Daily Beast article that came out yesterday, in which a woman came forward on the record detailing a particular episode in which she alleges that she was physically attacked by Walker. And he said that, you know, there are questions about the character of both candidates that are in this runoff here. Again, not directly going on the defense necessarily of Herschel Walker, but making his choice, at least in this runoff, clear.
Hey, does he consider himself an anti-Trump Republican?
I think it's more of an individual that ignores Donald Trump and his existence. I asked him about whether he believes that he should take really the mantle at this moment in time as the Republican Party is looking to potentially go on a new trajectory. And he said he's focused particularly on this runoff here. But he said that he is an individual who has said from day one when he was sworn in 2019 that he would serve the people of Georgia, he would uphold the Constitution. And he said that he has done that every step of the way, and he intends to do that as governor as the second term. I asked him about 6 or 7 times, Chuck, whether he would be open to a 2024 run, and he declined to ever rule out that he would not mount his own 2024 run against Donald Trump. But that's where he's kind of this unique American figure, the only statewide Republican who stood up to Donald Trump over the last 4 years, and then turned around and beat a Trump-endorsed candidate in the primary, and then won in a competitive general election.
Well, and that's sort of what I'm can't figure out here, Vaughn, is he's accumulated some political capital, but he doesn't seem to want to use that capital to help Herschel Walker that much.
No, I mean, he did cut a TV ad. He did cut a TV ad, and he has been on the campaign trail once, which was more than a week ago now. To your point, he's not out there today. He's more likely to be at the SEC championship game with the Bulldogs tomorrow than he is on the campaign trail with Herschel Walker. But I think this is where the question is, does he use his political capital, or do we take him at his word that he cares about Georgians and pushing through with the Republican legislature more conservative policy items here in the state of Georgia over the next 4 years? He's not somebody who is really grabbing the opportunity by the horns to really be a national Republican leader.
He really could if he wanted to.
He's here in Georgia kind of doing his thing.
That's my point. The opportunity is there if he wanted it. Put it this way. If Chris Sununu were in the same position in New Hampshire, I think we'd see a different... That's all. It's fascinating to me. You going to be at that SEC title game? If you're covering Georgia Senate, I bet you all the candidates will be.
We're planning to be at least at the tailgate.
Be in the tailgate. I was just going to say, you may get an early warning sign of what Tuesday will be like. Vaughn Hilliard on the ground in Georgia for us with his interview with Governor Kemp. Vaughn, good work there, sir. After the break, China's government appears to respond to the mass protests that gripped the nation this week by backing down on some COVID rules. Dare we call that small d democracy? Details next, but first we're excited to celebrate 75 years of Meet the Press with clips and highlights from the best archive in the news business. You can explore our special, interactive, online. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now, and it'll take you to the site. So, in recognition of World AIDS Day yesterday, here's former Congressman Henry Waxman. He was then chair of the House Subcommittee on Health and the Environment, speaking on the politicization of the AIDS epidemic in 1987. We think it's the first time AIDS was discussed on Meet the Press.
Is AIDS becoming a big political issue? It sounds like it.
Well, it sounds like the right wing would like to make it a political issue, and I think that is a reprehensible activity when we're facing an epidemic where we need to follow the guidance of the health people and not let this thing go to the point where we panic people, and that is irresponsible. It's like crying fire in a crowded theater, and it's to be condemned fully.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. China is now easing some of its COVID restrictions in an apparent response to nationwide protests against them. That's how things usually work in democracies. The nation's zero COVID policy has been defined by mass testing, strictly enforced quarantines, and citywide lockdowns. Despite these severe measures, China saw another surge in COVID cases recently. Some health experts attribute the rise in cases to China's poor vaccination strategy, especially among its elderly population. Its COVID vaccine is also viewed as less effective against the highly transmissible Omicron variant when compared to the mRNA vaccines used here in the United States and across most of the Western world. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Fryer has the latest on the changes China is making to their COVID strategy in the wake of the unrest.
China's government appears to be rethinking its COVID strategy, ending lockdowns in some cities and other small moves like reducing the need for a negative COVID test to take the subway. China's Vice Premier Sun Chunlan, who's been the official face of every grim lockdown announcement, said the country is moving to a new stage and mission. She used the term baby steps, meaning the vast COVID system isn't going away, but they will make adjustments to how people use it. There are still fears, though, that after years of tough COVID controls, along with a ban on foreign vaccines, have left the country with very little immunity. A low vaccination rate among the elderly as well could see a wave of COVID infections once the rules are relaxed. Unusually, China's government appears to be responding to public pressure after those extraordinary protests demanding an end to zero COVID rules and challenging the leadership of Xi Jinping. Those protests have been largely suppressed by police using data surveillance and intimidation. The leadership hasn't said anything about the protests, but officials are now changing the way they talk about COVID, playing down the severity of getting the virus and even allowing discussions of it on social media. So the messaging appears to be changing here. The lockdowns, the quarantines, the other tough controls that protesters were calling out, those will take longer to unwind, with cases already at a record high here and likely to surge. Janice Mackey-Fryer, NBC News, Beijing.
A big thank you to you, Janice, for that. Reporting from Beijing, I'm joined now by Ian Bremmer. He's president of Eurasia Group and author of the book, The Power of Crisis. So look, Ian, I'm sort of being a tad facetious here about democracy breaking out in China, but when a government responds to protests and responds favorably to what the protesters are talking about, that's usually the way a democracy works. What do you make of what we saw here?
Well, let's compare it to other places, authoritarian regimes, where we're seeing similar sorts of outbreaks. Right in Iran, you've got much bigger demonstrations. The supreme leader said, talk to the hand. I'm not going to do a damn thing for you. In Russia, you've seen lots of demonstrations on the back of a failing Russian war when they announced it, and then with the call-up of the 300,000 troops. A lot of repression, only escalating the war. China, a lot smarter. And there's a reason why Xi Jinping is the most successful consolidated authoritarian ruler in the world, in any major country today. And it's not just because he knows how to use repression, but also because when he gets himself in a jam, he can also turn that pressure down. And that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing carrot and stick. The people that involved in those demonstrations, they've been followed up with. Some have been arrested, and those that haven't have been told, you do this again, you will be. And I don't think we'll see these demonstrations again going forward, irrespective of how some people are going to continue to be very frustrated with the level of lockdown. But this does also show a willingness to respond to a lot of anger. And Xi Jinping's in a position he can get away with that, and he still has complete control.
And I assume this is also fear of this impacting the economy and economic growth. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters to Xi, right?
No question that political stability is an enormously important thing for him, but economic growth is too.
Well, you can't have economic growth without political stability, right?
That's right. Yeah. That's right. And they have been willing. They've talked about high quality growth as opposed to just growth, and so much more discussion of political stability and security issues than growth during the party Congress, when Xi Jinping had the entire Communist Party leadership collected to ensure that only his loyalists were in place. And frankly, the economic technocrats that were running the economy, that were focused much more on growth, are all heading out of power when the cabinet comes together in March. And so I don't think you're going to see, sort of the return to 5-6% growth that you've had over the previous years. But the people have spoken about unwillingness to have their lives disrupted this badly for this long. And I think that the willingness of the Chinese government to take greater risks in terms of their hospitals getting overwhelmed, in terms of more people getting killed, is going to happen as a response of the Chinese people saying, we're just not going to take this anymore.
Well, the question is he going to admit his vaccine didn't work?
No, absolutely not. In fact, he's not going to admit that his policy didn't work at all. What you're going to see is, number one, a focus on poor implementation, overzealous regional officials that went too hard, too strong, and they didn't carry out my policies effectively. You'll see that. Some of those people will be removed from power. You'll also see a suggestion that, well, the disease is different than it was before. It's not as dangerous. It's not as lethal. And we've vaccinated more people. But no, you're not going to see Xi Jinping in any way admit that he made a mistake.
You brought up, I want to talk about one country you brought up when we were talking about repression attempts, and it's Iran. Iran seems quite vulnerable. This feels like a moment the West shouldn't miss. Do you think they're going to?
I think that there's no chance of getting an Iranian nuclear deal in place, of course, because no one's going to, reward the Iranians for this kind of repression. But this is really on the Iranian people. I mean, I think it's great to see that Starlink, for example, is on the ground there and helping people communicate, especially when the Iranians are shutting down their internet for folks. But I also think the Americans and other countries are going to be very reluctant to actively get involved insofar as it helps the government itself say this is about foreign actors. So I think they're going to be very cautious. But of course, everyone wants to see the back of this theocracy. And they are indeed under a great deal of pressure right now. Their willingness to use repression is incredibly high. We've seen that in the Kurdish region already. Whether we start seeing that in the major cities and in Tehran itself, that's an open question.
And that's risky on the regime's part. That is, in some ways, quite risky. Ian Bremmer, always a pleasure to get your perspective. Nice to see you. Still to come, fighting for first. The White House is now weighing in on which state gets to vote first in the Democrats' 2024 presidential nominating contest. Here's a hint. If you want to be first, be a state that actually gave Joe Biden a primary victory. We have more NBC reporting after the break. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. If you want a clue about President Biden's intentions in 2024, just look at how he wants to shake up his party's presidential primaries. The White House is now pushing for South Carolina as first in the nation for 2024, pointing to its diversity. It would mean doing away with Iowa and New Hampshire as the first states to hold contests. Notably, South Carolina was the first state Biden won in the 2020 primary season, a victory that single-handedly salvaged his campaign, propelled him to win the Democratic nomination just before the COVID lockdowns. The proposal has set off a firestorm within some corners of the party, not surprisingly, particularly in New Hampshire and Iowa. New Hampshire Senator Maggie Hassan tweeted her opposition to the plan, adding, "Make no mistake, New Hampshire's law is clear, and our primary will continue to be first in the nation." Natasha Korecki is the senior national political reporter for NBC News and joins me now. Natasha, look, Mark Murray and I joke that this feels like fan fiction right now because we're all hyperventilating over a primary calendar that's irrelevant if Joe Biden is seeking renomination. But it was a bit of a surprise that he pitched South Carolina to be first.
It was a surprise. It was a surprise even to people in South Carolina. I mean, when I called Trav Robertson, who's the Democratic chair last night, right after we found out about this, he was laughing. I mean, he was just in complete disbelief. They didn't even ask for this, and Biden gave it to them, essentially saying to Iowa, hey, the feeling's mutual, Iowa. You don't want me, I don't want you. So this is what they're doing going forward. And the committee that has responsibility over this today, just now actually, approved it. They only had 2 dissenting votes, and they were, guess who? Iowa and New Hampshire.
Right.
Right, yeah, exactly. So, so that's moving forward. The full DNC has to approve this next year. But again, you know, and we've discussed this before, Chuck, you know, what kind of teeth is there with the punishment? Because New Hampshire and Iowa are saying we're going forward.
They're still going to, I was just going to say, the problem they have is, and I keep trying to explain this to people, the states are going to have their say. The DNC and RNC can do all they want with discussing things, but there are state laws on the books that dictate when these, you know, and by the way, who's going to pay for this? You know, the South Carolina Democratic Party has to pay for most of the primary costs. The state does pay for some of it now, a little bit for the Republicans, a little bit, but it, you know, and if you want a state to pick up the tab for the primary, well, you're going to, you know, the state law may decide that. I mean, you know, do Democrats want to have to fund their own firehouse primaries in some of these places, which will, I think, that ends up complicating everything. So, you know, I think we got a long way to go before we know for sure what the next primary calendar looks like when there's an open fight for the nomination.
Right, and it is a Pandora's box. You're right. I mean, every time you try, it's like, you know, Jenga. You try taking one piece out, and everything's about to collapse. Now they can do some kind of punishment for candidates. You know, that's something they're exploring right now, and they're trying to see if they can get some teeth. So we'll see where they go with that. But you're right. There is some early talk now. Is who's this benefit? It benefits, of course, Joe Biden, but you're looking at a potential benefiting Kamala Harris.
Well, I was just going to say, well, forget individuals. This seemed to be a blow to the progressives. This is about giving a mainstream Democratic candidate a chance to win the nomination early, rather than a progressive getting momentum that suddenly could turn the party too far to the left. That's what this calendar looks like to me, if you want to put Michigan and Georgia that far high, too, because we know the African-American Democratic electorate is much more moderate than the progressive white electorate.
Absolutely. And you look at Iowa, that, you know, there are Democrats who caucus, some of the most liberal, caucuses in the country. Mm-hmm. So, that's something that, we've been hearing, too. This is, a repudiation of the so-called woke left that, right, that did not vote for the Biden types or the moderate types in Iowa or in New Hampshire.
Now, what about, I had somebody ask me this, what about the rest of the states? When is there going to be the following Tuesday, the Super Tuesday for everything else? Or are they going to try to space this out a bit?
So here's the dates. You have February 3rd is what they're recommending for South Carolina. February 6th, they're recommending Nevada and New Hampshire go at the same time. That's what New Hampshire is really mad about. They're trying to leapfrog, right? Georgia, February 13th, and then Michigan last on the 27th.
And then everybody else will go the next Tuesday.
Everyone goes. Right. Exactly.
Hey, Natasha, this is always a fun story to cover. Best meetings I go to are the Rules and Bylaws Committee meetings of these two committees. So enjoy it. Thank you. And thank you all for being with us this hour. We'll be back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. And if it's Sunday, it is Meet the Press on your local NBC News station. Meet the newest member of the Democratic leadership team, House Minority Whip Congresswoman Catherine Clark, and Israel's Prime Minister-designate Benjamin Netanyahu are among my guests. NBC News Now continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with the markets kind of meh about this new Labor Department report that's beating expectations with more jobs and more money. That sounds good, right? But it may mean a longer wait until we get some relief from rising prices. Plus, we're finding out today that Paul Whelan, one of the Americans wrongfully detained in Russia, is getting to talk with his parents. A huge sigh of relief for his family, but we're hearing from his brother and where this case goes next. And President Biden coming out today to criticize the rapper formerly known as Kanye West for those heinous and disgusting and dangerous anti-Semitic remarks. Ye is now suspended for tweeting a swastika as we're breaking down a new report showing hate speech skyrocketing on Musk's platform. Plus, we're bringing you an NBC News exclusive, the emotional interview with the mother of a Texas man killed by police. What doorbell and body cam video is telling us about that deadly encounter with a lot of unanswered questions about the shooting. And we're live in Qatar as Team USA is getting ready for its winner-go-home game tomorrow. And they've got big news with their big star back on the field for it. That's coming up a little later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are starting with the markets, how they're reacting to this new better-than-expected jobs report we just got in. Check it out. The Dow is closing up a little bit. The S&P, the NASDAQ down, recovering from some bigger drops this morning when the report first got out. Here's what it's telling us. 263,000 jobs added in November. That number is more than experts thought it would be. Unemployment is the lowest it's been in something like half a century. You'd think, yay, right? This should be a good thing. Hallie, aren't these good numbers? More people getting jobs, not that many people out of work. Well, here's why investors are worried. Because all of this job growth, right, all this heat in the job market means the Fed may not slow down its interest rate hikes. Because remember, those rate hikes are meant to cool off the economy. The economy is not cooling based on these numbers. The Fed's going to meet again later this month, where they're probably going to raise those rates again. With President Biden earlier on today signing a bill to avoid a rail strike, talking about how this jobs report, the labor deal, he thinks, are signs that the country, the economy, are moving in the right direction.
As we go into the holiday season, here's what this all means. The Americans are working, the economy is growing, wages are rising faster than inflation, and we've avoided a catastrophic rail strike.
Brian Chung is joining us now. Okay, Brian, big picture me here, right? How should we be thinking about what feels like kind of a mixed week as it relates to the economy? Bottom line, has anything really significantly changed, or can we still expect inflation to be going up?
Yeah, Hallie, I think the big question here is, okay, inflation is bad, but are we in a recession? And at least on the jobs front, the answer is really no. Let's rehash the numbers one more time. 263,000 jobs. That's how many were added in November. That's a big affront to all the economists that had expected something like 200,000. So this is very much a big beat. And important to note, the unemployment rate, 3.7%, that was the same as we saw in October. So we're not seeing an uptick in unemployment, and that's a good thing. The problem is that Americans are still dealing with high inflation. That's a big challenge for the Federal Reserve, which wants to get inflation down, but preserve what looks like a pretty good labor market.
Talk about the hourly wages, the hourly earnings, because they went up by a pretty decent chunk. Does that kind of make sense considering everybody is paying more for everything?
They do, and this is where there's a very interesting kind of double sides of the knife here, if you will, because as you mentioned, wages did go up by 5.1% in November compared to November of last year. That's faster than the wage growth we saw in October when it was about 4.7%. But what's the big issue here? The fact that prices are 7.7% higher now than they were this time last year. So, okay, great that your wages are going up by 5%, but you're having to pay almost 8% more for everything. The Fed wants to make both of these numbers come down, but you can't really tell Americans, well, we want you to get paid less. They hope that this goes down slower than this, but you do wonder, is high wages going to be passed on to the consumer? If Target is paying their employers more, they're going to raise the prices on everything else to make sure they can get that in balance.
Okay, but what about, so we've seen layoffs in tech, Meta, Amazon, Twitter, we've talked a lot about that, but we're seeing education, healthcare, hospitality have a lot of growth. Is that like the post-pandemic bump boom happening?
Yeah, a lot of people wondering, wait, why is this number so high when I was hearing about all these big tech companies laying so many people off? But when you take a look at the breakdown of what we saw, professional and business services, this is where you may have seen some of the tech layoffs. There's also internet services, which is a different bucket, but this really only rose by about 6,000. It's essentially flat over the month. And that shows you that there were compensations in hiring in other parts of the industry that maybe even washed out the tech layoffs. So it's not impacting the overall picture. And again, if you look at healthcare, up about 45,000, and leisure and hospitality adding 88,000 in the month. These are much bigger sectors compared to tech, so it's not having a big indentation. You wonder why so many people are hiring in bars and restaurants. Maybe it's because of that big Netherlands game tomorrow. A lot of people got to eat and drink, I guess.
What game? What do you mean? I don't even know what you're talking.
I heard of the game. There's soccer, you know, kicking the ball around and all.
Yeah. Brian, thank you much. We'll talk about that later on in the show. Appreciate it. But let me bring it back to what's going down in Washington with the January 6th committee meeting today, on the verge of some big decisions about their next steps, about their final report, and whether it's going to include criminal referrals for sitting lawmakers, maybe even former President Trump. Gang, we haven't talked about this before because it's unprecedented. If this happens, it would be making history. Why? Well, remember, the former president and Republican members of Congress ignored subpoenas from the committee, but the clock is ticking with just weeks to go before the end of the month deadline to get this all done. So now your second question, maybe why the end of the month deadline? Well, the new Congress comes in after the new year, and there's not really going to be a committee. Two of the committee's members won't be in Congress anymore. Republicans who didn't like this whole thing to begin with will have control of the House. Let me bring in Ali Rafa now. So, Ali, this meeting was long. I know it only ended, just not too long before we came on the air here, and nobody's really chatting about it too much. But talk to us about what we know about the potential for criminal referrals. Does the committee seem somewhat aligned on this or not so much?
Yeah, Hallie, well, you and I have learned over the past year, this is a committee that sometimes likes to leave a trail of breadcrumbs about what to possibly expect from them next. And like you said, today was definitely not one of those days. Members very, very tight-lipped when our team asked them about this meeting, these two virtual closed-door meetings that they had today to go over really the last bullets on their to-do list before they stop their work as a committee on December 31st. So while we don't know exactly what came out of that meeting, we do know several of the topics they inevitably had to have talked about. One of those topics inevitably being those criminal referrals, because former President Trump and those House Republicans, including the likely next Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, who ignored those subpoenas for documents, for testimony. The 5 Republicans being subpoenaed back over the summer, and so this is now being left in the hands of that subcommittee created by Benny Benny Thompson, that consists of the 4 lawyers on this committee. Committee members have said that their case would have to be airtight if they do decide to send these criminal referrals to the Justice Department. And they've also said that that decision would have to be, at least in the case of Trump, a unanimous decision by all committee members, similar to what we saw them do when they decided to subpoena Trump for his testimony and documents at the last committee hearing. Another still outstanding item that they inevitably must have talked about is that final report that Chairman Benny Thompson says is almost ready, almost done. He says it will likely be released before Christmas. How exactly they plan to present that report is still up in the air. Remember, they have said that the last hearing we had was likely the last of an investigative nature, but they left the door open for the possibility of possibly having another hearing to present their findings. So we asked members about that again today, and they said they're still mulling that over, Hallie.
Allie Rafa live for us on the Hill. Allie, thank you. NBC News learning today that Paul Whelan, the American who's been detained in Russia for the last 4 years after being wrongfully convicted of spying, was finally able to call his parents. For the first time in weeks, they were getting really concerned. He was supposed to call home. He hadn't. The State Department officials also saying that even though Whelan was transferred to a prison hospital, he told embassy officials he's, quote, feeling well. His brother David talking with our colleague Andrea Mitchell today about those White House-Kremlin negotiations to try to bring not just his brother, but WNBA superstar Brittany Griner home. Listen to what he said.
Paul Whelan will not be coming home for Christmas. Brittany Griner will not be coming home for Christmas. I think the people involved in this decision, whoever they are, they have ulterior motives, probably personal to themselves, maybe. So I think we still have months and maybe longer for us to see a result.
Joining me now is Kelly O'Donnell, covering all things White House and White House related from the North Lawn. So, Kelly, you know, Paul Whelan had said to his family, and our viewers know this because we've talked about this story a lot on the show, had basically said, hey, if you don't hear from me for a certain period of time, you should start to get worried. They didn't hear from him for more than 3 days. They started to get worried. Now they have, but I was struck by a statement from the family where they said, yeah, I guess the relief is knowing he's, in their words, being held hostage in a prison camp in Russia, right? Like it's good news relative to the broader situation here.
And they use the phrase proof of life, which is limited in its reassurance, yes. This is the kind of thing where you can't imagine in our own lives, if we didn't hear from a loved one for a couple of days, that would certainly be concerning. But this takes it to a whole nother level and raised a lot of international questions about where was Paul Whelan, what had his condition been, had it changed, was there some concern for his well-being, and the fact that now U.S. officials say he was in a hospital facility, and yet they don't have any explanation about was he moved to that because of a medical need, or was this some kind of step to just sort of move him for reasons that are not on the surface known to U.S. officials. Also, that there was a delay in any communication. So is this some part of an antagonistic process? Also, separately, they described a delay in notification about Brittany Griner's move to the penal colony, a delay in that sort of standard, sort of the bureaucracy of nation to nation when you have nationals being held in another country. And what that says to U.S. officials is that some of the basics that they would expect to be upheld, even though there are tensions between the U.S. and Russia clearly over the Ukraine war, that those basic things are not being followed. And these are obviously very high-profile cases. These names are known around the world. There is certainly an ongoing attempt at negotiation from the U.S. side, trying to offer a prisoner swap, trying to get these 2 Americans home. And as the brother of Paul Whelan indicated, there is no expectation that it's going to happen soon. Certainly the course of events in Ukraine may be a part of it, and the U.S. is limited in what they're saying publicly, in part because their visibility into this situation is not what they would like it to be, and they also don't want to antagonize this situation any further. So good news that there has been this contact established, that the family has heard from him. They know that it is him and that he reports himself to be well. But what else is going on here remains a big question. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell live for us there on the North Lawn. Kel, thank you. Let's take it on to Georgia now, because with early voting ending today, we're getting a bit of a snapshot, a rare poll of where things stand in this runoff. Among registered voters, Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock clearly has a lead over the Republican Herschel Walker. Among likely voters, though, this is closer. It's in the margin of error, so it's going to come down. Will you be shocked to hear it? Get ready for me to blow your absolute minds. Gang, it's going to come down to turnout. I said it. It's true. There is a clear advantage here, though, which is money. Democrats are outspending Republicans 2-1 in this race, with reports that Walker's campaign needs cash and needs it bad. Now, he's not looking to help from former President Trump, at least not to show up for him here, but he is getting a hand from Governor Brian Kemp, who won his race 4 weeks ago, in part by winning the votes of people who didn't cast a ballot for Walker, right? Ticket skippers, and by keeping the former football star kind of at arm's length. And when our Vaughn Hilliard got to sit down with Governor Kemp, he asked him, how does he plan to get those people, the people who skipped on the ticket, out to the polls for Walker? Look who we have here now, Vaughn Hilliard. Tell us more about this interview you did with the governor, why it matters in a race that will determine not control of the Senate, but it'll determine how much of a margin or a cushion do Democrats have.
Right, and I wanted to sit down with Brian Kemp because it's notable that the Republican candidate for governor, which he was before he beat Democrat Stacey Abrams by 8 percentage points in the general election, and the Republican candidate for the U.S. Senate, Herschel Walker, they really campaigned distant from one another as two separate entities here. And that's where it's notable that Brian Kemp, it's not Donald Trump like in 2020-2021 runoff when he came in at the last moment to campaign with David Perdue, Kelly Loeffler, focused largely on his own race. Many Republicans blamed him for those runoff losses. Donald Trump isn't here for the final week of campaigning in Georgia. And instead, it's Brian Kemp who is on the television airwaves, this sort of weird American political figure who was able to roundly beat a Trump-endorsed challenger by more than 50 percentage points in his runoff, and then beat Stacey Abrams by 8 percentage points. And that is where you saw in the general election results, Hallie, there were 200,000 folks here in Georgia who voted for Brian Kemp for governor, but didn't vote for Herschel Walker. I wanted to throw that question to him as to the why and how he can close the gap. Take a listen.
The runoff, to me, this is a turnout election.
You've got to convince a good segment of those folks to come out turn out and vote for Herschel.
If they come back and vote. But you also had a lot of people that voted for the Libertarian that nobody's talking about. If they come out and vote, you know, I'd say probably 70, 80%, maybe even close to 90 of those folks would vote for a Republican and vote for Herschel.
Hallie, there's a lot of us just like Governor Kemp and myself, folks on the Democratic side, too, that are playing the guessing game as to, number one, who's going to come out and who are they going to fill in the Oval for. You know, in the case of the Libertarians that the governor is mentioning, there are 81,000 of them that voted in the U.S. Senate race in the general election. And the margin between Warnock and Herschel Walker was just 38,000 votes. So where do those Libertarian voters go if they vote? That's the question mark.
Yeah, and that's what you heard the governor speak to there, Vaughn. Let me talk about the other side of the race here, which is Senator Raphael Warnock. He got a bit of a boost, as we've talked about, star power from former President Obama, who overnight held this rally for him in Georgia. Is that moving the needle at all today among voters that you're talking with?
You know, the line out here today has been quite remarkable. Everybody that we talk to remarks how it's more like a Tuesday election day type of a turnout, and you've seen record numbers of voters that are coming out. And the Democrats they wanted to pad their numbers of these early votes. Today is the last day of early voting. That is why Barack Obama was here last night. His appearance played across local television airwaves in the local news outlets here. This was a moment for Democrats to send the message to voters here who are not used to voting on the first week of December in an election. They voted on January 5th in the 2021 runoff when they first voted for Ossoff and Raphael Warnock. So that's why they said there's no better person in Democratic politics to bring out the megaphone and be able to connect with folks and get them to understand that the time to vote yet again is now.
Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in Marietta, Georgia. Good to see you. Thanks, Vaughn. You know who else is campaigning for Senator Warnock? President Biden. So why didn't we talk about that with Vaughn? Because the president's not actually in Georgia. He is in Boston, right? Campaigning from afar, fundraising from afar, telling union workers just in the last hour that usually both candidates could deserve a spot in the Senate, but not this time. Check it out.
One doesn't deserve to be in the United States Senate based on his veracity and what he said and what he hadn't said. The other man is a really, truly decent, honorable guy.
So President Biden from a distance will try to raise some money for Senator Warnock. Mike Memoli is there also in Boston. There's another reason that the president is in Boston, or let me say this. There's something else that the president did while he was in Boston, and that is see Prince William with the royals making their first visit to the U.S. in 8 years. Let me show some video here. We showed it live on my other show earlier on another network. You couldn't really hear much. I know it was windy and loud, and there was like noise from overhead. It sounds like they small talked about the weather. I don't know this for a fact, ma'am, but I am almost certain, quite certain, that they did not bring up, that the president did not bring up the scandal over racist remarks made by somebody at Buckingham Palace who has now stepped down that has largely overshadowed the royals' visit here.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, Hallie, Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, was asked if President Biden had watched the trailer, right? We've all seen it, of
the
that
Meghan
new
and Harry.
documentary coming to Netflix about Prince. Yeah, exactly. And as Karine put it, the president's been a little busy, hasn't seen it. And so that just speaks to one of the distractions around Prince William's visit. Now, this meeting between the president and the Prince of Wales happened at the JFK Library. You can see it behind me, lit up in green. That's all about the Earthshot Prize, this all drawing attention to climate change and efforts to combat climate change. That's what brought Prince William to Boston and what the focus was supposed to be of his trip. And that's what I was told in a conversation I just had with a British government official was the focus of the conversation that the two men had here a short time ago, that President Biden was really interested in learning more about the Earthshot Prize, that they spoke in detail about one of the finalists for that prize, something called the Great Bubble Barrier, an effort to clean up some plastic pollution in our waterways. So some substance on an issue that's important to both men, of course, but there was a lot of personal discussion as well. I'm told Prince William thanked President Biden for coming to London just a few months ago for the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II, of course, and that the two men had a chance to share some memories of the Queen as well. So Biden always likes to say all politics is personal, even foreign policy, and that's certainly part of the discussion these two had here.
Yeah, definitely on display here, ma'am, as you are channeling your inner Keir Simmons. I wonder how that feels for you. I hear there were some protesters greeting the president in Boston today. What was that about?
Yeah, so while we were here covering that meeting, there was a significant gathering all about that rail deal that, of course, the president signed into law just before coming to Boston. There were a number of chants about the fact that this is a union city, and they weren't happy with the president for, in their view, turning his back on labor. But we saw a very different scene when the president went to that union hall where he was literally dialing it in for Raphael Warnock, calling from afar some voters down in Georgia. The head of the IBEW here in Boston was effusively praising President Biden for always having labor's back. So you can see this is a real issue for the president. It's really discomforting for him, right? He's tried to cast himself as the most pro-labor president, but there was a reminder here that a lot of those union workers are unhappy with the fact that he imposed a deal upon them that many of their own members had voted against.
Mike Memoli, good to see you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Glad you're up there for us. Coming up here on the show, millions of bottles of cleaning products being recalled because of potentially dangerous bacteria. Do you have any of this stuff? We'll talk about it in a sec. Plus, an old Disney ride getting a new makeover. Why Splash Mountain is not long for Disney. Coming up in our 5 Things.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Pantone's calling its color of the year for 2023 unconventional. We'll show you the shade in our 5 things. But first, a lot is going on with Twitter, right? With President Biden today tweeting out Hitler was a demonic figure. The same day Kanye West's account got suspended after he tweeted out a photo of a swastika. With President Biden calling out political leaders who haven't strongly come out against anti-Semitism, saying silence is complicity. You may think, of course, right? That's obvious. Why is a president needing to say this? Here's the backdrop to it, okay? It is Ye, the rapper formerly known as Kanye, not just what he's tweeting, but also new numbers today that show hate speech on Twitter is way up ever since Elon Musk took over the platform. Researchers from the Center for Countering Digital Hate say slurs against Black Americans and gay men both jumped post-Musk. And when it comes to anti-Semitic posts, they were up more than 61% in the weeks after he bought the platform. Now, as for Ye's suspension from Twitter, he is now not allowed to post, at least not at the moment, TBD, but Musk said it had to be done after Ye posted an image that seemed to show a swastika inside a Star of David. Ben Collins is joining us now. Ben, let's start with the whole Ye-Musk situation here, because, like, listen, Kanye West, as he was formerly known, said just disgusting, horrible, dangerous things, to the point where even Elon Musk, who has been apparently, as these numbers show, on his platform, allowing more and more people on the far right, QAnon conspiracy theorists onto the platform, had to say, hey, we got to press pause on Ye's disgusting comments on Twitter, anti-Semitic hate on Twitter. Musk talks about free speech a lot, but we're talking about hate speech here. How does this happen?
Look, this is what happens when you have no guardrails on a platform. This is what we've all been saying. And this is what every researcher or academic who has studied this field for a very long time has said. It's exactly where it ends up. And by the way, today, as he removed Kanye from the platform, he let back on Andrew Anglin, who runs the largest neo-Nazi blog he runs the largest neo-Nazi blog in the United States called the Daily Stormer. This guy is on the lam right now. He has a federal bench warrant for his arrest because he has been cyberstalking, harassing this one woman in one town in Montana who is against white supremacy. And this guy's back on the platform now. And the difference is Kanye was overt about this. Kanye, said he liked Hitler yesterday on Infowars, and all led up to this big dramatic point. White supremacists who are committed to the project, committed to the electoral project of wooing young people, of getting people slowly radicalized over time, they're not going to be without this. They're not going to immediately tweet a swastika. They're going to take their time. And that's exactly what Andrew Anglin said today. He's going to play by the rules on Twitter. But the first thing he tweeted about was Zionism and Jews today. So look, that's where this platform is headed. It's headed a lot closer towards 4chan than it is to a civilian, like, Pinterest style internet.
Right, and the point that you're talking about here and the numbers that we're showing is reflective of our new NBC reporting showing Twitter's just opening up the door back to so many of these QAnon accounts, these white nationalists, the people like you're talking about who now feel emboldened at this point. Is there, and I know you can't get into Elon Musk's head, right? But the question is now, advertisers have fled the platform. People who use it, like humane users who are not
racists, right? Like who look at this stuff and go, wait a second, this is wrong, have huge concerns about this. Despite this sort of discussion on free speech, et cetera, you're seeing a lot of people who are on the right, on the left, denouncing strongly in no uncertain terms what Ye had to say, et cetera. Is there any point where you see Elon Musk reversing course?
He kind of already did with the Kanye thing, but it's going to be case by case. He's speed running this.
But also, he didn't kick Kanye off the platform. That's a suspension, right?
Right, exactly. And, he aligned with him overtly the last couple of months. There was memes of him together that he was tweeting and welcoming him back to the platform. So, look, there are a bunch of different ways he's already reversed course. But, he's going to learn the hard way that content moderation is an actual academic field that exists right now. It's some of the largest, Ivy League colleges in the country. This is not a thing that you can just wing it and expect pretty good results. Look, I will say, Hallie, it's going to be a different time. Like, we're in a different place now than we were a couple of months ago with how content moderation works and how information moves. Conspiracy theories will move a lot faster. Hate speech will move a lot faster. And I think people will have to make a determination. Do they want to be in this neighborhood anymore? Do they want to go down this street that has, a bunch of potholes on it? Or do they want to go to another street? Or do they don't want to take their car anymore?
Is there another street to go on? Yeah, do you want to even get in your car, right? And if you do, where do you go? Mastodon, for example, like some people, myself, included, park to use anyone. There's Hive Social. Like, who is there anything out there that can replace Twitter?
There are a bunch of places that are popping up, but none of them have this. None of them have the tools, the trending boxes, the following tools, what they call discovery tools, ready yet that Twitter has. So if you want to replicate that ability, you're going to have to wait for something to come along that's pretty good. But right now you can go to another thing that's similar, but it's not going to be the same thing. So it's not a great time to try to get accurate information on the internet.
Ben Collins, thanks. Glad to have you following all of it for us. Although, the open question still remains, like, what do you do? Where do you go? Ben, appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, not too long ago, in the last couple of hours, Houston police announced they've arrested 2 people in connection with the death of Takeoff, the rapper. One man was charged with murder, another with illegally carrying a weapon. You'll remember Takeoff was shot and killed last month outside a bowling alley there. He was 28 years old. Number 2, the Louisiana man rescued from the Gulf of Mexico last week after falling overboard from a cruise ship and treading water for nearly 20 hours is now talking about what that was like. Look at this video in a brand new interview. Watch.
Was dead set on making it out of there. I was never accepting that this is it. This is going to be the end of my life.
The Coast Guard somehow eventually found him in the water. He told GMA the last thing he remembers is going to the bathroom after winning an air guitar contest. He thinks his fall knocked him unconscious. He says he came to in the water, no ship in sight, tried to keep a positive attitude and just kept on swimming. Number 3, something like 8 million bottles of cleaning products from the laundress are being recalled because they could be contaminated with potentially dangerous bacteria that can be resistant to antibiotics. People who have compromised immune systems could be at risk of serious infection, according to the Consumer Product Safety Commission. The company says it's aware of 11 reports of infection. They say, hey, don't use this stuff anymore. You can get a refund on its website if you have any of it. Number 4, one of Disney World's popular rides is going to close late next month. Why? Because Splash Mountain is getting a Princess and the Frog makeover. Here's a new mock-up of what Tiana's Bayou Adventure could look like. A couple years ago, an online petition called for Splash Mountain to be rethemed because its characters were based on a racist 1946 movie. TBD on when Disneyland's ride is going to close for renovations itself. Number 5, take a look. What do you think of it? We're about to show you the shade, the dramatic buildup, then you're going to see it. Viva Magenta. That's it. Pantone's color of the year for 2023. The company's website describes it as brave and an unconventional shade for an unconventional time. Do you love color marketing? Love it. A brave pink. We come back, a possible big shift today, and how Democrats actually pick their nominee for president. And it may not be Iowa and New Hampshire that are so all important anymore. We're going to take you inside the room where it happened with more on the states that may be going first when we get back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To an NBC News exclusive now about at least 4 Navy sailors at one Virginia facility who have died by suicide in the last couple weeks, according to military officials and family members, now with growing concern over a mental health crisis. We know that all 4 of these sailors worked for the Mid-Atlantic Regional Maintenance Center in Norfolk. This is a facility where, like, ships are worked on. A licensed counselor who works with sailors told us how serious the situation was, saying, in her words, "I was inundated," she says, "with the amount of hopelessness at that command." She also said not enough's being done, saying we're putting Band-Aids on bullet holes. One sailor told us that people struggle with personal issues there, made worse by a lack of mental health resources and being overworked and undervalued by their bosses. Courtney Kuby is joining us now. And Courtney, you are now seeing calls by at least one member of Congress for an investigation after this reporting. Deeply concerned about a mental health crisis and how to get a handle on it in the military. Talk us through it and what you're hearing from the Pentagon.
Yeah, that's right. And that's Congressman Seth Moulton has been outspoken about the need for more attention to mental health problems among U.S. service members. So this facility that we're talking about in Norfolk, Virginia, there's about 3,000 people who are assigned there. Many of them are there on what's called limited duty. That means that in some cases they have physical limitations, or in some cases they have mental health limitations that keep them from being on full active duty service. So this is already a potentially vulnerable population, but according to a number of people who are familiar with the situation down there, who spoke with our colleague Melissa Chan, one of our reporters at NBC News, it wasn't just the situation there that the population was vulnerable to. There was at times a toxic leadership style that some of them encountered. And then in other cases, they either didn't have the mental health counseling or access to facilities that they needed, or they weren't getting it fast enough. So it seems that there may have been a culture that was not adequate to address the mental health needs among some of these people. And as you said, Hallie, now there have been 4 people assigned to this relatively small facility who've taken their life by suicide, it seems, in a short period of time.
Courtney Kuby, is there anything else we should know about this? Is there anything else that you feel like is important to share about what the Pentagon is doing? Because this is an issue that I feel like has been talked about for years, right? I mean, you and I have you've been doing these, you know this. You've covered the Pentagon for more than a decade, Courtney, and it is a crisis.
It is. And look, it's a difficult situation that they have to deal with. And I will say there are many, including the Navy leadership, who are trying to prioritize this. But they're doing things like providing more mental health counselors, chaplains, psychiatrists, trying to bring service members in for almost like stand-down days where they deal with these mental health issues. But one of the biggest problems that continues to permeate through many of the commands is that when you have a concern, a mental health concern about yourself, oftentimes your superior is notified of that. And there are a lot of people who don't want their bosses to know that they're having problems and that they need to go and see, and they need to seek help. That's one of the issues that I think we're going to hear more and more about from people like Congressman Moulton, who's been very outspoken about that. There are many people who think that that causes a stigma among service members. They don't seek help, and then at times we'll see tragic consequences, like maybe playing out at this command in Norfolk right now.
Courtney Kube, thank you for bringing us this important story. I appreciate it. We have to say, if you or somebody you know is struggling, there is help. There is help. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline number is on your screen. Take a screenshot if you want. 1-800-273-TALK. That's 1-800-273-8255. The other line is 988. Turning now to politics, where this afternoon our NBC reporters inside the room as the DNC moved to really shake up the way the party holds its primaries and when and where those primaries happen, slotting South Carolina first in that all-important political calendar and kicking Iowa out. So the plan now, look at it on your screen, starts with South Carolina, February 3rd. New Hampshire and Nevada a few days later on the same day. So those are two states at the same time. Then Georgia and Michigan later in the month. Behind the scenes, plenty of drama on this, according to our team in the room. The only two states to vote against this, Iowa and New Hampshire. You will not be shocked to learn. So yes, pushback, some support, some surprises. Congressman Jim Clyburn, for example, the influential South Carolina House member, only found out about this when President Biden called him last night. Why are they doing this? To signal a push for more diversity, racially, geographically, et cetera. Mark Murray joins us now. So Mark, this is for political nerds, but it's also for everybody, okay? So let me just preface by saying that, because I get that we're going to nerd out on this. However, this makes a difference because the early states dictate where do candidates spend money? Where do candidates travel to? What do candidates pay attention to? What issues matter to these people who are running in 2024? Until now, it was like issues in Iowa and New Hampshire. Well, now it's going to look a lot different with these states coming in. Not a done deal yet. The full DNC has to vote, but give us your take.
Yeah, this is a sea change. And as you and I have been covering politics, and actually a long time before us even, always...
I'm very young. So it's really only been a minute.
Same.
Yeah.
Iowa, New Hampshire, then you had Nevada and South Carolina go. This now having South Carolina going first, to me, is the biggest change. And it really is a surprise to a lot of us because the assumption was always, you know what, Iowa was going to go away on the Democratic map after the snafu, their inability to count, and a lot of concerns about how unfair a caucus system is versus an actual primary. But the fact that New Hampshire might actually go second and South Carolina first, that's a big difference. Because Iowa and New Hampshire, in some ways, always served as winnowing states. You have 20 Democrats or 20 Republicans going in. Well, what are the 4 or 5 legitimate candidates? Whereas like South Carolina, the states here go third or fourth get to be more deciding states. That is, who are we choosing? Is it Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders, as we found in 2020? And so South Carolina is going to have a different role. They're going to be the winnowers rather than the deciders.
To be clear, this is only for the Democrats, right? Not for the Republicans. And if President Biden does decide to run again come 2024, it's semi-irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes matters less for the winnowing.
Some really big caveats. Yeah, Republicans are going to go like that the current situation, like it's always been. Iowa, New Hampshire, then South Carolina, and then Nevada. And if President Biden runs for re-election and gets no challenge, when we actually are going to descend covering the 2024 races, it's going to be Iowa first, then New Hampshire. And so, you know, what some Democrats in these rooms were actually telling me was this is really to pave the way for 2028. And that is, get this out of the way now.
Oh my God, bite your tongue.
But Hallie, look.
We're in 2022, Mark, help us.
There still is a big obstacle on New Hampshire because their state law mandates that they actually go first.
And how does the party get around the legislatures, right? Because the state could still say, hey, I'm going to go rogue. Sorry, DNC, I'm going to try to move our primaries first anyway.
The good news for Democrats when it comes to a place like Michigan is that the Democrats now control the state legislature. Other states like South Carolina would actually, the parties actually run, not the states. And so there's some leeway there. But again, the obstacle is New Hampshire because New Hampshire says, no, by state law, we're supposed to go first, not second. Well, one question is, well, what ends up happening? Some Democrats have actually told me that a state like New Hampshire could get penalized, saying, hey, you know, if you campaign in New Hampshire, you're going to lose debate participation, delegates. That could actually come back to bite Democrats. So there's a lot of drama that we're going to have to be following this year and through 2028.
And again, it matters just beyond the Beltway. Mark Murray. Was that too nerdy, everybody? I don't know. I thought that was perfect. But Mark Murray, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Coming up, new surveillance video showing a close call at a deli in Pennsylvania. Why the store owners say they're feeling real lucky tonight. Coming up in the local.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones filing for bankruptcy today with an attorney for the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims calling this another cowardly move by Jones. You'll remember right now he owes something like $1 billion plus because of all the lies he spread about that horrific Sandy Hook massacre. Court documents from Texas showing Jones is claiming he's worth between $1 million to $10 million and that his debts are well beyond that, 10 times as much, right? $1 billion to $10 billion. No comment yet from his bankruptcy attorney on all of this. Danny Ceballos is joining us now. So, Danny, the attorney, you know, this is a new move by Jones. It happened just this afternoon. The attorney for the families of these victims, remember, Jones has been convicted of spreading lies, right? He's forced to pay them money because he lied and called it a hoax when it obviously wasn't. The attorneys now are saying this isn't going to work. Chapter 11 is supposed to help people who are facing bankruptcy, and they're saying this is not the intention. How does this play out legally?
Right. Jones wasn't convicted. He was found liable in civil court. And it's no surprise that he filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. I think everyone saw this coming because those judgments, there are very few, if any, people on earth who could pay some of the judgments assessed against Alex Jones. So the fact that he filed for bankruptcy is no surprise. But beware the person who files for bankruptcy. You will be scrutinized. You cannot try tricky games like saying, oh, well, all of this is part of the bankruptcy estate. Let me just take out some of my jewelry and valuables and other things. You cannot play games with the bankruptcy court or this group of creditors who will be watching him like hawks.
So, and first of all, and thank you, you're right. He not found guilty, right, is what I meant to say. I'm a layman, not a lawyer. That's an important distinction.
Yeah, I know. It's tricky. It's tricky.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But when you talk about the scrutiny here, how intense is it? In other words, like, is this like and again, a layman here, is this like an IRS audit where they're going through everything, they're looking at all your stuff, they're looking at all your transfers, et cetera, et cetera? What is that like?
You're not alone. Bankruptcy is a specialty, and it is a really complex area of the law. You have so many different kinds of bankruptcy. This happens to be Chapter 11. It's reorganization. The mission, supposedly, is that you file, and the idea is that you're going to save your company or even an individual, save your financial situation, but reorganize, figure out who you owe what to, and ideally pay them at least some fraction of what they owe. But The net effect is that it takes a lot of time. It causes a ton of delay, and that will delay justice for these plaintiffs.
Danny Savalas, thank you very much for that breakdown. Appreciate it. To an NBC News exclusive now, as our team is hearing from the family of a man shot and killed by police in Austin, who are now releasing videos showing what happened that night about a month ago. The family of 33-year-old Rajan Munasinghe describes the outrage, the pain that they're feeling now.
Yesterday was a hard day for me because I heard how he died, and I just wanted to hold him.
So here's what we know, and I want you to look at however you're streaming this. This is video that you are likely to find disturbing. This is doorbell cam footage where Munasinghe is seen outside his home holding a rifle. He says, "Are you sure you want this?" Shoes. That moment, you can see the cops drive up. I don't know if you can tell in this video here. There it is. We're going to play it again. The warning about this is very disturbing, tough to watch.
Draw the gun!
So in that body cam footage, you hear the officer firing his gun almost immediately after saying, "Drop the gun." The officers then walk over to Munasinghe on the ground. Then police say they started life-saving measures. The video that was released stops before that. He later died at the hospital. I want to bring in our correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, who had that exclusive sit-down today with Munasinghe's family, who is obviously in grief. They are having a very tough time here. You heard that. You heard the anguish in her voice just a second ago.
Yeah, Hallie. Raj Munasinghe was 33 years old. He was a tech entrepreneur that had a restaurant consulting business in Austin. He co-founded that business, and his family is devastated. Now, there are still many unanswered questions here, but there's an investigation underway according to the Austin PD. But I did speak with Munasinghe's mother and brother, who say that in their view, this was a case of police shooting first and asking questions later. They say that their loved one was protecting his home, that he had a rifle because he believed an intruder was inside the home. Let's take a listen to a little bit more from my interview with his mother.
I just wanted to hold him and say, "I love you. Thank you for being this amazing gift that I had." He was a gift to all of us and to many. I'm just sad I wasn't there because he didn't. That shouldn't ever happen to him.
And again, his family is demanding answers from the Austin PD. They say that initially, another thing, Hallie, we didn't play it right there, but or it was not immediately evident right there, but the officer did say, "Drop your gun," in that body camera video. The issue is, according to the family, is that he said it, and then before he could get a response, that he then fired his weapon, shooting and killing Munasinghe. So the family certainly has a lot of unanswered questions at this point. We did hear back from the attorney for the officer, who is now on administrative leave. The attorney says that he followed his training to